From Oakland last year as they went on to that surprising record of 9-7. However, this season thus far, Seattle at 0-2, disappointing. The same for Oakland at 1 up and 1 down. Hi, everybody. I'm Marv Albert, working along with Mike Hafner. And Mike, when we talk about these two ball clubs, we're talking about two teams that have been hard hit by injury.
The Oakland Raiders have lost 3 starters in the offensive line. You can't do that in the National Football League. And they've also lost 2 starters on defense, and that will crumble any football team.
And the Seahawks also hit by injury, in particular the one that hurts running back David Sims out of action.
That's true, and again, in the situation with the Seahawks, they haven't got that much depth because they're a young club, and you can't afford injuries because the depth isn't there.
And we will see today a matchup of the only 2 starting left-handed quarterbacks in the NFL.
And both have not had great starts. Kenny Stabler, obviously, because of the poor blocking in the offensive line, and Jim Zorn has had a lot of passes dropped, and that'll hurt any quarterback.
So to be Zorn and Stabler as the Oakland Raiders go up against the Seattle Seahawks here at the Kingdom. We'll have the action shortly, and we'll be back right after we hear these messages.
We've got lots of football ahead. We'll be ready for the kickoff of today's game following these words from your local stations.
NBC Sports presents the best of the National Football League, the American Football Conference. Brought to you by Budweiser. For all you do, this Bud's for you. By Hertz, where the winners rent. By Chrysler Corporation. See the mileage makers at your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealers. And by Radio Shack, the nationwide supermarket of sound.
And we welcome you back to the Kingdom in Seattle, Washington. This is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner, and we're set for the Oakland Raiders and the Seattle Seahawks. Seahawks have won the toss. They will receive. The man on the left, Jack Patera, head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, a man who brought this club from a record of 2-12 in their first year to 9-7 in their third year last season. And Tom Flores, head coach of the Raiders, on the right.
And I played against Tom Flores when he was with the Oakland Raiders. Had a couple 400-yard passing days. We might see that this afternoon from either one of our quarterbacks.
For the Oakland Raiders, Ray Guy getting set to kick. And back deep, Al Hunter on the right, number 24. And Jeff Moore, number 32, the rookie out of Jackson State, on the left. Here's Guy, and we're underway. And this is Hunter in the end zone. To the 10, 15, and hauled down across the 15-yard line. Rufus Bess, backup cornerback, in on the stop on number 24, Al Hunter.
And look at those high-top shoes. Hunter's got some special deal. I'll tell you, for those who watch special teams closely, anytime you keep the receiving team inside the 20-yard line on a kickoff, you've done an outstanding job. And the Seahawks need some offense right away, Marv.
The quarterback is Jim Zorn. Sherman Smith averaging 5 per carry. And Dan Dorning replacing the injured David Sims. That's the tight end. Pete's moving over to the right side. Largent in motion. And here's Smith. Sherman Smith picking up short yardage on the play. 4-year pro out of Miami of Ohio. Stopped by the right inside linebacker Phil Villapiano. Offensive receivers Sam McCullum, Steve Largent, Brian Peets.
And Largent, one of the best wide receivers in the National Football League.
Has been suffering with double coverage over the first 2 games. Offensive line, Bullard, Lynch, Yarno, Coder, and August.
Pressure on Coder. He's filling in for the injury of Newton.
Second down play. Here's Smith. Finding a hole Seattle gets across the 20. Dave Browning, the right defensive end, and Dave Pierre, middle guard, making the stop for the Oakland Raiders.
Offensive coordinator of Seattle, Jerry Rome, says his running game is very, very important. We've got a flag down.
It is a 2nd and 11 prior to that last run by Sherman Smith. The referee today is Gordon McCarter. The umpire, Tony Kramer. The head linesman, Bill Ross. The line judge, Jack Fetty. The back judge, Ray Douglas. Side judge, Bill Quimby. And the field judge is Armin Terzian. Here's the call. Apparently we're having difficulty with the field mic. Offside the call against Oakland. And it will be a 2nd and 6 for the Seahawks at their 22.
And again, I want to emphasize that Seattle must have some offensive production early, or they'll be in trouble in this game.
Zorn is yet to throw. He threw 45 times last week against Miami. Off the long count, again the handoff, and this is Dan Dornick. And he's picked up the first down. Pierre and Johnson combining to make the stop. Dan Dornick was acquired in a trade with the Giants, a trade that mystified people in New York. As we look at that Oakland defensive line of Willie Jones, Dave Pierre, Dave Browning.
Willie Jones starting obviously for Marv Matuzak. There are the linebackers, Hendricks, Johnson, Villapiano, and Martin. Villapiano having trouble adjusting to that inside linebacker spot. He'd been outside before.
And the secondary of Hayes, Williams, Phillips, and Tatum. Henry Williams replacing the injured Monty Jackson at right corner.
And that's got to hurt the Raiders.
It is a first down for Seattle at their 29-yard line. Early moments of play here at the Kingdome. Again, on the ground, Sherman Smith, and a long gainer up near that first down marker, Ryan Martin, number 53. Outside linebacker on the right side, making the stop.
Tremendous success for Seattle running inside. They ran very, very well against Dallas in the preseason, and that set up a big win over the Cowboys in that preseason game, and it was because of the inside running, just like that, of Sherman Smith, that they were successful.
Here are the yardsticks. It is close to a first down up at the 39-yard line. And he's got it. The Seahawks first down as Coach Jack Patera looks on. First down at the 39. Sherman Smith, Dan Dornick are the setbacks. The tight end is Brian Peets. The wide receivers now Sam McCullum and Steve Rabel.
Rabel's having a big year. One of the fastest wide receivers in the National Football League and the fastest player on the Seahawks.
And he has caught the only touchdown pass thrown by Jim Zorn thus far this season. Zorn yet to pass. Sherman Smith again takes it across the 45. Johnson and Villapiano finally able to wrestle him down.
The Raiders play a 3-4 defense, and in order to beat that 3-4 with the rushing game, you've got to run inside. And watch Hendricks on this play. It's pursuit by the linebackers that help stop the run. And here he gets walled off. Dornick does a great job of keeping Hendricks out of the play, and that means success on the ground.
All right, Mike, an 8-yard advance for Smith. 2nd and 2 for Seattle. They have stayed on the ground right throughout. Largent peeling off. This time, Gordon, first down and more. Gordon spinning down to the 40-yard line. Charles Phillips, number 47, the strong safety, able to bring him down.
The inside linebackers for the Raiders, and again, I mentioned Villapiano was having problems adjusting inside. Monty Johnson, 58, the other inside linebacker, and he overruns the play. And in the 3-4 defense, if you allow the back to the secondary, he's going to gain a ton of yardage. Dornick, what a great pickup. Comes from Washington State. Now watch Johnson inside. You can see that he overruns the play, tries to react back, and it gives Dornick the big hole to gain the yardage. Great camera work.
First down at the Oakland 40-yard line. Long count, Zorn to throw for the first time. Fires the larger, he's got it. Touchdown. Steve Largent decisively beating the strong safety Charles Phillips, and the Seahawks take a 6-0 lead.
to the right. He makes a mistake. You can see that he was beaten badly. Didn't get the deep third of the field margin. He just walks in the end zone casually. An excellent throw by Jim Zorn. He read the deep zone well, saw that Phillips was out of position, and oh, why didn't I have easy catches like that when I was playing?
And here is Efren Herrera, who was a doubtful because of a sore knee, driving it right through.
Karam did off the goalpost. They all look like they went down the pipe in the scorebook.
The Seattle Seahawks with a 7-0 lead over Oakland. Back in a moment.
Welcome to St. Louis, Missouri. Bush Memorial Stadium. Dick Enberg with Merlin Olsen. The Cardinals 1-1, lost by only 1 point to the Dallas Cowboys against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kickoff. Little of the Cardinals sends it deep down the middle to Larry Anderson of Pittsburgh. Anderson out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, and toppled hard at the 28-yard line. Good block by Anthony Anderson, and Ken Green, number 37, made the hit for St. Louis. The Cardinals defense on the field will face this offensive set for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Terry Bradshaw. Interestingly, Bradshaw and Hart, neither one in the top 10 in the NFL passing thus far. Sidney Thornton, 4 touchdowns, 2 games, and the incomparable Franco Harris behind Bradshaw. Bradshaw sends his wide receivers, Stallworth and Swan, both to the left side. Tight end Randy Grossman is on the right side. First play from Pittsburgh 28, Thornton in motion. Franco gets 2, gets 4, fumbles, and I believe the Cardinals have the football at the 31-yard line. His sellout crowd in St. Louis sees 57, Mark Arneson, who recovered a fumble and took it for a touchdown last week against the Giants, come up with a loose ball.
Franco Harris, certainly one of the steadiest runners in the league when it comes to controlling the ball, but was just mashed unmercifully by the Cardinals there. They put the helmet right on the ball. It popped clean, and they've got a big break right away. Let's see if they can capitalize on it, Dick.
Veteran quarterback Jim Hart in his 14th year has the ball at the Pittsburgh 32. That's Gary Parrish, tight end, moving to the right side. And Hart trying to throw on first down. Complete at the 25, and down immediately goes number 32, Otis Anderson, the sensational 22-year-old rookie from Miami of Florida. Browns, the Otis Brown, the second pick of these Cardinals out of UCLA, and Otis Anderson, the first running back selected in the draft last spring, are the running backs behind Hart. His wide receivers, Mel Gray, a deep threat, Gary Parrish and Al Chandler, 2 tight ends, one playing wide receiver. Actually, Pat Tilley is in now at wide receiver to the left. 2nd and 3, and Anderson gets only a yard or 2 up the middle. Anderson, nearly 200 yards against the Cowboys, over 100 yards last week against the Giants. He and William Andrews of the Atlanta Falcons trying to do something that no rookie has ever done, and that is rush 3 consecutive 100-yard games in their first 3 NFL games. And there's the line for St. Louis.
They've had to do some shuffling with the loss of their great All-Pro Dan Deerdorf. They've got Joe Bostic, number 71, in there, but they're glad to welcome Tom Banks back to the lineup. He's been out for a number of weeks with a deep thigh bruise. Other than that, the lineup stays the same.
We'll keep our eye on 71 Bostic, trying to fill some mighty big shoes. All-Pro Deerdorf out for the year. The Otis Brown on the draw has a first down at the 20-yard line. It was Terry Steve, 68, and Joe Bostic, 71, who gave him a little daylight.
In the first couple of weeks of the season, it's been the Pittsburgh defense that's been the shining unit for Pittsburgh, and a couple of youngsters in there, Tom Beasley and Gary Dunn, in place of L.C. Greenwood and Steve Furness, who are both in Pittsburgh, did not even make the trip with knee injuries.
Beasley, replacing Greenwood last week, had 11 unassisted tackles, a record for a Steeler defensive lineman, so the caliber doesn't drop off much. On first down, Anderson almost away. A touchdown-saving tackle by Donnie Shell, number 31. It appeared that Anderson was on his way for 6.
One of the things we were told to watch for is the ability of Anderson to cut laterally. Watch this as he follows the lead block into the hole, sees daylight to the outside, and without losing stride, accelerates just quickly. And if Shell hadn't been a hold right of his ankle, he would have been outside and had big yardage on that one.
2nd and 5 at the 15-yard line. Tilley and Gray to the left. Hart to throw. in the grasp of 76, John Banaszak, at the 32-yard line. Make that the 27-yard line, the first sack for the Steelers, who have 10 in the first 2 games this year. Great linebacking, Ham, Lambert, and Cole, and of course the backups were Winston and Valentine, and Taves are tough as well. Deep backs, Ron Johnson, Mel Blunt, they'll come up and challenge you on the line of scrimmage. It's tough for the receivers to get out, and Shell and Wagner, 2 excellent safeties. Wagner with 2 interceptions last week against Houston. On the sack, it's now 3rd and 15. Dave Steve in motion. And Hart needing 15 for a first down. No flag. Shell right on Steve, and some of the fans across the way felt that he bumped him early.
Pittsburgh Steelers play a very aggressive and physical style of defense, not just on the line of scrimmage, but in the secondary as well. But they're also smart football players. They know what the rules are, and they know how to take advantage of them, to a sense that a good athlete does take advantage of the rules. They know that it's their entitled position defensively, and by gosh, they'll take it out there.
Mike Wood, second-year kicker from Southeast Missouri State, out of Roger Worley's hold, and Charlie Davis, number 76, late getting in to block. That was the spot what Deerdorf occupied before he was hurt. This is a 47-yard attempt. No good to the left, and Wood opens this year 0 for 5. It was a 43-yard try by Wood, and he's looking for his first field goal of this new season. Cardinals unable to take advantage of the fumble recovery. No score early.
In Irving, Texas, under bright Texas sunshine, on the Chicago Bears, unbeaten against the Dallas Cowboys, unbeaten. A capacity crowd again, as you would expect for a game of this magnitude, and featuring runners like Walter Payton of the Bears. And the Bears will get the ball first. They won the toss. Tony Dorsett of Dallas was the number 2 runner in the NFC last year, and he'll be moving his heels for the Cowboys. Good afternoon. I'm Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire, and both teams unbeaten, both with great runners like Payton and Dorsett. It should be a fine afternoon.
I think Roger Staubach needs some help, though. He's really been carrying the team with like 60% passing, which he's always done, 2 touchdown passes, but he needs a rushing game. Right now, the Cowboys are doing about 129 yards average, and that's not like Tom Landry's team.
On the subject of quarterbacks, it'll be Vince Evans at quarterback for the Bears. That's
quick,
the starter.
Very quick player, likes to sprint out a lot from USC and makes mistakes, but he has a great halfback to hand the ball off to, and we figure that 70% of the time Walter Payton will have his hands on it somehow.
Let's get down and watch some of these players in action right now, Tom.
Why not?
As we mentioned, the Bears won the toss and will receive. Brian Baschnagel is the man in the middle. He will not return it. It'll be Ricky Watts up the far sideline and with some room and out of bounds at about the 34-yard line by Dallas kicker Raphael Septien. Well, now it's good to be back on football, Thomas.
Nice to get you back. Here's a good offensive line. Dallas worries about it. Albrecht, Big Noah Jackson, Neal, the 7-year man out of Kentucky, Big Sorey, and Dennis Lick, one of the best tackles in football, and Mike Cobb, that new tight end.
The receivers in the backfield, Scott and Golden Richards wide. It's a big game and very important game for him. Vince Evans, as we mentioned, is the quarterback. Williams and Walter Payton, the deep backs.
That quarterback is Vince Evans, huh?
It is indeed. First down at the 35 will make it. Straight ahead for about 1.5 yards, perhaps, but that's all. Dave Williams, the ball carrier. Vince Evans, the quarterback for the Bears. The defense for Dallas.
Okay, Larry Cole at left end, Stalls at left tackle. Remember, he had a knee hurt in that St. Louis game. And, of course, Randy White and Harvey Martin, 2 all-pros at the right side.
The linebackers, Brunig in the middle, Thomas Henderson and D.D. Lewis on the outside. They've been feuding a bit of late.
Henderson hadn't started. He didn't start last week. There's Barnes, Kyle, of course, Randy Hughes, and Cliff Harris, number 43.
On 2nd and 8, the Bears will operate. Evans drops the first pass in this game for Vince, overthrown, intended for Greg Latta.
Vince Evans is not a drop-back passer. It looked to me like he stayed on his back leg and just hoisted that one at least 8 yards over a tight end that's 6'5".
He's bound to be a little bit nervous. It was Hollywood Henderson nearest to Latta, but he was open by perhaps a step. Just a poor throw by Evans off that back foot.
I think we might be looking for Golden Richards, number 83, to go in motion and catch the ball. He hasn't had a chance to catch a ball in the first 2 wins for Chicago, not yet.
It is 3rd and 8. Richards split out wide to the right. It's Scott inside him. Cowboys fake a blitz, run a draw with Payton, and he's got some room. He has the first down, does Walter Payton. Finally knocked out of bounds by Benny Barnes and Dennis Thurman. But a first down to Chicago. Watch it from the end zone.
We were looking at this young man. His name is Payton. Watch him now. Run the draw. Get outside. Watch him run through Cliff Harris, number 43. You cannot arm tackle him. He just leaves Henderson. I don't think he's quite 5'11". I think he's about 5'10". He bench presses 390. He is strong, fast, and you've got to use the shoulder and a lot of them.
Word just comes to us that that game is in overtime. Denver and Atlanta, 17-17. First and 10, Chicago at the Dallas 49, at their own 49 make it. Evans straight back. Intended for Mike Cobb, number 87, knocked away by Thomas Henderson.
Good coverage by Henderson.
Over on the Dallas sideline, number 52 is their first-round draft choice from Tennessee of last year, Robert Shaw, who is the backup center. Neil Armstrong.
Very solid feeling to the Chicago Bear team this year. They're not cocky or arrogant, but they sure know they can play with just darn near anybody.
They're 2-0. Very solid defense, second and 10 Bears. From their own 49. Evans, the quarterback, again straight back. Not much of a rush from Dallas. Pass goes right through one player's hands, through the hands of number 22, I believe, or was it Brian Bashnagel?
It was Williams. I believe the fullback.
Williams, correct.
Fullback had a good chance to make the catch. But, Pat, you mentioned the good blocking. There is no rush. Remember, the Cowboys only have 2 sacks in their first 2 games. You can see up front, Sorry keeps Stalls off. That ball went right on through and was definitely catchable.
It was Williams' hands that had slipped through. Payton might have had a chance at it. That's a final score. The New York Jets got back on the track by defeating Detroit 31-10. That makes them 1-2. Detroit 0-3. Philadelphia, a final score 26-14 over New Orleans. Cleveland 20, Cincinnati 14. That's the final. Third down here. And still 10. One setback is Williams. Evans under rush, under pressure. Gets in Dallas territory, has his first down and more. Inside the Dallas 35 to about the 34. First down in Chicago, stopped by Aaron Mitchell.
Woo. Big rush by Thornton, the rookie from Illinois. Watch the left part of your screen. You'll see 71 come up the middle, 77, pardon me. Make a pretty good rush. Randy White's taken by, and this young man right here was the MVP in the Rose Bowl a couple of years ago. He's a heck of a good athlete. A little bit wild, but he's a wild horse rider. He's not too bad.
They had tried him. They had plans to try him as a defensive back. They had tried him as a kickoff returner. Now it looks like Vince Evans is settled as the quarterback. Very popular member of the Chicago Bears. First and 10 for the Bears at the Dallas 35. Hand off to Williams, straight ahead for about 5.
Again, you're probably keying Payton, especially on a first down. If you key a dangerous person like Walter, you might make a hero out of the remaining back. And the Bears had both fullbacks. They had Robin Earl, of course, Harper, their starter, go down within 8 days of one another. It seems to come in threes sometimes when injuries happen.
It would be hard, Tom, not to key on Payton, because going into this contest, he had handled the ball, either running or catching passes, 65% of the Bear offensive plays. You gotta watch him. Second and 6 it'll be. Here's Payton. What a step. What a move. Payton out of bounds in the hands of Cliff Harris, but another Bear first down.
What a great block by Scott, the outside receiver. He came down on Aaron Kyle, and of course all you have to do is make good contact. You can see that Jackson has Randy White. Golly, looks like a good block on Harvey Martin. Now watch this move right here. And a good block on Kyle by Scott, the outside receiver. And those outside receivers make a great running back look extremely good, don't they?
When they're already great like Payton, they're almost unstoppable. At the 13, it'll be first and 10 Chicago. No score as yet, 11:44 left first quarter. Bears look good. Evans to Williams. To the 9. Good hole.
Williams made the good block on Harvey Martin on the play before, and you know, for a guy that is running his first fullback position in pro football, he went to Canada out of Colorado where he was an option quarterback. Then he went to San Francisco for a brief time, and I'll tell you, he's done a heck of a job in the pinch that the Bears were in at fullback.
D.D. Lewis on the last tackle. The ball just inside the 10 with 11:19 now left in the first quarter. No score as yet. Bear offensive line doing an outstanding job right now on Dallas defense. Peyton. Jackson out in front. Peyton breaks a couple of tackles and gets down to about the 6 when he should have been stopped at about the 12.
Oh, there should be concern on Landry's face. That time Brunig had a perfect shot at Walter Payton after Randy Hughes had really played it super from the safety spot. Check the left part of your screen, see what happens. Stalls gets some penetration. Henderson tries to cut it. Now watch this now. He just walks through Bob Brunig's tackle and gets back to the line of scrimmage and may have picked up a little bit.
It'll be 3rd and 3. He actually got almost 4 yards out of a play that looked like it would be a loss.
Good play here.
One lone setback for the Bears. Williams set out wide to the right. Evans on a quarterback draw will get in. Touchdown, Chicago. The Bears lead 6-0.
And never gave up the football. The Cowboy offense will have to warm up all over again. They took the opening kickoff, got a good run back, and 2 key runs by the quarterback, who steps back, and this one looked to me like it was planned. Set up Stalls by holding it up there like it was going to be the pass. Got a good block from Sorey and also from Baschnagel on the outside.
He set up that block on Stalls by Noah Jackson very nicely with that quarterback fake. A drop step and then straight ahead.
Thomas is 3 for 3 on PATs.
Baschnagel will hold. He's 4 for 4. Bears 7, Cowboys nothing. We have 10 minutes and 13 seconds left to play in the first quarter at Texas Stadium, and the Bears have taken a 7-0 lead over the Cowboys.
This is the skyline of Los Angeles, shrouded in smoke and fog, high temperatures, and nearby forest fires. This is the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. Approximately 50,000 in attendance, and the temperature on everybody's mind, as well as the game involving the San Francisco 49ers and the Los Angeles Rams. The temperature high atop the peristyle end, about 100 degrees. I'm Vin Scully along with George Allen. George, can the 49ers use the heat to their advantage?
Yes, Vinny, I think they can. This is their biggest test. They've played 2 close ball games. The Rams are the best team they've faced to date. I think if they don't let the heat bother them, it's a plus for them. Anything that is against a team that's favored is a plus for the underdog.
Well, the San Francisco 49ers lost the toss of the coin, and that means that Wersching will be kicking off to Los Angeles, and the deep man is Drew Hill, number 87. On his left would be Elvis Peacock, and on his right, Jim Jodan. So Wersching gets his kickoff, and we're underway whether or not. And it'll be Drew Hill coming out of the goal line to the 10. And Saraceno pulls him down just short of the 15-yard line. So we'll take a look at the Rams as they will put it in play, 1st and 10 on their own 15. Pat Hayden at the quarter with Wendell Tyler and Cullen Bryant. Lauren McCutcheon is banged up, so Tyler his replacement. The boys who'll handle the football, Willie Miller, Ron Jesse, and the tight end, Terry Nelson. Up front, France and Williams, Saul, Hara, and Slater. The fine offensive line of the Rams. The Rams have been troubled. They've scored only 1 offensive touchdown. That was in the first quarter against Oakland, a game they lost. Play action fake to Wendell Tyler, and the pass intercepted by Gerard Williams. And Williams is hit and goes out of bounds inside the 15 at the 13-yard line. And, George, there's a big break.
Well, you know, I just finished telling some 49ers that I like Gerard Williams. He played for me in Washington. He's a good athlete. He's got some size. I knew the Rams were going to come out throwing early. Big play. He almost scored on it. Let's watch. See if he goes out of bounds.
It was the big man who gave him the nudge there. Cullen Bryant came over to just get 1 foot out of bounds. Why would the Rams come out throwing on their own 13-yard line?
They feel the 49ers can't rush the passer, and they don't respect the 49ers secondary.
Well, we'll take a look now and see what Steve DeBerg does. 1st and 10 on the Ram 13-yard line, and it is O.J. Simpson trying to get outside, and O.J. is going to go out of bounds at the 11-yard line. Nolan Cromwell finally making the tackle.
Now, Benny, here's something right here. When you get this field position, you've got to come away with 7 points. You can't kick a field goal. Sure, you want the 3 points, but when you get this against a strong team like the Rams, you got to get a touchdown.
Bill Walsh employing O.J. on the first play. Simpson playing in his 3rd game here as a professional. He's never had a 100-yard game here. His highest rushing 83. He's in the backfield with number 40, Wilbur Jackson. So it's 2nd and 8 on the Ram 11. DeBerg to O.J. with Randy Cross blocking. O.J. out of bounds at the 5.5-yard line. And Randy Cross, number 51, leading the block. He's another boy from around these quarters. There goes O.J.
Well, they're running to the tight end side. Vinny, I don't think that they can run successfully against this Ram defense. I think their game plan is going to be run just enough to have the Rams worry about the run. They're going to have to throw, play action passes, and quick passes.
3rd and 2. The ball is on the Ram 5-yard line, and as George Allen just said, the 49ers want 7. They don't want to settle for a field goal. Francis is in there now with O.J., and it's Francis straight ahead inside the 5 down to about the 3-yard line, and it is very close as to whether he made the first down or not, depending upon where they stop it. The Rams, number 1 in the NFL in defense last year, and they certainly looked like the same kind of a club after the first 2 games. They held Oakland to 240 yards, and they limited Denver to 73 yards on the ground, and the 49ers didn't make it.
No, well, they're going to go for it, which is a good call. Going back on what we're talking about, come away with 7 points.
So it is 4th and 1 on the Ram 3, and Bill Walsh, who gambled early against Minnesota, gambled against Dallas, and now he is going against the hard noses of the Rams. Jackson and O.J., and it's O.J. fumbling in the end zone, a flag on the play, and Pat Thomas recovers it in the end zone, but let's wait about the flag. Offside is the preliminary signal against the Rams, I believe. So let's take a look and see if we can figure it out. From this angle, you can.
Usually what it is, Vinny, is somebody lines up offside. They're not charging offside. They line up prior to the snap offside.
So there's two big breaks.
Number 53 on the defense. First down.
There you got it, George. It's Jim Youngblood and Ray Malavasi disturbed now because it's a 1st and goal. The ball is on the Ram 2. So 2 big mistakes. First, the interception by Gerard Williams, and now the offside.
I like my backs to have 2 hands on the ball right in there. 2 hands on that football. No mistakes.
Francis and O.J. Play action fake to O.J. All alone, but he's out of the end zone is Bob Brewer, the tight end. Brewer just ran out of real estate down there.
They had him covered. He was covered. Here it is. Here's the play action pass again. DeBerg did the right thing. He actually threw the ball out of the end zone. So if it's intercepted, receiver had no chance.
So it'll be 2nd and goal from the 2 for San Francisco. Bill Walsh trying to come up with a touchdown. Gerard Williams intercepting a Pat Hayden pass for the first big break of the day. 2nd and goal from the 2, and it is Wilbur Jackson hit by Dave Elmendorf, and he crossed the plane of the goal line for a touchdown.
Well, that was close. There was a kind of delayed call on that one.
You'll see Dave Elmendorf, 42, hit him, and here comes Wilbur Jackson. There's number 40. There's Elmendorf trying to keep him back. Yeah. Reynolds came up to hold him off, but he couldn't do it. Good play.
He kept driving and put it over.
Wilbur Jackson, who was the Rookie of the Year in the NFL, missed 1978 out with a knee injury, and he punches it over. So San Francisco leading 6-0. The hold out of Montana, the kick by Worshing. The spot, the kick. It is good.
Line drive kick.
13 minutes and 51 seconds left to go in the first quarter. San Francisco leading on a break, 7-0.
here on NBC. Dick Enberg with Merlin Olsen. I have a feeling we're going to see a fine game today.
I just, you know, on paper, it's certainly a bit of a one-sided match because Pittsburgh has played so well. But the Cardinals are a much improved football team, and it looks like they're ready to play today.
Cardinals, however, unable to take advantage of the fumble recovery on the Steelers' first play. There goes Sidney Thornton. He caught the Cardinals in a blitz, and it's Thornton all the way out to the 42-yard line and a first down.
Last week, Terry Bradshaw used his count masterfully to take advantage of Houston, and he did it again there, forcing the linebacker to commit himself on the blitz too early. He was out of body position, unable to control that gap, and Sidney Thornton pops in behind to make fine yardage.
17-yard gain for Thornton, and the Steelers have their first down. Initial first down of the game. Bradshaw, Stallworth left, and Swan right. Thornton again, and a flag is down as Thornton is out near midfield.
Now, I'm afraid
Let's check other scores, Merlin, as we see the holding call against Pittsburgh. They're in overtime. The Broncos and the Falcons tied at 17. Final, and the Jets have their first win of the season, 31-10 over the Detroit Lions. Final, New England, and we understand that Cincinnati quarterback Ken Anderson left the game with an injury. Patriots struggled to a 2014 win. They're 2-1.
Holding, number 52, offense, first down.
Mike Webster whistled for the hold. Jerry Markbright, the referee. You saw that other final, Philadelphia beating New Orleans.
Webster, of course, going head-to-head with Charlie Davis, who was drafted and played for a year with the Steelers.
Cleveland leading late in the game, 13-10 against Baltimore. Brown's trying to be a 3-0 beginner. Bradshaw's pass right at the shoelaces of Thornton, incomplete. And after the holding penalty, it's second down and 20. Minnesota and Miami, and the Vikings, tough defense, holding the unbeaten Dolphins to a touchdown, and they lead. Minnesota leads on their home field by 5 in the fourth quarter. Tampa Bay and Green Bay, the battle of the NFL Bays, and Tampa has 21 and Green has 3. Houston trying to rebound from that tough loss at Pittsburgh last Sunday, ahead of Kansas City before halftime. Second and 20 call. It's Harris. He gets out to the 36, maybe the 37. Steve Neals, number 53, and Tim Carney, 56. Two of the linebackers, and that 3-4 defense made the stop.
We didn't have a chance to introduce you to the Pittsburgh offensive line. John Cove, Steve Corson playing in favor of Sam Davis, the captain, who has got about another week on the injured list. Webster, you saw holding a minute ago, not the kind of publicity he wants, and the other two on the left side is normal. Although Larry Brown is starting today, back from an injury that's kept him out for a long time.
Whoops. Premature movement by number 77 in that offensive line, Steve Corson, and the Cardinals react and get the 5-yard penalty.
Two mistakes here early, and we're not used to seeing that from this veteran team. Bob Pollard, Charlie Davis, and Mike Dawson, the 3-man defensive line.
Third down.
And Steve Neals, Tim Carney, Eric Williams inside, and Mark Arneson. Arneson, of course, the hero last week as he picked up a fumble and ambled into the end zone, put 7 points on the board. I think it was a birthday present.
That's right. He was 30 years old. Good way to celebrate. Bradshaw on third down 20. Deep down the middle, almost intercepted by number 27, Carl Allen. And Bradshaw fortunately had that ball too high, or that would have been a turnover.
Bradshaw always hangs that kind of pass high, knowing that his receivers, Swan and Stallworth, will go up after it. And it's very difficult to go up there with them. They have such great leaping ability. And we've seen Terry throw too many of those passes to feel that it's an accident. He puts it up there on purpose.
Good point, Merlin. And there's the case where he figures if anyone's going to get up to catch it, it'll be Stallworth or Swan. Craig Colquitt, averaging 40 a kick, angles it to the sidelines and out of bounds. Going to be a fairly short kick. Let's see where they mark it as the official comes up to about the 30-yard line. Yes, St. Louis will put it in play. Bud Wilkinson's Cardinals have it again. First down at the Bird 30-yard line. 9:52 remaining first quarter. No score.
First down and goal.
Well, so much for us.
I can't guess. Throws it out here. Touchdown, Izaka.
And our thanks to the Rams and the Coliseum for the welcome. Now, as the 49ers, Ray Wersching tees it up at the 35 to kick off. Drew Hill, the little quick back from Georgia Tech, standing on the Ram 1-yard line. And the kick will carry to Drew Hill on the 2. To the 10, and buried. What a hit.
Was he hit?
The man who hit him is Schumann, the linebacker, and did he ever deck him? That's Big Schumann, Ron Schumann out of Wichita State. Watch him get the lick in on Drew Hill right there.
Wonder he didn't fumble in that.
Hill's only 170
he did
and
fumble.
did fumble.
He did fumble, late fumble.
But the whistle called as soon as he was hit. So Hayden had it 1st and 10 on his own 15 and threw an interception. And the second time he has it 1st and 10 on the Ram 15. It took the 49ers 5 plays to go 13 yards and a little over a minute to score. Ron Jesse is wide right. Willie Miller is wide left. Terry Nelson, the tight end, on the right side. And here comes Wendell Tyler with Dennis Harrah leading, dragged down by Scott Hilton, and there's a flag on the play. We'll take a look. San Francisco with Archie Reese, Ted Vincent, Jimmy Webb, and Cedric Hartman up front. They have not had much of a pass rush so far. The linebackers are Hilton, Buns, and Harper. At the corners, Charles Cornelius for the injured Melvin Morgan, and that could be a dangerous experiment. Gerard Williams at the right corner already picked one off. Strong safety is Tim Gray, and the free safety, Tony Dungy. Now the call.
Holding by the defense, number 74, first down.
The holding charge against San Francisco, and an automatic first down. The Rams move the ball now to the 21-yard line. And Hayden brings them out with the 49ers leading 7-0. Miller left, Jesse right. The running backs are Cullen Bryant and Wendell Tyler. And here's Wendell Tyler, and he is hit head on by Scott Hilton, and then Hardman hits him up high and brings him down.
Wendell, Vinny, is carrying that ball very carelessly. He has a tendency not to put the ball away. We might watch that as the game goes along. I always used to try to force him to put the ball in his armpit and his hand over the nose of the ball, but he waves it around. Look at there. See that? He doesn't have his nose over that ball.
And the all-time rusher in UCLA history picks up 2. So it's 2nd and 8 from the 23. Hayden to Tyler again, and Hilton has him at the ankle, slows him down as he falls across the 25-yard line. Wendell Tyler, coming off knee surgery. He was a 3rd-round draft choice in '77. And we said the all-time rusher out of UCLA. There's quite a local favor here.
Yes.
With Wendell Tyler, the ex-UCLA, OJ from SC, just to name a couple. So it is 3rd and 6. Figure Pat goes to the air, George.
He has to go to the air. They got their nickel personnel in on offense. Another wide receiver.
And they go slot left with Jesse inside Miller. Preston Denard is wide right. Hayden is looking over the middle. Scrambling, a flag on the play. Hayden throwing down the right side to Jesse, broken up by Tim Gray. But there's a flag on the play, back on the Ram 17-yard line. Ron Jesse was out in the open, but a holding penalty against the Rams, trying to buy time for Hayden.
That's what usually happens, Vinny, when a quarterback runs around. It's difficult for a lineman to block for him, and he has to end up holding him.
And by the way, not a bad rush by the defensive line.
That's
for the 49ers.
Going to be interesting today. Good point.
It's 4th down.
Can the 49ers rush Hayden today? Going to be a big factor in this ball game.
So the Ram offense coming off, and Ken Clark out of St. Mary's in Nova Scotia. He spent 3 years in the Canadian League. He's averaged 38.5. He's had 1 blocked, and it cost him the game against Oakland. He'll be kicking from the 15 and angling it to the right side, and Freddie Solomon at the 35 to the 45, grabbed and knocked down at about the 48-yard line. Osteen made the first contact along with Eddie Brown.
Well, Vinny, his hang time on that kick was 3.2, a line drive. 49ers have great field position.
So with 12 minutes and 1 second left to go in the first quarter, the surprising 49ers lead the Rams 7-0.
No score, the Cardinals and the Steelers. You see the black armbands worn by the St. Louis players in memory of J.B. Keane, the tight end who died during the summer training period, and the announcement just this week that it was an incredibly rare congenital heart condition that proved to be fatal for Kane. Ball at the 30-yard line. And good power up the middle goes Otis Anderson for 4 yards, and he carried about 3 Steelers with him.
We got some more scores coming in, Dick.
Big score. Miami has just gone ahead on a Don Strock to Larry Zonka. 6-yard pass with the extra point block, so something's wrong with Greasy. Yes, he injured his leg early in the second half. But Miami now leads by 1. Seattle draws the first score in the Kingdome against the Oakland Raiders. Gary Parrish, the tight end, out of the full house backfield, moves to the right side. Theodis Brown slams out close to a first down at the 40-yard line. These two young rookies, Otis and Theodis, show some power. Denver beats Atlanta 20-17 in overtime. So the Broncos are now 2-1. It's a first down for the St. Louis Cardinals.
We certainly have our sights on Otis Anderson, but we don't want to overlook Theodis. Certainly we had a chance to see him do a lot of great running as a collegiate, and with the power and speed that he has in combination, that could be a most impressive backfield.
Again, Parrish shifts to the right side. Gray right and Tilley left. Hart. He's got a man open. Mel Gray. 35, 30, 25, 20. Out of bounds at the 13-yard line. Mel Gray, written down by Donnie Shell.
We didn't expect to see number 85, Mel Gray, in the game today. He's been nursing a hamstring pull and was questionable right up till game time. But you can see right there the reason that Jim Hart and Bud Wilkinson want Mel Gray in the lineup. He gets deep and he gets open, and Hart has it right on the money. Gray in front of the defenders shows you what he can do with that when he gets the ball down in their territory too. Away from Wagner, finally run out of bounds by Donnie Shell and Ron Johnson. But that's a big, big play.
And that's a 78-game streak in which Gray has caught at least one pass. A 43-yard gain, first down St. Louis. Ball at the 13. Hart's going to throw. Anderson incomplete. That would have been an interesting confrontation. 58 Jack Lambert from his middle linebacking position coming over to cover Anderson. Oh, that might have been a delightful collision for the football aficionados down at that end of the field.
Hart was reacting quickly to the blitz by Ham as both the linebackers from the outside coming hard. He dumped it off quickly but was forced to throw it so quickly that he did not have it on target.
The Bears take the early lead against the Dallas Cowboys 7-0. That's at Dallas. And San Francisco has taken a 7-0 lead against the Los Angeles Rams in the first quarter. Hart on 2nd and 10 from the Steeler 13. Otis Anderson at the 10.
City of St. Louis and 22-year-old Otis Anderson continues.
Well, I'll tell you, I love him too. What a great run he put on for us right here. Takes the football. It looks like a play designed to come inside of the end. Anderson dips inside just a little bit and then just shows that great speed to the outside, and he makes it look easy against a team that does not give up easy touchdowns.
Mike Wood's point after is no good. And Wood, who has missed 5 field goals, has now missed an extra point. And that takes a little of the sweet taste out of the Cardinal touchdown. But they lead. First quarter, 8:19 remaining. It's 6-0 St. Louis.
Total plays 11, total yards 65. 1 touchdown for the Bears.
3 carries and 32 yards already.
Bob Thomas will kick off. Landry and Armstrong, you saw in the inset, was out of bounds, and they'll do it again. Back deep for Dallas to return will be Ron Springs, their number 5 draft choice, and number 81, Steve Wilson, who is the son of a guy we played against, touchdown Tommy Wilson, who used to play with the Rams.
Ronnie Springs, though, does have springs. He brought back 3 kickoffs against San Francisco, all out over 30 yards apiece, and he could break one anytime. He's a great find by this Dallas organization.
There is Wilson.
Tommy Wilson was some ball carrier.
He played in the NFL as late as 1963, and now his son is playing. There is Ron Springs, who was the intended receiver in the Gator Bowl game. And the pass from Art Schliessler that was intercepted that ultimately resulted in the demise of Woody Hayes.
That was, you got all that information, huh?
How about that?
Springs, by the way, has great hands. We'll see him as a pass receiver a lot today.
Thomas again, this time from the 30. It will be Springs. Behind Wilson, number 81, and Springs swings to the outside. Almost got around a corner, out of bounds at the 32-yard line of Dallas. Wentford Gaines pushed him out. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Dallas Cowboys and the National Football League is prohibited. The offense for Dallas.
Donovan, Scott, Fitzgerald, Rafferty, and Jim Cooper, the Temple free agent who's done such a great job in there for Rayfield Wright. B.J. Dupree, the tight end. The Dallas receivers in the backfield. Jay Saldi is in the game. We'll run the rest of them down for you in a minute. Here comes Saldi in motion. Dorsett is deep. Well, that's Newhouse, the ball carrier. Wrapped up by Mark Hartenstein. This is the reason that the Cowboys have had some trouble with third downs, because they've been third and long. They used to get 4 yards on that first running play, and they're just simply not doing it. There's the big rookie Hampton at left defensive end from Arkansas. Osborne, Alan Page, who is really quick right now, and Hartenstein, the big Penn Stater.
The linebackers will be Muckensturm, Hicks, and I believe Buffoon is starting in the middle.
For the first time.
Yeah, that's the secondary. Schmidt, Livers, Blank, Waltershy.
And they all hit. The Bears will hit.
Finsick still resting. Dorsett in motion for Dallas, and Staubach will drop. He's had to do it throwing. He does it to Saldi, who almost spun out of the grasp of Doug Plank, but he got a Dallas first down. A good throw.
Boy, Saldi has just stayed around for the years he's been with Dallas, waiting for a chance to play, and now he's getting that as an outside receiver, which really helps when you think about Tony Hill on one side and Pearson and Dupree, and then you can put in Saldi too.
And how about the big 6'6" rookie that they can also come at you with, Cosby. A lot of horses. 1st and 10, Dallas. And this is Dorsett, swarmed on by Osborne and Alan Page.
Looked like he might have hurt him a little bit. He was a little bit slow getting up, number 33 was. Of course, Dorsett got in a good second half against San Francisco. Watch this. Again, a first down play. And this is when Roger needs yardage. Give me 4 or 5 on that first running play. Then we'll end up with 3rd and 2 rather than 3rd and 7 or 8. Let's see how the big Razorback did. The rookie Hampton at the defensive left end spot. Dupree does a pretty good job staying right in his face.
It'll be 2nd and 13. Scott Laidlaw is the lone setback, and Staubach brings the ball back to Laidlaw, and he'll get another first down for Dallas. Doug Plank again on the tackle, but a good-looking play for the Cowboys this time. Neil Armstrong looking down with concern.
Super block by Herbert Scott. Left guard pull 68. Watch this crackback block from the outside. Clean, legal maneuver, and just strips off that pursuit. Dorsett's out in front, blocking for Laidlaw.
And doing very well. Miami, Minnesota. In the 4th quarter, Miami Dolphins lead 13-12 over the Vikings. Robert Newhouse is right behind Staubach, and now he moves away along with Dorsett, and Dorsett goes back deep in the eye at the moment. First down, Cowboys. Drew Pearson in motion, and the handoff is to Dorsett. Racked up by Hartenstein again from the offside.
Dorsett looked like he might have hesitated just a little bit at the line of scrimmage because there was no hole.
There's a guy who didn't hesitate at all in that first drive that the Bears put together. That is Walter Payton looking on.
Not kind of strong. Mr. Sweetness. What a great guy to have in your city, though. They tell me that he just walks down the street in Chicago, lights up, you know it?
Denver 20, Atlanta 17. That is the final. That means both of those teams are now 2-1.
Jim Turner kicked a 25-yard field goal to win that one for Bronx.
On 2nd down, Staubach faces a blitz and has time and goes deep for Tony Hill and got him. Touchdown, Dallas.
12th catch for Tony Hill this year, and the second touchdown. And Roger Staubach, for having a sore elbow, really threw that ball sharply.
It is right on the money. Watch it.
And watch the blocking. There's some good aggressive blocking here. Laidlaw steps up and really takes on the linebacker. Watch this throw. Cleaned off and flat flown in there. Hello, airmail special. Hill is open. Wide open.
When you blitz like that, you take that chance and you put an awful load on your cornerbacks. They've got to go one-on-one then, and that's a tough job against a guy like Tony Hill as Rafael Septien makes it 7 apiece.
All right, now you're looking right down the line of scrimmage. Notice the linebackers to the left coming in right down the middle, both middle linebackers. Look at Laidlaw. Wow, what a block by that up back.
Yeah, what a football game we've got with 6:32 left in the first quarter. Dallas 7, Chicago 7.
Efren Herrera getting set to kick off to Joe Stewart, number 80, Ira Matthews, number 43. That's Stewart on the left. Second-year man out of Missouri. Matthews at 5'8", 175 pounds, out of Wisconsin in his rookie season. The Seahawks jumping to a 7-0 lead early in this first quarter as Zorn and Largent hooked up on a 40-yard pass play, and Herrera's going to have to tee up the football again.
There's no wind in here. I know the wind didn't blow it off.
Mike, I mentioned Herrera was a doubtful because of a sore knee, and the man who would have backed up Herrera or would have taken over the kicking duties today, number 10, Jim Zorn.
Isn't that something, a starting quarterback?
It's a line drive taken by Stewart to the 15. Looks to go outside, but excellent coverage by the Seahawks. So Stewart is pinned in. Combination of Michael Jackson and Cornell Webster bringing him down.
There's Kenny Stabler trotting on the field, Marv.
Running backs Art Whittington and Mark Van Egan. Cliff Branch, Rich Martini replacing the injured Morris Bradshaw, and the tight end Raymond Chester as Stabler goes to work for the first time, 1st and 10 at the 17. And this is Whittington looking to turn the corner. Could not. Good pursuit by the free safety, John Harris.
John Harris again was in zone and had run responsibility, and when you try to run wide against the zone defense, a lot of time that safety will be up there to make the tackle for almost no gain.
Pickup of 2, 2nd and 8 as you look at that Raider offensive line. Many a fill-in right there. Steve Sylvester is normally a backup center. Dan Medlin starting at right guard. He was picked up as a free agent after being dropped by Buffalo.
And again, 3 offensive linemen down. That's trouble for the Raiders.
2nd and 8 for Stabler. And he's throwing deep down the left side. Oh, Cliff Branch with a gorgeous catch in a foot race with Dave Brown, the right cornerback.
And strictly a foot race, and you don't want to get into a foot race with a world-class sprinter, as Cliff Branch was at the University of Colorado. Kenny Stabler can still do it, can he? A long bomb, and there's been a question about Dave Brown, the cornerback who they got from Pittsburgh, and he was beaten last week on a deep pass, and anybody can do it when Branch has that kind of speed.
It is a 46-yard pass play, making for a first down for Oakland at the Seattle 34-yard line. Stabler and Branch hooking up. Stabler comes in completing only 47%. Here's Van Egan off the left side. Down to the 30-yard line. Right defensive tackle, Mano Tuiasosopo. I've been rehearsing that all
job
right throughout the week. Ernie Price, Robert Hartburn Hardy, Tuiasosopo, and Gregory.
And we'll see a lot of Carl Eller, the All-Pro from Minnesota, who is here. There are the linebackers for the Seahawks. Watch Terry Beeson. He plays the run as well as any middle linebacker in the league.
2nd and 5 for Oakland. At the Seahawk 29, swing pass completed to Whittington, and he's bumped out by Dave Brown, short of the first down. There is Art Whittington, a 2nd-year pro out of Southern Methodist. Only a 9th-round draft pick last year. gained 661 yards. That's the most ever by an Oakland Raider rookie. Also scored 7 touchdowns.
When you've got his kind of speed, you can compete in this league.
It is a 3rd and 1. And the Raiders go to the double tight end offense. Dave Casper checks in to combine with Raymond Chester. The crowd urging on the Seahawk defense. And the give is to Whittington. It is very close. Tripped up by John Harris, but held short of the first down.
Outstanding play by Harris. We saw him do about the exact same thing when the drive started. Again, he was in the zone, had run responsibility, and even with Whittington's speed, he couldn't get outside.
Eric Jensen has just replaced Mark Van Eegen. And now Van Eegen reports back in as the Raiders will go for the first down on 4th and about 1.
They have 2 fullbacks in there, Marv, and that means they're going smash football, trying to get that first.
And this is Van Eegen slashing to the left. And it appears that he picked it up.
The lead block by Jensen, and a wise move by head coach Tom Flores, put the power blocking fullback in to lead block, and he got him the first down.
8.5 remaining first quarter. Seahawks lead it by the score of 7-0. 40-yard pass play. Zorn with his 2nd touchdown of the season, hitting his favorite receiver, Steve Largent, who had been very, very quiet.
Had a sprained ankle in the first game, and it really cut down his speed and his moves.
First down at the 24-yard line for the Raiders. And this is Whittington, bottled up. Tried the right side, ran into a wall, led by Robert Hartburn Hardy. And the left linebacker, Sammy Green, combining to make the stop. Now Casper checks back in.
The Seahawks have been effective against the running game. Their problem has been stopping the pass, and we saw Branch beat Brown. And I would imagine that Stabler will go back upstairs and try and beat the Seahawk defense.
Well, he has Branch out to the left, Martini to the right, and the tight end Casper has come on for Chester. 2nd and 8. And Stabler to throw. And it is dropped. Casper not able to hold on. He tried to come back forward. He was covered by the strong safety, Autry Beeman.
And Dave Casper has one problem starting this season. He was a holdout right up until the first game. And the last thing that comes to you when you get that latest start are the legs. And if you haven't got the legs underneath, you don't catch the football. He just didn't have the control. He should have had that one.
Last year, Casper led all NFL tight ends, 62 receptions, 852 yards, 9 touchdowns. His next catch will be his first this season. It is a 3rd and 8 at the 22. 5 defensive backs in there for Seattle. Penalty markers are down. Stabler with time guns it, and it is broken up, but a flag is down. The official threw his cap. Rich Martini was jarred by Cornell Webster.
You know why he threw his cap, Marv? He was the one who threw the penalty flag for the motion by the Raiders. He had no penalty flag for the pass interference, so he threw his hat.
That is the line judge, Jack Fetty.
That's thinking, isn't it? No flag to throw for the second one.
Motion penalty indicated on the Raiders, and a pass interference against Seattle.
Oh, Jack Fetty, you're a man who can think fast. Used his hat for the second flag.
Offsetting penalties. And we go back to a 3rd and 8 at the 22. 7.5 left in this first quarter. Seahawks leading the Raiders by the score of 7-0. Oakland has never won a game here at the Kingdome, even lost in preseason a couple of years back. Stabler again with protection, and he's got Branch down to the 11-yard line. Cliff Branch cutting over to the right side was brought down by the left cornerback Cornell Webster. So the Oakland Raiders pick up a first down at the 11.
And Cliff Branch had the right pattern at the right time. It was a zone defense with the 5 defensive backs. He got in between the deep and short coverage, wide open, and Kenny Stabler found him. and Stabler read it well also. You see now that Stabler can see zone. He knows that Branch is between the linebackers and the defensive backs, and he just waits for him to clear to an open spot. First down.
Stabler is 3 out of 4 for 62 yards. The give to Whittington. In traffic, able to break one tackle, but that's it. Art Whittington could not make the turn. Autry Beeman making the stop. Well, the Denver Broncos have defeated Atlanta in overtime, 20-17.
Jim Turner kicked a 25-yard field goal, 8:45 into overtime. There's the Jets score. They beat Detroit today. Detroit having quarterback problems, and the Jets have more quarterbacks and they know what to do with.
Jets bouncing back from the 56-3 loss against New England. And the Patriots defeating the Bengals in a close one, a surprise there.
Cincinnati was blown out last week by Buffalo.
2nd and 11. At the 12 as Whittington lost a yard on the play. Here's Stabler throwing for the 5th time, and it's broken up. Beautiful move by Sammy Green, number 56, to battle away from Rich Martini.
Sammy Green is the most active linebacker for the Seahawks. He's their best pass defender. And Stabler, I don't know about this throw. He tried to stick it in there, and there were too many Seahawks around his receiver. You can't throw those. That's why the interceptions come. Oh, I like Sammy Green.
He is a 4-year pro out of the University of Florida, 2nd-round draft pick back in '76. Dave Casper has checked back in, replacing Raymond Chester. Branch left, Martini right, 3rd and 11. From the 12, and a mix-up on the snap. John Harris able to get to Stabler.
The Seahawks went with a safety blitz with Harris, number 44. You can see him coming right up to Stabler, and I think it disconcerted Kenny a bit, and he fumbled the snap, and now he has no chance because the back couldn't get up to block Harris and pick up the blitz, and Stabler is sacked. Excellent call by the defensive coordinator of Seattle.
As we look at Jim Breach, 1st-year pro out of the University of California, and he will attempt a 33-yard field goal. He is 2 for 2 thus far, and this well within his range. Excellent between the 30 and 40. However, this one is off to the left side, so Breach has missed for the first time this year.
And the Raiders really needed to come up with points on that drive because Seattle went right down and scored. And right now, the Seahawks have the edge.
As you look at Bud Wilkinson, Chuck Noll, a couple other coaches, Don Shula's Dolphins, veteran Bud Grant's Vikings, 13-12, and Miami had to come from behind to make it 3-0. They haven't lost yet this year. Long kick by Little. He really rooted that one out, and Anderson will squat on it and take the touchback. Let's go back and make a correction. Bud Wilkinson changed his place kickers for that extra point, and it was Steve Little, not Mike Wood, who missed the extra point. And it's making Mr. Wilkinson's hair even grayer. The problem with the place kicking. Wood has not been successful on the field goals, and Little's had his troubles too.
Wilkinson has an unusual situation. He has 2 kickers, both of which are capable of punting and place kicking. A most unique situation.
Of course, Jim Bakken, the veteran, the number 2 scorer all time in NFL history, released after last year. Franco Harris gets it to the 25, maybe the 26-yard line before Eric Red Williams from the University of Southern California and Bob Pollard can collaborate on the stop.
We don't get a chance to go in and look at the men in the pits as often as we'd like, but one of the reasons that that play was successful was because of the fine blocking by number 52, Mike Webster. Webster, as we said, is working on number 76, Charlie Davis. Did an excellent job of pinning him, holding him to the inside.
So an injury timeout, a fallen Cardinal in the secondary. We'll check that when we return. 6-0 St. Louis.
The number of plays it took the Cowboys to get even on the scoreboard was 6 as Raphael Septien trots up to kick it off. High booming kick chases Brian Baschnagel back into the end zone where they will down it. And wise choice it was.
Good kick.
Fine kick. Remember, that came from a 35 all the way into the end zone. Cleveland defeated Baltimore by the score of 13-10. The Browns remain undefeated. Baltimore goes to 0-3.
Now, if Walter Payton gets 3 yards or more, he goes past Rick Caceres as the all-time Bears ground gainer in 5 seasons, and old Big Rick did it in 10,
In
right?
10 years, right. And I'm sure he's looking on right now. Down in Tampa.
I ache every time I think about Big Rick. I'll tell you, Walter Payton's a great running back, huh?
There's no question about that. Sometimes you use that word too often, I think, but it applies to Payton. Williams this time straight ahead. Dave Williams this is. Stopped by the middle of the Dallas defense. They started from the 20. They got 3, so it'll be 2nd and 7. That band is from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. They were on the bus for 18 hours to get here to perform at halftime from Choctawhatchee High School. They like that.
Do they enjoy coming for a big pro football game, huh?
The Jets 31, Detroit 10. That again is a final score. The Jet record is now 1-2. Detroit is 0-3 with problems.
Let's see how that left side of the defensive line handles this Chicago rush.
It is Payton on a draw. He broke 2 tackles. Still struggled for perhaps a yard, but that might be one of his better efforts.
And Brunig has got to be one of the strongest linebackers in football. Watch number 53 now get his hands on a quick draw. That means it very quickly is taken back to the remaining back. He's just a load. He can't be over 205 pounds. 5'9", 10 maybe.
It is wound very tightly though. It'll be 3rd and 6. Vince Evans, the Bear quarterback. It's been a long struggle for the Bear administration to figure out who would start. But at least for today, they've settled on Vince Evans. To Walter Payton. That should be very close to at least tying Rick Caceres' record as the all-time leading Bear rusher. Not a first down, however.
And a great defensive play by Thornton, number 77, the left defensive end, the big rookie from Illinois. Good defensive play. 77 will come into your screen and do a job. He gets by the block of Cobb, the tight end. Harris is there. Randy Hughes, too.
Payton now has 37 yards, so he is the all-time leading Bear rusher. The Cowboys put the pressure on and almost blocked Bob Parsons' kick. Tony Hill signals for the fair catch at the Cowboy 34. So that's where Dallas will take over. The score is tied at 7-7. We have 4 minutes, 15 seconds left to play in the first period. Dallas will take over at its own 29-yard line.
Hollywood disappearing in the smoke. The fire in the Angeles forest way off to the right, shrouding the city. It is 1st and 10, 49ers on their own 48-yard line with Schumann on a wing right and now in motion. Freddie Solomon is over on the left side anyway. And here goes O.J. out into Ram territory, brought down at the 47-yard line. So O.J. brought down by Jack Reynolds.
Well, that's a quick hitting play. We call it a swipe trap with motion. O.J. going straight ahead. That's the way to run against the Ram defense. They're so mobile, you aren't going to sweep them.
Bob Farrell put a pretty good block on Jack Reynolds, but Reynolds slid off the block and made the tackle. 2nd and 5 on the Ram 47. Schumann right, Brewer a tight end along with Paul Seals. DeBerg gonna put it up, going down the right side to Schumann, who is hit inside the 40-yard line and knocked back. Pat Thomas coming up to hit him, and so they'll pick up a first down to keep it moving.
A good call because it's a quick pass. DeBerg sets up, watch him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 short steps, difficult to rush, and a stop pattern, a hook pattern, which is difficult to defend. Good football, good offensive football.
1st and 10 on the Ram 38-yard line, and the 49ers trying to pick up some more points. Here goes O.J. trying to get inside, spins across the 35 and falls down to the 32-yard line. O.J. returning to the Coliseum, and we can also duck in a few final scores. The Jets bouncing back from the licking last week, knock off Detroit 31-10. And Philadelphia defeating New Orleans 26-14, a final. New England beat Cincinnati 20-14. Tough game coming off the one-sided game they played last week. So it is 2nd down, 2nd and 5. The ball on the 33, and it's Wilbur Jackson inside the 30, and he might have a first down. If not, he's only inches short of it.
They had 2 tight ends there, which gives the defense another gap to fill, and they're attacking them straight ahead. Double teaming Youngblood. And Jackson, watch Jackson's leg drive here. Now watch him keep going, keep driving. Good offensive football.
They're going to have to measure and give us time to say this telecast presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or the use of the telecast without the express written consent of the Los Angeles Rams and the National Football League is prohibited. It'll be 3rd down and really inches for a first down, and a very big play now for Bill Walsh and the young 49er club to keep it going. They're leading 7-0. Simpson and Jackson, the running backs. O.J. Simpson trying to go wide, cuts back, and runs into a team picture of the Rams. That didn't appear to be a good call,
I almost
George.
said straight ahead. I didn't get a chance because you were talking. Straight ahead, straight ahead. Inches to go, straight ahead. Don't go wide.
Yeah, O.J. started to go wide. Elmendorf was fighting Randy Cross's block, so then he went the other way, and Slater went out of the way, but here comes Thomas and then Reynolds and half the Ram team.
That was a bad call.
So a bad play for the 49ers. Ray Wershing, with the line of scrimmage on the 29, will be asked to kick a field goal. By the way, Cleveland has just beaten Baltimore 13-10. They had to come from behind to do it. Wershing last year was only 50% for 30 yards or more. This year he's kicked 5 out of 7 already. The hold is from the 37. It's a play fake kick, and the pass is caught by Francis, and Francis is pushed out of bounds at the 21-yard line. And let's see, are they ruling it a catch? And if they are, it's a first down. Francis, who was the #1 receiver in the nation, he missed 4 games with a bad ankle, and Joe Montana came out of the hole, the Notre Dame quarterback. Montana, number 16. Watch, there's Wershing's fake.
It's a pretty good call. Francis made a heck of a play there.
The question now is, did he catch it in or out of bounds? And the discussion continues.
They shouldn't have to take that long to make a decision on that.
Can we take another look at that catch while they're discussing? There he is. Now watch, his feet are there. He's caught it. Now he's going out of bounds. So evidently they will allow the catch, although the officials are still quite a huddle.
Usually when it's 4th and 1, we want the runner to, the holder, to run with it rather than throw the ball. But the Rams defensed it properly. He had to throw it.
It's a first down. So out of the fake field goal, Montana passing to Phil Francis. There's the catch, both feet in ground. And just for the moment before he fell forward like tipping over a statue, Rod Perry pushed him out of bounds. And of course, that really was the interpretation of the rule.
Could have been called either way. Very close call.
So it is 1st and 10 on the Ram 21-yard line. And Steve DeBerg has his team on the move. Lenville Elliott is in there now with Wilbur Jackson. Elliott in motion to the right. Shooting up is Jack Reynolds. The pass to Schumann is broken up. The middle linebacker, Jack Reynolds, was coming on a dog, and it was a fine defensive play. Mike Schumann taken out by Pat Thomas.
Yeah. I tell you, DeBerg was rushed. He did a good job getting that ball off, and he threw it accurately.
Jack Reynolds coming in the middle really gave him a hit and knocked him flat.
Clobbered his right arm.
Pat Thomas, who last year had 8 interceptions, including 1 for a touchdown against the Giants. Great cornerback for the Rams, number 27. In an overtime game, Denver shaded Atlanta 20-17. 2nd and 10 on the Ram 21. DeBerg throws it over the intended receiver, Freddie Solomon. Solomon standing on the 13-yard line, and Jim Youngblood was there. So Steve DeBerg now has a 3rd and 10 on the 21.
See, when you throw on 1st down, then you got to throw on 2nd down. And I thought they're moving the ball pretty good on the ground, mixing it up, and they're getting closer, so Wershing doesn't have to kick a long field goal.
You know, Steve DeBerg came into the game leading the NFC with a 64% completion percentage. Last year, he ranked 13th out of 14 passes. Big challenge now. 3rd and 10 from the 21 of the Rams.
Nickel defense for the Rams.
Jackson comes up. O.J. is deep. O.J. on a draw. And O.J. inside the 15-yard line. But he still had another 4 yards to go for a 1st down. So Ray Wershing is getting ready to come in for the field goal.
That was an audible, Vinny. They read the dog, the Rams dog blitz. They audibleized. Good call.
So the ball on the Ram 15-yard line where it is 4th and 4. And Ray Wershing, who had that fake field goal attempt that eventually went for the 1st down, will now try to kick it. He's 5 out of 7. His longest is 44. The spot will be at the 22, so it'll be a 32-yard field goal attempt, and it is good. So with 8 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in the 1st quarter, the San Francisco 49ers, not dismayed by the heat or the smog or the smoke or the Rams, and they're leading 10-0.
As you see, Dallas has tied Chicago in the 1st quarter. The injured Cardinal was Carl Allen. He's been replaced by Perry Smith, number 45 in the secondary for St. Louis. Allen left under his own power, appeared to be okay. 2nd and 4, ball at the Steeler 26. Sidney Thornton outside. Good speed and a 1st down, but a flag is down where Jerry Mullins was blocking Ken Green, and it appears to be holding against Pittsburgh.
That's a shame. It had developed as a beautiful play. On the inside, we had looked earlier at the battle between Webster and Charlie Davis, and on that particular play, Webster drove Davis back and dumped him right on his back. Webster, one of the strongest centers in the NFL, and able to do a beautiful job. We'll give you a look at it. Watch now the battle of 2 bulls inside. Webster about 250 and Davis about 275, and that's
number
just
72 offense, 2nd down.
You hear the call against Mullins. That's just superior upper body strength from a center. You don't see many centers do that to find strong middle guards like Charlie Davis.
That's a 3rd Pittsburgh penalty, 25 yards. The Cardinals have not had a yard marched off as yet. 2nd down, 14. Thornton on a draw gets it to the 19-yard line, where it'll be 3rd down and 11. Eric Williams, one of the middle inside linebackers for the Cardinals, made the stop. He wears 55. Let's run down all the finals quickly for the fans. Merlin, 20-17. Denver beat Atlanta in overtime. Jets over Detroit 31-10. Final New England 20, Cincinnati 14. Philadelphia beat New Orleans 26-14. Cleveland 13, Baltimore 10, a final. And we'll keep you abreast of all the scores in progress as they come into our NFL NBC booth. 3rd and 11. Stallworth left and Swan right. Passing situation. On a blitz, Lee Nelson, number 38, comes through cleanly and gets Bradshaw.
Cowboys 7, Bears 7. 1st quarter. Cowboys 1st down at their own 35. I think I told you the 29 a minute ago. They hadn't marked it down yet. The throw is to Salve, and he's got it. Out of bounds, chased closely by Doug Plank.
Again, we had heard that Roger Staubach's elbow was bothering him this week. He pulled out the San Francisco job in the 2nd half. And of course, a good opening game against St. Louis, and he's having to do a lot of it himself, but he really is throwing the ball extremely well.
1st quarter score, the Buffalo Bills, who got their offense in gear last week, lead San Diego 6-0, 2nd and 3 for the Cowboys.
It's pretty hot down in the field. It's about 85 degrees, and it might be warmer than that in the sun.
In that sunny spot, Back in the shade, it's not too bad. Salvi in motion. Try to run that outside trap, and Newhouse spins and twirls for perhaps a first down for Dallas.
Over 100 yards rushing for Newhouse against St. Louis. Then he sprained that ankle. If he's healthy, first downs will come by almost automatic reference, right?
Seattle Seahawks 7, Oakland nothing in the first quarter. As Newhouse goes out, and Laidlaw replaces him. He'll be one of the Dallas running backs along with Tony Dorsett.
Is that a new sport coat on Landry, that check job? Is that a new period in his life?
The most famous clothes model in Dallas, I think, is the cowboy coach. There he is.
Didn't come from the Army Navy store, I'll tell you that.
Very dapper fellow. Outside it goes to Tony Hill on what is supposed to be a quick screen, but Jerry Muckensturm is out there in a hurry.
Shaking his head like it wasn't executed properly.
How about this ticket? Landry for President Brookshire, which is misspelled.
Misspelled.
For Vice President. I'll vote for that, Tucson.
Have Taco will travel. That would be my program, right, as Veep?
I think I want to travel with the Vice President. San Francisco 10, Los Angeles nothing.
My new deficit spending program. You'd like that, huh?
I can contribute to that.
All right. Pack your bags.
Another member of the cabinet. Here is Tony Dorsett swinging to the outside. Down inside the Bear 40, stopped by Livers, but it's a Cowboy first down.
The only time Dorsett is slow is when he's going back to the huddle or dropping a mirror on his toe. Look at this move inside. They say he's about 191 or 2 pounds because of inactivity. He looks pretty sleek. He's still thoroughbred. Good play on the defensive side to keep him inside by number 24. I believe that was Virgil Livers that made the good tackle.
Minnesota losing to Miami 20-12 now in the fourth quarter. Dorsett and Laidlaw are behind Staubach. He will bring back to Dorsett. Again, he has room into the Bears secondary. Down inside the 25 is Tony D. Livers again on the stop.
What's the block by Laidlaw, number 35? The fullback goes outside, goes on through on the back. What's the cut? All you have to do to block for number 33 is go out and hit somebody. He'll make it look like it's textbook.
Alan Page, see what happened to him.
Once in a while you could run it, Alan. I think that was always the problem. Actually, he got arm wrestled, and he lost this time. Think there's any holding on the line of scrimmage?
Well, here's Staubach under a blitz again, and he gets out of one, gets out of two, and can't get out of the rest of it. Alan Page led the sacking pack.
That's the 12th sack for the Chicago Bears. Good time to do it, too. The goalpost was not that far behind them. Good move by the linebackers. They sent 3 of them that time. Take a look. Roger knew this one was over. Again, the poise of the 11-year veteran from Navy. And I'm not going to get it off this time. I'm going to take a slight beating, but I'm going to keep the hog bladder close.
That sets up a 2nd and 20 situation with just about a minute and a half left to play in the first quarter. There will be less than that when this play gets underway. Line of scrimmage, the Dallas Cowboy, the Bear 34 with the Dallas Cowboys in possession. Shotgun for the first time today, and here comes the blitz again as Staubach hung in there. The throw is for Drew Pearson, knocked away on a good play. Good defensive play by Terry Schmidt, the left cornerback for the Bears, number 44.
And the only thing 44 could do was forget where the receiver might be and play the ball. Watch how scary this is. This is the great Drew Pearson, and 44 didn't even worry about where he was. Schmidt did a good job.
Staubach took a real lick from somebody just as he let it go.
Yep, they decided to blitz the shotgun on 2nd and 20. Everybody arrived there.
It was Mike Spivey that put the whack on Staubach. 3rd and 20. San Diego has taken the lead over Buffalo 7-6 now. Again, they unveil the shotgun.
Well, that Springs number 20 is in there, and you better get him and don't let him in the pass pattern.
They're going to blitz the gun again. That took him out of any sort of thought of field goal. Mike Hartenstein led the rush.
And Alan Page, number 82, gets loose. Watch it. These shotguns, looks like that every time the shotgun is shown, there are going to be extra people hitting the pocket, and then it's a gamble. Number 12 against a lot of us. Bears get sack number 13 for the year. Another angle from behind Roger. That snap is a little slow. Watch Springs come over and pick up the linebacker, but there's still too many people circling up.
Remember a few years ago, I guess more than a few, when San Francisco was terrorizing everybody with the shotgun and they went to Wrigley Field, and the Bears just blitzed it and almost ran them out of the ballpark. That was high and angling for the sideline, and Wilson was down where he was in a position almost to be able to catch it or knock it back at least, but it got away from him and went out of the end zone. So the Bears will have it at their own 20 with 37 seconds left to play in the first quarter. The Bears 7, the Dallas Cowboys 7.
9 plays, 37 yards, a 32-yard field goal by Ray Wersching, and the 49ers lead the Rams 10-0. 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go in the first quarter. Wersching kicking off and kicking deep. It'll be Drew Hill handling it on the 5 to the 15. Hit it, drop at the 20. And Bobby Farrell, who played his football here at UCLA, was the first man down to drill him. So Drew Hill from Georgia Tech, unable to get anything back, gets it to the 20-yard line, and the Rams will take it over 1st and 10 on their own 20. The scoring, San Francisco's Gerard Williams intercepting a Pat Hayden pass, and finally went in with Wilbur Jackson carrying from the 2. Later on, a 32-yard field goal by Ray Wersching, and it is 10-0 San Francisco. Hayden from the 20, pitching back to Cullen Bryant, and Bryant is hit and down at the 25. Willie Harper, among others, Gerard Williams, Scott Hilton coming in for the hit. So they picked up 5, and that'll make it 2nd and 5 from the Ram 25. George, are there certain things that you don't do in hot weather as far as devising plays?
Well, I don't think you need a lot of motion and moving around. I think you conserve your energy. The Rams just have to play bread and butter football.
2nd and 5 from the 25. Cullen Bryant and Wendell Tyler are the setback. Second man, Wendell Tyler. Hilton will bring him down. Hilton, the left side linebacker, hitting him at the 27.
All right, let's watch number 55, Hilton, on this play. Takes the block around with his left arm, gets rid of him, comes in and makes the tackle. Nice play by Scott Hilton.
Hilton did not go to college. He played semi-pro in Pennsylvania, and he was the last cut by the Eagles in '78, and he's played well for San Francisco. 3rd and 2 on the Ram 28. Jesse is wide right, Hayden rolling right, and hitting Cullen Bryant. And Bryant takes a hit from Hilton low and Gray high, but he still has enough and picks up the first down.
That's a good call by Pat Hayden. 2 yards to go. Send your fullback in the flat. Very difficult to cover. And he has the option of running for the first down.
So Cullen Bryant, who's a big man anyway, he took a pretty good lick from Tim Gray, but Bryant, 6'1", 234. And it's 1st and 10 on the Ram 32. They picked up 4 yards on the pass play. Hayden to Cullen Bryant again. And Bryant will be buried as he gets across the 35 to the 37. And among others, Hilton and Harper and Buns, all 3 linebackers.
Here's Danny Bunce. Let's watch him. It's a quick pitch. He kind of overran it a little bit. Bryant's so big and strong that once he gets underway, he's going to make 2-3 yards just with his power.
So it is 2nd and 5 on the Ram 37-yard line. Jesse is right, Willie Miller left. They split the backs, and they're Tyler and Bryant. Hayden looking to the right side, throwing out to Ron Jesse, and Tim Gray wraps him up at the 40-yard line.
Well, Pat Hayden's doing the things now that the Rams do well. Run the football first and throw short passes, picking up 4 and 5 yards. This is a big drive for Hayden and the Rams.
He picked up 3 yards on that. So it is 3rd and 2, the ball on the Ram 40. There's another score. The Bears got out in front, but Dallas coming back to tie it up 7-7. And Seattle is on the scoreboard, leading Oakland 7-0 in the first. So it is 3rd and 2 from the 40. Hayden looking down the right side. Good catch by Ron Jesse, but was he in bounds? No, sir. He was out of bounds.
Same play from a different set. Roll out, pass first, run second. Good call.
However, Ron Jesse running out of bounds, going after the pass. So it is 4th and 2 from the Ram 40. Hayden has been stymied, and Ken Clark, who's been averaging 38 yards a punt, his longest 53. He's 31 years old, even though this is only his first year. Ken Clark will be kicking from his own 30-yard line. Freddie Solomon and Tony Dungy deep on the 49er 20-yard line. And it's an end-over-end kick handled by Solomon. And Solomon on his feet at the 30 goes to the 33. Eddie Brown, who is so quick in handling punts, was quick getting down under one but missed him. So it'll be 1st and 10 San Francisco on their own 32. 49ers 10, Rams nothing.
The blitz is on, throws it down here for Harris. Oh, what a great catch. Again, Strock to pass. Throws it in the end zone. Touchdown, Miami. Jimmy Cephalo out of Penn State.
Jim Breach hooking to the left on his 33-yard field goal attempt. And the Seahawks take over 1st and 10 at their 20. They lead it by the score of 7-0. We have 5:25 remaining in this first quarter. The running backs are Dorning and Smith as Zorn gives to Smith. And in that backfield very quickly, Ted Hendricks all over Sherman Smith.
Hendricks red run right away, and he is one of the premier outside linebackers in the NFL. You don't fool him very often.
The Philadelphia Eagles have defeated the New Orleans Saints by the score of 26-14.
New Orleans finally getting in the win column. There is a close game. Baltimore having its problems, in Cleveland 3-0, and will they challenge Pittsburgh? I doubt it.
You ask the questions and answer them.
I'm sorry.
All right, it's a 2nd and 14. Back at the 16-yard line off the loss on the play. That was Rabel in motion. Nice fake by Zorn. Here's Dorning. Again, Dan Dorning picking up extra yardage with the second effort out near the 25-yard line. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, and it's intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Seattle Seahawks and the National Football League is prohibited. It'll be a 3rd and 5 out at the 25.
You mentioned Dan Dornick. He played his college football at Washington State and his high school football right in the state also.
And during the offseason attends medical school in this area. Acquired from the New York Giants for future draft picks. Here's 3rd and 5 for Zorn in traffic. And completes for the first down and more as Dornick takes it across the 40. Filipiano making the stop.
Dornick must have thought he died and went to heaven when the Giants traded him to his home state. And I'll tell you, Jim Zorn picks up his secondary receiver as well as any quarterback in the National Football League. Here he was looking downfield, saw everyone covered, picked out his fullback in the flat. And Dornick is a football player. Why did the Giants let him go?
A question that will be asked again following this ball game back in New York if things continue to go the way they have been. Dornick actually looked very good in his brief appearances last year, then was injured and had a good preseason.
The Giants have severe running back problems.
First down out at the 42-yard line on the good fake again by Zorn. He overthrows and Tatum is not able to hold on. Jack Tatum had it, and he is really upset with himself and hearing it from the crowd as he fired the football away.
I'll tell you, Jack Tatum was running for a touchdown. That was his problem. Jim Zorn had a deep receiver and a short receiver, and he threw almost in between them over the top of Largent's head. And look at Jack. He's running for 6 and forgot something, that brown pigskin. Yeah, there's the reaction. Yes, he knows. He knows.
It is a 2nd and 10 at the Seahawk 42. Just under 3 left first quarter. Seattle leading 7-0. 40-yard pass play. Zorn and Largent combining. Zorn throws a wobbler. It was deflected, and this time up short on Tatum. Sam McCullum, the intended receiver.
I should have had my shotgun out. I could have shot that duck. He got his arm hit, I think, or it was tipped just as it left his hand. It wasn't a typical Jim Zorn throw.
It'll be a 3rd and 10 upcoming. The Dolphins leading the Vikings 20-12 in the 4th.
Don Strock has 2 touchdown passes, one to Larry Zonka, one to Jim Cephalo, both 6 yards.
And Tampa Bay over Green Bay playing in the 4th quarter. Buccaneers lead it 21-3.
Look out for the Buccaneers in the NFC Central. They could win it all.
Incredible how the 2 expansion clubs, Seattle and Tampa Bay, have come on in a very short stretch of time. 3rd and 10 for the Seahawks.
Zorn audibleizing. He's going to the pass.
That is Gording breaking left. As Zorn looking to throw on the run, does just that, and he has Largent, but he throws it away. Out of bounds. That ball just tailed away. Largent was open.
And he was upset. You saw him unsnap the chin strap. Jim Zorn had him wide open, but he was under a lot of pressure on his roll to the right or to the left, and he couldn't get him the ball. He was way behind the secondary.
First punting situation for Herman Weaver. And this is Ira Matthews back as the deep man, the rookie out of Wisconsin.
Thunderfoot having his best start ever in the National Football League, and he's been around for about 10 years.
He's averaging 41 per punt. That's up some 5 yards from last year. Good hang time on this one. And Matthews, for a moment, appeared he called fair catch, and he should have. He tried to run it out of danger, and Cornell Webster was all over him. Beautiful punt, 47 yards by Herman Weaver. All right, a timeout. Back after this.
The Great American Truck Race.
Bobtail trucks. I'd like to have been in that.
I thought you were in it.
No, I should have been. In the amateur roller skating championships. Speaking of a guy who can wheel it a little bit, there's Thomas Henderson. We'll watch him this play, all right?
He runs like he might be on roller skates sometime. That's how he gets around very quickly. Left side linebacker he is, number 56, as the Cowboys flex it. Peyton will run it. 8 or 9 yards from Walter Payton. Bob Bruning had to come out from his middle linebacker spot to make the tackle. 4th quarter score, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers still unbeaten, leading Green Bay 21-10.
We've watched Payton on a lot of films and games, and some people say he cannot run to the right, that he likes to run to the left side, and backs or running backs have favorite lefts and rights, but that time he ran to the left side rather effectively.
Looks to me like he can run in just about any direction.
But he really runs to the right.
Better.
Hot.
First quarter's over. Quite a contest at Texas Stadium in Irving, Texas, with the Cowboys and Bears locked at 7 apiece. That's the end of the first quarter. High score.
Back at the Kingdome, Seattle, Washington. This is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner. The Seahawks lead it by the score of 7-0. We have 2:32 left first quarter. And the Raiders will take over back at their 9-yard line.
You don't want to start at your own 9, trailing by 7. Cut your offense down. You can't do that much.
Ken Stabler 3 for 5, 62 yards thus far. He has Van Egan and Whittington as the setbacks. And this is Whittington. Not able to make the move outside. Ernie Price, number 62, right defensive end. Able to make the stop. Picked up maybe a half yard on the play.
And again, that defensive secondary of the Seahawks, when they read run, they are outstanding. Cornell Webster was up to help on the tackle. They play the run well.
Dave Dolby, number 50. Veteran center leading the Raiders up to the line of scrimmage. Branch and Martini are the wide receivers, 2nd and about 9. And again, the give, this time Van Egan out to the 13-yard line. Stopped by Heartburn Hardy and Autry Beeman. You know why they call him Heartburn?
He gives quarterbacks heartburn when he rushes the passer. Not bad for a 10th round draft choice, I'll tell you.
That is the definition that Robert supplies. He is a rookie out of Jackson State. That defensive front four with Price, Tuiasosopo, and Gregory. It is a 3rd and about 5 for Oakland. This is Woodington, and down he goes. Tuiasosopo showing his quickness and getting to Art Woodington. And now the Raiders are forced to punt.
Oh, I'd like to talk about my UCLA guys. Tuiasosopo, the #1 pick. Jack Patera's special pick on the 1st round out of UCLA. And you know why now? The big man has got some speed. And when you catch a back that runs 4.4, you're an awful quick defensive tackle.
This is Jeff Moore, another rookie out of Jackson State, averaging 8.5 per punt return. Ray Guy will boot for the first time. He's averaging just over 41. Of course, one of the premier punters in the National Football League. 30 seconds remaining in this first quarter. Raiders letting the clock run down. Now here is Guy popping one out to Moore. Takes it to 45, fumbles, and recovers.
Oh,
well, Jeff Moore able to cover up. And the Seahawks will take over right there with time running down in this first quarter.
And I'll tell you, when you put a rookie back there to receive punts, it makes it awfully difficult. They tend to get nervous.
All right, back after these words.
At San Francisco, 1st and 10 on their own 32. O.J. Simpson, Randy Cross trying to block. Jack Youngblood got him from behind, and when he tried to turn away, he turned into Bob Brzezinski and Jim Youngblood, and O.J. goes down at the 30-yard line.
It's again what I said. You aren't going to circle. You aren't going to sweep this Ram defense. They're too quick. Youngblood right across, forced them deep. They lost yardage. You got to go straight ahead on them, fast traps, that type of thing.
O.J., by the way, has not scored a touchdown at the Coliseum in a regular season game since his college days. He did run 73 yards with Buffalo, and then last year he had 83 yards here. 2nd and 11 from the 31. O.J. gets a couple of yards, barely. They are not doing one thing that, George, I know you would love to see, and that would be some screens giving O.J. a chance to maneuver.
Yes, I was going to say that before. They haven't run many screens in the 2 games we've done. I think with a good Ram pass rush, the Rams are set up for a screen. Here we got another score. Tampa Bay 21, Green Bay 10 in the 4th quarter.
And we'll be seeing Tampa Bay and the Rams next week, Coach. That ought to be a good one. 3rd and 8. From the San Francisco 34, Solomon is left, Schumann wide right, Clark is in there on the right side. DeBerg looking over the middle to Schumann, off his hands, a little bit behind him. Schumann, Mike Schumann, trying to one-hand it, couldn't do it. So the Rams stiffen, and the 49ers will have to punt.
Here's a matchup between Fred Dreyer, 89, and Singleton, the offensive left tackle. Dreyer's an outside rusher, quick, comes around him, but Singleton has done his job. Pushed him outside.
And now Dan Melville, who's averaged 41 yards so far in his 2 games, the rookie out of California. He'll be kicking from his own 23-yard line. Harper in there to block for him, and the good kick handed by Eddie Brown at the 23. And Brown is to the 40 and upended by Phil Francis, but there might be a foul on the play.
There's a clip. There's a flag.
So Eddie Brown being congratulated there for a moment by Gerard Williams as he comes off the field. Don't forget Monday night on CBS. What a lineup. The White Shadow, everybody's favorite MASH, WKRP in Cincinnati, and finally Lou Grant. That's Monday night right here on CBS. Red Cashin is the referee. Red walking over towards the Ram bench, so let's wait and see.
Number 82, of the kicker's illegal downfield. Clip by number 52 of the receivers. We'll play it over.
So they will play it over. Bob Brewer, a tight end for San Francisco, was quick in getting down an eligible man downfield. And George Andrews, who is the first-round draft choice of the Rams out of Nebraska, was guilty of the clip. And so Dan Melville will have to kick it over again, actually punt it.
There's more replays, more penalties on the kicking game since we changed the rules than ever before. Let's watch Eddie Brown on this next punt. He's one of the best. I think he's an all-pro. Watch his technique. Any kids watching, watch Eddie Brown's technique on catching this ball. He makes a basket. One leg is forward if the ball slips through. He puts the ball away and looks it in.
He doesn't allow the ball to hit the shoulder pads or a thigh pad or anything like that.
Just cushions it right in there. Real fluid hands and arms.
Of course, you had him in Washington. You know him as well as anybody. So Melville trying again. Low snap and a rush, but Dan Cool under fire. Got the punt away, and Brown a fair catch at the 27-yard line.
He did the right thing. Fair catch. He puts his hand up a little bit. The ball was sailing. Tough catch.
1st and 10 on the Ram 27.
There it is again.
So the Rams, who have not been able to really do very much, they had a 3rd and 2 on their own 40 when Jesse went out of bounds on the pass and had to give up the ball. Will put it in play on their own 27, 1st and 10. Bryant and Tyler, Miller in motion, and Jesse on the right side. Wendell Tyler out to the 30-yard line. And, Coach, I tell you, he dares you to take the ball away from him.
If we can see this again, the Rams use motion to change the strength of the formation. Watch Tyler wave that ball around.
You know, when he played at UCLA, he played with a broken wrist, and he feels that's why he was a fumbler. But look at this.
Now, look at that. Anybody that goes for that ball or his elbow is going to get a fumble.
Ted Vincent out of Wichita State falling on him. 2nd and 7 from the 30-yard line. 348. Hayden looking right and springing it out to Tyler. They set up a little screen for him, but he goes nowhere. Gerard Williams came up along with Willie Harper and made a good play.
Willie Harper is playing great football in the games we've covered. Watch him come across and turn this in, and then make a good hit on him, and good pursuit by 86, Hardiman. 49ers are playing great defense right now.
So it is 3rd and 7 on the Ram 30. And Hayden needs a big play. He's down 10-0. 2 minutes and 5 seconds left to go in the 1st quarter. Jesse goes right with Willie Miller in a slot right. Preston Denard all alone on the left side. Hayden under a rush. Got away from Dwayne Board, but Board came back and got him a 2nd time.
Now, Dwayne Board has helped this football team. Dwayne Board is more active than Reuben Vaughn. Dwayne Board's played good football the last couple of games. Hayden is a little bit dizzy. He's hurt there a little bit.
Dwayne Board, a 5th-round draft choice by Pittsburgh, who runs the 40 in a little over 5, is 6'4" and 241. And even though he missed Hayden with the first shot, he came back and got him.
And that's the secret, Vinny. Keep coming. Don't stop. Keep coming.
So it is 4th and 20 on that big play by Dwayne Board. And Ken Clark will have to kick from his own 5-yard line, and he gets it away. Freddie Solomon at the 45, now to midfield, and fumbles. And the ball goes out of bounds, even though Osteen had a chance for it, and Osteen is furious because that ball bounced right between his hands.
You know, Clark's punt, again, was a line drive. He had a 2.9 hang time. He's not kicking well. He's hurrying himself.
Freddie Solomon shot-putted that ball.
49ers are getting a couple of good breaks.
They sure are, and they have the ball 1st and 10 now on the San Francisco, on the Ram 43-yard line.
Let's see what their strategy is here. It'll be very interesting.
Ken McAfee, the tight end on the left side. Paul Seal, the tight end on the right side. And Brewer, so they have 3 tight ends in there. Jackson and Simpson, the running back. And it's O.J. trying to go outside. And Elmendorf and Brzezinski chase him, and they're sure going the wrong way.
Denny, I just don't think you can get outside in that Ram defense. Now, they might get outside with a guy like Owens, someone like that, who's a racehorse. Their chance in the running game is suckers, draws, straight ahead, then play-action passing, and a little drop-back passing.
Let me ask you something. What can you build off sending O.J. wide? Do you have any alternative now to lead the Rams anyway?
Not too much, unless you're going to throw an option pass.
That's what I was wondering about.
Pass.
2nd and 7, the ball on the Ram 40-yard line. O.J.'s out of there. Elliott is in there with Jackson. In motion goes Schumann. DeBerg looking down the left side, and it's a first down, and the reception by Freddie Solomon, and he went just under Rod Perry. The first down on about the 32-yard line.
Quick pass, 5-step pass, a stop pattern, which is good offensive football. Very difficult to defense. Didn't pick up the first down, I don't think.
It's going to be awfully close. Steve DeBerg, so far 2 for 6 for 9 yards.
Well, I guess maybe he did.
Pat Hayden 3 for 6 for 7, and that was enough for the first down. Solomon just able to beat Rod Perry, and Perry coming off a little shaken up, and the Rams can ill afford to lose Perry, an outstanding cornerback. In his career, he's had knee surgery and a broken thumb, and he had 8 interceptions last year. So Osteen, Dwayne Osteen out of San Jose State is in there, double threes. And that's where the ball is on the 33, 1st and 10. DeBerg, what kind of a flip to O.J. was that? The 49ers come up with a very strange give-off.
I tell you what, the 49ers, this series, if the 49ers can score in here a touchdown, not a field goal, they should realize right here this could be the ball game for them.
You know, Coach, DeBerg made a drop as if he was a left-handed passer.
Yeah, I think they fouled up on that play.
Oh, yeah.
There's a mix-up there. San Diego 13, Buffalo 6 in the 2nd quarter.
Meanwhile, for San Francisco, 2nd and 10 on the Ram 33. A strange drop and a bad pass by DeBerg. Now you have O.J. as a flanker. Schumann goes wide right, and O.J. is in motion. DeBerg has got his man just shy of the 20-yard line, and that's Freddie Solomon again.
Benny, another stop pattern. See, they're easy to throw, they're quick passes, and they're tough to defense.
And it's a first down. They'll spot the ball on the Ram 21, so he picked up 12 now, and DeBerg has them moving easily.
Yes, I like what DeBerg's doing. They just got to keep doing that now. This is a vital series for them. If they want to stage an upset today, if they get a touchdown here, the Rams are in trouble.
I tell you, it's 10-0 San Francisco with 3 seconds to go in the first quarter. And there goes the gun for the first quarter. So the word goes around the National Football League. San Francisco up to its old tricks against Minnesota, against Dallas, and they're doing it here in the Coliseum. On a field goal and a touchdown, the 49ers 10 and the Rams nothing.
Tom Landry of the Cowboys on the left. Neil Armstrong, the headman for the Bears, on the right in the headset.
Evans is 0 for 3 in passes, and I imagine Armstrong would like for it to stay that way, especially in his own territory.
The St. Louis Cardinals lead the Pittsburgh Steelers 6-0. First quarter score.
12-yard run by O.J. Anderson, the young rookie from Miami. Good player, huh?
Williams straight ahead. Randy White on the tackle.
Well, that's a big offensive line for the Chicago Bears. They can lean on you.
First down.
Sorry and Noah Jackson are about 270 apiece. Neal, the center's about 258. Albrecht is 260 at left tackle, and Big Dennis Lick is about 270, the Wisconsin All-American at right tackle. They can lean on you even if you're the Dallas Cowboys defense.
Vince Evans. The Bears have it 1st and 10 at their own 31. Opening seconds of the second period, and Evans throws. Completes his first pass of the day to Golden Richards. First pass he has caught this year, Richards.
Evans was 4 for 7 last week in the big win. Hit Scott with a TD pass, but that's Golden's first catch. He's still very popular here in Dallas. He gets quite an ovation, huh?
When he was introduced today, he got quite an ovation. Greg Latta checks in with a play for Vince Evans. By the way, in the game involving Atlanta, their young running back, William Andrews, picked up 41 yards and 20 carries. Did not get the 100 yards he needed to become the first rookie ever in the history of the league to have 3 consecutive games like that in his first time out. Bob Brunig made the tackle on Payton, but he squirmed for another Bear first down.
There's some great runners, and I missed a lot of great runners my short career, but everybody gets in line behind Walter Payton right now. He crawled that time and almost broke the play while crawling.
Tom, there is another rookie. That's Houston 20, Kansas City 6. O.J. Anderson of St. Louis, who has a chance to become the first rookie ever to break the 100-yard barrier in his first 3 games. That game is still underway, and he has 18 yards so far, so he may not make it. He's got a tough task against Pittsburgh. Evans, as a flag goes down, holds the ball behind his back in the shadows.
O.J. Anderson had 193 against Dallas on opening day down in St. Louis. He is brilliant.
There's Bob Thomas. He's got a new holder. Not on the active roster, the holder's not.
Thank you.
Referee is Pat Haggerty. Obviously something malfunctioning with his microphone. You can hear the call.
Shout it out, Haggerty. Shout it out.
Alan Page looking on. Bit of a gray beard now. I know how you feel.
Just not as quick. I've gotten old, but just not as quick as Alan, that's all.
1st and 15 it is for Evans. Walter Payton takes the fake and takes the football. Loses the football. And Cliff Harris comes up with it. They might have said he's down. No, it's Dallas ball, I believe. Yes, it is. The Cowboys have it. As Payton had it jarred loose and Cliff Harris picked it up.
This is the extra yardage. Dorsett fumbles occasionally. All the great runners will fumble because they're going for the extra yardage. And there it is. It was on his hip, and Randy Hughes hit him on the left hip. And the ball went off his right hip, and number 43 has it. Harris again.
And the Cowboys have the first turnover of this contest. Score tied at 7. Cowboys have the ball.
Seattle first down at the Oakland 43-yard line following that punt by Ray Guy that Jeff Moore nearly gave right back to the Raiders. There you see the Jim Zorn story thus far. He completed a 40-yard touchdown pass with Steve Largent. Smith and Dornick are the running backs. Off the play action, Zorn able to complete a beautiful catch by Sherman Smith coming out of the backfield. Monty Johnson, the linebacker on the left side, able to make the tackle.
And Sherman Smith not only runs the football well, but he can catch the football. And watch the hands on this young man. Right on the fingertips, great concentration. That makes a quarterback look good.
The first quarter has come to an end. When we resume, Seattle will take over. First down at the Oakland 21. At the end of the first, the score, Seattle 7, Oakland nothing. We'll be back after these messages from your local station.
Power T formation, and Hart just didn't have the right people in the right spot.
Well, we're talking about that backfield. It's perhaps interesting that you see the tight end in that backfield very often for the Cardinals. Wilkinson likes to do that to try and confuse the defense. He'll shift him right, shift him left, may put him in motion, may use a running play with the tight end as a blocker. Gives him some flexibility.
So Hart, his backup quarterback Steve Pisarkowitz. Bud Wilkinson talk it over. It'll be 2nd and goal at the 3-yard line. Just about, well, 10 to 15 games left in this 1979 baseball year, and 3 tremendous pennant races. Pittsburgh involved in the National League East will be at Chicago's Wrigley Field next Saturday on our NBC telecast. The Minnesota Twins still alive, and the American League West will be at County Stadium, Milwaukee. We hope you'll join us with Sports World following our baseball action next Saturday afternoon. Number 12, Steve Little, thinking about his role either for the extra point or a field goal try. It's 2nd and goal at the 3. Cardinals 6, Steelers nothing. St. Louis has pounced on 2 Pittsburgh fumbles in the Steelers' half of the field here in the first quarter. From the 3. It's Anderson outside, and he loses 2. Did a good job just to gain from what would have been about a 5-yard loss. Dennis Winston, 53. Mike Wagner, 23, up to make the hit. So it'll be 3rd and goal from the 5. And oh, how does that change the play call?
Well, it forces a lot of pressure on the offense. The play, by the way, designed to go around the left end. Banaszak got tremendous pressure and penetration, and actually I thought Anderson did a great job not to go down well behind the line of scrimmage. Kept his feet and did lose a little bit of yardage, but could easily have been knocked down by the penetration of Banaszak.
3rd and goal at the 5. Hart. Anderson almost caught that football on the goal line as Hart floated it out there, and Anderson very nearly with a diving catch right on the goal line, covered by Jack Ham, and Hart throwing out of tremendous pressure.
A little play action pass didn't fool anybody as the Steelers were coming with the blitz. They had instant pressure on Hart, and boy, that's a dangerous pass. There are a lot of black shirts out there, and they got about as much shot at that one as Anderson did. Luckily, it wasn't intercepted. They got a chance to go for the 3 points.
Little to try. Up, and it's good. That's the first field goal of the year for the Cardinals, and of course the fans give quite a cheer. Steve Little, 22-yard field goal, and with 2:50 remaining in the first quarter, St. Louis boosts its lead to 9-0.
Little was turned upside down on that last play and got up looking at the official. You got a smile there from him. The official came over and said, "Look, it's good. What more do you want?" And of course, Little was happy about that. Watch him here. Finishes the kick, and someone goes underneath. I don't think they really tapped him. Those kickers become great ballerinas and great actors. He was doing a little of his acting there.
So the Cardinals, after the fumble recovery, Zook dislodging the ball from the grasp of Stallworth, and Arneson falling on it, and Carney falling on it at the 18-yard line. St. Louis unable to get the touchdown. They settled for the 3-pointer from 22 yards out. It's 9-0 Cardinals.
So far, the Cardinals have not only outclassed the Steelers offensively, but their defense has been a major part of their success in the early part of this game.
Larry Anderson fumbles and wisely stays in his own end zone. It'll be first down Pittsburgh at the 20. The Cardinals playing very well defensively, and Pittsburgh shakily here in the first 15 minutes.
Back in Seattle at the Kingdome, this is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner. Second quarter just getting underway, and the Seahawks lead it by the score of 7-0. Seattle with a solid first quarter. No turnovers committed. That had been their problem coming in. They come in with a record of 0-2, losing to San Diego in their opener last Sunday, losing at Miami 19-10. Penalty marker is down as the play unfolds. Sherman Smith trying the right side.
Somebody jumped too soon, Marv. We'll have to find out from. It was a Seahawk.
Procedure penalty against the Seahawks. Dallas and Chicago tied at 7 in the first quarter.
Oh, how about that one? St. Louis 6, Pittsburgh nothing. I thought nobody could touch the Steelers, but it's early.
12-yard run by Otis Anderson. They missed the extra point, and San Francisco leading Los Angeles 10-0.
Wow.
Chargers leading the Bills 7-6 in the first quarter.
Chargers the team to beat in the AFC West, they say. It's still early. 16 games in a season. Anything can happen.
Well, San Diego has taken its toll on both ball clubs out here. 33-16 over Seattle. And last week, the Raiders blown out 30-10 in San Diego, trailing 21-3 at halftime as Dan Fouts threw for 3. It's 1st and 15 now for the Seahawks. Back at the 26-yard line, and here is Zorn to throw. And a diving catch is made by McCullum. Sam McCullum, who has been the dependable receiver over the first 2 games, is a 6-year pro out of Montana State and made the good move to come up with it in front of Henry Williams, the right cornerback.
Again, the out pattern, and you can see that Jim Zorn has been concentrating all week on his accuracy, and his receivers, who have been dropping the ball on him most of the season so far, have come around, and the hands have come back to them, thank goodness.
It'll be a 2nd and about 6 at the 17-yard line. 84 McCullum to the right now, and Largent out left. This is Smith. It's a hole. Pulls his way for a first down. Coleman Smith cutting left and then right, and was hammered down by the strong safety Charles Phillips.
Again, that inside running game of Seattle, and although they didn't run to the side that Marv Matuzak usually plays on, and again, he's out for this game with a bad shoulder, you can see that the Raiders against the run have really given up tons of yardage, and that's opened up Jim Zorn's passing. That's why the Seahawks have the lead and marching.
Well, a field goal by Steve Lewis from 22 yards out, and the Cardinals now lead the Pittsburgh Steelers 9-0. 1st and goal for Seattle. And Smith has bottled up at the line of scrimmage. 74, Dave Peer, and Rod Martin, right outside linebacker, making the stop. 3-4 defensive alignment utilized by Tom Flores, Willie Jones, Dave Peer, Dave Browning up front, Ted Hendricks, Monty Johnson, Phil Villapiano, Rod Martin, the linebackers, Lester Hayes and Henry Williams are at the corners, and Charles Phillips and Jack Tatum are the deep men. Sherman Smith, 6'4", 225 pounds, averaging better than 5 per carry. This is Zorn to the 5. Zorn ran very, very well against the Raiders last year in one of the favorites.
This was a design play. It's the quarterback draw. Zorn had run all the way. Takes 3 steps on his drop. Got the middle linebackers for Oakland asleep and gets a good 5-yard gain. Another look from the end zone. You can see the linebackers going to pass. And that was the reason Zorn had the hole and got the 5-yard gain.
It is a 3rd and goal at the 5. Zorn is averaging better than 9 yards per carry coming in. Groening and Smith are the setbacks. And now Zorn is satisfied about something, wants to talk it over. And Seahawks are upset because one of the Raiders jumped in.
That was Villapiano.
Yes, it was Phillip who did not hold back, although the timeout was indicated.
Villapiano probably didn't see Jim Zorn call the timeout. He thought maybe the center had moved early, went flying in to recover the ball.
But it will be a timeout for Seattle.
Watch Villapiano, 41. He thought Zorn was taking the snap. Oh, Phil, you can't get away with that. John Yarno, the center, trying to protect his quarterback, and that's the way you should do it.
Fans here getting on Villapiano. Fans wanted a penalty call, but waved off. The timeout had been called. Tonight on NBC, a reminder, the Bob Hope On the Road to China show, a 3-hour special featuring Crystal Gale, Shields and Yarnell, and a good friend of Mike Haskell's, Big Bird. It was recorded entirely in the People's Republic of China. That's tonight, 8 o'clock Pacific time on NBC.
And for you disco fans, they do a little disco in China with Peaches and Herb.
We are 3 minutes in, 2nd quarter. The Seahawks leading the Raiders by the score of 7-0.
He said at the top of the show that the Seahawks would have to get out on offense early to put the Raiders in problems, and they have jumped right out. The offense has been outstanding.
This is Efren Herrera warming up on the sideline. By Zorn to throw. Zorn throws end zone, and it is dropped by Dorning. Dan Dorning on the right side of the end zone was covered by
Number 41, Phil Villapiano, as you get another look.
Watch the feet of Jim Zorn. Like a ballet dancer, a little Baryshnikov to get out of the way of the rush. I don't know. I think Dornick might have been able to catch that one.
So Herrera comes on. And with Zorn holding, he will try a 23-yarder. Efren Herrera, who is 2 for 3 thus far this season, hitting from 32 and 34, missing from 49. It was a low snap, and it was blocked by the Raiders. And picked up by Henry Williams, who runs it out of bounds. That snap was short hopped by Zorn.
And that caused problems. It's got to be kicked in about 1.3 seconds, and it gave enough time for penetration by the line, trying to see who got their hands up to block it. There's the block. And for the Raiders, it was 79 Bruce Davis, the defensive tackle. Watch 79. And because of the poor snap and the timing, Davis gets a hand up and knocks it away.
All right, 11:54 remaining in the second quarter. Seahawks lead it 7-0.
Has all day. Throws it out here, and it's intercepted. Norris Thomas inside the 30.
NFL doubleheader weekend at the early games next week here on CBS. Atlanta against Detroit, Green Bay at Minnesota, and Washington at St. Louis. The other games, Chicago at Miami, Los Angeles at Tampa Bay, New Orleans at San Francisco. That's next Sunday here on CBS. We're watching number 61, the right tackle for Dallas, Jim Cooper. They have it 1st and 10 with Dorsett in motion. And the handoff is to Newhouse, who cuts back inside and will get some good yards. Not as much as it looked like for a moment. Jim Osborne recovered and led the Bear tacklers.
Hey, Cooper got a darn good block on Osborne, too, but watch the Osborne spin. Watch 61 now. He can play center, guard, or tackle. Makes pretty good contact. Doesn't quite get in front of the numbers, and Osborne spins and comes out. We said that the Bears will sort of ravage you because they're sort of wild whackers on defense, but they will hit.
It'll be 2nd and 5 here in St. Louis. The Cardinals lead Pittsburgh 9-0 as Steve Little has kicked the field goal. Dorsett tried to pick his way again. It's Osborne and Muckensturm who makes the initial hit on Dorsett. Watch Cooper again, 61.
All right, here's the free agent. Remember, Rayfield Wright was there for years, and then Frederick got a shot at it this time. He takes on Hampton, the All-American from Arkansas, and got him out of the play. Cooper is a hustler, though, and Landry's always said you play with the strong left side, which means heart. That's not just a cliche. I guess that's been proven here in Dallas, huh?
Many times. 3rd and 1 for the Cowboys as Dorsett goes back deep. Saldi up on the right flank, and Staubach tries and does get it himself. He's all the way down to the 30, Tom Hicks, who is playing middle linebacker now. Made the stop. San Diego 13-6 over Buffalo now in the second quarter.
You know, I asked Roger what training camp was like this year. It's an 11-year veteran, put in years in the service and what have you, and he's got his children, and 5 of them, 13-year-olds the eldest, and he said training camp seemed like forever. He said, you know, when you get a little older, you're thinking about home and relaxing a little bit in the late summer instead of going through 2-a-days.
I can remember. Long time ago.
Got a good memory, right?
Yeah. 1st and 10. Staubach looking to the outside, gets Billy Joe Dupree, maybe a couple. Doug Plank takes Dupree down and takes him down as he usually does with a lot of authority.
Using the man over the middle, that's Osborne in the over defense over Fitzgerald's nose. Roger came right out throwing on it. And again, the Bears will show you a 3-man front, a 4-man front, a 5-1-5. They will really mix up the defenses as these people mix up our minds, I guess.
So 1-yard pickup. 2nd and 9. Staubach gives back to Dorsett, who looked like he might have some room inside, and Phil continues outside and is hustled out of bounds right about the line of scrimmage by Muckensturm. He's turned into a fine football player, Jerry Muckensturm. Dorsett in that stroll back to the huddle. Newhouse goes out. Laidlaw comes in, I believe, or Ron Springs comes in. They'll show him a bunch of receivers on 3rd and 9.
And this is the reason that the percentage, the third down percentage for Dallas has fallen off a little bit. Last year it was over 50%. This year it's under that because it's 3rd and long a little bit this year, more often than not.
Preston Pearson, whom we have seen on 3rd down for many years in a clutch situation, come through. He stays in the block this time. Helps out on Hampton to Saldi. He was the intended receiver. Raphael Septien dropped zone. On the far side of the field, it was the Bears went for gains on the coverage.
Doug Plank, the safety man, blitzed. Roger is finding crazy numbers flying around that pass protection pattern. Now we're going to get a field goal attempt to the young man who made a 51-yarder last week. Longest ever, huh?
Raphael Septien. Let's see how far this one will be. It'll be 37, 47 yards.
He looked like he was hooking a little bit left, Pat, in practice, but you can never tell with the sideline.
That looks good.
Oh, it is.
Shot right down the middle. Raphael Septien from 47 yards out puts Dallas in front for the first time this afternoon, 10-7 over the Bears.
Well, Raphael's not big, but he is really strong and a good athlete, isn't he?
On Sports World, Phil Boggs and Cynthia Potter are scheduled to lead an Olympic-class field in World Cup diving. Then watch the rubber and dirt fly in gutsy USAC dirt track racing next Saturday. NBC Sports. We're proud.
Bradshaw dumps it out to Harris, incomplete. Franco, had he caught the ball, was headed upfield at full speed. San Diego has a 7-point lead against Buffalo out at San Diego, 13-6 early second quarter.
Tom Bettis, defensive coach for the Cardinals, has torn a page out of Red Miller's playbook. He rotates his defensive linemen, puts in a whole new fresh unit. He's got Zook and Simons and Jankowski in there now, and feels that having fresh defensive linemen in there can put some pressure on the offensive line and certainly give them a better chance to rush the passer.
2nd and 10. Bradshaw hit by Zook, gets away, and now upfield, incomplete for Cunningham, number 89, and a flag goes down, and I believe that's going to be against St. Louis.
It's a late hit by Carney. Carney over there, and receiver out of bounds. Benny Cunningham out of bounds. No reason to hit him. Carney unloaded on him, and the official immediately threw the flag down. The roughness, there you see the call. They'll be marching off 15 yards, and that's the kind of play that really hurts you. Bradshaw gets away from what appears to be a sure sack here. Zook has him, and it's just some good athletic ability on the part of the quarterback, and that's the kind of thing he does. Turns the big play into a big loss into a big play. Cunningham, watch it right there. There's no reason to unload on a guy like that. Carney just a little bit carried away.
Number 56, defense, late hit out of bounds, first down.
Well, his momentum going and his head down. It didn't appear to be a vicious attempt by Carney, but the official on the spot felt it was unnecessary, and it cost the Cardinals. First down at the 35 after the 15-yard walk-off. Bradshaw has Stallworth open. John Stallworth fumbles, and who's got it? At the 42-yard line, Pittsburgh comes up with a loose ball.
We saw Pittsburgh drop the ball a number of times last week against Houston and recover it time after time. They've done it today. They've dropped it 3 times. They've lost the first 2. They were able to pick that one back up. But Bradshaw did a masterful job of reading that zone. His receivers read the zones well, too. Stallworth found the seam. Bradshaw found Stallworth. Big play, but they're lucky to get the fumble back inside of Cardinal 50-yard line for the first time today.
Ball at the 42. It was Stallworth who recovered his own fumble. Bradshaw back to the air, down the middle. First down, Cunningham to the 20, and he's all the way to the 17-yard line. Benny Cunningham, 6'5" and 247. He's like trying to tackle a gravel truck.
There are 3 important ingredients in the pass. First, you've got to protect your quarterback. Give him time to throw. Then the quarterback, you see Larry Brown doing an excellent job there. Then you've got to get the pass on target. That one right between 2 defenders. And then I'll tell you, Benny Cunningham makes believers out of him. You can see why they've missed him in the lineup. Looks like they're trying to jump on a rodeo horse there.
Carl Allen, 27, back in the game, and indeed take a straight arm. Bradshaw looking for 6. Gets it. Stallworth, touchdown. John Stallworth, his first touchdown of this season.
Number 22, Roger Worley, considered one of the finest corners in all of pro football. But he has got his hands full today with John Stallworth because they're trying to give Allen some help on the other side. That means that you're going to see a lot of Stallworth one-on-one with Worley, and Stallworth is an exceptionally gifted athlete. You see him there finding room. You see the disappointment on number 22, Worley, as he stands next to the sideline there. Well, or not next to the sideline. They're going to rush the extra point, but that hurts. That hurts.
Matt Barr's try for a point is good. So with 57 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Steelers close the gap to 9-7 as Bradshaw hit on 3 consecutive passes to Stallworth, then to Cunningham, then to Stallworth, and just like that, Pittsburgh, in a matter of about 35-40 seconds, has 7 points.
It's the start of the second quarter. San Francisco leading Los Angeles 10-0, and the 49ers have it 1st and 10 on the Ram 21. So a very big series for the 49ers. O.J. Simpson and Wilbur Jackson in the backfield. Schumann right, Solomon left. It's O.J. Simpson, and he gets to the 20-yard line, so maybe gained a yard.
Let's watch number 53, Jim Youngblood. Holding his own, not overrunning the play, putting his shoulder in there, making a tackle.
So it is 2nd down and 9. O.J. Simpson picking up 1 yard, and a very tough buy it was. You have Mike Schumann going wide right. Solomon is left. Paul Seal is the tight end on the right side. Simpson and Jackson back at DeBerg. And O.J. was moving for sure, and then drops the pass. But O.J. Simpson was way illegally in motion. There was no doubt about it.
That comes from 2 things, lack of concentration and not playing.
Meanwhile, we can duck in a score. Tampa Bay leading Green Bay 21-10 in the 4th. And Houston leading Kansas City 20-6 in the 4th.
You can't make mistakes, offensive mistakes in this area.
Red Cashin for the pronouncement.
Illegal motion, number 32 on the offense. Penalty is declined. It's 3rd down.
So 3rd and 9. On this abortive pass play, O.J. dropped it for good measure, and you can see the flag. He was in motion long before the play, and Nolan Cromwell right there to ride herd on him.
Nickel defense for the Rams. Eddie Brown is in.
3rd and 9 on the 20. The Niners go slot left. Schumann inside Solomon. And the Rams were moving. DeBerg going deep in the corner, and it is knocked down by Elmendorf. But there was a lot of motion in the line, and we'll see if the Rams were offside or if the 49ers drew them off.
DeBerg's cadence drew the Rams off. It looked like he went quick, and then he hesitated. They've been going on a quick count. He went on about a 3 count that time.
That would be a feather in DeBerg's hat to pull this veteran defensive forward wall offside. And Red Cashin ready to march off the 5 against the Rams.
Jackson had that ball for a moment. Watch right here. Lost it.
So it'll be 3rd and 4.
89 and number 85 of the defense.
So Dreyer and Youngblood, Jack Youngblood, were offside. 3rd and 4. The ball on the Ram 15-yard line.
Benny, your good pass rushers usually are offside like that. Dreyer and Youngblood, the 2 guys that are the quickest, usually get offside.
Schumann wide right. Solomon goes left. McAfee, the tight end, and the blocking tight end on the right side. Lenville Elliott running into John Ayers and still got the first down, but fumbled, and the Rams recovered. Lenville Elliott had fought for the first down and coughed up the ball.
Well, he was also carrying the ball loosely. And I said this was a critical series for the 49ers.
Pat Thomas is the man who recovered it.
Elliott did a heck of a job here fighting for the extra yards. They had poor ball handling on the play. See how the ball's kind of out there exposed? Now the helmet and the shoulder comes in and jars the ball loose. Big play for the Rams.
Big play. The fumble by Lenville Elliott. The Rams recover. It is 10-0 San Francisco.
.84 deep for the Bears is Brian Bashnagel. As you look at the number of plays it took Dallas to go 12 yards, 7 plays, and settle for a 46-yard field goal. They call it by Rafael Septien, who's kicking off right now.
Oh, a strong kick again.
And deep to the 2-yard line where it's fielded by Bashnagel. Stumbles to the outside, stays on his feet. Good return out of bounds about the 33.
Like Septien had to go over and make a tackle on the sidelines, and number 1 threw his smaller body right in there with zest.
Helped out by Robert Shaw. Cowboys down on the far side of the field in front of the Dallas bench. That is Rafael Septien. Pittsburgh has scored against the Cardinals. St. Louis 9, Pittsburgh 7.
Terry Bradshaw to Stallworth. Touchdown pass.
Septien looks to be all right now, limping just a little bit.
Well, he's got his suit on. He's using it. That's good. There's Bob Avellini, the former Maryland quarterback who used to be a starter, and he's watching Vince Evans at the controls.
If something happened to Septien and he could not kick, Dallas would use Danny White as a place kicker, as well as a punter. Here's Payton pulling straight ahead and punting, twisting and hustling back to the huddle now. Dave Stahls made the tackle.
He's even running when he's up off the ground. That time they knocked number 34 up in the air, and he still had him moving. Like it was like a motorcycle. You have to cut the ignition off with it.
Steve Schubert looks like he has a problem with his right shoulder, which is being administered to at the moment. It'll be 2nd and 7. 3-yard pickup for Payton.
Vince Evans got to be a little bit careful. He's 1 for 4 throwing for 9 yards, but you don't want to throw too often against Dallas.
Bounces off the hands of Williams. Golden Richards might have had a chance at it, but it bounced away from him too, as Thomas Henderson was involved in the coverage.
Young Evans has got to be careful, though. The Cowboys have had 3 balls now that have been sort of double bounced, and you can't skip rocks across the pond against them. They'll come back with it and stick points on the board. It's careful time for a young quarterback especially.
So it'll make it 3rd and 7 for Vince Evans of USC. Cowboys show blitz, and they come. Pass is down the middle, intended for Walter Payton. Aaron Mitchell on coverage. What are you laughing at?
Aaron Mitchell is so ornery. He's that young rookie defensive back from Las Vegas, Nevada, and he can. They say in practice he roughs up the Dallas receivers, and that time he really worked over the intended receiver for the Bears.
He was very close to roughing him over before the ball got there.
Yes, he does it early or late, whatever.
Tony Hill back for Dallas will check the hang time. Line drive kick. The hang time won't be too good. Hill took it at 25, looking for some kind of a punt return, an area in which the Cowboys have not been all that successful in recent years. One of the few.
Spivey made a good tackle for Chicago. These teams are pretty evenly matched. You know, they should be. They're both unbeaten, right?
Dallas up by 3 at the moment. We have 9.5 minutes left to play in the 2nd quarter. The Cowboys 10, the Bears 7.
Big play. The fumble by Lenville Elliott. There's the loose pigskin, and in the right-hand side of your screen, here comes number 27, Pat Thomas, to recover for the Rams. The Rams have it 1st and 10 on their 9, and they move it out to about the 11-yard line, a pickup of 2, where it will be 2nd down and 8. Colin Bryan making the carry.
Now what we have here, the Rams offense has to get going. They have to get out of the hole. The 49ers defense, their job is to make them punt. Don't give them a 1st down. Let them punt out of the end zone.
The front 4 for San Francisco, Reese, Vincent, Webb, and Hardman. They've got to put the pressure on. 2nd and 8 from the 11. Hayden to the left side. And Willie Miller is taken down immediately. Gerard Williams, who is already an important man, number 29. And Willie Miller hurt on the play.
Gerard's going to help this football team. He's got size and speed. He's a good athlete.
Willie Miller is the kid who fought so valiantly in Vietnam, won a Silver Star, a Purple Heart, and the Soldier's Medal. He was a free agent in '77 out of Colorado State, and we certainly hope that he's okay. 10-0 San Francisco, 13-19 to the half.
Tulash. Touchdown Miami. And Big Boo puts it away for good at 26-12. The score obviously not indicative of the kind of football.
Next Sunday here on NBC, a full schedule of football as the NFL season moves on to the 4th week.
You and I will be in Denver next week with these same Seahawks.
Oakland will move on to Kansas City, playing their first 4 away from home as Stabler pops one, and he's got the tight end, Raymond Chester, out at the 31-yard line. Dave Brown, Terry Beeson making the stop.
Excellent call by Kenny Stabler. He caught the Seahawks in man-to-man, and middle linebacker Terry Beeson has got the tight end, Chester, all by himself, and anytime you can get a skilled player on a linebacker, you're going to get a completion, and Stabler found it.
2nd and 3 off the 7-yard advance out of the 31. Seattle leading 7-0. 40-yard pass play with Zorn and Largent combining in the first quarter. Running backs are Whittington and Van Eegen. And this is Whittington going wide for the 35. He's got the first down and more across the 40. Dave Brown again putting that shoulder down low to make the stop.
Whittington with his great speed, and Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker who plays the run so well, sees the gap. He's got a shot at Whittington, but the great speed of the former SMU University running back gets him away and gets him a big gain and a first down.
Whittington is averaging just under 5 yards per carry.
When you got that kind of speed, you better get 5 yards every time you touch it, Mark?
Flankers both to the right. Martini and Branch out to the right as Stabler, with time, throws over the middle, and it is broken up. Branch, though, was pounded, and an interference call being handed out on John Harris, the Seattle free safety.
It's a judgment call on pass interference. Harris was, in fact, going for the ball, but it happened to be that Branch was in the way. Again, the microphone is out on the referee. Let's take another look. And again, if he is touched before the ball gets to him, and oh, that is a tough call. Hard to tell. Those judgments, that's why I don't have a striped shirt on. I wouldn't do that job for anything.
It is a first down at the 47-yard line in Seattle territory.
Seahawk fans didn't like it, but...
All right, Stabler, this time in big trouble, was able to elude the rush and able to complete. The tight end Raymond Chester, although in heavy traffic, makes the grab short of the first down. Autry Beeman.
Kenny Stabler takes more time than any quarterback in the NFL. He can stand back there and stand back there. And the big consideration is to look downfield first. If you're in trouble, find your tight end. He found 88, hit him right between the 8s, and got close to another first down.
It'll be 2nd and 1 at the Seattle 38. Stabler took a beating last week at the hands of the San Diego Chargers. In fact, Gene Upshaw had been complaining right throughout the week that Stabler had been victimized by late hits constantly. From the Raider point of view, they counted up 18 late hits.
That'll make you sore on Monday morning when you got to get out of bed.
That's another tough call for the official as Van Eegen brings it across for the first down. They are trying to protect the quarterback even more so this year, and there's a judgment called by the official that is awfully tough to blow that whistle.
Miami 27, Minnesota 12. Minnesota in deep problems. Again, Don Strock has 2 touchdown passes, and Norm Big Boo Boulash has scored.
Steelers making it back. It is now 9-7 St. Louis. They missed an extra point following the Otis Anderson touchdown. First down for the Raiders at the Seahawks 32. And Stabler to throw deep down the right side for Branch, and just off to the right. Beautiful tight end run by Branch as he tried to come back. Autry Beeman with the cover.
And I think think if Kenny Stabler had put it over the right shoulder, he had to make an adjustment in his pattern. Now watch Branch. He has to make the adjustment right at the end. His great speed might have given him the catch if it had been over the right shoulder, but it comes over the top of his head and not quite.
It is now a 2nd and 10 at the 32. Cardinals have defeated the Expos 4-3 in the first of a doubleheader, while the Mets beat the Pirates 3-0. Right now, going in, Pirates a half game in front, so that remains the same. 5 defensive backs for the Seahawks. Stabler throws the middle, looking for Branch, and he overthrows. He was covered by Dave Brown, the right cornerback. So again, Stabler looking for Branch.
Branch had double coverage that time. He got some help from his safety man. And again, there's Autry Beeman. He's got, or Kerry Justin, the 5th back, has him short. Brown has him deep. No chance for Branch to get open.
Back out of Rice, but his career is ahead of him, and he will be back. As a very happy Don Shula, and I'm sure a very satisfied head coach of Miami, heads for the locker room with his injured quarterback, Bob Greasy.
Final score, Miami Dolphins over the Minnesota Vikings, 27-12.
Fran Tarkenton leaves, and the Minnesota Vikings disappear.
Vikings had a terrible preseason, and it has carried right on to the regular season. Here's Stabler. And he throws deep again and overthrows Raymond Chester.
A lot of pressure on Stabler that time. The blitz was on. They knew it was pass. And there's a flag down. The flag went early, so somebody jumped. But Stabler, look at the pressure. 6 Seahawks bearing down on him, and Kenny had to get rid of it before he wanted to. And no chance to hit Chester.
A holding call on the Oakland Raiders.
And that's what pressure will do. And they declined the penalty, and they're going to force Oakland to punt.
There is head coach Tom Flores, who took over for John Madden. It's been a difficult start for Flores, particularly with those 4 games on the road right at the start. Jim Breach has come on to try a 50-yard field goal.
There's a surprise.
The kick is, it hit the goal post and again hit the crossbar. A low line drive, and it went the Seahawks' way.
Just inches away from a 50-yard field goal, and Breach, he thought he had it. Take a look now. He's got the distance, or he thinks he does. Tremendous accuracy. It was right in between the goalposts. Now watch the ball. And it hung there for a minute, Marv. I thought maybe it was going to bounce over. Up in the air, could have gone either way, and not enough.
So Breach has missed from 33, and real tough luck on that one from 50 yards out.
9:28 left to play in the first half. 60 minutes coming up tonight, followed by a Sunday night movie on CBS, the 10th month.
That's Carol Burnett's dramatic show tonight. And of course, All in the Family, they tell me there's a problem that
slave driver Archie pushes Edith too far.
Very dangerous thing to do.
Doesn't say where he pushes it.
Edith pushes back, maybe, huh?
We'll see who wins tonight on CBS. And we'll find out right now who wins. It's Robert Newhouse, and the misdirection gets to that 3. By the way, we were talking about Walter Payton breaking Rick Caceres' all-time Bear rushing record. Robert Newhouse has now moved into 3rd place on the all-time Cowboy list of rushers, behind Don Perkins and Calvin Hill.
He went by our friend that uses the snuff, right?
Little pinch. Went by Walt Garrison, blocking on Page.
Yeah, again, you once in a while could run at Alan Page. You didn't want to run away from him. They didn't get a lot of yards, though. It was good defense by Hicks, the linebacker.
Only 2. As Dorsett loses it, the Bears might have it. No doubt about it. The Bears recover Dorsett's fumble. Dan Hampton, the rookie from Arkansas, gets it.
Dorsett fumbles once every 27 times he carries the ball. That's a high frequency. Payton like 1 out of every 35 times. Look at this. In fact, he had it fumbled before he got hit.
Never had it, did he?
Yeah, ball was never there. Might have been a high handoff. We'll try to be as fair as we can, but that is disaster. Let's see if the handoff is good by Roger. A little bit high on the numbers and not put away.
Fumbled by Payton, set up the Dallas field goal, and now the Bears have capitalized on the Cowboys' courtesy. Gets back to Payton. He's tripped up in the backfield momentarily. D.D. Lewis is saying he got him, and I think that's what they'll say.
He came running off that turf, off that rug, and he was at high speed again.
Can you imagine what Payton would be if the rules were like they used to be, when you could get up and run again after you were down?
That would be something. Good time to get him. Tie his shoelaces together while he's watching television. Watch the move now. He gets bounced a little bit, steps right through that with that thigh work, and now comes right up off the rug running. Keep tackling him. Don't quit. Of course, Harris never has.
Miami now 3-0 as they have defeated Minnesota 27-12. 2nd and 9 here. Minnesota is now 1-2 as Evans fakes and is sacked by D.D. Lewis. The Cowboys blitz and take him all the way back into Bear territory, or just about.
Did you notice the official making the quick move that Vince was caught and might get hurt, so any extra play that time by the Cowboys might have called for a penalty, but this is a good rush and a good blitz. Here comes D.D. Lewis, makes the tackle, and right now they're saying, okay, the quarterback is officially down.
The extra wide receiver in the person of number 84, Brian Bashnagel, checks into the Bear huddle. They'll have Scott, Richards, and Bashnagel all in the game at the same time.
D.D. Lewis has been in 5 Super Bowls with Dallas. That's not a bad record for a guy you don't hear a lot about, huh?
You never say much about him because he never makes a mistake.
That's right.
He always does it right. Evans fakes quickly, fakes the reverse, finally fires on the ground in the direction of Williams. The heavy heat was on him from Bruce Thornton, the rookie from Illinois.
There's one of the good sleeper draft choices that Grant and Tex Slam have come up with. He's the Big Ten leader in sacks, but nobody thought he was ready for this kind of action. Watch 77. He is full of hustle and ginger. And football is really a young man's game when you're playing defensive line. Good play.
They faked that reverse that's been so good to the Bears in previous games, but it didn't fool Mr. Thornton. Bob Parsons in to punt for Dallas. Tony Hill deep for Chicago. Tony Hill deep for Dallas.
Parsons only had 2 yards in runbacks this year on like 12 kicks. Pretty good average.
Some heat on him this time and force him to shake it out of bounds. Heavy pressure from Wilson. Steve Wilson, number 81.
He and Henderson, Hollywood Henderson, almost got a hand on it too, and he's talking to young Wilson as they walk off over there.
Hollywood Henderson. Some of the Dallas players have said, maybe it's time for you to be quiet until our defense starts playing a little better.
Next Saturday, see the 1979 Woodward Stakes live from Belmont Park, USA. You saw it on CBS Sports.
This is something I never allowed my players to do, to sit on their helmets. If they're tired, they go down to one knee. The helmet is not made to sit on.
They give Pat Thomas that choice since he just recovered the fumble. On a 3rd down call, we'll see what Hayden comes up with. Looking to the right side, but going out that way, and he's got his man, Wendell Tyler. And Tyler down at the 31-yard line, and it's a big first down for the Rams. Penalty marker, however, on the field, way back on about the 15-yard line, so hold everything. The offside San Francisco, so the play will count.
Hayden does a great job.
First down.
Hayden does a great job of mixing his cadence. Later on, we'll get his head and watch his cadence. Listen to it if we can. He'll pull him offside 2 or 3 times every game.
Pat Hayden is 5 for 8 for 28 yards, while Steve DeBerg is 3 for 9 for 28 yards. Billy Waddy is wide right. Preston Denard wide left. Second man, Wendell Tyler, John Williams blocking, and they jam it up. Cullen Bryant and John Williams blocking. That's a lot of beef on the hoof.
Yes, and again, the 49ers are keeping Wendell under control so far. Good pursuit, pretty good defense. What they're set up for now is a reverse. If the Rams pull the reverse, the way the 49ers are pursuing, they'd have big yardage.
And they have a couple of men who can fly in Preston Denard at Billy Waddy, number 80, if they decide on an end around. It'll be 2nd and 8 on the 33. Miami has come back to beat Minnesota 27-12. That's a final, even though Bob Greasy was hurt in that game. 2nd and 8 for Pat Hayden on the 33. Hayden going deep off the hands of Preston Denard and out of bounds. Gerard Williams over there to defend.
If Pat Hayden did a good thing here, Gerard Williams was playing for an interception. Now watch Hayden throw the ball high, overthrow him so he can't get it.
And he almost had Denard. Denard had both hands on the leather but couldn't quite hold it. So it'll be a 3rd and 8 from the Ram 33. 12.5 minutes to the half. San Francisco leading Los Angeles 10-0. Jesse is back in. They go slot left with Waddy in the slot. And now Waddy comes the other way. Hayden under a little pressure, and he's going to be swallowed up by Jimmy Webb. Webb is not usually the man who's involved in the sack. And it was Vincent and Board who put the heat on, and Webb made the tackle.
Sacks are a combination of good coverage and good rush, and that's what the 49ers had. Hayden didn't have anyone to throw to downfield.
Second sack against Hayden. Ted Vincent had gotten him earlier. Now Webb gets him. And so Ken Clark will be punting from his own 20-yard line. Kevin McLean is back there to block. And deep for San Francisco, Dungy and Solomon. Solomon at the 37, and he retreats. Now to the 45, to midfield, and goes out of bounds. Pretty good play after retreating.
2.9 hang time. Clark has kicked 3 line drives.
He's lucky he hasn't been burned more.
That last play, the ball went right through his hands and hit his chest.
So it'll be 1st and 10, San Francisco, on their own 49, leading 10-0.
Opening Thursday, the greatest movie since Star Wars, Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. Then teenagers die of old age on Quincy. Thursday on NBC.
Mike, you know how difficult it is under normal conditions for place kickers who very often are of the neurotic personality, but you hit the goalpost from 50 yards out, you go out of your mind.
Yep, he should have had it, he thought.
That's what Jim Breach just did as the Seahawks now take over, and Zorn off the play action has Largent down to the 40, 35, and popped out of bounds. Lester Hayes and Jack Tatum covering on the play. A long gainer off the pinpoint pass from Zorn.
Don't give Jim Zorn time. He looks across the defense. Again, the same kind of pattern that Branch run in front of the deep backs and back of the linebackers. Largent is excellent at finding the hole in the zone. And I'll tell you, those two can hook up. Good pass protection and a great route.
A 35-yard pass play. Zorn and Largent combining. Last year, of course, Largent led the AFC with 71 receptions, 1,168 yards, 8 touchdowns, and has been unleashed here this afternoon. Now, Rabel goes out to the left, McCollum right.
Those are my career statistics. He got them in one season.
Here's Sherman Smith. Your what-month
career statistics. You got those in 1 year.
You went over the 1,000-yard mark for your career, including high school also?
That's right. Oh. High school, college, and pro. I got 1,000 yards and 71 catches.
2nd and 6 at the 29-yard line. The Seahawks on the move. It is a 7-0 Seattle lead. Now Rabel goes to the left, and McCollum right. The running backs are Smith and Dorning. This is Smith. Smith able to break 1 tackle, but picks up just a yard on the play as Rod Martin, number 53, makes the stop. I'm Marv Albert. This is Mike Hafner, who did go over the 1,000-yard mark, including grade school. And we are here at the Kingdome at Seattle, Washington. Seahawks on top by the score of 7-0. Right back down to the field.
Nice to be inside. Can't rain on us in here, nor the field.
3rd and 5. 3rd down and 5. McCullum to the left, and Rabel right. And Zorn again with much time going for the tight end. Rather a Duke Ferguson. Fans here felt there should have been an interference call off the post pattern run by Ferguson.
Ferguson was trying to get deep. Zorn looking for him, and Mike Davis of the Raiders. And watch right at the end of the pattern. 36 Davis. A little bit of elbow there, but both players going for the ball. Again, a judgment call. Those are kind of chippy. You don't call that one.
Field goal attempt by Herrera. A 46-yard attempt with Zorn holding. It's good. Herrera with a 46-yard field goal. And the Seahawks of Seattle now lead the Raiders of Oakland by the score of 10-0 with 6:50 left in this first half.
The front four, Freddie Dreyer, Larry Brooks, Mike Fanning, and Jack Youngblood, and a lot of heat on them. The 49ers take over 1st and 10 on the Ram 49-yard line. Lenville Elliott is in there with Wilbur Jackson, Mike Schumann in motion to the left. And DeBerg going to put it up. No good, and he got a lot of heat and took a pretty good lick from Bob Brudzinski.
See, what the Rams did, they dogged on that play. It was a quick pass, about a 3-step pass, and DeBerg was still lucky to get it off.
Last year, you might remember that Bob Brudzinski picked off a pass from DeBerg and went 31 yards for a touchdown. He's replacing Isaiah Robertson and doing a fine job. Tampa Bay defeats Green Bay 21-10. We'll be seeing the LA Tampa Bay game next week. DeBerg to O.J., spinning, still spinning, and what a marvelous gain considering he should have lost.
All on his own. Did that all on his own. This shows O.J., the great athlete that he is. Some of the old O.J. coming back.
Look at Jim Youngblood missing. Eddie Brown finally coming from behind and got him at the ankles. And by the way, O.J. Simpson has carried the ball now 11 times.
3rd and 5.
The ball is on the Ram 44-yard line. San Francisco leading 10-0, 11:24 to the half. Solomon is left. Brewer is in a slot right inside Schumann. Jackson in motion to the right. And they flip to Jackson and they throw it out of state. Dave Elmendorf over there to defend. Actually, DeBerg didn't just lead him. He finally had to get rid of the ball, and some more good pressure that time by the Rams.
The Rams defense is taking over now. The 49ers are wasting field opportunities, field position. It's going to catch up with them.
They're leading 10-0, but it is reasonable to say they could lead at least 13-0 and maybe even 17-0 because Lenville Elliott fumbled on the Ram 9-yard line, or they might have had a 1st and goal. So Dan Melville will be punting from the San Francisco 45. Eddie Brown is deep, along with Sid Justin, number 31. And Melville angling for the side and doesn't get it. Kicks it to Justin, who fumbles, and San Francisco. Nope, hold everything. The ball's still loose. The indication now the Rams. It looked like a white shirt fell on it. And the man who came so close was Bob Brewer, number 82. There's the fumble by Sid Justin.
Sid Justin shouldn't be back there.
The ball gets away from Hill, and Brewer looked like he had it, and then it got away from Brewer.
Brewer overran it, overslid it. 49ers should have had that ball. And Justin shouldn't be back there.
So the Rams put it in play, 1st and 10 on their own 7. The last time they had the ball, it was on their own 9. Cullen Bryant. And he is scissored at the 10-yard line. Tony Dungy coming up from a strong safety to get in a look and bring him down.
You know, Cullen Bryant's always making yardage. You very seldom see him hit for a loss.
There's Tony Dungy. He's a free agent with Pittsburgh in '77 and the only free agent to make the team Last year, he led the Steelers with 6 interceptions. He knows the ball. He has the feel for it. He was a quarterback in college at Minnesota. 2nd and 6 from the 11. Wendell Tyler with Bryant blocking. And it seemed like Tyler, in trying to make a cut, fell down in front of Doug France at the 10-yard line.
They're stopping.
He's perfect 4-0, and he has 6 touchdown passes against them. His best game last year was against San Francisco.
Yes, it was. Here's a big play coming up here.
3rd and 5 from the 12. Long count, and the 49ers might have been coming up and moving. Doug France, however, might have come out of his stance, and that's what it's going to be. He drew San Francisco off style.
Benny, the 49ers dictated to the Ram offense. They're dictating to him.
Doug France came up, and of course he's a 5-year man out of Ohio State, 2 times in the Pro Bowl, all pro, and that's a big mistake for a big man.
False start, number 77 on the offense.
So it is 3rd and 9, and the ball is back on the Ram 8-yard line, and this is indeed a big play for Hayden now. Waddy is right, Denard is left. The pass for Waddy. And he is making the reception at the 27-yard line. A big play and a clutch first down.
We said it was going to be a big play. It's a big play for the Rams. The 49ers stop them. Now they have great field position. Perfect throw and a fine catch. Look at that.
Waddy right there. The pass just over the defender's head. And that's Charles Cornelius, who doesn't figure to play corner, and he's been burned. Vince Ferragamo, backup quarterback to Hayden, taking in things. 1st and 10 on the Ram 27. He's going to go deep after that first fake. Billy Waddy out of bounds. Out of bounds. And again, Waddy had a step on Cornelius.
Well, they're going to have to help Cornelius. Here's Hayden going for a touchdown the first play. Putting Waddy on Cornelius deep. Caught the ball out of bounds.
We might also interject here that Melvin Morgan, who should be playing the corner, is out with a bad foot. And so Billy Waddy, who's a speed burner, he caught a 68-yard touchdown pass last year from Hayden. That was the Rams' longest pass. There is Melvin Morgan, 4-year man out of Mississippi Valley, an 11th round draft choice by Cincinnati. Doesn't look like he's going to play, and they'll miss him. 2nd and 10 on the Ram 27. Hayden to Cullen Bryant, end of story. And picked up by the right side linebacker, Scott Hilton, and then Willie Harper. They put the pinch on him. Harper doing an outstanding job.
He's been playing great ball the games we have done. I like Willie Harper. He's an all-pro linebacker. Let's see if the Rams go to work on the left corner again. Let's see if they work on Cornelius again.
Okay, and it's time for it. It's 3rd and 12 on the Ram 25. 9 minutes to go to the half, and the 49ers leading the Rams 10-0. They load up the right side. Hayden has Waddy open, and he dropped it. He had beaten Tony Dungy. Billy Waddy was wide open and dropped it.
Hayden also had plenty of time to throw. Look at him.
There's Dungy in the middle, number 27, and here comes Waddy behind him.
I tell you what happened. Hayden went on a quick count. They were supposed to jam the outside man. They didn't jam him. Houston beat Kansas City 20-6. Final score.
4th and 12 on the Ram 25. Ken Clark line drive kicks, and he's been lucky. He hasn't been burned too badly. And this is a low-flying kick. Freddie Solomon at the 38 to the 45 to midfield and into Ram territory. Down he goes. Eddie Brown made the tackle. And the 49ers, again, in excellent field position, will have it 1st and 10 on the Ram 48, with San Francisco leading Los Angeles 10-0.
Those of you who watched the Tampa Bay Buccaneers stay unbeaten over the Green Bay Packers 21-10, welcome to Dallas, Texas Stadium, where you can see the bright sunshine having its effect on our pictures and causing our cameramen problems. But they are doing an outstanding job, as they always do, coping with that. Just 1 second. First and 10 Cowboys. Robert Newhouse takes the handoff from Roger Staubach. Pat Summerall and Tom Brookshire here. The Cowboys lead the Bears 10-7 as Golden Richards, ex-Cowboy, now in the uniform of the Chicago Bears, looks on.
He still has one of our CBS banners in his garage. You know what? He has a trophy room, and he took one of our banners home one time. And we've been after him ever since to bring it back, you know.
We've had several people chasing him.
That's right. By the way, Staubach is 5 for 7 for 69 yards. Extremely sharp today throwing the football, at least to us.
6:45 left in the second period here as Tony Dorsett breaks away from one tackler. Squirms to the outside, breaks away from another one. Finally chased out of bounds by Virgil Livers. Good moves by Dorsett.
Can you make a mistake against number 33? Watch Hampton now get a pretty good shot. The big rookie defensive end, 90. Now look at this, good shot. And now you've got a problem. Here's an arm tackle, forget those. And again, Livers uses that sideline extremely well. Good, safe defensive play.
Enough for a Dallas first down. Cowboys 10, Bears 7. 6:36 left to play in the first half at Texas Stadium. The Buccaneers looking good. Newhouse blasts away for about 4.
See how the Dallas offensive line is coming off the ball. That's Fitzgerald, of course, the snapper. They're staying low. Again, that's the one department that seems to get criticism because, well, it's very hard to find fault with people that go to the 5 Super Bowls, and there have only been 13. But that seems to be the one area where they say, well, they're not quite AAA there, but they seem to be doing a good job. And you see Newhouse is getting some yards along with Dorsett.
The Bears show you a lot of different defenses. Shotgun formation. They've been blitzing this, but they don't this time. The pass was partially deflected, but it's still completed to Drew Pearson, knocked out of bounds by Terry Schmidt. Our man manning the microphone on the sideline took a pretty good knock that time.
Drew Pearson is really amazing, though, the way he can keep control of himself on the sideline and not get hurt. That time he backed out of bounds, took a pretty good shot by Schmidt, and then had time to help our technician get back on his feet.
The hazards of working on the sideline sometimes go unnoticed. Here it is. Look out. About 3 down. Here's Dorsett with some room to the outside. Cuts back in, but to about the 25. Gary Campbell made the tackle.
He's got 5-speed shift. He did a little shift job. Ever thrown your car into an overdrive? That's what number 33 has.
Dorsett now has 10 carries for 46 yards. Payton 10 for 55. And the event that those of you watching Tampa Bay didn't hear it, Walter Payton has picked up enough yardage to break Rick Caceres' record. And Payton is now the leading Bear rusher in their illustrious history. Second down, Dallas. They need 5. Staubach has Tony Hill. Flag is down, and Hill had that strike right on the money.
Looks like offensive holding. They may pull this one back. Let's see him check it out. Good crew, by the way, working. Haggerty and Al Conway and Walt Peters. That's about the first yellow flag I can remember seeing today.
The rest of the officials, that's the second one, Tom. The rest of the official has the line judge Vern Marshall, the back judge Jimmy Poole, the side judge Dick Creed, the field judge Bob Lewis. They'll bring it back as you suspected.
Here's Haggerty.
We have holding on the right side, offense, second down.
The whole right side?
You know, talking about the illustrious history of the Chicago Bears, the man who began the Bears, George Halas, amazing man, has written a book.
Strange title, though, don't you think?
Halas by Halas. And it's a must. Staubach dropped it and takes a shot under heat. Jim Osborne led the pack, charging in on Roger.
Doug Plank laid an elbow on Billy Joe Dupree, and they exchanged not unkind words, but the tight ends and safety men just don't like each other anyway. I wonder if Whistling Ray's...
That's a bear.
SPCA will be after us again. Is that a bear?
It's a club at least. Oh, goodness. It was a bear.
Winston Ray's had a pretty good year, huh?
Says he is. Jay Saldi, Ron Spring, Preston Pearson, all in the Cowboy offensive lineup. They operate with Staubach deep. This time the protection is pretty good, and Staubach runs, gets away from Hartenstein, is inside the 20 down to about the 16, enough for a Dallas first down. For a 37-year-old child, that's pretty good scampering.
He went back down. It looks like he might have hurt himself a little bit. He's telling himself he didn't want to have to run with it. He was trying to hit Springs, who had done sort of a drag-out maneuver at about 12 yards, but Roger is in a little bit of pain, and he's smart enough to not try to rush getting up.
And so they've taken a timeout. He's looking through the cobwebs right now. Don't forget.
Okay, let's see if anybody comes here, Patrick.
No, they didn't blitz it.
They didn't blitz it. They get pretty good pass blocking. You can see Rafferty and company now making a move. It's not the tackler there. He is really out in the open. That's Walterscheid. Oh, hits him on that left shoulder, right on the back left shoulder blade. The clavicle, I think.
Talking to the Dallas officials before the game, Staubach is leaving. Danny White, their backup quarterback, has a broken finger. And it'll be about 2 more weeks before he's ready. Their third quarterback is Glenn Carano. And here he comes, number 18.
From Nevada, Las Vegas, who has a good-looking throwing motion, but hasn't had a chance to really unlimber it yet. He hasn't thrown, of course, in the heat of a regular NFL game. Had some preseason action.
Right. They believe that he's a fine prospect. All that may be, but game experience is where it's at. Glenn Carano then on first down for the Cowboys. Gives to Newhouse, trying to swing around the corner. He'll get nowhere. Led by Gary Campbell, the Bear defense gets him out of bounds. Final score, the Houston Oilers 20, Kansas City 6. Houston's record then will be 2-1, and Kansas City 1-2.
Looked to me like that even that time, the first cadence call by Carano looked like Fitzgerald might have left a little early, the offensive center. That would, to me, would be the hardest thing to adjust to. A quick change in cadence between one QB and another.
As Fitzgerald, the center. Loss of 1 will make it 2nd and 11 as Scott Laidlaw is in the game in front of Newhouse, in front of Dorsett, who breaks 1. Fumble, and the Bears have it. Chicago ball. It's a second fumble for Dorsett.
Trouble is the word gets out that maybe is the only way to defeat you, because you're going to get yardage. You're a super running back, so one guy does a spin job and holds the runner up, and somebody else goes ball looking. Here's Hampton. This young kid from Arkansas is just ornery enough to cause some trouble. He doesn't get him. Hartenstein got part of it, and I believe it was Muckenstern. He's a hitter, too.
Word on Roger Staubach, by the way, Alan Page made the recovery, is that Roger is just dazed and should be back momentarily. In fact, probably the next time the Cowboys get the ball. They still lead 10-7, but they couldn't take advantage of that last break. Williams breaks into the secondary, breaks a couple of tackles, is finally down in the grasp of Cliff Harris. Cowboys secondary is hurting. We'll tell you who they are in just a minute.
Here's the blocking against the flex on first down. Randy White gets taken down by Story. In fact, they actually ran behind the block. And again, this is a 215-pound former option quarterback that's filling in at fullback and not doing a bad job.
Seattle 10 now, Oakland nothing. First down Bears. Ball thrown 27. Payton this time gets the call, is hit by Randy White.
Still made yardage.
Dragged Randy. Charlie Waters, the Cowboys all-pro safety man, was hurt in preseason and is out for the year, but not forgotten.
Coach Stallings might have put that up, the defensive secondary coach.
It'll be 2nd and 5. Looked like not very much for Payton on that play, but he still got 5 yards. He now has 60.
And right at Randy White.
10-7, still the Bear quarterback. Williams again tries to find some room to the outside. This time they hold him just long enough for Harvey Martin, Randy White, and Cliff Harris to get him down.
Good play by D.D. Lewis, too. He sealed off and sort of ruined the play right at the point of attack. And the Bears are pretty good at doing this across the line of scrimmage. They're not giving away much of the line of scrimmage. You can see to the left, Noah Jackson, 65. Look at D.D. Lewis sort of seal it right there and make the play go a little bit wider and slower than it was intended to go.
So it'll be third down as Vince Evans comes over to confer with Neil Armstrong, the head coach of the Bears. They trail by 3 with 2 minutes to go in the first half.
And keep in mind, Sports World now on Saturdays here on NBC. Efren Herrera will kick off. He just made it 3 out of 5 on the season a moment ago with a 46-yard field goal. Had his earlier attempt blocked. Whittington is now back there along with Matthews, and this is Whittington on his first kickoff return of the season. Out to the 19-yard line. First time he has returned in kick formation as Sandy Green was able to make the stop on Art Whittington, and the Oakland Raiders go 1st and 10 from the 19.
And again, the special teams, anytime they keep them inside the 20-yard line on a kickoff, and watch Sammy Green, 56. He's going to get the hit. Nice move to get inside the wedge, and he gets the speed back from behind. Excellent job by Green.
Oakland Raiders to the line at the tackle, Sylvester and Lawrence, Upshaw and Medlin at the guards. The center is Dalby. The tight end is Chester. And here is Stabler on the good for Whittington. A loss on the play. That was diagnosed perfectly by the Seahawks. 77, Bill Gregory, the right defensive end, combining with Robert Hardy, number 75, the defensive tackle.
With 6:25 to go before halftime, everyone expected Kenny Stabler to throw the football on first down, but the Seahawks reacted well to the delayed draw, they call that, or the sprint draw. Didn't work. Now he's got to throw.
2nd and 11. And Stabler will throw. With time, he dumps it off. Whittington to the 30. He's got the first down and much more out at midfield, and then thrown out of bounds. A long gainer, utilizing the speed of Art Whittington. Dave Brown was able to get him out.
Again, the Seahawk defense playing a deep, deep zone. Stabler has no deep receivers wide open because of the defensive setup. And so he picks Whittington underneath the coverage and the great speed of the former Mustang from SMU. And he runs like one. Take a look now at the secondary, fans at home, and you'll see why the underneath pattern is the one that works. Plenty of depth by the Seahawk defensive backs, and that opens up underneath.
37-yard pickup, first down at the Seattle 43. And Stabler, again, sidearms, Raymond Chester with the reception, but stopped by Michael Jackson, who was right there. Jackson, the right side linebacker, the rookie out of the University of Washington.
Look at Stabler. He got nailed after that throw, picked himself up off the artificial turf. He's going to be sore again tomorrow morning.
St. Louis Cardinals have got in front of Pittsburgh now 15-7. They led 9-0, then 9-7, and now 15-7.
One of my UCLA alumnus, Theodis Brown, a 1-yard run.
2nd and 3 for the Raiders. 5 minutes left, first half. Seattle up by the score of 10-0. Whistles on the play as Van Egan carries it through. And let's see what the call is here. Referee Gordon McConnor talking it over with both clubs.
That last reception by Raymond Chester put him over the 4,000-yard mark in his career. That's a lot of yardage for a tight end.
Last week, Chester caught 7 for 91 yards. 10-year pro out of Morgan State.
It's the Kingdome Summit here with all the refereeing crew.
There it is, following that lengthy discussion. I don't have a microphone, he says, and we can hear him. Why is that?
Upstairs. All right.
Can you get this upstairs?
The formation was perfectly legal. There is not a foul for illegal formation. Pick that up.
Gordon McConnor going over to our sideline mic, obviously aware that his microphone is not working. And of Apparently, at first, it was thought to be an illegal formation. And then they discussed it, and they said, no, it was just fine. There's a final. The Houston Oilers over the Wing T Kansas City Chiefs 20-6.
And a bit of a surprise because Dan Pastorini did not play in that game for Houston. It was Gifford Nielsen, the former BYU quarterback. Houston stays alive in that tough AFC Central.
They are doing the play over. 2nd and 3 at the 36.
Strange call, Mark.
It is a do-over. All right, here is Robisky. Feitling called that first down marker, but falls short. Sammy Green, Terry Beeson, 2 linebackers able to stack him up. Terry Robisky, a 3-year pro out of LSU, came on for Art Whittington. Head coach Tom Flores of the Oakland Raiders. His club is trailing by the score of 10-0.
And Robisky didn't play all last year. He had a knee injury. He's coming back this year.
Trubisky is the all-time leading rusher at LSU. In fact, he broke the records of a one-time Raider by the name of Billy Cannon.
That's going back a while.
It is a 3rd and 1. Double tight end for Oakland. And the first down is picked up now by Trubisky. Dave Brown, the right quarterback, covering up. It is a 1st and 10 for Oakland. Outside the 30.
Raiders got a heck of a break on that penalty play that they got to play over again. That's the first time I've seen that in a couple of years, where they threw an incorrect flag and let them play the down again.
Just under 4 left in this first half. Price, Hardy, Tuiasosopo, Gregory up front, Green out, Cronin in the middle, and Jackson are the linebackers. And a beautiful move to get Van Egan. We're trying to go to his left. Bill Gregory, number 77. Prompting the loss on that play.
Couldn't block Bill Gregory, and he plays the run very, very well.
2nd and 11. Out at the 31-yard line. Seahawks continue to shuffle defensively.
Kenny Stabler has been very effective going to Cliff Branch, and he's forgotten about him in this series. Could be coming back to him right now.
Van Egan and Robisky are the running backs. Van Egan thus far only 25 yards, 6 carries. Stabler to throw, and he throws at close pattern, and it's picked off. It is intercepted by Dave Brown. He's to the 20, looking for blockers, and then he slipped down at the 25-yard line. Dave Brown, 5-year veteran out of Michigan, with his first interception on the season.
And Dave Brown and the rest of the Seahawk defense must have been listening to me, because Stabler tried to go to Branch. He hadn't gone to him in a while, and Brown was right there to pick it off. Not a very good throw by Ken Stabler. Double coverage on Branch, and Brown stepped in front and picked it off.
2 minutes, 52 seconds remaining. First half, and the Seahawks with a 10-0 lead.
Speaking of Kansas City, a team that Carney once played for, they have lost to Houston 20-6. So the Oilers back on the track with a win today. They're 2-1. Of course, in the same division as Pittsburgh, and Cleveland also in that Central Division, a winner today. They're 3-0. First down at the 45. Thornton stays on his feet, and now Carney gets him the second time. Carney hit him, stopped him cold. Thornton, who's 5'11" and 230, has bounced back a step, but couldn't find any place to go.
He was being most effective against the pass game, but here you see how effective it is against the run game, as Carney is blitzing and runs head-on into Thornton. Amazing that Thornton kept his balance, but there is nowhere to go. You see Pollard there, Neal's there, and Carney himself as they close in and take him down for a big loss.
2nd and 15 at the Pittsburgh 40. Quick toss to Harris. Redwell and Green from the secondary. Fumble, and who's got it? Pittsburgh back at the 35-yard line.
No one gained control of it. One of the responsibilities of the outside receivers is not only to catch the ball, but to block. Lynn Swan, unfortunately, on that play, didn't do much of a job blocking on a safety, corner man. Watch him right here. His job is to occupy that number 45 is Smith, Smith was one of the people who was right on top of that tackle, knocked the ball loose. Unfortunately, no one got a hold of it before it went out of bounds. Pittsburgh will retain the ball, but they've got third and about 20 yards to go.
Bradshaw facing a pass situation. To Cunningham at the 45, first down at the 41-yard line. And the Steelers on 3rd and 20 find that rainbow toss from Bradshaw right in the arms of the giant target Cunningham, and a first down Pittsburgh.
Terry Bradshaw reading that defense perfectly and throwing a beautiful pass that hung forever. Gave Cunningham a chance to run underneath it, had plenty of room, knew where that first down was, and got it.
Big play for Pittsburgh. First down at the 40. Otherwise, they would have had to kick the ball to the Cardinals, who lead 15-7. Less than 6 minutes remaining in this first half.
It's their first conversion on 3rd down, isn't it, Dick?
I believe it is. Bradshaw, long for Stallworth. Out of bounds. He caught the ball, but was out of bounds. Roger Worley on the coverage. But again, Bradshaw, what a throw. He was just inches from scoring on that toss.
You see Charlie Davis working in the middle on Webster. Webster doing a fine job. Gets a little help from Corson. They give Bradshaw a chance to throw. Now watch the feet. He's out of bounds. Watch it right there. Now the official has got to judge whether his own momentum carried him out of bounds or whether the hit by the defensive back carried him out of bounds. In that case, he judged that he would have landed out of bounds on his own momentum. Calls it out. Good decision, I believe, from our angle.
2nd and 10 at the 40 of St. Louis. Up the fumble. And I believe Pittsburgh recovers their own miscue. And the Steelers have indeed been fortunate the last 2 weeks. They recovered 3 of their own fumbles last week against Houston, and Larry Brown, the man on the spot, to cover the second one today. Pittsburgh has fumbled 4 times.
Well, and each of those has been a forced fumble. They haven't been sloppy fumbles. They've been caused by hits. You see right there, Captain Crunch, Pollard reaching back and got a hold of Franco's arm and just forced him to cough that football up. They are very lucky to have it again, although it's going to be 3rd and 8, and we've got the specialty unit on the field. 4-man rush, 6 defensive backs in the game.
From the 39, 3rd and 9 for Bradshaw. Good time. Broken up nicely by Ken Stone. That's almost like a man playing against the pivot in basketball. He was screened away from Cunningham, was able to spin around and get a hand on the pass and knock it away.
Absolutely a superb play. The defender is not allowed to run through the receiver to get at that ball, and he just spun around him. Watch him right here. Spins around without making contact, reaches out, takes the backhand, knocks it away, almost like a bullfighter. Marvelous play.
89 Cunningham says, hey, you took my wallet. That's my money you're taking.
Where's my football?
Willard Harrell, the deep man, but they're going to try to down this one, and do they in time? Where are they going to call it? In the end zone? Yes, it'll be a touchback for St. Louis, as 49 Dwayne Woodruff came ever so close to getting that ball down inside the 1. So Craig Colquitt, a near miss. It's St. Louis at their own 20, and the Cardinals, an underdog to Pittsburgh, have the lead.
The Cardinals continue to be tough. 15-7 now over Pittsburgh. How'd it happen?
1-yard TD by Theodis Brown, the big rookie fullback that's in there with O.J. Anderson right now. Cardinals going to be tough.
They sure are. They were tough at the end of last year. Don't forget all the highlights and scores from around the league coming up at the half with Brent Musburger, Dane Kennedy, and Irv Cross. And then after the game, don't forget 60 Minutes. Peyton runs into the quarterback, and they will not get the first down, although he still struggles for a few before Randy Hughes can get him down.
Brunig ended up with the football. Peyton almost made yardage anyway, but did run into the young quarterback. I wonder if it's supposed to be a reverse handoff, or maybe he's just supposed to step straight ahead. Looked to me like the young quarterback got target fixation and ran into the... Well, that Peyton's strong.
Didn't he, though? Look at him pull right out of Hughes' grasp. Better kick this time from Parsons. Ball bounces around, and finally Tony Hill falls down on it.
Is Roger Staubach getting ready to come back for this less than 2-minute drill? See who the quarterback.
I would think that he would.
There he is.
Staubach comes back.
See a dozen on the jersey. Just knocked the wind out of him. You get hit in the back sometimes where you're not expecting to get hit is probably the reason you get the breath knocked out of you more than anything else.
He is 6 now out of 9 is Staubach for 85 yards so far. The touchdown pass to Tony Hill. Hands off to Dorsett, who swings to the outside and around the corner. Comes Dorsett and out of bounds. He got about 13 yards. Lenny Walter-Scheid took him down.
They say on the long grass field before he dropped the mirror on his toe that he was running 4.4s, 4.42s, 40s in long grass, you know. And he gets a good block by Newhouse, number 44. Watch the fullback come out, make one of the difficult blocks in football because the angle is not good. He stayed with the linebacker until he knocked him down. Good block.
Dallas has the football now at their own 31. They lead the Bears 10-7. Ron Springs and Preston Pearson in the lineup. Staubach goes back about 5 yards behind the center in the shotgun formation. And fired and caught and dropped by Preston Pearson.
He's dropped the ball for the first time this year. I've seen him in a couple of other games. Now he's come back and made the typical Pearson catches later on too, but early in the game when he's first in, Preston's dropped a couple of balls this year. Very unusual.
Doug Buffone made the tackle as Burton Lawless checks in for the Cowboys with the play and tells it to Roger Staubach.
But that ball was low too, wasn't it? Low and away.
6 out of 10. That was a tough catch. Play has taken a long time. Look out for something unusual.
Roger might have some trouble with the numerical part of his brain right now. He might be a little bit woozy.
1:12 left on the clock before the half. Again, the same shotgun formation. Again, the protection is good. And so is the pass as Drew Pearson, who runs those patterns like they're diagrammed, comes back to meet the ball and gets the Dallas first down.
Rogers woozy, all right. Good comeback pattern by number 88.
He came back a little too far, Tom. He had the first down, and then on coming back, stepped out of bounds about a foot shy of that first down.
From the shotgun, Dupre going right up, clearing out. Springs takes the short zone, and now a deep sideline and back. Let's see how far he was. Oh, yeah, he had it made until went on the wrong side of the stick.
Virgil Livers pushed him out on the wrong side of that stick, so it's 3rd and short. Newhouse didn't get it. He didn't even come close as he tried to go over the top. That's a difficult task for him ever to go over the top.
Might have been able to go under, but to go over is, you're right, it's virtually impossible. He threw his little body up in the air, but there's nowhere to go. Muckensturm was there again. I believe the Dallas defense got to come on the field. I can't believe Chicago's not stopping this clock.
Punting unit is on with Danny White over on the sideline. It's 4th down. There, it's a sign from Floydada, Texas.
Pretty good artwork, too, for Florida,
yes.
Don't you think?
For you, me, and our spotter, Lance Barrow.
Well, we need him, I'll tell you that.
So does Floydada. They measured short, and Danny White and punting unit come on.
We have seen him throw the pass in the past for Coach Landry, but with the wrap and everything on his right hand, he's been throwing in practice. But surely with 40 seconds, he wouldn't try anything.
He might take a look and see what the rush looks like, and then maybe take off and run with it. We've seen him do that, too. They need about a foot for a first down. Steve Schubert is back deep for the Bears.
Try to block it, huh?
Rafferty, the center. Didn't take much of a look, and they did try to block it. What a kick it is. Schubert goes up with a fair catch sign, and wisely so, as the Cowboys were down, staring him right in the face, led by Benny Barnes, who's been great on special teams for years and years. 8, in fact, for Dallas. forget, we'll be going back to New York to join Brent and Irv and Jane, and they'll bring you up to date on what has happened around the league today. A lot of surprises. They'll have highlights of most of those games. In about, well, we got 13 seconds left to play here. The Bears have all of their timeouts left.
You know, with all of the offensive rule changes that we thought were there just to score points, I noticed that point scoring was only up like 6.7%.
Right.
That's inflation's up more than that. Inflation's 13%. That's cheap.
Passing offense is up 15%, though. So that's significant.
Is that principle?
I guess. Compounded daily. Or weekly. Harvey Morton gets Peyton out of bounds, but he has a Bear first down, and the clock is stopped now with 5 seconds to go.
You want to watch a football coach's dream working? 34, steps up, takes the ball, carries it like he's going to be very loose with it. He puts it away now upon contact. My heavens. Put you right into retirement in one season, try to tackle him.
In open field, it's an impossible task almost. 12 for 77 for Walter Payton. Both his games so far this year have been 100-yard games, and he's well on his way to another one. Ben Evans gives to fullback Williams. And that'll be the last play of the first half. As Dave Stalls helps Williams to his feet. That's the end of it. The Dallas Cowboys lead the Chicago Bears 10-7. We expected this would be a close game as you look at the Bears heading into the tunnel with a lot of spirit. It's a good football team.
Well, our director Ken Fouts and producer Michael Weissman capturing it all from the top of the dome here in Seattle, Washington. All the scores, all the highlights coming up at halftime on NFL 79 with Frank Gumbel, Mike Adamle. Off the intercept by Brown, Stabler's third intercept of the season. Seahawks take over at their 25-yard line. Just under 3 left. In this first half, Seattle leading Oakland 10-0. And Zorn, Largent again, Largent across the 45 in Oakland territory. Brought down by Charles Phillips, the strong safety.
And I love it. Seattle not sitting on that 10-point lead. They know it's not enough. Jim Zorn comes in after the turnover on first down. He's going to his #1 receiver, Largent. Zorn have hooked up a number of times.
31-yard pickup. And Mike, you notice no dropsies today because Zorn has been hit hard by drop passes. He's been intercepted 6 times coming in. The Seahawks have played near perfect football offensively.
I think the receivers and offensive backs felt bad about dropping those Zorn passes, and they're making up for it today.
Largent has now accounted for 101 yards on 3 receptions. As we approach the 2-minute mark, now the 2-minute warning is provided. We'll be back here in Seattle right after we pause for these messages.
It's the World Series of Golf, September 29th and 30th. World-class players shoot it out for the title in the World Series of Golf. You'll say you saw it on CBS Sports.
From the Firestone Country Club in Akron, Ohio, the World Series of Golf, September 29th and 30th. First and 10 on the Ram 49. San Francisco leading 10-0, 8:40 to the half. Elliott in motion to the left, and DeBerg's going to put it up. And low on a bounce intended for Freddie Solomon. Osteen and Reynolds were there anyway.
And you know, DeBerg had him open, and he also had the protection that time. But he's been rushed the last couple of series, and he hurried himself.
Bad news for the 49ers when you realize how fortunate they have been, how almost every break has gone their way, how their field position has been magnificent, and they're only leading 10-0.
Right. Denny, that's exactly right. If they lose this ball game, it isn't going to be the plays at the end. It's going to be the failure to take advantage of this field position.
So it is 2nd and 10 on the Ram 49. Simpson, the deep back behind Wilbur Jackson. O.J. going right. Tried to cut back and goes down just about at the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard. That's the 12th carry for Simpson, and he's averaging just about 3 yards a carry.
That pitch to Simpson was a little bit behind him. He had to wait for it.
So O.J. coming off the field as the back shuttle. 3rd and 9 on the 48 of the Rams. Temperature in the high 90s, but it does not feel quite as oppressive because there is a breeze, although perhaps not much down on the floor of the Coliseum. It was 97 degrees on the floor of the Coliseum at the start of the game. 3rd and 9 from the 48. DeBerg has his man, and it's Lenville Elliott at the 40. He had to get to about the 38, however, and Elliott a little hot, which is easy to get today. Not enough for the first down. That was a 3rd and 9. He missed by about 1.5 yards.
Here's one you have to consider here a little bit. You got to think about this one.
And Walsh gambles so much, it certainly wouldn't be a surprise if they went for the first down.
It's 4th and 1. You're ahead.
7:27 to the half. A lot of time.
That's it. Take time out. Think it over. Talk it over. Don't just run something because it's a vital call right here.
Which, by the way, is interesting to point out with all the heat, humidity, smog, and what have you. That's the first timeout we've had.
A play that's a good offensive play in this situation is a rollout with the option of running or passing. Pick up the 1 yard. But DeBerg is not that agile.
Well, they have a minute to come up with the winning play, and we've got 60 minutes. Big Sunday here on CBS. Not only our first NFL doubleheader, but Mike, Morley, Dan, and Harry are back, television's most shining hour, and 3 brand new stories. You certainly won't want to miss the season premiere of the most watched broadcast of its kind in television. 60 minutes, proudly right here on CBS after NFL football. The crowd in the high 50s, about 55,000, I believe, tickets were sold. Whether that many came out or not remains to be seen. This series, the Rams have won 37, San Francisco 19, and there have been 2 ties. But the Rams have won 5 straight and 15 out of the last 17. In fact, the last time San Francisco beat Los Angeles was in the first meeting in 1976 when they shut them out 16-0.
Benny, they just came in with 3 tight ends. That's run or play action. Run the football or play action.
So with 3 tight ends, that means Brewer, Seal, and McAfee. Let's see the play. It's going to be Lenville Elliott, and he's not going to make it. No way. So Lenville Elliott tried to go outside. Jim Youngblood strung out the play and brought him down. And the 49ers really have to rue the fact that they've been unable to cash in so many big mistakes.
I don't like that play. I don't think you can run wide. I think Elliott's a fine back, but I don't think he has the speed to go wide on this Ram defense. Very few people do.
In fact, you mentioned that. You felt San Francisco was on a treadmill going the wrong way with O.J. Simpson going wide.
You aren't going to sweep a good defense like the Rams.
Lawrence McCutcheon, number 30, makes his first appearance of the day with Elvis Peacock. Denard is left. Waddy is right. And he's buried on a safety blitz, and make it the linebacker, Willie Harper, who came in. So it was Harper, number 59, on the blitz, and the 3rd sack for San Francisco.
They were very lucky on that. They called a safety blitz. Pat had a play action. Nobody picked him up. Big play.
Dropped him at the 31, so it'll be 2nd and 20. What do you got in that San Diego-Buffalo game, George?
Halftime score, San Diego 13, Buffalo 12.
Vin Scully along with George Allen from the Coliseum. 2nd and 20 for the Rams on their own 31. So Hayden has a lot of yardage to get. Whistles and a flag, and let's see.
Well, Pat's starting to go in quick counts to nullify some of the rush. Sometimes that hurts your own ball club. It did.
Sure did, George. You picked it off immediately. Meanwhile, Vince Ferragamo, 3-year man out of Nebraska, wondering about his opportunity, just when it will come. And Pat Hayden sputtering here. On the other side, there's Joe Montana. Remember, we saw him come out of the field goal fake, out of the hold, and complete a big pass that led to the eventual field goal. 2 young quarterbacks waiting in the wings.
Let's see if they try to go to work on Cornelius over here, the left corner.
2nd and 26. The ball on the Ram 26. Hayden going deep down the middle. No good. It was intended for the tight end, Charlie Young. Tim Gray right there with Big Charlie.
Tim Gray should have had an interception on it.
Gray shaken up. He is 205 pounds. Charlie Young is about 235, and that 30-pound advantage was felt that time by Tim Gray.
Well, he exposed his body. See, Tim Gray went for an interception, exposed his body, and Charlie Young plowed into him.
Gray, a first-round draft choice, traded by St. Louis to Kansas City, and now shaken up. And, of course, the 49ers have had so much bad luck in the secondary, they can only afford to lose Gray.
No, they can't afford to miss him.
Eddie Lewis has not played yet, and Lewis has been burned. So you have Eddie Lewis coming in now, number 22. Lewis was burned notably, of course, number 22, against Minnesota, and then again against Dallas. 3rd and 26 from the 26. McCutcheon and Peacock are in there. Hayden deep down the left side, no good. Intended for Ron Jesse. Climbing the ladder was Charles Cornelius. Jesse is 6'1". Cornelius is only 5'9". He had to get up there, Coach.
The 49ers came in with just a 3-man rush that time. Pat had plenty of time to throw the ball. Had them all covered.
So 4th and 26 on the Ram 26. Dungy and Solomon going deep. Ken Clark will be punting from the 15, and remember, he's been punting line drives. And this time he hangs one. Solomon backing up to the 22. Looking for help. There is no help, and he goes down on the 22. That must be a desperate feeling to be looking for a block. The crowd reacted first to the fact Clark got a punt high, and then they reacted to the good coverage, and Ken Clark shaking his head a little sheepishly as he comes off the field. Next week in the NFL on CBS, these games: Atlanta, Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, Washington, and St. Louis. And then the second game of the doubleheader: Chicago, Miami, Los Angeles, Tampa Bay, New Orleans, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and the Giants. Next Sunday, CBS with the NFL.
52-yard punt, Benny. That's more like what Clark can do.
First good one for him. 1st and 10 for San Francisco on its own 23. Play action fake, end around to Solomon. And Freddie Solomon gets it out to the 28-yard line. So Freddie Solomon, who knows how to handle the ball. Solomon was a quarterback at Tampa. And there's a flag on the play, and it's a legal procedure against San Francisco to spoil the play in the game. He had picked up 6 on that.
Well, that's what happens in a lot of those plays. You send a man in motion, the ball handling, the timing has to be perfect. It was a good call. See, now the 49ers, for the first time today, have bad field position.
Number 67 of the offense lined up off the line of scrimmage, still be forced down.
So that's Ron Singleton, the tackle on the left side, lining up off sides. And they're going to stack up that running play across the 20-yard line. There's Ron Singleton, number 67, trying to take out Freddie Dreyer.
Yeah, here's Singleton working on Dreyer. Dreyer is light and gets a little criticism that he gets bounced around, but he still holds his own and piles the play up. They only made a couple of yards.
2nd and 12 on the San Francisco 21-yard line. The Rams have never had the ball in what you would call a good field position, but if the defense holds, they might finally get their first shot at the 49er goal line. 2nd and 12 on the 21. DeBerg to Lenville Elliott, who is knocked out of bounds. It was one-on-one with Bob Brzezinski, and he goes out of bounds at the 26-yard line. They picked up 5, so it'll be 3rd and 7. Big game in the great indoors with Dallas leading Chicago 10-7 at halftime. The Bears were first on the scoreboard. Then Dallas came back to tie, and now they forged ahead. Well, it's not completely indoors in Dallas. Let's say they have a hole in the roof. Bill Walsh with his young 49er team leading 10-0, but they have blown opportunities to make it even bigger. 3rd and 7. DeBerg to Lenville Elliott, and Larry Brooks swallowed him up immediately. Big number 90 just dropped on him at 6'3", 255, coming back from knee surgery. Larry Brooks makes the important stop.
Larry can do two things. He can play the run and still rush the passer. You're not going to fool him in the middle too much. Now the Rams will have field position for the first time.
And they're going to turn a terrier loose with Eddie Brown, the veteran punt man. He'll be around his own 40-yard line. There's Eddie. Dan Melville will be doing the punting, and Melville has done one. He'll be kicking from about his own 15. The Rams are coming, but he got it away. Eddie Brown, a fair catch at the 40, then make it about the 37-yard line where they'll spot it. And the crowd booing Brown.
Well, the reason Eddie signaled for a fair catch is the Rams tried to block that punt. They had everybody up, and usually that's the smart thing to do. Now, Eddie might have had a little time, and you see that? They didn't get in. Everybody up.
Pat Thomas almost got in. He's on the ground. He came in from the left side. Preston Denard came in on the right side. But Eddie Brown, since he didn't have any blocking, wisely calling the fair catch with 5 minutes to the half, and the Rams putting it in play. 1st and 10 on their own 37. Waddy is wide right and Denard left. Peacock will carry behind John Williams. And Peacock gets almost to midfield, out to the 49, a pickup of 12 and a first down. Elvis Peacock, the first-round draft choice last year out of Oklahoma. He had knee surgery following an injury in the 3rd preseason game. And at Oklahoma, he scored 29 touchdowns and carried for an average of over 6 yards a carry. So look out for him.
Hayden's going on quick counts, which is kind of offsetting the 49ers again.
And here goes Peacock again. And he's into San Francisco territory, pulled down at the 47-yard line. Elvis Peacock is playing with Lawrence McCutcheon hurt.
McCutcheon's in there.
Yeah, he's been in and out of there, as McCutcheon didn't figure to play very much. He has a hamstring and a bad leg. He didn't start. It was Cullen Bryant and Wendell Tyler. Now it's McCutcheon and Elvis Peacock, although we don't expect McCutcheon to do much carrying. 2nd and 6 from the San Francisco 47. 10-0 San Francisco, 3:47 to the half. Peacock is at the end of that little screen. And he's going to be dragged down inside the 40-yard line. So Elvis Peacock, they've been waiting for him to get some action, and now he's getting it.
Well, they got a drive going now. This is good football. 49ers are rushing pretty well. That's one of the things we talked about, their pass rush against that Ram offensive line. They're putting pressure on Hayden.
So it's 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 38-yard line, as Elvis Peacock has suddenly given the Rams a big boost. 3 minutes to the half. Jesse is wide right, Denard wide left, McCutcheon in motion. Here comes Peacock. And Peacock is tripped up as he goes across the 35-yard line. Tim Gray, the safety, was coming up, and McCutcheon picked him up and turned him out of the play, and that helped them pick up a few yards. There's Gray going back to his position. So picked up 4. That makes it 2nd and 6 on the San Francisco 34-yard line.
See, the Rams have done all of this with their running game practically. They had one dump-off pass. This is just bread and butter football, slugging it out.
2nd and 5 on the 34-yard line of San Francisco. Hayden scrambling, looking, gonna run out of bounds and gets out of bounds before Willie Harper can hit him. Harper running him out just inside the 27-yard line. So he picked up 7, and that would be enough for a first down.
That scrambling around wears out the big defensive linemen. Their legs get a little bit heavy in the 4th quarter, chasing a scrambling quarterback on a hot day like this.
The 1st and 10. There's Terry Nelson, the tight end. Nelson not playing. Charlie Young has been in there. And Young is in there on the right side right now. The pass by Hayden, no good. Gerard Williams and Preston Denard They were bumping together, but both were bumping in legitimate pursuit of the football.
There's some bad news. Terry Bradshaw injured, taken off on a stretcher. Pittsburgh 7, St. Louis 15.
So the two bulletins so far today we have: Bob Greasy was hurt in the Miami game and had to come out. Now Terry Bradshaw is injured, and the more they legislate, it seems like the more injuries, despite the rules. Tough break. So it is 2nd and 10 on the 27.
We hope it isn't serious.
Oh, I pray for that. 2 minutes and 7 seconds to the half. 10-0 49ers. But the Rams are on a roll. There's a pass intended for Denard, low and behind him. Dan Bunz and Cedric Hardman putting a little pressure on Hayden.
Part of that is that Hayden saw they were going to blitz. He saw they were going to dog, and he wasn't sure they could pick it up. He threw the ball in a hurry, threw it short, threw it low.
The linebackers and the safeties are stunting a little bit. First it was Gray going up and then falling back and Bunz moving in. And it seemed to cause Hayden to rush it. So it's 3rd and 10 on the 27 with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to the half. Denard is left, Jesse is right. Young, the tight end, on the right side. Peacock and McCutcheon behind Hayden. Hardiman was moving on the play. And Hayden has his man Charlie Young to the 10, to the 5, to the 4. And I'm pretty sure the penalty was against Cedric Hardman. And if so, the Rams take the play in a 1st and goal.
Charlie Young looked good on that coming across. He's a tank when he catches that ball.
It's declined, of course. There's Cedric Hardman, number 86, on the upper right-hand side, and he encroached.
Number 86 on the defense. Penalty is declined. 1st down after 2-minute warning.
So at the 2-minute warning, the Rams were in a can't-miss situation. They're on a drive. San Francisco 10, Los Angeles nothing.
Draw play, Otis Brown. They call him Bigfoot at UCLA, and for good reason. Brown wears a 14 double or triple E shoe. He's pretty good on the wet carpet.
Wouldn't want to have him kick you with that foot either. One of the things that impresses me, we felt, Dick, last year watching the Cardinals play, that one of their great weaknesses was a lack of speed, especially to the outside. They've cured that with Anderson. And they've also got big Otis Brown, who can go up inside, and if he breaks loose, he's got about 4.6 speed too.
2nd and 3, Hart, 6 for 12 passing, make it 7 for 13 as Anderson gets the 1st down at the 31-yard line. So Otis Anderson showing he can catch the ball as well as run it. So often that's the case. You can't get the combination. A man runs well but doesn't have the good hands. It appears Anderson has the full package. There's the halftime score. Seattle leading Oakland. So the Raiders shut out the first 30 minutes by the Seahawks.
Seattle off to an 0-2 start. I'm sure Jack Patero is excited by the fact that they're ahead. Anderson also blocks well and apparently is a complete back. We'll look more at him today. He's an outstanding young prospect.
Hart now only 4 completions away from 2,000. Not much of a hole there for Brown, who gets a couple of yards out to the 33. Don't forget halftime, all the scores and highlights on him.
To establish his relationship to this Pittsburgh defensive team. What an outstanding player he is.
Fumble and recovered by Pittsburgh. 57, is it? 67. Gary Dunn from Miami of Florida has again a mistake on the handoff. And the Steelers get a big break before halftime with 3:12 left in this first half. The Steelers now with a chance to convert a turnover.
Oh, we've seen the ball on the carpet a lot of times today, and that's unusual, especially to see that many this early in the game. 2 weeks in a row we've had a lot of fumbles. This week they've been picked up by the opposition.
From the St. Louis 29, Bradshaw on a double wing. Gives it to Harris, runs into his own man, and a flag goes down. Charlie Davis, 76, the nose tackle of the Cardinals, doing a fine job and running right into that play. There just wasn't a hole.
Well, the holding call. Lots of those today, too. certainly that's one of the things we're seeing more and more of with the liberalization, shall we say, of the use of the hands by the offensive linemen. They've really changed their blocking techniques and are being flagged more and more, especially on running plays.
Holding, number 52, offense, first down.
That's the second holding call against the All-Pro center, Mike Webster of the Steelers.
Perhaps an indication that he's got his hands full with Mr. Davis out
no
there.
pun intended, I
trust. Second down 20, or check it, first and 20. Thornton, and he stopped at the 38. Mike Dawson, 73, the defensive end from Arizona, who hunts javelinas in the offseason, the wild pigs, and he hunted down Thornton after a short gain.
Decided they didn't want to eat there.
Have a look at a javelina, huh?
Right.
Bradshaw, deep for Grossman, and he just threw that one away. Ken Stone, 23, the Cardinals safety, was closer to the ball. So we have 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the first half. Bradshaw, his team trailing 15-7, now looks at a third down 18.
In this room, there are usually 9 or 10 infants playing, laughing, learning what it feels like to be loved. We can't show you their faces because they are victims of child abuse and neglect. I'm Archery Beeman of the Seattle Seahawks, and this is the Seattle Day Nursery, an agency supported by United Way. Here, they give love back to little children whose parents have agreed to seek help. In many cases, they were often abused or neglected themselves as children. No one knows how many abused children there are, but here in Seattle, there's a small ray of hope, thanks to a lot of volunteers who want to share the meaning of love. Thanks to them, thanks to you. It works for all of us, the United Way.
The preceding announcement furnished as a public service by the National Football League. Seattle first down at the 44 off the pass combination of Zorn and Largent. Now the give for Smith. Quick opener. Out of the 38-yard line, Dave Pear, Phil Villapiano combining to make the stop. Steve Largent now has caught a pass in 24 straight games. Our statistician Jack Prote passing on the word. He's caught passes for 100 yards or more 9 times. Thus far today, 3 receptions, 106 yards.
His all-time high is 134 yards, and he's got a shot at that today.
It'll be a 2nd and 4 with a minute and a half remaining in this first half. At halftime, all the scores, complete rundown of the highlights from NFL 79. That is coming up. Quarterback is Zorn. The setbacks are Smith and Dorning. Dorning has done well in replacing the injured David Sims, who's out with that bruised neck. Long count by Zorn, and we get whistles. Penalty marker down.
Too much time.
Excessively long count by Zorn.
He was changing the play.
Steve Largent arguing. Now that's Coach Jack Patera.
And I'll tell you why he's arguing, Marv. The 30-second clock was never started. Jim Zorn didn't know how much time he had. So he went ahead and changed the play. An audible at the line of scrimmage without the 30-second clock as a reference. Zorn didn't know how much time was left. And that's what Patera's complaining about. He'll get in trouble standing out there on that field. It's like a baseball argument. Oh, he's going to get right up in his face and shake his finger. They do a Billy Martin and kick the dirt. There isn't any dirt.
Yes, he would hurt himself trying to kick on this field.
Tear a knee ligament. I don't know, but if he doesn't get off the field real quick, Marv, he's going to get a penalty flag.
It would be an unsportsmanlike conduct.
It says in the NFL rule book that the head coach is not supposed to be on the playing field at any time. And he's gotten one before this year, I know. He's a big man, too. He's looking down at all that referee and crew.
And he has been hit with a penalty. The hand is for Jack Patera as he slowly makes his way to the sideline. He's receiving a standing ovation.
Oh, they love him. But it cost his club 15 yards, plus the 5 yards for the delay of game. So it's a 20-yard penalty altogether. There's the signal. First of all, the delay of game, and then the arms extended. That's a unsportsmanlike conduct against the head coach. Comes out to a 20-yard penalty against the Seahawks.
Jack Patera, a very popular guy in this area, as you would expect. He was the AFC Coach of the Year last season after the Seahawks' first winning season of 9-7 and only their third year of football. As we watch Patera in the upper portion of your screen, 2nd and 24, back at the Seattle 42-yard line. And Zorn goes the middle to Rabel. Rabel out of midfield was actually hit by his own man to push him forward. The right guard, Ron Coder, moving downfield to help out, pushed him forward. And they put it down at the 50, the hurry-up offense used by Seattle. With 1 minute remaining in this first half, Zorn will throw again. Try to dump it off short, incomplete, intended for Dorning, but that will stop the clock.
And again, I think Jim Zorn just threw it into the AstroTurf to stop the clock, although it is 4th down. He didn't want to turn the ball over by throwing an interception. Good coverage by the Raiders.
Herman Weaver has come on as Ira Matthews, 5'8" rookie out of Wisconsin, a 6th-round draft pick, number 43, drops back. Weaver to punt from his 36-yard line. It is a 10-man rush for Oakland. And Weaver able to get it away. This is Matthews. And out he goes, just able to cover up at the 11-yard line. A 40-yard punt by Weaver.
Tremendous hang time again. Gave the special teams time to get down to cover that punt. There's a flag on the play.
Penalty marker down. Looks to be a clip with 48 seconds remaining in this first half, and Seattle leading it by the score of 10-0. First quarter touchdown, a 40-yard pass combination between Zorn and Largent. And the 46-yard field goal by Herrera here in the second quarter. So the clip is called.
Again, the Raiders with 48 seconds to go. They had the ball at the 10. Now it'll go back to the 5, and that's no place to start if you want to get on the board before halftime. Again, another look. He has control, and there's the clip. No doubt about it. Mike Davis right on the back of Cornell Webster.
And it'll be a first down from the 6-yard line.
38 Webster clip. And Mike Davis did the clipping of Oakland.
This is Woodington finding a hole out across the 10, gets to the 12, 13-yard line, and some footwear has been misplaced.
The shoe goes bouncing out. I thought it was the football for a minute.
Tuiasosopo making the stop. You see 32 seconds remaining, and a timeout has been called with the Seattle Seahawks in front, 10-0.
Tremendously, and they are really hot out there today.
Bradshaw under a blitz. And they get Bradshaw, who doesn't load the ball, and there's no penalty flag down. And uh-oh, Bradshaw is hurt. Bradshaw crumpled under that pile of white jerseys.
Back live in New York, I'm Brent Musburger. Terry Bradshaw has just been taken off the field in St. Louis, a leg injury for the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback. A big afternoon for the Cleveland Browns. They were 2-0, playing the winless Baltimore Colts. Late in the game, Cy pitches outstanding tight end, Ozzie Newsome, who gets down to the Baltimore 15-yard line. Score is tied, and Don Cockcroft never misses a money kick. 28 yards out. There's the field goal. 13-10 Browns. Time left, though, for Greg Landry and the Colts. And here they come. On a key third down, it is incomplete, out of the end zone, but roughing the passer on Lyle Alzado. Time for the Colts to tie it. Here comes Linhart. He had missed 2. Sets up now with a 28-yard opportunity. The snap is perfect, and here comes the kick that would have sent it to overtime. No good. But hold on, a flag has gone down in front of the Cleveland bench, and no one picks it up quicker than Teddy Marchibroda, the Colt coach. He says, let's go, let's line him up again. There's a penalty. Get back on the field, he tells the field goal team. No such luck. Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Cleveland Browns. Thus it was assessed. After the ball was turned over, the Browns ran out the clock. They win at 13-10. The Browns are now unbeaten, and they could be in first place because St. Louis leads Pittsburgh 15-7. Jane, let's take everyone around the league right now. The New York Jets, they win for the first time this year, 31-10 over Detroit.
And Kevin Long with 3 touchdowns for the Jets.
Now Philadelphia is 2-1 as they beat winless New Orleans 26-14.
The barefoot rookie Tony Franklin kicked 4 field goals for the Eagles, and now Brent, he is 6 for 6 for the year.
And the final I just reported, 13-10, Cleveland over Baltimore on the strength of that Cockcroft field goal. And a final in overtime. Denver 20, Atlanta 17.
25-yard field goal by Denver's Jim Turner won the game in overtime despite 325 yards passing for Atlanta quarterback Steve Bartkowski.
New England drives to a 2-1 record. Cincinnati still winless, 2014 final.
Steve Grogan threw a 17-yard touchdown pass to Stanley Morgan for New England. Ken Anderson was hospitalized, as we said earlier, with back problems and replaced by rookie Jack Thompson.
Tampa Bay, unbeaten in 3 games. A surprise team of the league, 21-10 over the Packers.
Tampa Bay is now 3-0, and they lead the NFC Central Division.
And Houston runs its record to 2-1. Kansas City 1-2, 26 the final.
Gifford Nielsen, starting in place of injured quarterback Dan Pastorini, threw a 24-yard touchdown pass to Tim Wilson, and Earl Campbell with 32 carries, 131 yards. The Bull is back.
Another unbeaten team, Miami 27, Minnesota 12 in Bloomington. The Vikes fall apart in the second half.
In the second half, quarterback Don Strock replaced the injured Bob Greasy and threw for 2 touchdowns to lead Miami to a come-from-behind victory.
The St. Louis Cardinals and Otis Anderson, 15, Pittsburgh 7, and Bradshaw hurt.
The Cardinals are surprisingly dominating the Steelers early in the first half, and as you said, they carried Terry Bradshaw out on a stretcher.
San Francisco has ambushed Los Angeles in the Coliseum, 10-0 in the second period. At halftime, the game you're watching, Dallas over the Bears 10-7. Another game is at the half, San Diego 13, Buffalo 12.
Buffalo giving San Diego all they can handle despite 2 touchdown runs by San Diego's Clarence Williams.
And Seattle again beating Oakland 10-0. That game is at the half. We've got a lot more highlights coming up, baseball scores, and we'll be back as the NFL Today continues on CBS after these messages from your local stations.
Back here in Seattle, we have just received word that Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Terry Bradshaw injured his ankle, was carried off the field by a stretcher. And we'll have more details and highlights and scores at halftime on NFL 79. The Steelers trailing St. Louis 15-7 back here at the Kingdome. Fumble on the play as Terry Robisky was able to unleash. And it is recovered by Oakland, the Raiders. Call for time as Henry Lawrence, the right tackle, number 70, made the recovery. So Terry Robisky bringing out to the 31-yard line, but we have only 21 seconds left in this first half. Timeout called by the Oakland Raiders.
Not only did Terry Bradshaw go down today, and again, you'll see the highlights at halftime, NFL 79, but Bob Greasy went down with a pulled muscle, and Kenny Anderson, the quarterback at Cincinnati, got a kidney problem, and he was taken to the hospital. Not a good day for quarterbacks in the NFL.
The throwing Samoan rookie Jack Thompson coming on, replacing Anderson in that Bengal lineup today.
Jack Thompson is well known in this state. Did some super throwing up at Washington State.
16-yard run by Rubeski, making for the first down at the 29-yard line. Oakland down to 1 timeout left. Seattle with 2 remaining. Only 21 seconds left. And Stabler to throw out of the pocket. And he completes to Branch, who is hit down immediately at the 47-yard line. Cornell Webster, the left cornerback, making the stop, the clock running, and now the Raiders use their final timeout, stopping the clock with 9 seconds left.
And again, in this situation, the Seattle Seahawks are playing bend but don't break. Don't let anybody get deep on you, especially this guy Branch with his 10 flat speed and 100 meters. They will give up that short pattern. They're out of field goal range and only 9 seconds to go. They just didn't want Branch to get deep.
Branch and Stabler able to hook up successfully here this afternoon. There's Tom Flores talking it over with Ken Stabler, and you see the other 2 Oakland quarterbacks, David Hump, number 11, and Jim Plunkett, who saw action last week against San Diego.
Branch, 3 catches, 77 yards, and they have been the most effective combination for the Raiders.
People in Oakland are well aware last season, with Stabler suffering from injuries, had all kinds of trouble throwing long, and it took Cliff Branch out of his usual type attack.
You can't get Branch deep. He is not an effective receiver. You've got to, even if you don't complete the pass, he's going to get deep and have the cornerback thinking about how fast the young man is. Then he gets open underneath the coverage.
The stats on Stabler: 8 for 14, 141 yards. First down at the 48, and here's Stabler with the clock running down. He throws sideline, broken up, intended for Branch, knocked away by Cornell Webster, number 38, 3-year pro out of Tulsa, who has played very well here at the early going.
Cornell Webster is the most outstanding defensive back in Seattle's 4-deep situation. And again, he's got a tough job covering the speed man in Branch, but watch the great athletic move. He's got his eye on the ball all the way. Great play. I'll tell you, I wouldn't play cornerback in the NFL for anything. If you get burned, everybody knows it.
Webster had a big game against Oakland last year in that 27-7 win, had 14 tackles against the Raiders. All right, final seconds. Stabler with the deep drop, and it is dropped by Van Agen.
Injured for Pittsburgh, so the clock was running. Pittsburgh trying to run a play without a huddle, but Kruzik didn't have an offensive lineman as Corson was hurt on the play.
You could see Kruzik going back, and we said that game breaker Lynn Swann would make his appearance shortly. There he is, and one of the patented Swann high leaping catches. Kruzik threw it exactly as Bradshaw, his mentor, would have thrown it. Put it right on the money, and Swann brought it down. That injury to Corson, very dangerous. They're already dangerously low on offensive linemen. Ray Penny lost for the year. Sam Davis, of course, they don't want to have to play him today. You see him on the sideline. He's not ready yet. They have got young Tom Dornbrook into the ball game. Corson they were worried about. They knew he had a problem going into the game. Had been playing well. But a young rook in there, actually a second-year player with 1 year experience. Dornbrook has gone in now to try and fill in for Corson.
It's an emotional, very important time for the Steelers to come out of this with some points, and ideally for Pittsburgh, because their season may rest in the hands of Mike Kruzik. For him to get Pittsburgh a touchdown would give them a tremendous lift, I would think, at the intermission.
Certainly do the yours, that hamstring. You may be out for 6 or 8 weeks, and we can't afford that.
Kruzik perfect on this drive. First down at the 19. Under pressure. Grossman. Ball tipped and almost went back to Swann standing on the goal line. Ken Stone, 23 on the coverage for St. Louis. That stops the clock. 13 seconds left in this first half. The Cardinals leading the Steelers 15-7.
Zook and Dawson both in, giving Kruzik all kinds of pressure on that play, but he was pretty cool. I've been impressed with him so far, and certainly one of the marks of this Pittsburgh team is the kind of quality depth that they keep demonstrating week in and week out. You can't show me another team in football that can put as many starters on the sideline and still play good football.
Report on Corson. Bruised right knee, probably will return. This on a draw to the 17. A play that has worked through the years for the Steelers when the defense has anticipated pass, but the Cardinals read it well. And here comes Matt Barr in to try a field goal. Barr is 2 for 4. He's hit from 41 and from 45 yards in the first 2 weeks. And this one, apparently, out of the hold of Colquitt from the 25, will be 35 yards. Eight seconds remaining in the half. Official stopping the clock, and now both teams are set. No good. Wide to the left. So the Steelers are hit in the head with 2 tough, emotional blows.
Game of a doubleheader. St. Louis 4 and the Montreal Expos 3. An ideal chance for the Pittsburgh Pirates to pick up at least a full game on the Expos. They are playing the New York Mets. Candelaria in the first inning, and the slam to right center field by Elliott Maddox. Parker can't get over in time, and Maddox takes the turn and goes into second base for a double with the Mets. Lee Mazzilli on a tear is hit safely in 17 straight games, lines a single into left field. Here comes Maddox. That made it 1-0, and the Mets shut out the Pirates 3-0. Pirates still lead by a half game. One final inning in the American League. Milwaukee defeats the California Angels and Frank Tanana. 2-1 was the final in that game. We had another overtime game this afternoon in the NFL. Let's check in on Denver and Atlanta. Figured to be a tough defensive game, and it was down in Atlanta this afternoon. Bartkowski against Norris Weiss. Weiss, the Denver quarterback, on the keeper, runs in. It was 7-0 Broncos. Back comes Bartkowski, looking for Alfred Jenkins. He's covered. Ball is tipped, and Jenkins somehow holds on at the Denver 24-yard line. Bartkowski now going back. They need 7 to tie. Got Wallace Francis alone, and the extra point ties it at 17. Time running out. Tim Mazzetti. He can win it for the Falcons right here, but he's wide, and the game goes to overtime. And it is Weiss again, not being replaced by Craig Morton this time, looking for Haven Moses down the right sideline. Moses breaks free and gets down to the 11-yard line. On third down, Red Miller says that's far enough. Turner kicks the field goal, 20-17. Denver beats Atlanta in overtime. The New York Jets, winless, embarrassed last Sunday by New England. Walt Michaels knew one thing. I've got to get Wesley Walker open. I've got to get my great wide receiver some passes. But wouldn't you know it, Detroit struck first. Comlow hits David Hill. 7-0 Lions over the Jets. Then finally, Richard Todd at quarterback, and they find Wesley Walker. No finer wide receiver in all of football. Splits the two defenders down to the 15-yard line. Kevin Long hammers behind the left side of Walt's offensive line. 7-7 after the extra point. Richard Todd once again, this time working the left sideline. Watch the pass. It's beautiful. Right there, Wesley Walker runs under it, out of bounds at the Detroit 7, and once again it was Kevin Long. This time over to the right side, and it was 14-7 Jets. Now second half, Richard Todd knows who's got the hot hands. It's Wesley Walker. 30-yard reception this time, and that set up still another Jet score. This time it'll be Scott Durkin, a 2-yard run. It was 24-10, and then a little insurance, and touchdown number 3 for Kevin Long, 31-10, the final score. The Jets win for the first time this year. Irv, you've got a couple of sets of highlights, Philadelphia and New Orleans.
The Eagles were hot today. They traveled down to the Superdome in New Orleans and defeated the Saints by a score of 26-14. The Saints, even though they have the most powerful offense in football, are now 0-3. And it was the Eagles' day today as Ron Jaworski goes back and hits his favorite running back, Wilbert Montgomery, who catches a pass here and scores, and the Eagles take a 10-0 lead. Just before the half ended, the Saints needed a miracle play, and they get one right here. Wes Chandler making a great catch, weaving his way upfield, goes in to score, and at halftime the score was 13-7 Philadelphia. But late in the fourth quarter, the Eagles, after having dominated the second half of the game, pitch out here to Billy Canfield. He goes over his right end, touchdown, and the Eagles win 26-14. Tampa Bay and Green Bay went to work today in Green Bay, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are undefeated, folks, 3-0, and the Packers right now are sitting 1-2 in the NFC Central Division. This has been a problem for the
This is a story really today up in Green Bay today. Fumbles. Fumble after fumble after fumble. 6 of them. Turtle Middleton fumbles, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers recover. Jerry Eckwood, number 43, on the next play, takes the pitch out, goes 40 yards, touchdown, and they take a 7-3 lead over Green Bay. Doug Williams had a pretty good day throwing the ball, 13 for 25 and 132 yards, 1 touchdown. Here he hits number 42, Ricky Bell, goes down for another TD run. TD pass. Ricky Bell again going to work, number 42 going over his right end, 19-yard touchdown, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defeat the Green Bay Packers by a score of 21-10.
Can you believe Ricky Bell's explosion today? And Tampa Bay could be leading now if Dallas, of course, beats Chicago in the second half. We've got an update on the Rams and the 49ers for you. The Rams have just scored on a Pat Hayden pass, 10-7, San Francisco leading. We'll update everything at the end of the game and have highlights on the Rams and the 49ers. But right now, let's send you back to Texas and the Sunshine Boys. Here's Pat Summerall and Tom Brookshire.
The Bears filing out of the locker room and heading back to the playing surface at Texas Stadium. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire as Alan Page, the veteran, makes that long walk down the tunnel. The score is Dallas 10 rather. The Chicago Bears 7, as the Bears took the opening kickoff and put together a very impressive march. Got the touchdown from Vince Evans on a quarterback draw. The extra point by Bob Thomas made Chicago lead 7-0. The Cowboys took the next kickoff and marched all the way down the field, capped off by a touchdown pass from Roger Staubach to Tony Hill. Rafael Septien got the extra point, made it 7-all. Then after a Peyton fumble, Septien hit from 46 yards out to make it 10-7. That's the way it is.
27-12. Don Strock had to come in relief of Bob Greasy, who injured his leg. Strock threw 2 touchdown passes of 6 yards, 1 to Larry Zonko, 1 to Jimmy Cefalo. Norm Bulash added a 5-yard run as the Dolphins put that one away to go up 3-0. Speaking of 3-0, Tampa Bay Buccaneers no longer a joke, in fact a contender in the NFC Central. They beat Green Bay 21-10. Jerry Eckwood, fine young rookie there, he had a 40-yard run for a touchdown. Tampa Bay very respectable indeed. Kansas City against Houston. It's rebound week in Houston. Houston lost badly last week to the Steelers, had Dante Pastorini knocked out, but they rode the feet of Earl Campbell a victory. Earl had 32 carries, 131 yards. Mike, it's nice to have somebody like that in the bank working for you.
You bet, and it's not bad to have a guy like Gifford Nielsen, the second-year quarterback out of Brigham Young, in reserve. He's the man who took Pastorini's place. He did well before a capacity house at the Astrodome in Houston. The Oilers whooped up on the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's the Oilers' first score, this 4-yard run by Earl Campbell. In the second quarter, watch this action. Cliff Parkley back to punt, and he really booms one right into the hands of number 86, J.T. Smith, second-year man out of North Texas State. Watch him go. 55 yards in all for a touchdown. The first punt that has been returned for a touchdown in the NFL this year. Houston, too much for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay, my word around the league is the Oakland Raiders, when they're on AstroTurf, are in trouble. Well, they're in trouble in Seattle today. It's 10-0 at the half. Zorn Largent 40 yards. Dallas beating Chicago right now. This ball game at the half. Cowboys out in front 10-7. In the matchup, Peyton's 13 carries, 77 yards. Dorsett 11 carries for 59 yards. Pittsburgh against St. Louis. St. Louis winning right now 15-7 this ball game in the second quarter. And as we mentioned, Terry Bradshaw was hurt in this ball game. He has had to leave and been replaced by Mike Kruzak. It was a 3rd and 19 situation. Bradshaw back to pass, tried to dump it off, and was left clutching his left ankle. He was removed from the field on a stretcher. We do not have any word as to the extent of his injury, but certainly that picture right there is not a bright one for the hopes of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they're losing today 15-7. San Francisco out in front of Los Angeles. That score 10-0 in the second period. Wilbur Jackson's touchdown, the lone one in that game. We understand now it is 10-7 in that one. The 49ers still on top. And Buffalo, San Diego, this one in the third period. The Chargers are out in front 13-12. Mike Adamley, the Chargers are indeed a powerhouse, but the Bills staying close.
Well, the Bills won big last week, 51-24 over Cincinnati, so you know they have offense. San Diego has to win this game because they have lost these kind of games. Before another packed house at San Diego Stadium. A man who did most of the damage for San Diego was on the ground, number 40, Clarence Williams. You know, they have 2 running backs by the name of Lydell Mitchell and Mike Thomas, but they're not starting because this man is just too good. Clarence Williams, his first touchdown. And then from the 21-yard line, watch him change direction here, bounce outside, pick up a blocker, lose his helmet in the process. He has been extremely tough for the Chargers, 13-12. A lot of people are going to keep an eye on that game because the Bills aren't too bad either. Chuck Knox has really got them rolling.
Okay, Mike, very quickly, let's switch to baseball. baseball. Bad day for all the contenders. The Pirates lost to the Mets. The Expos lost to the Cardinals. Pirates continue to lead by a half game in the National East. And in the American West, the Angels lost to the Brewers 2-1, and the Kansas City Royals lost to Seattle. That score 6-3. Now let's go back to the Seattle Kingdom. We join Marv Albert and Mike Hafner.
This 1979 National Football League game is brought to you by Chrysler Corporation. See the mileage makers at your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealers. By the Schlitz Malt Liquor Bull, the special premium brew that's in a class by itself. By Ryder Truck Rental, the best truck money can rent. And by AC Delco, quality automotive parts for quality motoring. Go with the names you know, AC Delco.
We are back at the Kingdome in Seattle, Washington. At halftime, the Seattle Seahawks leading the Oakland Raiders by the score of 10-0. And Mike, from the Seattle point of view, has to be only happiness. It has been, as we mentioned before, near perfect first half. And in the turnover department particularly, that is where the happiness has to be.
That's right. No drop passes, and that had plagued Jim Zorn all the way through the start of this season, especially in the first two games. And he has done well. The Seahawks have jumped out on offense early, and that is the key to their success. They've got to get ahead early.
And Zorn and Largent also have hooked up, and they had been having their problems in the earlier contest. We mentioned earlier that Largent, of course, has suffered from an ankle problem. He's been receiving double coverage, and there have been a host of drop passes, but today they've been perfect.
And on the one touchdown pass to Steve Largent, they beat the defensive zone. Charles Phillips did not get back into the deep third. And you'll watch, Zorn reads the zone well. He gets plenty of time, and if you give Jimmy Zorn time, he's going to nail you. And now watch, Phillips doesn't get to the deep third. Largent is behind the zone, and it's an easy touchdown. He can walk in the last 10 yards.
It is a 40-yard pass play between Zorn and Largent, and we have Zorn now at 7 for 13, 162 yards. And he did not start by filling the air up with footballs. They started in very conservative fashion, which, as it turned out, was the right move, because Zorn last week had to be arm weary after throwing in desperation 45 times.
When you play catch-up football, you will tend to throw much more than designed. And I talked to Jerry Rome, the offensive coordinator, prior to the game for Seattle, and he said that they would establish the ground game and give a rest to that left arm of Jim Zorn.
Art Stabler thus far is 8 for 16, 141 yards, and 1 interception. That interception by Dave Brown of the Seattle Seahawks.
And again, Kenny Stabler, first of all, thinks, will my protection hold up? And he's getting a little bit of pressure there, but again, not what a 10-year veteran would normally do. Throw into double coverage. Branch covered both deep and short. Dave Brown, the short man, picks it off, and Seattle capitalized on this turnover. They got down and got that 46-yard field goal.
All right, National Football League action will continue from Seattle. The second half kickoff coming up.
Charlie Young, the big tight end for the Rams, making a clutch reception. He's playing over Terry Nelson. Nelson had caught 4 passes going into this game, and Young had not caught a pass, but it's Charlie Young making the big reception. It's first and goal on the San Francisco 4, 1:56 to the half. There's another number that is prominent, only prominent in playing, number 34, Elvis Peacock. So Nelson isn't, and Peacock is, and so is Charlie Young.
We'll not use that one. The 30 seconds will be kept on the field.
Evidently some mechanical problems. They'll keep the 30 seconds on the field, George.
We've had that every week.
Every week. They'll have to move these games to Switzerland to get the watch fixed. At halftime, Seattle 10, Oakland nothing. The Rams in a first and goal on the 4. Terry Nelson, the tight end about whom we've been speaking, is back in there on one side. Charlie Young on the other. Jesse, Peacock, and McCutcheon out of a T formation for the moment. Now only Peacock is back, and in motion goes McCutcheon. They're not going to give him the ball today. Play action fake to Peacock. The pass to Charlie Young. Touchdown. So Charlie Young, who had not caught a pass this year, takes the touchdown pass from Hayden.
Well, this is a good call. Nobody really covered him. Linebacker Willie Harper was the closest guy to him, but he didn't have a chance.
I think they all went for the fake on Peacock, too.
And it looked like they were trying to blitz in there, anticipating the pass.
Charlie Young, traded to the Rams in the Ron Jaworski deal to Philadelphia, comes up with a touchdown. Now the point after by Frank Corral. He has kicked 28 in a row. Make it 29 from last year to the present. So with 1:52 to go in the half, San Francisco's lead and big opportunities are dwindling like the days in September. San Francisco 10, Los Angeles 7, 1:52 to the half.
That's the first time Pat Hayden's had good field position, and to his credit, he took advantage of it.
He certainly did. As you look at Frank Corral, he had 25 straight point afters, and he's 4 for 4 this year. Bill Walsh now trying to encourage Steve DeBerg to get back the momentum. And San Francisco had the biggest play, I would think, was the fumble by Lenville Elliott. They were leading 10-0. It looked like they might very well score again to make it 16 or 17-0. Lenville Elliott fumbled the ball, and the Rams recovered on their own 9. And even though the Rams didn't do anything with the ball from 4 more different possessions, it was still only 10-0, and they finally did score, and so they're just a field goal behind. That fumble by Elliott will be bothering San Francisco the rest of the day.
As we said at that time, that could have turned the game around and put them in the position where they're 17-0 and really put the pressure on the Rams.
The 1:52, Frank Corral kicking. It is James Owens and Lenville Elliott deep. And the kick will be to Lenville Elliott, and he will keep it in the end zone. So they'll put it in play. 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 20 with 1:52 left to the half.
You know, on his kickoff, he only takes about 5 steps. He's got a powerful leg.
Interesting, too, about Corral. He has kicked off prior to today 8 times. 4 resulted in touchbacks, but the other 4 have been returned for an average of almost 19 yards a carry. But this time, no return. 1st and 10 on the 20. So Steve DeBerg trying to mount some kind of a drive with 1:52 to the half. 10-7 San Francisco. Juggled and caught by Solomon at the 23-yard line. That ball was thrown hard. Freddie did a good job to hold on to it.
There was a quick pass, and DeBerg had a delivery sack on him. That's how hard the Rams are coming in there. Watch this.
Fred Dreyer.
They're right in there on him. See, he's feeling the pressure on this.
Look at the reaction of Solomon fighting that thing to the death. He picked up 3 yards. It'll be 2nd and 7 on the San Francisco 23. O.J. Simpson has carried the ball 12 times in this first half, and it might be now that they are going to rest him for the remainder of the half. O.J. standing behind Bill Walsh and Steve DeBerg on the far side of the field.
Normally, I didn't want to start my 2-minute offense this deep in my own territory. We just played standard football.
What's the bottom line as far, you said that deep? Where would you start?
We'd start around the 35, unless it's, of course, the 4th quarter, and you have to have it. Because you don't want to take any chances. You don't want to give them something here now and go in tied or behind.
Steve DeBerg is 6 for 17 for 44 yards. There was one other pass out of the fake field goal. Joe Montana passed once for 8 yards. So it's 2nd and 7 on the San Francisco 23. In motion, Mike Schumann. To Solomon at the 30-yard line. Osteen and Thomas sandwiching him, and that's very close to a first down. Just depends on where they feel he went down. It is inches one way or the other.
If I were the Rams, I'd stop the clock.
And it's a first down. So 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 30. Little release to Elliott, and he can't hold it. And again, DeBerg was belted by Jack Youngblood, and that's one reason why that pass was off in a hurry. There's Youngblood getting up.
Let's watch Jack, one of the top pass rushers in all of football. Look at him use his hands, keeps coming. He beats him to the inside. And
actually, Jack Youngblood got the worst of that safety sack because DeBerg went down on top of Youngblood, and Jack was very slow in getting up. There he is, huffing and puffing. Jack Youngblood, 9 years out of Florida. The captain of the defensive squad, 6 straight Pro Bowls. He owns a health club. There are a lot of people here who can use it. 2nd and 10 from the 30. Heat from Fanning, the pass to Schumann. Schumann to the 35, out of bounds at the 37-yard line. He had to get to the 40 for the first down. Look at those hands, George. A lot of tape.
Yeah.
Is it to prevent perspiration and help him get a better grip?
I think part of that is, but I also think he must have a bruise there. You wouldn't want that much on.
There's Mike Schumann going close to a first down. It'll be 3rd and 3. Look at that hand again.
Well, that's due to an injury.
Yeah, for sure. DeBerg play action fake, getting pressure from Jack Youngblood. Youngblood was able to eat up Keith Farnhorst.
Well, that's right. It's one-on-one. It's Youngblood versus number 71, Farnhorst. And Youngblood beats him. Very few people are going to block Jack Youngblood one-on-one. That's what they did against Denver.
And Farnhorst last year was rated the best offensive lineman for San Francisco, but Youngblood able to beat him and pull his man down. By the way, we talked about Terry Bradshaw being hurt, and we are happy to say Bradshaw has just, and we use the word just advisedly, a bruised right knee. He may return to the game, so that's in good news.
Good news. Now, I would think the Rams will go for an all-out punt block here.
It is 4th and 13. The ball is on the San Francisco 27-yard line. Danny Melville has done well, but they will put the pressure on him. And Eddie Brown is standing on the Ram 35-yard line. But, of course, if they put that all rush and Melville gets it away, Brown doesn't figure to have too much of a return. George, you got a score?
Yeah, St. Louis 15, Pittsburgh 7 at the half.
Because Bradshaw is incredible. It seems so many times that he plays better when hurt.
I list him the most physical quarterback in football. He's tough. He plays with bumps and bruises.
4th and 13, and all the heat will be on Danny Melville. We'll see if the Rams are coming. They have 10 men on the line. Here they come. And Melville gets it away. Eddie Brown on his own 30. Gets away to the 40. And pushed out of bounds by Willie Harper at the San Francisco 47-yard line.
Yeah. Great play by Eddie Brown. Really great play. Here's a punt returner that is not a racehorse. See how he softly caught that ball, flew it. Watch him make this move right in here and find the opening. He sees his blockers. He uses his blockers. He doesn't have great speed, but I think he's the best in the league.
5-year man out of Tennessee as you look at Dave Elmendorf. Elmendorf, one of the keys in that great Ram defense, a strong safety out of Texas A&M. 1st and 10 on the Niners 47. Hayden over the middle to Lawrence McCutcheon, and McCutcheon is down at the 39-yard line, and the Rams with 44 seconds to the half and time running, trying to go into the clubhouse at least even. 2nd and 2. Hayden to Peacock. To the 30. To the 25. To the 20. 15. 10. 5. And out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Elvis Peacock.
Well, Elvis has shown the ability that made him a #1 pick.
What a runner.
He didn't play last year. With Peacock coming around, that just makes this team even stronger. Look, he's got size and speed. Actually, the 49ers didn't play very good defense on him either.
So it is 1st and goal from the 1, 24 seconds to the half, 10-7 San Francisco, but from the looks of things, you better look at it. It's not going to be that way long. Hayden has McCutcheon and Bryant. Young and Nelson, the tight end. It'll be Colin Bryant, touchdown.
'49ers are kind of going down now. Bad defense there.
The air coming out of the balloon. So it is 13-10 Rams as Colin Bryant punches it over from the 1 after that magnificent 46-yard run by Elvis Peacock.
Bad spacing on defense. See, 1 first down by the 49ers offense prevents this. It isn't just this, and this is what sometimes the players and people forget.
Now the point after for Corral. He has a string of 29 straight. The kick is up. It is good. 30 straight for Corral, and the Rams leading San Francisco 14-10 with 21 seconds left in the first half. An excellent return by Eddie Brown, and then the marvelous run by Elvis Peacock for 46 yards, setting up the 1-yard touchdown. A disillusioned Steve DeBerg and a somewhat chastened Bill Walsh for the 3rd week in a row, getting out in front of a team they didn't figure to beat, and what is more important, for the 3rd week in a row, surrendering that lead.
And you know, Vinny, you've lost so much. They won 2 and lost 14 last year. They've lost this year. You figure no matter what the score is, somehow or another, you're going to lose a ball game. So you're playing, not necessarily to win, but you're just playing football, sometimes playing to lose.
Here's a big story. With 9 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, Joe Ferguson just hit Curtis Brown on an 84-yard touchdown pass, and Buffalo leading San Diego 19-13. Corral kicking off. 21 seconds to the half. James Owens and Lenville Elliott are deep, and Corral hits it on the ground. Juggle picked up by Bobby Farrell, who played here for UCLA. Farrell to the 30. A block by James Owens, and he goes out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Bobby Farrell making the return on that squib kick.
Here's what the Bird should do. He's got time for 2 plays. There's 13 seconds. He should keep 7 blockers in, send 2 men deep, and go for 2 bombs. They need something. They need a big play to give their ball club a lift as they go back in at halftime. It's going to take
1st and 10.
It's going to take leadership now to get them to come around.
13 seconds left. It is 14-10 Rams. DeBerg is 8 for 18 and 58 yards. And he has to hit 2 in a hurry. Solomon is inside Schumann on the right side. Seal on the left. He bumps into Lenville Elliott. Throwing and has his man Schumann. No catch. So it is not a case of a recovered fumble. It was an incomplete pass. Stops the clock with 4 seconds to the half.
It's difficult for DeBerg to roll out. He's not very agile.
No, and he bumped into Lenville Elliott, one of his backs, and that also added to the complications. So Bill Walsh, with 4 seconds left, coming up with 1 more play. And he'll send in Clark, Dwight Clark, a rookie out of Clemson, number 87. 2nd and 10 from the 37.
Here's where he should throw a bomb.
Hope for interference.
Worst you can get out of it is incomplete pass. Overthrow him.
So this should be the last play of the half. 2nd and 10 on the San Francisco 37. Schumann in the backfield now in motion. Elliott in the slot left. DeBerg is submarined by Reggie Doss.
Pat Summerall here with Tom Brookshire. What about statistically in the first half? What do you have?
Well, it was Staubach with 7 of 11 for, of course, the touchdown pass of 44 yards, 94 yards in total, and a touchdown pass. And the running of course, Walter Payton. He had 77 yards on 13 carries. And the 2 fumbles, I guess, by Dorsett kept the Cowboys from maybe putting the game, out of hand, don't you think?
Well, let's get to the action and see. It's 10-7 Dallas. Bob Thomas is just about ready to kick it off to start the second half. Steve Wilson and Ron Springs back deep. And Wilson strides up to about the 17 to pick it off. Comes outside the 20, and Wilson
Comes wide to the right side with some room. Steve Wilson to the 35, cuts back inside. He should get at least close, and he goes all the way, but their flag's down back at the Cowboy 35-yard line.
This is going to be the new rule, the clipping. You have to make all blocks above the waist on the kicking game, on punts or kickoffs. And if somebody slipped down and blocked on the trousers of the Bears, that's what it was. They're going to call it back. What a great run.
A super effort by the rookie Steve Wilson. Here it is, and let's see if we can pick up the clip.
Tommy Wilson's son. The genetics are good in this family. Watch number 81 weave. You see these clips, point them out to us. Well, there's a lot of fur flying and some leather banging. There's a good block. There was no clip.
Nope.
We have a personal foul.
Let's see who is against.
Number 52 on the run back. First down.
52 is Robert Shaw, the Cowboys' first-round draft choice, but honestly, I did not see it. Great run by Wilson.
The officials have been watching that rule because there are a lot of knees that have been torn up on the kickoff and punt returns.
Dallas first down at their own 15. First play from scrimmage in the second half. Cowboys lead 10-7. Staubach comes right out firing over the head of Drew Pearson and out of bounds. Jerry Muckenstern made him throw it high with a good drop.
Boy, Hampton, the young rookie defense, there's Wilson. He's a little bit winded, but I have a feeling with his enthusiasm, he could tee it up and go again, huh? Oh, he's young. He'll bounce back and run another one back before it's over with, right?
Roger Staubach, here are the stats on him. He just missed his 12th attempt. Was shaken up late in the first half after he scrambled for a first down, but seems to be okay now.
Terry Bradshaw has a bruised leg. Bob Greasy went down. Anderson got a bad back with Cincinnati. Woo.
Dorsett on a first down draw play. Second down draw play, make it. Gets a first down. Stopped by Lenny Walterschild, but Dorsett got enough yards to make him move the sticks.
Let's see if the trap block. This time they don't trap. Fitzgerald goes through in the linebacker. Good block by Scott. You can see that the good running, of course, always the forward lean of number 33. He explodes on you. That time he covered the ball up with both arms, both hands.
Somebody perhaps spoke with him at halftime about protecting the apple. 14 minutes left in the third quarter. First down, Dallas at their own 28. They lead by 3 as Drew Pearson trots in motion and Staubach fakes. Pearson cuts across. It's intended for Billy Joe Dupree, and he is whacked hard by Gary Campbell.
That time, Alan Page was blocked so well on the line of scrimmage, he almost intercepted that little drop-off pattern to the tight end. They straightened Page up right on the line of scrimmage, which is a good place to go out and get him before he gets a chance to finesse you.
Let's see.
Take a look now. Watch Scott. Okay, it's Fitzgerald working on Page. He backs him up because he never got any penetration. Well, it was over his head quite a ways at that.
Good illustration there by Fitzgerald of the new rules, too, and what you can do. Boy, is Dorsett hit. Really cracked by Gary Campbell. You can open your hands, you can extend your arms, and you still won't get called for holding this year.
You're almost punching, huh? It's a punch, sort of.
You're almost grabbing, except you don't, or you're not supposed to.
But you can extend them. Once you get them in this position, you can extend, and, well, that Campbell, a former running back at Colorado, has made a darn good tackling linebacker.
3rd-11 for Dallas. And the shotgun is out for the second time. For the first time in the second half, Ron springs in the backfield. Here comes Preston Pearson in motion. The inside screen is intended for Jay Saldi. Pearson is claiming that somebody tackled Saldi before the ball got there, but the Bears had it diagnosed.
Walterschild was inside of the Dallas uniform early.
Danny White enters. Dallas unable to move the ball on its first possession outside of that one first down run by Dorsett. Steve Schubert goes back deep for the Bears. Danny White, the Dallas punter.
He's been actually kicking the ball as well with the cast and the wrap on his broken finger as when he didn't have it.
Averaging 43 yards today. Good snap. Ooh, fine kick, Boomer.
back to the 20. Schubert almost lost it, and the first man down again was Benny Barnes. He almost stripped Schubert. Thomas Henderson down there to help Barnes.
Did you see Tom Henderson, though, not roll across the young ball player that was on the ground that time? Henderson could have sort of raked him with his knees, and he didn't do it, and he could have caused an injury and didn't. We should give him credit when he does those things.
Tom Landry, I'm sure, will as he looks on. 10-7. Dallas still leads Chicago. Reserve quarterback Danny White.
When he's going to get bored and want to play full-time somewhere.
He has handled it amazingly well, hasn't he? Not playing, just punting. Buffalo 19, San Diego 13. Another upset in the making.
Joe Ferguson with an 84-yard touchdown pass.
First down, Chicago. Handoff is to Williams, who barrels straight ahead and is buried backwards by Harvey Martin's charge with help from Randy White.
Dallas begin to take control of the line of scrimmage a little bit. Henderson makes a good play here, number 56. From the flex. Look at Randy White's working on Noah Jackson, straightens it all up. Harvey's on the back, Henderson's in on it. That looks like the Dallas defense right there.
It'll be 2nd and 7 for the Bears. Then 7, still the quarterback to pitch back to Peyton. Walter's got some room. Peyton nearly to the 40, out of bounds at the Bear 39, knocked out by Cliff Harris.
And barely knocked out. Harris just had to throw himself. The left side, he's not supposed to run as well to the left. That's what everybody said. Good block by the fullback on the outside. Harvey Martin just can't get to a 34. Now watch how Cliff Harris crawls across, gets some of the trousers, and then Brunig makes sure.
First down, Chicago. Los Angeles and San Francisco, the 49ers had led at one time 10-0. It's now the Rams 14, the 49ers 10. It'll be 2nd and 7 here for, I beg your pardon, 1st and 10 for the Chicago Bears. Evans fakes this time to Peyton and throws down the middle, picked off by Benny Barnes, who sheds one tackler, sheds another. Barnes sheds another and is now down in the grasp of number 69, Noah Jackson. Reeve Sorey
and some
with
Cowboys.
the Bear hug, too.
Yeah. And Cowboys come over to make sure that Barnes gets out of the Bear bench. Again, young Vince Evans on a drop-back pass, fakes the inside play. And the 4th interception for Dallas this year.
Raphael Septien with Whistling Ray holding a bear. Septien kicking a bear.
Inside fake to Walter Payton. Not a very good fake. In fact, it's not a very good play, probably. Good pressure by White. Overthrown. Benny Barnes. He's always around there where that ball is, isn't he? He doesn't alibi.
Through the hands of Cliff Harris. Here's Randy White's rush. They're double-teaming him. First down, Dallas right at the 50-yard line. Pearson comes in motion, cracks inside on Hampton, but Hampton beats it and makes the tackle.
Drew Pearson was trying to come down on Hampton and crack back on him, but big rookie is really agile in there. He went for the ball too fast, too quickly.
2nd and 10. Word on Bradshaw, by the way, is there's Ernie Stotner talking to Thomas Henderson. Ernie, one of the great defensive players to ever play the game. Word on Bradshaw is that he had a bruised knee. He could probably still play if need be. And it sounds like the last score we had, need be, is there. Because they were losing to St. Louis. Callback Gibbs to Dorsett, straight ahead. Ball loose again. And Hampton, I think, has recovered his 2nd fumble of Dorsett of the day.
I believe Winford Gaines, number 36, in that nickel defense is the one that makes the tackle. You're behind the Bear defense. There's Alan Page putting the pressure on. Pretty well handled. Here it is. See if that's 36. There's Gaines making his contact. And Walterscheid caused it, too. First pass of the day. Look at the fake. Walter sets up, gets a block on D.D. Lewis. This is just throwing cork. Look at this. Barnes in the short flat. There is nobody near Golden Richards.
I mean, nobody else in the picture even.
Fisher would have had trouble knocking that one down.
Cliff Harris, the free safety, perhaps you saw come up toward the line of scrimmage. I don't know what influenced him to do that. And I don't know whose fault it was on the coverage, but obviously somebody made a very serious mistake. Extra point is blocked. Bob Thomas tried for the extra point, is batted down.
I believe Thornton, big number 77, got a paw up, shall I say. Right part of the picture.
It is hard to tell who did the blocking. We'll try to find out. But it could be a very important factor. Now the Cowboys need a field goal to tie.
Back live in New York, I'm Brent Musburger. Terry Bradshaw injured his knee. He is out of the game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They trail the St. Louis Cardinals. Quarterback Kenny Anderson of Cincinnati has been hospitalized with a back injury. We do not know how serious that was. And it was Baltimore and Cleveland. Late in the game, the score is tied. Brian Sipe goes to his tight end. Ozzie Newsome down the sideline. Ozzie gets loose, out of bounds, finally at the Baltimore 15-yard line. Then it is Don Cockcroft. Never misses when it counts. 13-10. Browns with the lead, but time for the Colts, who are desperately seeking their first victory for Teddy Marchibroda. Greg Landry goes long. Out of bounds, it looks like it's over, but unsportsmanlike conduct roughing the passer against Alzado, and there is still time. 28-yard field goal attempt for Tony Linhart. He had missed twice earlier in the game. Tried to right himself, was wide again, but a yellow flag fell in front of the Cleveland bench as Linhart headed off the field. His coach, Teddy Marchibroda, tried to send the field goal unit back, saying there's the flag. The official agreed. But unfortunately, it was after the missed kick, so it was assessed as Cleveland got the ball and ran it out, and Baltimore is still winless. Now, let's take you around the league and get you up to date on all of the scores. Final, Jane, the New York Jets over Detroit, 31-10.
Kevin Long with 3 touchdowns for the Jets to compensate for their disgrace last week.
Philadelphia and New Orleans. The Eagles win it 26-14.
The barefoot rookie, Tony Franklin, kicked 4 field goals for the Eagles, and Brent, he now has 6 for 6 for the year.
Baltimore and Cleveland, the score I just reported. Browns win it 13-10. And in overtime, it was Denver 20, Atlanta 17.
A 25-yard field goal by Denver's Jim Turner won the game in overtime despite 325 yards passing for Atlanta quarterback Steve Bartkowski.
Jane, speaking of that embarrassment, it was New England that handed it to the Jets, and they win again today, 2014 over Cincinnati.
Steve Grogan threw a 17-yard touchdown pass to Stanley Morgan for New England. Ken Anderson was hospitalized, as you said early, with back problems, and replaced was Jack Thompson replaced him.
The throw-in Samoan. Tampa Bay 21, Green Bay 10. The Bucs are 3-0.
That's 3-0, as you said, and they now lead the NFC Central.
All right, Houston over Kansas City, 26 is the score. The story there, Danny Pastorini was injured. Gifford Nielsen replaced him, and he threw a touchdown pass. Also a final score in Bloomington, Minnesota, Miami 27, Minnesota 12.
In the second half, quarterback Don Strock replaced the injured Bob Greasy and threw for 2 touchdowns to lead Miami to a come-from-behind victory.
St. Louis and Pittsburgh, the Steelers without Terry Bradshaw. 15-7 at the half, St. Louis leads it.
Surprisingly, the Cardinals are dominating the Steelers in the first half, but the word is that Terry Bradshaw may be back in the game.
San Francisco, Los Angeles, the game you're watching. The Rams strike back late in the second period. 14-10 now there the score. The Rams over the 49ers, but the 49ers are doing well under Walsh, aren't they? And the Bears have just gone back ahead of the Dallas Cowboys. 13-10 is the score there. Tony Dorsett has fumbled 3 times. His third fumble set up the go-ahead touchdown. And in a wild game down the coast in California, San Diego 20, Buffalo 19.
Buffalo has taken the lead in the second half on an 84-yard touchdown pass. Joe Ferguson to Curtis Brown, and Clarence Williams with 3 touchdown passes in this seesaw battle, his last one from 55 yards out.
Seattle leading Oakland. They stung the Raiders twice last year. 10-0 in the third. Steve Largent has caught a 40-yard touchdown pass in that game, and they're ahead. And the NFL Today will continue on CBS after these messages from your local stations.
And we welcome you back to the Kingdome in Seattle, Washington, where the Seahawks lead the Oakland Raiders by the score of 10-0 as we get set for the start of play of the third quarter. Jim Zorn getting ready. Zorn throwing the 40-yard touchdown pass to Steve Largent. The other score, 46-yard field goal by Efren Herrera. Herrera was a doubtful before the start of the ball game because of a leg problem, and this man, number 10, was all set. He worked out yesterday, Mike. Why not? I mean, he does everything else. He was ready.
I would have loved to see him kick extra points and field goals. That'd have been a classic.
And here are the Oakland Raiders moving back on. Ken Stabler, who has not received bad protection when you consider that his offensive line has been hard hit by injury. At the left tackle spot, Steve Sylvester, normally a backup center, replacing Art Shell. Gene Upshaw at left guard, Dave Dolby at center, but Dan Medlin getting the starting shot at right guard, Henry Lawrence at right tackle.
Kenny Stabler needs protection. He needs the time to read the defenses. And he's gotten it today, and I'm surprised with that patched up offensive line. Halftime statistics: 227 yards passing for Seattle. Jim Zorn having an outstanding day. Steve Largent over the 100-yard mark. And, of course, for Oakland, 188 yards. And Cliff Branch has 3 catches for 77. So those two have been the key, along with the quarterbacks, the 2 wide receivers.
Now, there has never been a question the last couple of years about the offensive abilities of the Seattle Seahawks. But I think you'd have to go back a bit to find a Seahawk club that has held a real quality ball club to 0 on the scoreboard going to the third quarter.
That has been the problem, and when you build in the National Football League, it tends to be offense that comes first, defense secondly. Now in Jack Patera's 4th year, his defense is starting to come around. There's still some problems at the linebacker spot, especially in pass coverage, and we'll watch and see if Kenny Stabler takes advantage of that in the second half.
Seattle continues to provide problems for the Oakland Raiders. Last year, Seattle became the first team to sweep a series against Oakland since back in 1965 by winning 27-7 here at the Kingdome, and then 17-16 at Oakland in that 27-7 when Stabler was sacked 3 times. And as you look at the standings, you see why today is such a pivotal ball game. San Diego on top, Oakland at 1-1, Denver with the victory today at 2-1, Kansas City 1 up 2 down, and Seattle looking for its first victory of 79.
And I'm sure they looked at those standings as they went in at halftime. They have a 10-point lead, and this is a must game for the Seahawks. And of course, the Raiders don't go 1-2 either.
Backup quarterback Jim Plunkett, who did see action last week against San Diego, went 3 for 7.
An old friend of mine. I was at New England, one of my number of stops in the NFL when he was a rookie in 1971.
You were of the school, don't send out the laundry.
I never rented an apartment. I just slept in my back seat of my car.
Efren Herrera getting set to kick off. Derek Ramsey and Ira Matthews are the deep men. Oakland continues to shuffle for kickoff return. And we're underway, second half. This is Matthews dropping but recovering to the 20 with a burst of speed across the 30 and pulled down. Foot down around the 35 by Kerry Justin, the backup quarterback.
Played on artificial surface before. First of all, he gets a lucky bounce. That thing could have gone back into the end zone. And now when he hits the surface here, this got to hurt. Justin wasn't going to let him get away. That ground is awfully hard.
Oakland, first down at the 36-yard line. Branch to the left. Martini replacing the injured Morris Bradshaw. To the right, Robisky and Van Egan. The setbacks, but Stabler to throw on first down, and he completes to Robisky. Robisky able to make a move, but then is hit down. Dave Brown on the recovery making the stop. Terry Rubisky looked impressive in the first half. Ran 22 yards on 3 carries. And that his first reception of the day. 8-yard pickup, 2nd and 2 out at the 43.
And I asked the question if Kenny Stabler would take advantage of the deficiencies of the linebackers covering pass for Seattle, and right off the bat he hits his back out of the backfield one-on-one with a linebacker.
Green, Beeson, and Jackson are the linebackers for Seattle. The deep men are Webster, Brown, Beeman, and Harris. There's Stabler off the play action, fires and completes to Martini for a first down, plus additional yardage in Seattle territory. Cornell Webster, the quarterback on the left side, combining with linebacker Michael Jackson to make the stop on Martini.
And again, Kenny Stabler going after the linebackers. Martini running the underneath route. Stabler waits until he gets into the hole where Terry Beeson should be. Wide open for Martini. There's Beeson now. He remembers he's supposed to be back in the middle. And it's an easy completion, and Stabler taking advantage early.
Van Egan and Rubisky, the running backs. Van Egan straight ahead to the 38-yard line. Beeson and Green combined to make the stop, filling out the rest of that Seahawk defensive unit. Up front of the 4-3, Price, Hardy, Tuiasosopo, and Gregory.
Mark, people ask me all the time, why do they run the fullback into the middle for a 1-yard gain on first down when they've been throwing? But you have to do it, or that front 4 will just gear up and pass rush every down. You've got to run at them to keep them honest.
2nd and 6 now for Stabler. Opening minutes, 3rd quarter. Seattle 10, Oakland nothing. Stabler throws right and completes to Chester. Right at the first down marker. Audrey Beeman, strong safety, making the stop. Chester making contact just to be sure with that first down marker.
Let's take a look at an outstanding matchup. A first-round draft choice at defensive tackle, Tuiasosopo out of UCLA, against a perennial All-Pro. Mr. Upshaw can pass block with anybody in the country, and he just took a first-round draft choice and taught him how you don't get to the quarterback.
One of the preseason games the Seahawks played, the public address announcer away from Seattle, of course, on the road, worked so hard all week on the pronunciation of Tuiasosopo, then mispronounced Norman. And here's Stabler with time, completes to Branch, and it is another Oakland first down. Brown and Beeson combined to stop Cliff Branch.
And again, we talked right at the top of the game about the protection for Kenny Stabler. Would he get the time to throw? And again, here's Upshaw on the #1 pick, Tuiasosopo. And that's why Kenny Stabler completes passes. Nobody around him. Good job by Upshaw. He's been doing it for years.
They're calling for the yardsticks. See, we called it a first down.
Short by a foot.
Yeah, just short. So it'll be a 2nd and about a foot at the 23-yard line.
This is what Kenny Stabler and Tom Flores, the head coach, wanted. A penetrating drive as soon as they touched the ball in the second half, trailing by 10.
Mark Van Egan, 6-year pro out of Colgate. Number 30, 35 is Terry Rubisky, 3-year man out of LSU. And Van Egan slashes through for the first down.
Oakland Raider offense. Play that fullback. Van Egan has had 1,000-yard years. Stabler throwing in the right situations.
Combination of Gregory and Jackson on the stop. Oakland first down at the 19.
Another UCLA football player, Dave Dolby, number 50, and he made the block on Beeson, who plays the run well, and that gave Van Egan the chance for the first down.
Dave Dolby, the man who took over for 00 Jim Otto back in 1975. Stabler on first down, off the swing move, fires the middle, and let's see, was it picked? No, it was caught. Raymond Chester out wrestling Beeson and Jackson.
They pay tight ends to be tough, especially in the passing game. And Raymond Chester has Seahawks all over him. Kenny Stabler can't find the deep man, so he goes to the short man. Look at that powerful, powerful tight end. He just took the ball away. Michael Jackson, the rookie outside linebacker, got a lesson in tight end coverage.
7-yard pickup, 2nd and 3. Raiders on the move down at the Seattle 12-yard line. They are trailing 10-0. And Stabler throws for the end zone. Touchdown! Rich Martini with the leaping catch to beat Cornell Webster. And a very smart-looking drive by Ken Stabler.
Congratulations for Kenny Stabler as he comes off the field. An expert drive by a veteran NFL quarterback. And I like Rich Martini. 2 years he was injured. Never played it down for the Raiders. And now with Morris Bradshaw with a pulled hamstring, it's Martini's turn. His first opportunity this year, and he makes a fine catch in front of Webster.
Martini caught one for 22 yards last week. So this is second. And Jim Breach with David Humm holding will try to cut that margin to 3 points. And off the high snap, he does just that. So the Raiders on the board. Here in the 3rd quarter, it is now Seattle 10 and Oakland 7.
Apparently does not have a broken ankle. In fact, may even play in the 2nd half, although I would be quite surprised to see them take any risks with him. He's such a valuable quarterback. But one of the other stories, Dick, we've been following closely, Anderson in his quest for his 3rd 100-yard game, and doesn't look like he's going to do it unless he has a very big 2nd half.
Yeah, the official statistics in, he has only 27 yards rushing. One of those, of course, a touchdown, a 12-yard touchdown run. By the way, William Andrews of the Atlanta Falcons, he had only 43 yards today, so he also denied that 100-yard game 3 consecutive times as a rookie. And still another, Jim Hart has thrown the ball very well against the Steeler defense that allowed in the first 2 games a total of only 104 yards, and he had 110 yards the first half.
I think there's Bradshaw, and it's good to see him moving around. Very often something happens to an athlete when pain hits him and he feels those bodies crunch. There's an instant surge that says, I'm hurt, and the fear very often makes you feel that you're hurt worse than you actually are. Statistics very even in the first half, almost dead even. And of course, the most important stat isn't there, the score, which is still 8 points in favor of the Cardinals. One other thing that is certainly impressive to me, you talked about the passing of Hart. He's gotten time to throw the ball, and the Cardinal defense has really played superior football. Then I think certainly the major contribution to that lead that the Cardinals have is the takeaways, which were forced by brutal tackles. And of course, the Cardinals able to take advantage of at least one of those with a 7-pointer.
And St. Louis with the lead will get the ball to open this 2nd half as Barr kicks it off. That's Harrell taking the short kick at the 12. 20. He's got some running room at the 30. 35 and down at the 40-yard line. Willard Harrell played at Pacific, then with Green Bay, and now with the St. Louis Cardinals. Let's reset that St. Louis Cardinal offense as Jim Hart comes on the field with his rookie running tandem of Otis Anderson and Theodis Brown. Wide receivers are Mel Gray and Pat Tilley. The tight end Gary Paris. Offensive line of Banks, Young and Steve at guards, Wortman at 1 tackle, and Joe Bostic, the rookie tackle, replacing the injured Dan Deerdorf.
Steve has a very nasty 4-cornered scar on his chin. Took it on the chin last week, literally, and they laid it open to the right to the bone. But he's a tough one. He's back in that lineup. And Banks, of course, has been down with a deep thigh bruise. Interesting story. I'll get to it in a minute, Dick.
First down at the Cardinal 40-yard line. Nothing there. Burrowing for a couple yards. Anderson.
For Haney said, you got to play.
He did. 2 centers, the same team occupying the same hospital room. Theodis Brown to the 50, and finally steps out of bounds at the Pittsburgh 47 with a first down. That man is 225 pounds, and he can go.
Looks to me like the Pittsburgh defense certainly centered on stopping number 32, Otis Anderson. They better adjust their sights a little bit and also include number 33, Theodis Brown, as he has certainly been the more effective ball carrier today and got off for a fine gain there.
Brown at the 50-yard mark as he ran away from Cole and Wagner before Lambert pushed him out of bounds. Otis Anderson couple of yards when a normal back would have lost 5, as Jack Ham had him in the backfield.
We don't see Jack Ham miss many tackles. Anderson did a great job, just stiff-armed him and popped him to the turf, and also showed me a little smart there on the sideline. Knew he couldn't make more than a half a yard, decided it wasn't worth taking all those big devils on, and stepped out of bounds. I admire him for that.
There was a day, though, when some football players, ex-football players, would say, no, that isn't the thing to do. But a 16-game season, you don't want to force yourself into a foolish physical vice. Hart's first pass of the second half. Incomplete to Tilley at the 43, covered well by Jack Lambert.
We've talked often about the stunning of defensive linemen. We're focusing on Joe Green. Watch him. He's going to jump to his right, jump clear around the other defensive tackle, and head up on the other side. Gets room to get to the inside, dodges by a back, gets there just as Hart unloads the football. And Joe is a real gentleman on that particular occasion. Just pats Hart on the back and says, I was here a little late. I'll try and get here sooner next time.
Just remember my number. Hart has seen it much too often in his career, despite the fact he's been one of the better protected quarterbacks in the NFL. 3rd and 8. Anderson. Look at that move. He doesn't get the first down as he's hauled down at the 44 by Mel Blount. But what a job of just eluding the two Steelers that seemed to have him 5 yards back downfield. Third quarter score. Stabler has hit Rich Martini, 11-yard touchdown. Oakland's first score, 10-7 Seattle leads at the Kingdome. Elsewhere, Chicago back in the lead against Dallas, 13-10, as Vince Evans, quarterbacking the Bears today, hits Golden Richards, 52 yards, extra point block. And the Rams, down 10-0, get a couple of touchdowns in the second quarter and lead the 49ers at the half, 14-10 at the Coliseum. Jim Smith back at the 11-yard line, has Little to kick. Just gets it away, and there's going to be a flag. No flag. 10-5, and down at the 1-yard line. Perfectly covered as Steve Little skips it into the Pittsburgh 1. Now the Steelers have the ball. Let's see whether Little was fouled.
Full all-out rush right there. Looks like he's doing a little acting on that one again.
He's got a couple of Emmys already today.
2.
Next Saturday on the Game of the Week, Dave Parker and the Pirates square off against the Cubs in a key National League East matchup. The heavy-hitting Twins battle the Brewers. Check local listings for the game in your area. NBC Sports. We're proud.
Next Saturday here on NBC, the Pirates and Cubs from Wrigley in Chicago and Minnesota and Milwaukee. Both the Expos and the Pirates lost today. Expos losing in the first of a doubleheader, so the Bucks remain a half game in front as you watch Jeff Moore running it back. Moore with acceleration across the 20-yard line. He ran into a wall. Jeff Barnes, backup linebacker, among those to get to Moore.
And again, the special teams doing well on both clubs. This time only out to the 21-yard line. Neither team has had the excellent field position after a kickoff.
Getting back to the baseball, Mets beat the Pirates 3-0. Cardinals over Montreal 4-3 in the first of a doubleheader. 10-7 the score now. Seattle on top. A Stabler to Martini 12-yard pass play, putting the Raiders up on the board. Here is Zorn to throw on first down, and the screen is completed to Smith. Smith with 35, 40, 45, 50, and out of bounds at the 45. Henry Williams able to push Sherman Smith out of bounds.
And they fooled Ted Hendricks that time on the screen pass. Watch big number 83, the Mad Stork. Lots of pressure on Zorn, and the Stork didn't even see the screen developing. And then Sherman Smith makes a nice move inside to get a long, long gain, 35 yards on that screen pass. Let's take a look at Hendricks. He's got to read that screen. He sees Zorn, and he's thinking quarterback sack, and you can see Sherman Smith sneaking right in behind him. And Zorn read it well, and a 35-yard gain works every time.
First down, they place it at the 44 of Oakland. Here's the draw with Dorning. Getting down to the 42-yard line. Dave Peer, the middle guard, number 74, 5-year man out of the University of Washington, a homecoming for Penn. He's able to make the stop. He was forced to buy a batch of tickets today for friends and relatives here in the Oakland, the Seattle area.
An outstanding trade by managing general partner Al Davis. He's really solidified the middle of that front three. Hare is an outstanding player, especially against the run.
Had a couple of fine years of Tampa Bay, 2nd and 8 at the 42, and as you can see, all kinds of activity. Again, Zorn with a long count.
Zorn's going to trot over to the sideline and ask Jack Patera what happened.
Timeout has been called now by the Seahawks. We have 9:36 remaining in this third quarter. Seattle up by the score of 10-7, and we'll be back in just a moment.
First game of a doubleheader, St. Louis 4 and Montreal 3. So the Pittsburgh Pirates have an opportunity to pick up a full game as they take on the New York Mets. It's the first inning. Maddox is at bat for the Mets, and watch what happens. Candelaria, the Pirates delivers. Slam into right center field. Dave Parker goes over from right field, but the ball falls in. And Maddox pulls up at second base with a double for the Mets. Now it's Lee Mazzilli on a tear, hitting 17 straight games. Now it's 18, and here comes Maddox. It's 1-0, and the Mets go on to win it 3-0. Pirates lead Montreal by a half game. And in the American League, Milwaukee defeated the California Angels, and Frank Tanana, 2-1 was the score there. A lot of overtime games in the NFL this year. We had one down in Atlanta this afternoon. It was the Denver Broncos and the Atlanta Falcons. Let's go down and check in on Norris Weiss, the Bronco quarterback. The old bootleg, he runs it in. It was 7-0 after Jim Turner's extra point. Bartkowski rallying the Falcons, looking for Alfred Jenkins. Ball is tipped and caught by Jenkins. Trailing by 7, Bartkowski pulls out, waits with good protection, and it's Wallace. Francis touchdown, extra point, tied it at 17. Time running out. Mazzetti can win another one for Lehman Bennett, but this time the magic fails. Misses. 32-yard field goal, no good. Overtime. Now Weiss looks for Haven Moses, and Moses races through the two defensive backs and sets up a third down field goal by Jim Turner. 20-17, that's usually the score that Atlanta wins by, but today they lose by that margin. The Jets were winless, embarrassed last Sunday against New England, taking on the Detroit Lions and a rookie quarterback by the name of Jeff Comlow, a 9th-round draft choice out of Delaware. Comlow waits for Dave Hill over the middle. It was 7-0 Lions early, but Richard Todd finally found Wesley Walker. Walker was shut out last week. He's as dangerous as any receiver in football. Between the two defensive backs, he gets down to the Detroit 15. Kevin Long barges across for his first touchdown. It tied it at 7. And again, that combination. Todd, this time Walker working the sideline. It's a beautiful pass from Richard right there. And he gets down to the Detroit 7-yard line. It'll be Kevin Long again. And the Jets take the lead. 14-7 is the score. Then in the second half, Todd knows who's got the hot hands. Wesley Walker, this time 30 more yards along the near sideline. That set up a 2-yard touchdown run by Scott Durkin. It was 24-10, and school was out for Detroit. Little frosting here, 31-10. Kevin Long, 3 touchdowns on the day for the Jets. Herb, how about your Philadelphia Eagles in New Orleans? Hey, that Wes Chandler can play, can't he, down there for the Saints?
Well, he's exciting. But, you know, it was all Philadelphia today, though, Brent, because Ron Jaworski had a hot day. They went down to the Superdome and defeated the Saints by a score of 26-14. Ronnie himself, number 7 here, hit 12 for 23 for 181 yards. Here he hits his running back, Robert Montgomery, for a touchdown pass. Just before the half ended, the Saints needed a big play, and they came up with here. Wes Chandler, you're talking about, Brent, and there he is making one-handed grab, goes in for the Saints, and at halftime the score was 13-7 Philadelphia. But the Eagles came back in the second half and totally dominated play. Late in the fourth quarter, Jaworski pitches out to Billy Canfield. He scampers around his right end, goes in, and the Eagles wind up winning the game 26-14.
All right, the Dallas Cowboys have taken the kickoff after Chicago scored, and they get back down to the 12-yard line. So we'll keep you up to date on that score in the second half. Right now, let's send you back to the Coliseum and Vin Scully.
Here in the booth at halftime at the Los Angeles Coliseum, the Rams, down 10-0, came from behind to lead 14-10, and there is the familiar countenance of John Madden. John, welcome to the Coliseum. More important, welcome to CBS and to the broadcasting booth.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny. It's a joy to be in both places. This is the first time I've ever watched a football game from a press box, and it looks like a different game. When I was a coach, I was always on the sideline. And then to be up here, it's really a different look. It looks like a different game. I yell at the officials, they don't even turn their heads.
You are also an odd coach because in the fresher days when you were running the Raiders, you always found time before the game to go up and have a cup of coffee in the press room. I can't think of another coach who would do that before a game.
Well, you know, I really knew what we wanted to do, and I felt I was an emotional guy. And I felt if I would get down inside the locker room with my players, I may put a little extra pressure and nervousness on them. And I felt if I could stay away and relax, it would be a more benefit to us.
Well, next week, John Madden will be doing the San Francisco-New Orleans game with Bob Costas. And, John, are you ready?
I think I will be next week. This is the first time, but it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it.
Well, I know one thing. CBS is delighted. We have a lot of winners, and particularly now by the names of Hank Stram, John Madden, and George Allen. I guess that's about as much football brains as you can get in any one room.
It's nice to be on their side. You know, Hank and I battled for years when Hank was at Kansas City and we were at Oakland, and of course George when he was at Washington and LA, and it's nice to join them and all be on one team.
Well, we're delighted to welcome to the club John Madden, and that's halftime here at the Los Angeles Coliseum.
Well, here is our 50-yard location at the Kingdome in Seattle, Washington. Mike, always nice to work with you because normally I get put on the 20. And, this is, I appreciate it.
I've got some pull up here in Seattle.
Apparently, no penalty call. The timeout was granted to Seattle, so we resume 2nd and 8 at the 42-yard line, and Zorn tried to get away but could not, as Dave Browning was in that backfield in a hurry, and that is the first sack of the afternoon. Also a homecoming for 73. Browning, a 2-year man out of the University of Washington.
And Jim Zorn called timeout because he had problems with the play. He had a whole minute to find out what to do, and there was a busted play when he came back in.
Jim Zorn's statistics very impressive here this afternoon. 197 yards, 8 out of 14. It is a 3rd and 9 at the 43. And Seattle now with the 3 wide receiver alignment. And Zorn goes to McCullum. McCullum across the 20. Out of the 10 and pushed out of bounds. Sam McCullum, who caught 3 last week against Miami, coming off his best pro season, is off to a super start.
Jim Zorn again with great protection, caught the Raiders in zone defense, and if you're going to beat a zone, you do it with a crossing pattern. Watch for 84 McCullum underneath the linebackers and in front of the defensive backs, and a great play. And again, that protection for Jim Zorn. Watch Dave Pear. Ron Coder, who is substituting for Bob Newton, does an excellent job.
It is 1st and goal just outside the 10-yard line. Dorning and Smith, the running backs. And Zorn looked like he wanted to go the quarterback draw, but had nowhere to go. Dave Pear clogging up the middle along with Ted Hendricks, the linebacker on the left side, coming in, and Zorn was fooled on that one.
I'll tell you, Jim Zorn did in fact fool him on the first quarterback draw, and we've talked about what kind of football player Dave Pear is. You don't fool him twice. He was right there to stuff Jim Zorn.
Loss of 3, 2nd and goal out at the 13-yard line. Jim Zorn in his 4th year as a pro out of California Poly and Pomona. 51% completion average thus far this season. Threw for a 2nd touchdown earlier today. Sherman Smith gets the call. And Smith with only a short yardage hit that. Rod Martin makes the stop, but a penalty flag has been thrown.
Again, Dave Pear there to plug everything up. That was a late flag. Could be holding. Personal foul.
Well, from the reaction of the Seahawk bench, it appears. Yes, personal foul against Oakland.
Somebody using their helmet as a spear, piling on.
Seattle receiving a break right here. We have 8:21 remaining in the third quarter. And the Seahawks lead it by the score of 10-7. Marv Albert and Mike Hafner from the Kingdom in Seattle, Washington.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 41 defense, automatic first down.
Well, it is Phil Villapiano, not a popular guy from an earlier move here today, called for the personal foul.
Watch for 41. Villapiano come in late. Oh, there it is. A slap to the head. John Yarno, the center, took a right cross, and the referee caught him. Phil Villapiano.
First and goal now at the 7 off the personal foul call. That's Rabel peeling left. And here's Zorn moving right. Turns the corner. And a penalty marker down as he gets within the 5-yard line. So Jim Zorn, looking to throw end zone, changed his mind and was brought down by Dave Pear.
A defensive holding call against the Raiders is my guess. One of the reasons that Zorn couldn't find a receiver was because one of his receivers were being held. Oh, it's against Seattle. Oh, well, I saw a holding penalty on defense, but they caught the Seahawks.
They will mark it off against the Seattle Seahawks.
Well, that's why I don't wear a striped shirt.
We were about to hear Gordon McCarter. Now here he is.
Holding, number 60, offense, penalty, the dead ball spot, repeat first down.
Ron Coder, the right guard for Seattle. There he is, number 60, 3-year pro out of Penn State, is called for the hold.
They got you now with that microphone. You can't go hide in the huddle.
It is first and goal back at the 13. That is Dorning in motion. Here's Smith. And Smith is bumped out at the 9-yard line. Hit by Monty Johnson, inside linebacker, on the left side. Picked up 4. It'll be a second and goal now from the 9.
Good lead block by Dornick that time. Every yard that Sherman Smith gained because of the block by his lead back Dornick.
That Seattle offensive line with Bullard and August at the tackles, Lynch and Coder at the guards, Yarno the center. The tight end is Peets. Smith and Dorning, the running back. Smith has 36 yards, 10 carries. 80 is Largent in motion. Here's Dorning fighting his way down near the goal line. Villapiano with the tackle on the play. Right here, we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
I wonder if the New York Giants are watching. Dan Dornick on the quick trap inside. Excellent block by Coder. Lots of drive and determination by this second-year player. What a pickup for Seattle, especially with Sims going down.
It is a third and goal at the 1-yard line. And here's Dorning, and he is hit back. Actually had no running room. The strong safety, Charles Phillips, coming up quickly to fill the hole.
Dornick deserved the carry, but the Raiders decided he wasn't getting in the end zone. Field goal time.
The crowd, as you can hear, would prefer the Seahawks go for the 6. But Jack Patera says no. And Efren Herrera will come on. Herrera hit from 46 yards earlier. Had a field goal attempt blocked. He is 3 out of 5. This one from 20 yards out with Zorn to hold.
Watch out for the fake.
It is good. The Seattle Seahawks now with a 13-7 lead on the Oakland Raiders with 6 minutes and 37 seconds left in the third quarter.
Bob Thomas, who just had his extra point attempt blocked to leave it 13-10, now kicks off. This is going to be Ron Springs at the 12. A little open. Broke the tackle. Springs cuts back inside out to the 40. Fifth round draft choice is tackled by Ricky Watts, and the Cowboys do like Ron Springs, number 20. 60 minutes coming up immediately following the game. It's 13-10, 10:51 left to play in the third quarter. Here's the replay of that fine return by Ron Springs.
He averaged 30 yards a run back against San Francisco, and this position is so important for a team trying to catch up. Give the quarterback some breathing room.
Confirmation that the extra point was blocked, as you said, Tom, by Bruce Thornton, the rookie from Illinois. Roger Staubach gives to Newhouse, who's taken down quickly by Jim Osborne. They say that Osborne is having the best year he has ever had. He has certainly played very well today.
Buddy Ryan took over that defense, right? He's got them doing all kinds of crazy stunts and blitzes.
Dan Hampton, the young rookie from Arkansas, came and joined the Bear defensive unit. He was playing tackle and end at the time he joined, and they told him, somebody asked how many defenses he would have to learn, and they said 500. Scott Laidlaw in the backfield, along with Preston Pearson. Passing group. Staubach ducks up inside a couple, is going to run. Being chased by Osborne and brought down by Osborne after a gain of 6.
That's an incredible play. Osborne goes 2-5-0. Watch him put the pass rush on first. Pretty well cut off. Rafferty hanging in there, number 64. And now Osborne sets out after a quarterback who's averaged over 5 yards a shot in 11 years in this league and catches him from behind.
Robert Newhouse being looked at and worked on the sideline. Around the waist. It'll be 3rd and 4, Dallas. 9:25 left, third quarter. Cowboys drop Staubach. Fitzgerald with a one-handed snap without looking. Perfect. Fires outside. Ron Springs has the first down. Goes into their territory to the 42. Doug Plank and Virgil Livers.
And that's the hands we were told that young Ron Springs has out of Ohio State. The Big Ten rushing leader as a junior, then a bad knee. And, of course, on opening day, Dallas fans saw him throw a left-handed TD pass to Tony Hill. Look at him take this pass. He's got good speed at like 4.45. He's 200 pounds. Watch Roger stand in there. This time he kept his backs in. He kept Preston Pearson in just to pick up a blitzer in case they came with everybody but George Hallis.
First down, Dallas. Ball at the Bear 42. Laidlaw still one of the running backs. Reverse coming to Drew Pearson. One blocker out in front. Drew Pearson got away from a couple of tacklers and a couple more, and another Dallas first down inside the Bear 30. Down to the 27. Virgil Livers had to make the tackle. A good run from Pearson.
And Pearson actually could have thrown this back to Roger on a flea flicker, and I think one of the Bears might have chased him because of it. Watch Alan Page get caught in Brady 2 in between. And Pearson at about 190 pounds is a pretty good rusher. This is his first run of the year for Drew, and a big one. Big first down for Dallas.
Line of scrimmage will be the 26-yard line of Chicago. The Bears lead at 13-10. But the Cowboys are closing in on field goal range at least. Dorsett, this time guarding the football. The last time he fumbled, there was a loud chorus of boos as he headed back to the sideline.
Dallas always puts in a couple of new wrinkles or a double reverse, don't they, like that last end around by Pearson? That's the reason you can never fully prepare for a Landry coach team, because the computer, they play computer games. Look at him covered up and head for the pile.
They spend a lot of time scouting themselves so they don't get involved in trends and patterns.
make you paranoid?
Would me.
I'm afraid.
Doesn't bother Landry. Saw what Dorsett has done so far. Roger Staubach goes back into the shotgun, and again the Bears blitz him. Tony Hill under control, keeps both feet in. That pass is good.
Good block by Dorsett. He moved inside on the shotgun and picked up a charging Bear linebacker and really cut him down. Sometimes when great running backs get into a fumbling jag, their confidence has to be restored. Maybe it's by a good block, or maybe it's by helping the team. And people should remember they also cheer them when they get 1,300 yards.
Word from the Dallas bench is that Robert Newhouse has bruised ribs, but should be able to play if he's needed. Right now, the fullback spot is being handled by Scott Laidlaw, and it's in good hands. There's Laidlaw. Down to about the 12.
And off is Scott Laidlaw.
Good drive. Good mixing play selection by Ermal Allen upstairs and Tom Landry on the sidelines and the whole staff.
Seattle 10, Oakland 7 now in the third quarter.
11-yard TD pass, Stabler to Rich Martini.
It'll be 2nd and 6. Chicago Bears lead Dallas 13-10. Evans ran for one touchdown, threw a touchdown pass to Golden Richards for the other. Fake throw. Dallas recaptures the lead, 16-13. Raphael Septien will try to make it 17.
Roger Staubach's 10th completion of the day, and he really made a quick move. Watch the reverse fake. Now the pressure is really on, and watch Roger pull up real fast and cut it loose. Allard Page was right in his face.
Had a lot of zip on that ball to be going backwards like that.
And yet it was still not overthrown to where it couldn't be handled by the tight end. Well, that's a heck of a play.
Reminds me of a pass in the Super Bowl game. Been caught. The story of that game might be different. With all due respect to one of the great players of all time, Jackie Smith, who has since retired. That could have turned that whole game around.
That was really an incredible drive. Here it is again. Billy Joe Dupree's second touchdown catch. One of the most reliable receivers in football history, much less Dallas history. This tight end right here. You get that ball to him, and hello there, touchdown.
Septien will try it from 5 yards further back. And this is a big extra point, Thomas. If they ever get it worked out. Now they go back in the other direction.
False start. Offense. We'll enforce it on the kickoff.
Good move by Haggerty, who's in charge of the crew. On the next kickoff is when the offensive foul will be assessed. The rules are very hard to explain. I think Wizard White in Washington could probably do a better job on the Supreme Court.
I've got 3 books, but I haven't read them all 3 times yet. And now they move it back.
Offside.
They may be kicking off in the end zone before this is over.
Is this just for a single point, or is this is still the extra point, right?
A very big point, though.
I'd say it is.
16-13 the score now from 5 yards further back in. With Glenn Carano holding, Danny White regularly would be, and after that, Charlie Waters would be. It will be. 17 is true.
Now Chicago needs a touchdown. Can't use the field goal to tie.
Dallas Cowboys, 6 minutes, 11 seconds left to play in the third quarter. Lead Chicago by the score of 17-13.
13-7 off the 20-yard field goal by Efren Herrera as he gets set to kick off to the combination of Ira Matthews and Derek Ramsey. That's Ramsey on the left and Matthews on the right. 61,602 on hand here at the Kingdome in Seattle. They had, let's see, 3,159 no-shows, which is not bad considering that The game is being televised in the Seattle area. Considering Mike Hafner's doing color, these people prefer to be here, Mike, in person.
I got 3,159 fans.
This is Matthews to the 15. 25 penalty markers down as he brings across the 25-yard line.
Whatever the penalty, it was very obvious. It looked like a confetti parade out there. 4 or 5 flags hit the ground.
Don Dufek making the stop on Matthews, and a hold is called on the Raiders. Third quarter, Dallas Cowboys leading the Chicago Bears 17-13.
Dallas having problems with that Chicago running game. Oh, there's a surprise.
Told you earlier, Terry Bradshaw was carried off after injuring his ankle, and the Cardinals still in front. Third quarter, the Los Angeles Rams leading the San Francisco 49ers 14-10. San Diego leading Buffalo in the third quarter 20-19.
Maybe Buffalo's 51-24 win over Cincinnati last week wasn't a fluke.
Buffalo coming off the big game for running back Roland Hooks. First and 10 down at the 13-yard line, and Stabler in traffic, able to get it away, but it breaks from that whole line. It's intercepted. Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker, picking off the deflect, and the Seahawks with a huge turnover right here, and looking to take advantage as you look at a delighted Seattle head coach Jack Patera.
It had been Jim Zorn that was hampered by receivers dropping the football. This wasn't a bad throw by Kenny Stabler. It was, in fact, behind Branch. But Terry Beeson is right there. The old tip drill works every time. And once that ball hits you in the hands, you got to catch it, or your quarterback will be victimized. And right there, Seattle gets the big turnover.
Beeson's first intercept of the season. Stabler has been picked off twice today. He's been intercepted 4 times this season. First down at the Oakland 21-yard line. And Zorn to throw on first down. And a great catch is made. Sensational catch by Steve Larkin. Lester Hayes was looking to cover. Oh, what a spectacular move by Larkin.
First of all, the pattern was designed to fool the cornerback. The ball was thrown to Largent even before the corner turned around to look at him. And now watch the concentration. Unbelievable. You know why this man caught 71 passes last year. Just a tremendous catch and concentration, and that buries the Oakland Raiders, at least for a while.
Here's Herrera to try for the extra point. Zorn to hold. And he puts it right through. Seattle taking advantage of the turnover. The pass deflecting off Cliff Branch, picked off by the middle linebacker Terry Beeson, takes it right in, and they now lead it by the score of 20-7. Mike, what was so spectacular about that catch, not only the reception, but while in the air, as you will see, he is able to push himself forward as he's in the air and able to come over off the defender and bring it home.
Lester Hayes never saw the football. Tremendous concentration by Largent. And watch what hits first. The ball in the end zone. Therefore, he scores. A great call by the officials. And I'll tell you, Steve Largent, the Houston Oilers must just be kicking themselves every time he catches a football. He was waived by the Oilers, picked up by Seattle, and has become one of the premier receivers in the National Football League.
Cardinals now lead 18-7. We pause briefly from St. Louis for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
This is WIC-TV, your new Spirit station in Pittsburgh.
Larry Anderson with Anthony Anderson and Greg Hawthorne deep for St. Louis. Little's kick goes to Larry Anderson at the goal line. 15. 25. Oh, is juggling the football as he hit the carpet at the 28-yard line. Kurt Alderman, voted the top special teams player by the Cardinals last week, made the hit. Dallas back in front of that seesaw affair at Soldier Field, or down in Irving rather, as the Cowboys now lead the Bears 17-13. San Diego and Buffalo 2019 in the fourth quarter in San Diego. Chargers lead. They're going for a 3-0 start.
Much better game than people had predicted.
Yes, it is. San Diego very up emotionally for the win against Oakland last week. Bradshaw
has a man open, Stallworth, and he did that nice little two-step on the sidelines to stay in bounds, although Bud Wilkinson argues a bit.
I think you got to argue to let those officials know you're watching sometimes. Stallworth, an excellent receiver. We pointed it out again and again, and he will be one-on-one on Worley because they still want to give Carl Allen help on the other side of the line of scrimmage. So Worley has his job cut out for him today.
Bradshaw, first down at his own 41. Gives to Thornton. Fumble! Who's got it? Pollard. At the 42. Steelers say they have recovered it. Pollard made a dive for the ball, but a arm swept it in, and it belonged, I believe, to John Kolb, 55 of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Or was it Larry Brown? Yep, Pittsburgh. That's the third time they've recovered their own fumbles, plus losing 2 today.
Get an idea of the kind of hitting going on the line of scrimmage. Grossman gets a piece of Carney right there. Carney gets back in. Watch the ball. Thornton gets stripped right there. Looks like Arneson, really, that dropped the hand into it. The ball is loose. Larry Brown and Pollard both fighting for it, and Brown came out with the ball in hand.
Brown has recovered 2 fumbles today for Pittsburgh. Second down and 9 at the Pittsburgh 41. Harris, short yardage to the 44-yard line. Tim Carney makes another tackle for St. Louis, 8-year veteran from northern Michigan.
Well, we said he was their resident wild man. You get an idea of the kind of mobility he has. He's blitzing again. Coming hard to the inside, shoots the gap and has Franco before he can even get out of the backfield. Fine defensive play, and not much that Franco could do about it. Boy, he's got him pumped up out there.
When he was at Cincinnati, they say they named a hamburger after him. I couldn't find out what the name was, but I could think of a few. You know, it was well ground. Third down. Might be intercepted. Allen had it and went right through his hands to Lynn Swan, who is out of bounds. How in the world did that one get through to Swan? He's amazing with his concentration.
We're going to have to put this act on stage. Watch Lynn Swan. He really gets covered effectively by Allen, who's going for a position here, reading the quarterback's eyes. Allen has the ball. Now watch Swan. He goes right into his face mask, comes back, picks it up, and is still concerned about his feet. You see what he's doing with his feet? Almost got it.
What a great athlete. Colquitt delivers a short kick. Harrell, 20. Gets some blocks. 25, 30. Might go all the way. 40, 50, 40. Anderson to beat. And Larry Anderson saves a touchdown. But what a return by the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Willard Harrell. He's 27 today.
Get some great response from his teammates. 1 out of every 5 plays last year was a special teams play. You get an idea of the importance of the special teams right here, as Harrell puts them in great field position, puts Pittsburgh back against the wall, and only a great play right there by Larry Anderson saved the 6 points.
Mike Thomas to the 20, first down, San Diego. The second long pass to Mike Thomas. As Faust was 4 for 8 for 36 yards before these 2 long passes. He hit for 27 to Thomas at the end of the third quarter. He just hit for 26 to Thomas. They have the ball just shy of the 20-yard line. And we look at Jim Hannafin again, signaling to the San Diego huddle. Stepping into the booth just to say hello to us briefly, Dave Winfield, slugger for the San Diego Padres. Great athlete, Dave. Good to see you, babe. 13:30, that's what a baseball player does on his day off. He comes to a football game. First and 10 Chargers. Thomas. Almost to the 15-yard line. The little guy, he's only 5'11", Thomas, but he's 190 pounds of dynamite. Takes for 5, second down 5. Here's that address again to send your tax-deductible contribution to help our American Olympic athletes. U.S. Olympics, Post Office Box 1980D, Cathedral Station, Boston, Mass. We'll recap the scoring for you if you've joined us late, but you've missed quite a ball game if you didn't see all of it. It's been up and down all the way. Second down, 6, San Diego. San Diego. Artie Owens, who just came in as a running back, picks up what he needs. Steve Freeman makes the stop. Owens, number 24, out of West Virginia. A 4-year man who does it all, as Mike Lucci referred to earlier. Runs back, kicks, does everything.
That time they were working that same formation we talked about earlier in the game. They had both tight ends, or Kellen Winslow, who plays outside receiver, was drafted as tight ends. They ran away from him. They had been running towards him. It looked like it's crossed the Bills up somewhat. He got outside. Artie Owens doing a good job getting it down to the 5-yard line.
All right. 20-19 San Diego. 12 minutes to play in the game. Bauer and Williams are the running backs for San Diego. Jefferson is squat. This been left far wide. The handoff goes to Bauer. He's hit the 4-yard line. The initial hit by Shane Nelson. Inside linebacker out of Baylor. Started as an outside linebacker. Moved inside when Robertson joined the club this year. They spotted on inside the 3.
Hank Bauer, the captain of special teams. Last year they brought him in short yardage situations near the goal line, much like Oakland used Pete Vanasak. And Bauer had the nose for that goal line. He got it across many times, so they're trying to get it in right now.
Greg McCrary comes in now. 2 tight ends are in there. Winslow comes out, or Jefferson comes out. This is Williams looking for his 4th touchdown. He's got it. That's his 4th touchdown of the afternoon. Clarence Williams. And the Chargers lead it 26-19. What an afternoon he's had today. Look at it.
And it's a great individual effort, but again, they went behind Ed White and Russ Washington. They ran to the right. They had Kellen Winslow over there at the wing. They just blew him off, and Clarence Williams, with a great individual effort, he fought it into the end zone.
He is a young man who, slowed by knee injury, suffered in scrimmage last year, missed 6 games of the regular season, had a fine rookie year. Plays both running back spots, can return kicks at 88 yards against Kansas City. Here's the extra point effort by Venerska. And the Chargers now have an 8-point lead with 11 minutes to play in the game. San Diego with the biggest lead of the game so far. Chargers 27. The Bills have 19. Still plenty of time. 11 minutes, 14 seconds to go here at San Diego.
Roselle, Illinois, a small town west of Chicago that's a mix of old and new. And this is the newest. When they're done, these apartments will be completely heated and cooled by the sun. Hi, I'm Doug Plank of the Chicago Bears, and this is my wife, Nancy. You know what's even more remarkable about these new buildings? They're designed especially for the handicapped. Did you notice the light switches are lower than the ones in your home?
And some of the apartments are right-handed and others left.
Citizens of Roselle are getting ready for the new residents, changing curbs, adding stoplights, making it easier for them to come and go.
You know, the whole project was conceived by the Ray Graham Association, a United Way agency that was started by a group of volunteers.
Answers that work, not just because of technology, but because of people and a community that cares.
Thanks to them.
And thanks to you, it works for all of us.
United Way. Right?
Right.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. At halftime, the Rams leading the 49ers 14-10. This is Vin Scully along with George Allen. Let's review not a whole lot of numbers, but big plays. In the first quarter, an interception by Gerard Williams that led to the 2-yard touchdown by Wilbur Jackson. That was a big one, George.
That put him on the board the first surge of the ball game.
Then there was a fake field goal. Joe Montana, the holder, coming up out of the hole, throwing a pass to Francis. That gave them a first down on the Ram 12-yard line. They eventually settled for a field goal by Ray Wershing. And then, perhaps the biggest play of all, a fumble by Lenville Elliott. When it looked like the 49ers were going for another touchdown, the Rams recovered on their own 9.
Yes, and Vinny, we said this was going to be the critical surge in the ball game. If they could take it in and score and be ahead 17-0, the Rams were in trouble. Instead, they got nothing out of it.
And then finally, Elvis Peacock ran 46 yards to the San Francisco 1. And Cullen Bryant punched it over, and the Rams had taken a 14-10 lead. And now the second half is underway. Frank Corral will boot it out of sight and out of the end zone. And so Corral with that strong leg, and he now appears to be very much on his game.
He's got the wind at his back.
The pride of Chihuahua, Mexico, and he kicked the Chihuahua out of that one.
I made this little note to myself. The second half for the 49ers will be based on two qualities, leadership and character. Now, they've folded in the last 6, 7, 8 minutes. They had a chance to upset this team and win the ball game. Now let's see how much leadership and how much character this ball club has.
Talking about leadership and character, Terry Bradshaw is okay, and he's back in the game against the Cardinals. 1st and 10, San Francisco on their own 20-yard line. Out of the eye comes Wilbur Jackson, and he's to the 25 and would have gone more except for Larry Brooks. Larry Brooks saved another 5 or 10 yards. There's the Cardinal lead over Pittsburgh in the 3rd quarter, but Bradshaw has returned with a badly bruised right knee. 2nd and 5 on the 25. Solomon is left, Schumann is right. Wilbur Jackson grabbed by Brzezinski and swallowed up. Dave Elmendorf got him from behind, but it was Bob Brzezinski, number 59, who hit him.
Well, in that particular formation, we always played Brzezinski, our weak side linebacker, right up on the line, and he could dog or he could play a run like it was a dog, and that's what he did.
He was a defensive end at Ohio State, so he's pretty quick. 6'4" at 230, Bob Brzezinski. And you can see Dallas opening it up a little bit. They were down 7-0, led 10-7. Now they're leading the Bears 17-13. 3rd and 5 from the 25-yard line. Schumann is right, slot left. Solomon is inside O.J., who's in motion. DeBerg is going to be belted by Dave Elmendorf at the 15-yard line.
That's the same safety blitz that they used to get Morton to fumble. They didn't pick him up. You would think they'd be alert for that. It's a backside blitz. It's a wonder DeBerg didn't lose that ball. Look at that.
The only reason he didn't lose it was Elmendorf hit him so solidly, he actually drove the ball right back into DeBerg's chest. On the Morton play, Morton's arms went down and the ball went off his hip. So now Dan Melville is asked to punt from his own 5. Standing deep is Eddie Brown. Sid Justin goes back to help out. Melvin, somewhat of a line drive kick, fielded at the 48. And he's going to get to midfield and hold it there. Schumann finally coming down to get him. Ron Schumann, number 50.
You know, Benny, the 49ers offense hasn't moved the ball in quite a long while.
No, not at all. DeBerg is 8 for 19 for 58 yards. And Hayden, who appeared to be sputtering so much, is 11 for 21 for 128 yards.
Now he has great field position. It's up to the 49er defense. They've been on the field too long.
And the 49er defense has been found wanting quite often. In their first 2 games, they've given up 6 touchdowns and over 500 yards passing. Hayden to Cullen Bryant. Tony Dungy hit him, but Dungy not strong enough to contain him, so he got down to the 42-yard line, and the linebackers, all 3, had to bring him down, Buns, Hilton, and Harper. So Cullen Bryant, that was kind of an overmatch on Tony Dungy.
The 49ers have to get it together, or they're going to be out of this ball game in a hurry.
1st and 10. Now it is a pickup by Cullen Bryant to make it 2nd down. The ball is on at the 43-yard line. Cullen Bryant across the 40, inside the 35, 1st down.
Let's watch 57, Dan Buns. Now he's got to get rid of that blocker. He can't let him push him back that far. He's got to get out of his way, use his arms, take him on, and not let him drive him back that far.
The Rams on a move, 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 34, and the Rams leading 14-10. Wendell Tyler in there with Cullen Bryant. It'll be Cullen Bryant again, and he's open across the 25 to the 20-yard line. Tony Dungy was riding his back, but Dungy is only 188 pounds, and Cullen Bryant is 234. So that's a giveaway of almost 50 pounds. There's Cullen Bryant. Now watch Dungy, number 27. There he is, going for a ride. Hang on, Tony. The Cullen carries for 14 yards to the San Francisco 20-yard line. Boy, that must be like wrestling a Brahma bull. 1st and 10, and the Rams on the move. Bryant and Tyler behind Hayden. And again, it's Colin Bryant. And he gets some tough yardage inside the 15-yard line. Bryant hit by Dwayne Board. Board, a little bit more like his size, is 241. But boy, a tired San Francisco defense and a runaway back like Bryant.
The 49ers defense is a little bit disorganized now. You see, they aren't even in the huddle yet. They need some leadership. They need some drive. They need some character, what we're talking about. Here's the critical portion of the ball game now for the 49ers.
2nd and 4 from the 14. And they split Bryant and Tyler. And it'll be Wendell Tyler. Tim Gray and Hilton get him and knock him down. The ball goes flying loose, but long after the whistle.
They had a good call there. They had a safety blitz. They guessed right. And
which is a question about San Francisco with a ball club that has a porous defense. What about gambling with blitzes, George?
Well, if you don't have a good rush, you got to take a chance once in a while. Now, in the games we've done, they've been hurt for 2 touchdowns on safety blitzes.
So it is 3rd and 2 on the San Francisco 12. Denard is left, Jesse is right, Nelson the tight end on the right side. Colin Bryant, grabbed by Willie Harper. Harper makes a big stop along with Hilton.
You know, Vinny, I always used to tell my ball club the first series on offense, the second half, and the first series on defense are vital.
The crowd is hollering go for it. Ray Malavasi is sending in Charlie Young, the tight end. So on a 4th and 1, Malavasi disdains 3 points. He wants to put 7 on the board. If he takes 3, he's then only leading by a touchdown. And I don't think he's that particularly worried anyway. San Diego leading Buffalo 27-19. So Don Coryell got him moving finally. 4th and 1 on the 12. And Hayden asking for time. And he'll go back to talk to Malavasi and get this down. So we have 9 minutes and 14 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Los Angeles 14, San Francisco 10.
Williams with 4 touchdowns this afternoon. The kick, fumble, kicked again, fumble, picked up again. Look out at the 20-yard line, and that's it. A little trouble on the far side, trying to pull around that football. It looked like rolling hooks, and a fight starts out. They quickly step in between them there. It was, I thought it was Powell back there, Steve Powell. Maybe it was Moody. Number 29.
Just the point that it's important that the Chargers are up by 8 points, because right now that Rolf Benerska has had a tough time just kicking an extra point. And if he's called on to kick a long field goal, he spent a week in the hospital, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. So you got to take a look at it right now.
It is Powell. Yeah. Really going after him there. A couple of elbows, a couple of shoulders. Quiet game. 1st and 10 Buffalo. 11 minutes to play in the contest. Buffalo is down by 8. Bill's trying to get something going. About a yard. That's about it. As the San Diego defense converging on Curtis Brown. Williams, 150 yards today. The record for San Diego for total yardage by a running back is 206. Keith Lincoln did it back in '64. However, the 4 touchdowns that Williams has scored ties the San Diego record held by Lance Allworth, who caught 4 touchdown passes. Bradshaw is back in the Pittsburgh-St. Louis game. He suffered a sprain of the ankle. He has come back in. Kusak goes out. It's 15-7 in favor of St. Louis. 18-7 in favor of St. Louis now. Almost picked off. Almost picked off. Pass was intended for Jerry Butler, and it was Mike Williams who went up in the air and almost picked it off. As Ferguson now is 14 out of 22 for 227 yards. Throwing 2 touchdown passes.
They play what they call a 2-zone. They funneled them in, funneled the receiver to the inside and hoped that the safety can get there in time. That time, Glad Edwards came across. He had a shot at the football, but he couldn't hold on to it.
Lou Picone, Frank Lewis, Butler, 3 wide receivers in there for Buffalo now. It's 3rd down and 9. Jumping off, John Lee. Play continues. Flags are thrown.
pass is thrown incomplete. There'll be an offside against John Lee, who jumped off. 4-year defensive end out of Nebraska. The San Diego drive, which culminated with Williams scoring the 2, was another 80-yard drive. And for those of you who might have joined us late, Buffalo scored first. A fumble of a punt return by Mike Fuller, recovered by Buffalo on the 40. Willie Parker recovered it. 5 plays later, Ferguson, first touchdown pass of the year, hit Frank Lewis, 21 yards. San Diego marched back 80 yards. Scored. Williams scored from the 5. The point after was good. The point after the Buffalo touchdown was no good. It was 7-6 San Diego. Chargers went ahead 13-6 when Williams capped another 73-yard drive by scoring from the 1. Then Buffalo came back, an 80-yard drive. Ferguson scored from the 10 with 4 seconds to go and a half. It was 13-12. We'll pick up the scoring in a moment. Right now, it's 3rd down and 4. Buffalo operating from their own 27. They're down by 8. Ferguson hit from the blind side, almost picked off by Fuller. He got a wrap. Fergie did, as he was hit. Reuben Gadsden, center receiver. So the Chargers have held. The other touchdowns in the 3rd quarter. Ferguson screened past the Brown, went 84 yards for touchdown. Buffalo took a 19-13 lead. Then a 55-yard run by Williams put San Diego out in front. And then Williams scored from the 2 to cap another 80-yard drive to make it 27-19. Now another punting effort for Rusty Jackson. Jackson. 5 punts, 46-yard average. Fuller is back. 27-yard line. Thought he put a hand up, but I guess he didn't. Down goes Fuller at the 38-yard line.
Mike Fuller takes the punt on the 27-yard line.
Brings it back 10 to the 38. First down, San Diego. And a fight breaks out in front of the Buffalo bench. They quickly get in between them. Hank Bauer is involved, I believe.
Number 25,
also Willie Buchanan. We got a timeout on the field. 10 minutes to play in our football game here in San Diego. And the Chargers holding an 8-point lead by 2 explosive teams. 27-19 San Diego.
66 yards on the return by Harrell. First down St. Louis. They lead 18-7. Brown straight ahead near the 10-yard line. Center of the Pittsburgh defense stopping him. Harrell, whose strength is that kick return. And he gives the Cardinals a big play inside the Pittsburgh 15. And now Jim Hart looking for that next completion that would put him in the 2000 completion club. Of course, Fran Tarkenton, Sir Francis, the only man to complete more than 3,000.
Special teams coach Jerry Thompson with the frustration of the kicking game. I think Harrell wanted something good in that film so that they didn't have to hear too much of complaining.
Second down, 8. Blitz is on, and Hart gets it away. No grounding. He had 2 men there, Mel Gray and Theodis Brown, and Jack Lambert really pressuring Hart. Jim Hart, now 35, Southern Illinois, a free agent.
You get an idea of how quickly the Steeler linebackers can blitz. Hart didn't even have a chance to get all the way back, didn't even get a chance to set up. Had to unload it. Theodis Brown not yet even turning around, as Hart had to get it out of there to save the sack. At least he didn't lose any yardage on the play anyway. That's an experienced quarterback.
Hart having a good day. Now it's 3rd and 8. Good protection. And intercepted by J.T. Thomas, or was it? Flags are down, but I don't think any whistle. This is a live play. The Cardinals finally make the tackle at the 26 as Bob Young gets J.T. Thomas, but a flag is down at the 5-yard line, and we could have a defensive penalty against the Steelers. We'll see.
That's one of those dangerous plays where a lot of players had seen the flag and actually stopped. And boy, you never want to stop till you hear that whistle, because it could be against the other team. In fact, Joe Green indicating the penalty is against the Cardinals.
But there are 2 flags down, one at the 5 and one at the line of scrimmage. Let's find out from Jerry Mark-Bright. Holding against Pittsburgh and against the Cardinals on the line of scrimmage. No play.
Everybody using their hands on that one. Jim Hart a little frustrated by that. actually a little relieved, I'm sure, as that ball was thrown short, came up in the hands of J.T. Thomas.
Yeah, Merlin, you played against Hart and the Cardinals so many years, and their reputation of protecting the quarterback.
Defense 59, holding, offense 62, offset,
Ham
third down.
for Pittsburgh. Wortman, the left tackle of the Cardinals, holding and negating penalties.
The ball will go back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be played from there.
3rd down and 8 as Seattle now opens its lead against Oakland in the 3rd quarter. A Zorn to Largent pass of 21 yards. San Diego now leads 27-19. Clarence Williams a 2-yard run for the Chargers. 4th quarter. 3rd and 8 at the Pittsburgh 11. Anderson, and there's Hart doing 2 things. One, trying to maneuver the ball in the center of the field for the field goal, but also with the Steelers showing almost an 11-man front, hoping Anderson could pop free, break at the line of scrimmage, and go in for an easy score. Mike Wood will come on to try the field goal. He made his first of the season after missing his first 5. The last possession by the Cardinals. This would give St. Louis a 21-7 lead. Up, and it is good. 27 yards for Wood, and now we're off those unusual point totals the Cardinals have suffered throughout the day with 2 missed extra points with 7 minutes left in the 3rd quarter.
The Dallas drive, 8 plays, 60 yards. Raphael Septien set to kick. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire at Texas Stadium, where the Cowboys lead the Bears 17-13. It's Steve Schubert this time returns the kickoff and goes down at the 20, gets back up, and is down finally with authority at about the 22.
Aaron Mitchell came down, the young cornerback, the wild whacker, the draft choice, number 2. What does he like to tackle?
Word is that Terry Bradshaw, who had bruised his knee, has returned to the Pittsburgh game.
All right, Vince Evans is 2 for 9, but the yardage is up, of course, with that Golden Richards isolation job. 61 yards in the TD pass, but 2 for 9. He's got to run Peyton to make it move.
Peyton is deep. Williams in front of him. From the 21 they operate, and Walter Payton will do it. Up outside the 25, Thomas Henderson, Bob Brunig. You need a group to get him down. Harvey Martin helped.
Henderson's playing good football today, Eddie, number 56.
Seems to be.
Everybody gets offended. They think he's controversial, but when you're a 9'5" man and about 212 pounds as a linebacker, you can play, and I think Henderson's always played extremely well.
5-yard pickup by Peyton makes it 2nd and 5. Peyton closing in on that 100-yard figure. 96 he has now. He's played 2 games in the regular season this year. He's gained over 100 in both, and he's gained over 100 in this one now. Is he something else?
Randy Hughes thought he had him right in the hole. Comes over, straightens up his blocker, and starts to make a tackle, and Peyton's gone. Uh-oh, he's holding his back a little bit. I said he is not a tremendously large or looming figure to be taking this kind of punishment. Neal makes a good block, the offensive center. Now Albrecht gets his man. Randy White strips him across the back. Benny Barnes straightens him up, and that's when he might have hurt his back. It's sort of a takedown.
They have one of the best-looking rookie backs I've ever seen. Peyton 114 yards. And the person of Willie McClendon behind Peyton, but you don't get much of a look at him as Williams struggles off the left side for a couple, and that's all.
Peyton has a sense of humor, though. They said he has a giant schnauzer. I happen to have one, so I know about big dogs like that. And they said he took it into the dressing room one day, and Parsons was going by the kicker, and the dog chased him into the shower. And the dog's name is Sweetness now. They nicknamed the big dog Sweetness.
Thank you. That's a funny sense of humor.
Well, you can.
When you have your dog chasing your teammates.
Spend a lot of. Got a clean team, though. Everybody's in the shower room.
Second and 8.
All the zoo, right?
3:55 left to play in the 3rd quarter. Evans' arm, I believe, had started forward. Yes, they indicate that he was trying to pass. He was really popped by Randy White.
Usually, replays take care of themselves where 54 is concerned. Look for it. Vince Evans didn't have a chance to. Staggering.
Did you see the block that Peyton got on D.D. Lewis? I hope we can look at that again. Neil Armstrong looking on. Now watch number 34 in this block. We'll show it to you when we have a chance, perhaps. Here it is. Watch Peyton.
Tailback moves up. Linebacker, good block.
Now we come back live, 3rd and 8. At the 45. Evans again drops a quick drop. Now he's in trouble. Now he's quick, don't forget. In the direction of Williams and Thomas Henderson. With that great agility, got a hand up and batted it away. Williams was behind him.
Vince Evans looks like that's what he would really like to do, and that's what would make Neil Armstrong even more gray than he is.
That's what makes him different from Phipps and Avellini, that ability to move around back there.
But I think that's what gives a real good, solid defense like the Cowboys trouble. Almost the interception. But you're right, he was open.
Parsons catches every bit of the football on this one, chases Tony Hill back to the 4. And Hill gets out to about the 13-yard line before the Bear coverage is there. There is Vince Evans. Talking to Avellini at the moment about what should have been done. Must be a frustrating time for Avellini, who started at the beginning of last year. 2 years ago, he had the team in the playoffs. Mike Phipps, for whom they gave up a #1 draft choice to the Browns, started last week.
Armstrong's got them pretty much together. They're all, it's really an all for one or one for all. It's a pirate ship. They're a tough bunch of guys, but they're together.
At this score, St. Louis 18, Pittsburgh 7.
24-yard field goal by Mike Wood.
And another field goal kicked by Steve Little earlier. Laidlaw outside the 15 to about the 17. Jerry Muckenstern on the tackle.
Dallas rushing game, though, must operate. They've been keeping the ball for a lot of the time of a game, but you really only dominate and chew that clock up by rushing the football, and they've always been able to do that extremely well.
4-yard pickup by Laidlaw. It'll be 2nd and 6 as Staubach brings them out. All of our problems, or just about all of our problems, with the sun coming through the hole in the roof are about over. It's all shadow now as Dorsett is tackled by Alan Page, trying to get outside.
Didn't he? That Page makes a tackle. From the inside, there's nobody, I don't think, that's ever played the game that could be quicker and make a little man's defensive move and still weigh 220 or 225. He is absolutely incredible.
3rd and 3 situation now. As Laidlaw goes out. Preston Pearson comes in. Dorsett goes out. And Ron Springs is in. Set out as the right halfback. Shotgun. Try to blitz it, but don't. The pass is caught by Springs. Ron Springs, the rookie, with a good hand.
And a perfect pass. And again, it was 3rd and not too long. 3rd and about 4. Not a bad way to pick it up. A safe pattern, about a 10-yard square out to a young back that you're going to see a lot of. Number 20 has good hands, and if he'd have dropped this one, he'd have had to answer for it. That was laid right in there.
Seattle now 13, Oakland 7, 3rd quarter.
Herrera with a 20-yard field goal for Patera.
I guess they can talk to each other. Scott Laidlaw straight ahead. 2 or 3, no more. Middle of the Bear defense took them down. It's 17-13. Cowboys over the Bears. Last time the Bears were here, it was in the playoffs. Dallas won with ease, 37-7. That day they were able to control Walter Payton. They haven't been able to do that. San Diego now 27-19 over Buffalo.
Doug Plank was saying that day, that 37-7 playoff day, they were really awed coming in here. Everything was blue and white and the big national Cowboys, and they were scared to death. They're not scared to death.
America's team, they call them. Outside for Drew Pearson. Virgil Livers on the coverage. It was high.
Livers is only 5'9½". He rubbed Pearson a little bit, but got away with it. There's a guy from your old school, Hampton, that Razorback, huh?
He is 6'5", about 260. And as Jim Finks, the general manager, says, he's a player.
Jim Palmer scouted him, my old teammate, and he said they didn't have him that high until they started looking at him, and you can't stop him in training camp. He just kept coming.
He beat out a pretty good defensive player. The first, Tommy Hart, to be playing. That's what Staubach has done. It's been another good day for Roger. He never grows old. Time to throw, time to complete it to Preston Pearson. Dallas first down, Bruce Herron, the tackler. They get so many receivers into a pattern and so many guys who can catch the ball, it's awfully hard to stop them.
But you know, the Bears are a good tackling team. I know this is a completion and to a great player, but it's a pretty good tackle put on Preston Pearson. He got up and sort of went shoo. It was a real good, solid rock. Let's see what the blocking was like up front, because Roger sort of cooled it and waited for his man to make a cut without much problem. Here comes, he's learning a lot the hard way sometimes.
34-year-old Preston Pearson gives the Cowboys a first down. So it's set 17 for 77. Laidlaw struggles for 2 or 3 right up the middle. Again, it's Alan Page.
Don't you respect Staubach and Landry and all of these people more? There's Walter Payton. Trying to see his stats. 114 yards on 16 electrifying carries for another 34.
3 straight games he's been over 100 yards.
I was just saying, though, it's probably easy to jump up and be in a Super Bowl once, but when you're the champion all the time, you got to produce every week.
The way it is now, your schedule is tougher. Everybody's up, always up for you. Laidlaw near a first down. Into Bear territory to about the 44. Might be about a half-yard shy. Jerry Muckenstern and Lenny Walterscheid made the tackle.
That Walterscheid stuck the shoulder pad right in Scott's face. Scott was hurt earlier in the year, too, and the Cowboys were having those injury streaks.
Vince Evans, Mike,
I couldn't tell.
Conversation over
But
on
if
the sideline.
42 came, you had 78. You had the side adjust.
Do we have that picked up, though, on the backside?
No, you have to side adjust that. Because you gave a right call, because Walt has to go inside and pick up the other back.
Talking about blocking.
But how about helping the guy that's playing your position?
I was thinking about it.
Pretty classy move.
Mike Phipps talking with Vince Evans. That's the end of the third quarter with the score of the Dallas Cowboys 17, the Bears 13. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Houston coach Bum Phillips, who is an honest man, the first to admit that that was a severe mistake by the Oiler organization.
And that's a very polite way to put it.
A couple of blanks within that sentence that we are editing for our young people out there in the audience. Zorn to Lodgen, 21 yards, and a 27 Seahawk lead as Herrera gets set to kick off. Once again, it is Matthews to the 15, 25, and tripped up as he got across the 25-yard line. Cornell Webster, who is just superb on the special teams, making the stop on Matthews. 6:05 left, third quarter here at the Kingdome, and the Seahawks with a 20-7 lead over the Oakland Raiders. Right at the start, we mentioned that both these ball clubs have been hard hit by injury, but the Raiders have really been hurting, particularly on that offensive line. A host of key guys out, including the latest injury, Morris Bradshaw, wide receiver, sitting it out because of a sprained hamstring, replaced by Rich Martini, who's in there right now as Stabler throws that way, and Martini is able to pick it up, but he's short of the first down. 8-yard, perhaps a 9-yard pickup for Martini, stopped by Autry Beeman.
The San Diego Chargers have scored again, gone ahead of Buffalo 27-19. Clarence Williams on a 2-yard run. San Diego gets New England next week. That ought to be a battle.
Seattle Seahawks will play the Broncos in Denver next Sunday, and Mike and I will be there to bring it to portions of the country, while Oakland will be at Kansas City next week. This is Van Egan getting the first down and more across midfield and out of bounds, and a penalty flag thrown down. Van Egan running right by the Oakland bench, or rather the Seattle bench,
Mark Van Egan on the patented Oakland Raider weak side fullback rushing play. I mean, 2 fullbacks have gained over 1,000 yards. And now watch the official. He is going to protect Van Egan, and he can't hit him in that white stripe, which is out of bounds. He gave him an extra push. It'll cost him.
Number 44, John Harris, making contact with Van Egan. And they will mark it off severely against the Seattle Seahawks. As the crowd responds, here's Gordon McCarty.
Personal foul. Tackling late, out of bounds. Number 44, defense.
So it is John Harris, second-year man out of Arizona State. Young man named to most of the all-rookie teams last year. Called for the personal foul. First down at the Seattle 32. Martini wide open and drops it. Oh, he'll be thinking about that one all week long. Martini looking ahead. He had open field. He was in his own mind.
Kenny Stabler won't say a word to him when he comes back to the huddle. In a couple of plays, though, he might walk up to Martini and say, where do I have to throw it so you can catch it? I mean, there's no excuse for this. And Martini won't sleep for 2 days because he knows in the film room on Tuesday, they're going to say, what'd you do, Rich? Oh, my heart bleeds for receivers that drop those.
2nd and 10. And Stabler looking right again, and he goes right back to Martini. This time a nice catch for the first down. Webster on the tackle.
Smart play by Kenny Stabler. You've got a young receiver who just burned you by dropping one, and you'll find out if he can stay on this club because you throw him a tough one now in traffic, and Martini makes up for the drop, although he would have gone into the end zone on the one that got away.
Are those Cardinals for real? 21-7 now in the 3rd quarter. And of course the question remains about the injury status of Terry Bradshaw. Hurt his ankle earlier, was carried off by a stretcher. Steelers in trouble against the Cardinals. This is Robisky, and he fumbles the ball. And it's recovered by the Seahawks. Autry Beeman was all over that football. Another Oakland turnover. The Seahawks headed back.
A drop pass that might have resulted in a touchdown. Now a nice gain rushing by Robisky, and he fumbles, and Seattle has the ball back again. We have an injured player down for Seattle.
John Harris apparently shaken up. A timeout called. We'll pause for these.
Something that far transcends a mere football game, a ravaging fire in the Hollywood Hills, and it is a heavily populated area up there. That could be a disaster. 4th and 1 on the San Francisco 11 for the Rams. They lead 14-10. Hayden to Cullen Bryant, and he's not going to get anywhere. They knock him down at the 15-yard line. The big man was Archie Reese, number 78. And there's Tim Gray being boxed out, but see Reese.
You know, Benny, when it's 4th and 1, I always like to go straight ahead. I never wanted to go outside too much unless we knew the defense was vulnerable. You only have to go a yard. You got a better chance to go inside than to go outside. Now that's a break for the 49ers. Now
the defense picked up 3 yards on that play, George. It's 1st and 10 on the 15. Seattle leading Oakland 20-7. Let's see, DeBerg has Jackson and O.J. Simpson in a slot left, and it'll be O.J. He has Randy Cross making a cut and going out of bounds at the 28-yard line. So O.J. picks up 13 for a first down. That is the 13th carry for O.J. Carried 12 times in the first half, and then they rested him, and he is now carried for 49 yards.
Lenny, for what it's worth, my thinking always was, you got down there 4th and 1 this early in the ball game. I wanted to come away with 3 points. You had a chip shot field goal. Why take a chance like that? You got him on the ropes.
I guess Malavasi figured he really had them on the ropes, and this time it didn't work. 1st and 10 on the 28. And it'll be Wilbur Jackson, but he runs into a gang at the 30-yard line. Jack Youngblood was the first man through, and Jackson trying to get out of Youngblood's way, and the rest of the Rams were able to wrap him up. So 2nd and 8 from the 30. somewhat of a big drive now. San Francisco had all the momentum for about the first half except for the last 9 minutes. Then they lost it completely. Now they're trying to regroup, and if they get a movement going, they can start to feel that they can score some points. 2nd and 8 from the 30. Jackson and Simpson in the backfield. O.J. inside of John Ayers' block. Jim Youngblood just missed O.J. behind the line of scrimmage. That's number 53 coming back in the picture. O.J. able to get away from him. Got a score, Coach.
End of the 3rd quarter, Dallas 17, Chicago 13.
There's Jim Youngblood. 7 years out of Tennessee Tech. He was the Ram most valuable player last year. He had 80 tackles, 2 interceptions, 5.5 sacks, and 4 fumble recoveries. Outside, he didn't do anything.
He's playing one position. He's playing the left side, and that's where he belongs.
3rd and 5 on the 33. 14-10 Rams. In motion, Schumann. O.J. was on a wing, and he can't get loose. And the pass knocked in the air and down. Elmendorf almost intercepted, and then Clark hit him to make sure he couldn't hold on to the ball.
And every time DeBerg has thrown the ball, he's on the ground. DeBerg was sacked on that one, delivery sack on that.
So it'll be 4th and 5. The line of scrimmage, the 33. So Dan Melville will have to punt, and DeBerg to the sidelines for a rest. O.J. Simpson was a wingback on that play, but the Rams contained him and never left him off the line of scrimmage. So 4th and 5, and Melville punting, gets it away unmolested. Eddie Brown circling, fair catch at the 26-yard line. So the Rams will put it in play. 1st and 10 on their own 26.
I just made myself a couple of notes here. They have to do something to cut down this Ram rush. Run screens, run draws. They have to come up with something.
We haven't seen a good screen yet from San Francisco.
Hey, NBC Sports covers Major League Baseball next week. Either Pittsburgh at Chicago or Minnesota, Milwaukee. 3 of the 4 pennant races still very much up for grabs. The Reds leading by a game and a half National League West. The Pirates by a half game over Montreal, National League East. And in the American League, the Angels by 3 over Kansas City. 1st and 10, San Diego at the 39-yard line. Pitch back Thomas. Nothing. Couple of yards in the most. 42-yard line, Smurlis and Nelson make the hit. Mike Lucci.
Now it's going to be important for the defense to turn the football over. They've only got 9 minutes and 45 seconds. They're down by 8. You may see a little gambling on the part of the Buffalo Bills. And again, sometimes when you see the gambles, it ends up in a long touchdown for the offense. So we'll take a look at it.
We'll mention again, for those of you who might have joined us late, about little Mike Thomas. That is the same Mike Thomas who was used to play for the Washington Redskins. Mike came over for a 5th-round draft pick this year, and he's given San Diego some outside speed. It's 2nd down, 6. There goes Clarence Williams in the grasp right there of Lucius Sanford.
And off to Clarence Williams.
In scores today in baseball, we gave you some scores, gave you these where they were in the standings. A final, Pittsburgh lost to the Mets today 3-0. We have nothing in yet from Montreal. They were supposed to play 2 with St. Louis. The Reds lead the Dodgers 2-0 in the 8th. Houston and San Francisco are 1-1 in the 6th. The American League, Milwaukee beat the Angels for the 2nd straight night 2-1, but Seattle beat Kansas City 6-3. So the Angels remain 3 in front in the American League West. Here it's 3rd down and 4. Back to football with 8.5 to play in the game. Winslow in motion. Bounce. Long for Joyner. Almost intercepted. Coverage on the play. Way down here. Mario Clark. Joyner going up with Clark. Clark, a #1 draft choice out of Oregon a couple years ago.
With 3rd down and short, you have to wonder why he went for the bomb. He could have, it's a little play action pass. Kellen Winslow had delayed. He could have dumped it off to him to pick up the 1st down, to keep a drive going, eating up some time on the clock, yet he threw it downfield. I think it was a bad decision that time by Dan Fouts.
West, who's had 3 punts for a 46-yard average, will now kick away. Fouts has completed 6 out of 10 for 71 yards this afternoon, far below his average. Big rush on West, but he hangs it up. Fair catch call for, signified. Mooney bumps the ball. Loose ball. He got get banged into. A flag is down. He signified a fair catch, and there's going to be interference call. Moody called for a fair catch. And then he juggled the ball because somebody was getting in the way of his attempt to catch the ball. Now let's see how the officials. Fred Silva is down there. The 30-yard punt. But there's going to be a penalty against San Diego. There it is. You got to give the man a chance to make the catch, even if the kick is short.
It's a 15-yard penalty. How right you are. You've got to give him the opportunity to catch the ball. He bobbled it. They hit him, but you've got to give him a chance to catch it.
So that'll bring the ball 15 yards out, put it across the 41.
Interference by the kicking
That
team.
is only the third penalty against San Diego. Buffalo has had a total of only 3 penalties. We only had 6.
The punt by Jeff West.
You're looking at it here, and he's got the football. It bounces off his pads. Now you've got to give him a chance. It's a little late. It's a judgment call, but Kellen Winslow bumped into him. But nevertheless, it's a 15-yard penalty, and the Buffalo Bills have the ball.
First and 10 of the 41. 8:21 to play. The Bills are down by 8. Terry Miller. Flag is down. So is Miller at the 43. Pursuit by Edwards and Fuller.
Tackle by number 20.
We've had only 6 penalties, 3 against each team in this game. This one's going to be against Buffalo.
Chuck Knox still playing it conservative on first down. He's running the football. You like to see him throw it on first down. You don't tee off as much. The linemen are not coming across as hard, and you have a little more time to throw the football. But he's keeping it on the ground. He's only 8 points behind, but he only has 8 minutes and 9 seconds to catch up.
Would you throw that ball on first down in a situation like this, Mike?
Absolutely. You have to figure that on first down, you're looking for a run or pass.
Offense, illegal use of the hands. First down.
Illegal use of the hands called against Buffalo. Referee Fred Silva did not indicate the guilty party. Well, Chuck Knox won 5 straight Western Division titles with the Rams, going with a run. He was criticized in the Los Angeles media. All he did was win. How can you criticize, a winning club?
He had a lot more horses in L.A. than he does in Buffalo.
That's true. Ferguson back. Screen pass, Brown. 35, breaks the 40, 45. Finally hammered down from behind at the 46-yard line of San Diego. Curtis Brown with a tremendous effort. Tremendous effort. 24 yards. He had tacklers all over him the last 10 yards.
You can see it here, and again, as Stu just said, what a tremendous effort. We're seeing a couple of Curtis Brown, Artie Owens, Clarence Williams. The people here today and you people back at home are getting your money's worth because they're just playing outstanding football. Curtis Brown struggling forward, picking up that extra yardage. First and 10.
Wilbur Young comes out. John Lee goes in on defense for San Diego. 27-yard play. First and 10. They spot the ball at the 46. Nothing there. John Lee's got the ball carrier. Terry Miller spins him around.
And on to number 40, Terry Miller. He's done by number 69, John Lee.
So, St. Louis has gone on top of Pittsburgh in the third quarter, 21-7.
Mike Wood has kicked a couple of field goals. Theodis Brown has scored a touchdown. Otis Anderson has scored a touchdown. Bradshaw was out for a while with a sprained ankle. He's back in there now, and Pittsburgh has only been able to get 1 touch on the board. That was Bradshaw to Stallworth late in the first quarter. Here, it's 27-19 San Diego, 6.5 to play in the game. Second down, 12 Buffalo. Hooks double reverse. That's Frank Lewis. No place to go. Help. At the 47-yard line, Woodrow Lowe forces him out.
Give the credit to John Lee. He got the penetration. Your job as a defensive end is to contain the football. You're supposed to stay at home and not chase, and he did just that time. If you'll remember, at the start of the telecast, we said it was 102 degrees, and you've got to give these young men a lot of credit down there because they're playing football. I don't see either team dragging. They have to be in great physical condition.
John Lee out of Nebraska. Now, the Bills bring in 3 wide receivers. Lou Picot joins Butler and Lewis. There are 5 backs. in the defensive secondary for San Diego. It is a 3rd and 16 with 6:15 to go in the game. The Bills are down by 8. Ferguson's pass dropped at midfield. Curtis Brown.
Incomplete.
What a great afternoon he's had. The pass was a little short. He came back, should have had it. And a 4th down coming up for the Bills with 6:13 to play in the game.
You can listen to the hand the defense is getting. We said maybe a little critical about Chuck Knox, but you can say one thing. This Buffalo Bill team has come a long way in the last couple of years. They can get out on the field and play with anybody, and they've put on a valiant show so far today.
That they have. Jackson attempting his 7th punt, averaging 46 yards on the previous 6. Chargers put 3 men back now instead of Fuller. A couple other guys are back there now. Mike Williams. The punt sails over the head of everybody and goes into the end zone. A touchback, and it'll be 6 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. The Chargers trying to go 3-0 out of the chute. A 52-yard punt by Rusty Jackson.
One more quarter of football to play at Texas Stadium in Dallas. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire as you look at Tony Dorsett. Catching a breath and now donning his hat. 3rd and 1.
Rodgers 12 for 20 for 150 yards in the TD pass. Well, this is a pretty dangerous call. You could do almost anything you want to with it offensively. Be careful.
Bears have a bunch up on the line of scrimmage. Only 2 men deep. Late ball shuffles around a couple of times. Shuffled to the right place and struggles, I believe, for the 1st down. That extra little drive he put on it might have gotten it for Dallas. It's going to be close. Muckensturm again on the tackle. It is enough.
And this would be a Newhouse type play, but Robert did have to leave with a minor injury a little bit earlier. That 2nd and 3rd pound is about the only thing that got Scott over the mark. Now Roger might air it out a little bit.
I think so. St. Louis 21, Pittsburgh 7.
Another Mike Wood field goal. This one from 27 yards out. Whoops, this team's hot.
Team to keep in mind. Here's Dorsett. He gets away from a couple. Swings around to the left side after starting wide to his right. They stand about the 40. Stopped by Virgil Livers.
Quick move. Reversed his field, but did it so quickly. It was they were sealed it off by the Bear defense all the way along the line. He's all the way back to the left side. I would imagine a guy like Peyton appreciates seeing the other fellow operate.
We do. I know that. It's quite a treat to watch these 2 guys do it.
Rather than try to tackle them.
It'll be 2nd and 6. A lot of running for a 4-yard pickup for Dorsett. Laidlaw lost a pad and just tossed it behind him. And gets the carry. No place to go. Alan Page led the Bear defense.
Wonder if they'd call you for having something wrong with your uniform. What did he throw?
I don't know.
What did he toss out there?
Drew Pearson has just brought it back to him, whatever it is. Must be vital because he's leaving.
It's not a purse, is it?
No, it doesn't have a strap on it.
An outside wallet?
So Preston Pearson and Ron Springs now are the 2 running backs for Dallas. They've done well on 3rd down. And Staubach looks quickly, fires quickly for Pearson. Not quite as Livers was right with him. They're not in field goal range, certainly.
Pretty clever play by Livers. As we said, he's only 5'9". He just rubbed enough of Pearson that the faster receiver couldn't get it going.
So entered Danny White as Glenn Carano converses for a moment with Roger Staubach. Danny White is number 11, the Dallas punter. Steve Schubert of the Bears is back at the 10. And look out for what White might do here. Standing back in his own territory by about 4 yards. Pretty good average today, wouldn't you say? If they don't rush him correctly, he might take off. Trying to go for the sidelines. Wilson is down there trying to bat it back. And It goes into the end zone.
Is that Billy Barnes down there?
Barnes. We have 12 minutes and 49 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter, with Dallas leading the Bears 17-13.
Anderson, the heralded rookie of the Cardinals, has been kept in check as the Steeler defenses want to do to so many great backs, Earl Campbell included last week, when Campbell had only 36 yards and 18 carries. The Cardinals nevertheless lead 21-7. Little's kick to Larry Anderson, 5 yards deep, and he does not come out with it. Apparently the Steelers have a rule: if you're more than 2 yards deep in the end zone, don't try to take it out.
Little certainly doing a much better job on his kickoffs. Came out of college with great renown as a powerful kicker, and really had horrible problems last year, but apparently has settled down. And of course, part of that problem, adjusting, came from the fact that you don't use the tee here in pro ball to kick your extra points and field goals. And of course, you get to use your own ball in college. That thing looked like a watermelon, I'm sure, after he got through kicking it around.
Cowboys now lead by 4, as you saw. Franco Harris gets only a yard. Hauled down by Steve Niels. Piggybacked him down at the 21. Let's go through all the finals for you. Denver beat Atlanta in overtime 2017. The Jets 31, Lions 10. New England beat Cincinnati 2014. Philadelphia now 2-1 with a 26-14 win at New Orleans. Franco Harris slow getting up. Cleveland from behind to beat Baltimore 13-10 after the Colts took an early 10-0 lead. Minnesota was ahead 12-7 when Miami went on a scoring run and finally beat the Vikings 27-12. Tampa Bay 3-0 as they beat Green Bay 21-10, and Houston over Kansas City 20-6 as Franco Harris hobbles off.
You'd never like to see an athlete go off like that with the weight completely off a leg. Certainly this has been a day of shock and fear on the Pittsburgh sideline, and also great dismay on the field. It's not been a good day for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Bradshaw carted off the field on a stretcher in the second quarter, but back at quarterback has a man open, Cunningham, but a flag is down. Cunningham surrounded, still on his feet, finally stopped at the 29, but a flag down thrown by the head linesman.
Looking inside at the mass of bodies, the blitz was on against Bradshaw. You see the call here, offside, someone trying to jump the count. Bradshaw going on a late count, anticipating the blitz, I'm sure, because he's seen it so often in this game. He now has the option of accepting or rejecting the penalty. Quite sure he'll reject it, as the ball is very near to a first down.
We understand Steve Corson, the guard playing for the injured Sam Davis. Corson, number 77, probably
offside,
out for the day.
Number 82, defense.
Pollard offside.
Decline.
Corson suffering a hamstring, so he's probably lost for the day. And we understand Ron Johnson also injured for the Steelers, and now Franco Harris looking at that ankle.
Oh, in spite of their great depth, they cannot afford to have too many of their frontline people hurt.
Third and a short one for Bradshaw. Give it to Hawthorne on a reverse. First down out at the 34-yard line. Interesting call on third and short.
Not only interesting, pretty courageous. But one of the things that you have to respect about Bradshaw, he's not afraid to make a call like that. A lot of quarterbacks aren't confident enough to take a chance like that. But that's the very kind of play that often pays off big. Even if it backfires on you, everyone who looks in and looks at your film has to say, did you see what he ran on third and short? And they have to respect that.
Give Hawthorne 6 yards on the carry. First down, Bradshaw. Had Stallworth wide open. A good pump fake to the right, and Stallworth 5 yards in the open to the left, and misdirected throw by Terry Bradshaw. He's unhappy with himself.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to steer that one. Saw how open Stallworth was and tried to get it right to the right molecule and didn't throw it well.
So second down and 10, and you see the Cardinals bringing in their pass rushing unit and an extra defensive back. Hawthorne and Thornton are the running backs behind Bradshaw. Hawthorne, the rookie from Baylor, the tail of the eye. Hawthorne Fumbles out to the 40-yard line, where it'll be 3rd down and 4. Right ankle of Franco Harris. They do not know at the moment how serious that injury is. Ron Jankowski made the tackle, 78 for St. Louis.
See Pollard as he drives aggressively forward. Larry Brown getting an arm lock on him to try and open a little room. In fact, able to hold him long enough for Hawthorne to pop by behind him. Looked like the play designed originally to go inside, went outside, and there's Franco Harris. Looks like he's in pain on the sideline.
3rd and 4. Open is Hawthorne. 1st down, and Hawthorne drives to the 50-yard line. Took 3 men to bring him down, so Greg Hawthorne, the top draft pick of the Pittsburgh Steelers, 6'2 1/2" and 225, filling in for that man Franco Harris, and doing quite a job. And here's Harris, apparently going to be helped back to the Pittsburgh locker room.
Well, they're giving that X-ray unit a workout in the locker room. It looks to me that Hawthorne may have a chance to play. Pretty hard to get into that Pittsburgh lineup without an injury, and this might give the young rookie an opportunity to show Chuck Noll and the rest of the coaching staff what he can do.
Blyer is now in with Hawthorne, and it's Rocky Blyer with a give. Look at him fight out to the 40, near another 1st down for Pittsburgh as Blyer gets 10. This is Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. 4 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter.
You've got to love the enthusiasm of Rocky Blyer. He has excellent vision too. Hole did not open up where it was expected. Blyer found it, made the extra yards, and I watch him. He's going to get up and help the tackler up off the ground. I love him.
Measure for the 1st down appears to be just short. So with 4 minutes left in the 3rd quarter, the Steelers with the ball. They trail St. Louis 21-7. Ball at the 40 of the Cardinals.
Interesting, I think, to look across. There's no panic on the Steelers sideline. Many teams around the league down by 14 points this late in the quarter, 3rd quarter, would absolutely be petrified and would be starting to abandon all of their plans and throwing the ball on every down. Steelers working very systematically, very calmly, and I think are sure they're going to win this game.
They started this drive, Merlin, back at the 20-yard line, and now have another 1st down as Blyer goes to the Cardinal 38. You could hear the pads pop on that tackle as Dawson, 73, and Carney, 56, made the hit.
Surprised at that. That was a throwaway down, short yardage on 2nd down. Bradshaw having an opportunity to go deep if he wanted it, chose to be conservative, but again, mixing up his options. You never know what he's going to do, and that's one of his strengths as a quarterback.
Bud Wilkinson, he was not only a fine football star in Minnesota, but a hockey goalie. He learned to duck that puck now and then, and sometimes that pays off as a football coach. Hawthorne in motion. You might want to go to Hawthorne. Nope, going to go the other way. Roger Worley makes one of his all-pro plays, knocking it away from Stallworth.
Roger Worley isolated one-on-one on John Stallworth. We'd indicated to you that most of the help would be delivered on the other side. Watch Stallworth. Down is going to break now to the inside, and his job to keep going across. Let's see if Worley gets there. Woo! Might have gotten there ahead of that football. The official did not call interference, but you see right there, contact before the arrival of the ball. And from our vantage point, perhaps a good case could be made for interference.
But it's 2nd down and 10.
Blitz on the way.
And Blyer gets to the 33-yard line before he stopped. Coming up from the secondary, Ken Stone, 23, and Ken Green, 37, the safeties. It'll be 3rd down, Pittsburgh, and 4.
With all of the people pouring into the middle of that line, you wouldn't think there'd be any room, but Dornbrook does an excellent job of sealing to the inside, and they were able to give Rocky Blyer just enough room to pop. He made a fine gain out of it. Let's see if Bradshaw will throw it up on 3rd down here.
Meanwhile, the Rams, down 10-0, have rallied 3 consecutive touchdowns, lead 21-10 in the 3rd quarter. Big play for the Steelers. Oops, Bradshaw, and he still almost got the ball to Thornton. What an effort by Bradshaw, who may have retwisted that ankle and fell, still courageously bouncing onto one knee and tried to feed the ball to Thornton, but incomplete.
4th and 4. Bradshaw going back, and that turf gets a little sticky. Obviously, he has that ankle taped quite heavily. just hook to toe, and that's something you do quite often on the artificial turf, and lost his balance, thought he did not have much time, and threw it almost from a knee.
4th and 4. The Steelers go for it. Hawthorne. I believe he has the first down. It's going to be very close. Down to the 27-yard line. Seemingly calm, cool, collected Chuck Noll on the sidelines as rookie Greg Hawthorne gets the ball to the 27-yard line.
There
and
it
a
is.
first down, Pittsburgh.
Down. I think his exterior may belie some of the churning going on in his stomach. A very smart call here. Obviously, passing situation. Bradshaw calls the run. They get some excellent blocking over there from Rocky Blyer and Tom Dornbrook. And then Greg Hawthorne shows why they drafted him #1, gets the first down.
So the Steeler drive continues. We're late in the 3rd quarter as Blyer up the middle again for 5 or 6.
Apparently John Harris is all right. Seattle now taking over first down at their 15-yard line off the fumble recovery by Autry Beeman. Seahawks lead it by the score of 20-7. We're told Terry Bradshaw is back in the ball game, so apparently he is okay, which is good news, but the Steelers losing to the Cardinals. That is Largent peeling. Off the fake corner. Off guard and up to the 20-yard line. Dave Browning. Jack Tatum make the stop. Very pretty statistics for Jim Zorn. 10 out of 16, 2 touchdowns, and of most significance, 0 interceptions.
And great catches by Steve Largent. And I want to commend our camera crew. They had that touchdown catch, that great catch, right on the money.
We will be seeing that replay over and over throughout the week. Just spectacular work. 2nd and 4, and Dornick again. Dan Dornick picks up the first down. Marquis Johnson, inside linebacker on the left side, making the stop, and this young man has had himself an excellent ball game.
And talking to the Seahawks prior to the game, with Sims going down, they were a little worried about the running game. 7 carries for 52 yards. Nothing to worry about.
As backup to the running back Sherman Smith and Dan Dornick, Jack Patera has Tony Benjamin, Al Hunter, and Jeff Moore, but it's been all Dornick and Smith right throughout. First down, 29, and this time it's Sherman Smith, stopped by Rod Martin, and the good fake by Jim Zorn. Oakland with 3 turnovers thus far this afternoon, and Seattle a turnover-plagued ball club with none to this point.
That's the difference today. They had the big turnovers against San Diego and Miami, and today they have none. The Raiders 3. You pointed it out perfectly, Marv. The score shows it.
2nd and 10. Off the no-gainer by Smith at the Seattle 29-yard line. 2.5 remaining, 3rd quarter. Now Zorn will throw. He is really popped from behind. He got it off. It was intended for Dornick, who took his eye off the ball, but Zorn was really racked up.
One way to stop Jim Zorn from a big day passing is to put some pressure on him. He never saw it coming. From the backside, bang. And it's a good thing the arm was going forward, so it's counted as an incomplete pass.
Willie Jones, number 90, was all over Zorn, and that is Lewis Bullard, Seattle's left tackle, who is down and hurt. Bullard, a 2nd-year pro out of Jackson State. And now a timeout has been called, an official timeout. A reminder that NBC Sports is introducing something new in children's programming, a new series that is called, appropriately enough, Timeout. It deals with physical fitness and health through sports. Now, Timeout will be aired between the various children's programs on the regular NBC Saturday morning lineup. And such NBC Sports personalities as Bruce Jenner and Donna DeVerona, Merlin Olsen, Mike Adamle, John Neighbor, Nancy Thies will take part. That is timeout here on NBC on Saturday mornings. The hand for Lewis Bullard.
The timeout's great for the young children now. The sports is becoming so important in our society, and this is an excellent opportunity for them to be appraised of what's going on in sports.
And I know, Mike, you won't be able to miss a beat in your regular viewing habits of the cartoons and the early morning shows.
I'm down there every morning on Saturday.
You'll be able to watch timeout. It is a 3rd and 10 at the 29 as Bullard is replaced. Smith and Dorning are the running backs. That's Dorning. And is hit for a loss. It's one of the rare times this afternoon that the Seahawks could not get a thing going on a drive.
Raiders needed that ball, and they cinched it up on defense and finally stopped Seattle.
Elevay Weaver punting away to Ira Matthew. That hand from a contingent of fans from Oakland rooting on the Oakland Raider defensive unit. Another beautiful punt by Herman Weaver. Matthew out to the 30. Penalty marker down as he goes tight-roping along the sidelines. I'm not sure if he stayed in bounds as he brought it out to the 50, but there are 2 flags on the play. A 47-yard punt by Weaver, who has also been getting great hang time. Mark Bell of Seattle making the stop on that man. 43, Ira Matthew.
And I got the penalty. It's clipping against 31, Derek Johnson. Or Jensen, pardon me. And we'll find out if Gordon McCarter proves me out. I know it's clipping. Was it Jensen? We'll see.
Gordon does have that microphone working, so we'll hear in just a moment. Minute 28 remaining in this 3rd quarter. Seattle leading by the score of 20-7, and the Raiders will take over as we listen.
Personal foul, clipping, number 31, receiving team during the return. First down.
I knew I caught him. Thank you, Mr. McCarter. You proved me right.
1st and 10 down at the 15-yard line. As Stabler throws the right side, the play was whistled dead. It is incomplete. Intended for Martini in the race with Webster, but just as Ken Stabler took that snap, the whistles were blown, and again, penalty markers tossed down.
Illegal procedure against the Oakland Raiders. They jumped before the snap, and the play was dead as soon as the whistle blew. In fact, the Raiders now, 5 penalties, 6 penalties, 44 yards, and they have been hurt by penalties and turnovers today.
False start, number 66 offense, still first down.
Carl Eller, number 71, man who has been used primarily on passing situations. Great veteran of those Minnesota Viking teams, 16-year pro in the Seattle lineup right now. There's 71, bumped away as Stabler gets it away and completes it out of the 20 to Raymond Chester. Dave Brown making the stop on the play. They are short of a first down.
Carl Eller has been put into the game specifically for the pass rush, and obviously they knew that he was pass rushing. He's ridden right past Kenny Stabler. An outstanding job of protection, especially by Henry Lawrence, and also got some help from Van Egan and gave time for Stabler to complete that pass.
It is a 2nd and 4 at the 21. 40 seconds remaining in this 3rd quarter. The Raiders are trailing 20-7. And Stabler to put it up again and completes for a first down to Chester. Sammy Green, the left linebacker, Autry Beeman combining to make the stop.
Kenny Stabler throws to the tight end as well as any quarterback that ever played in the National Football League. And in a 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 situation, 2nd and 4, he will go to his tight end just like a running play.
That time he picked up a first down as you see the clock running down, and that will do it for this 3rd quarter here in Seattle. 3 quarters in the book. With the score, the Seattle Seahawks 20 and the Oakland Raiders 7. We'll be back in a moment.
Rams leading 14-10. They have it 1st and 10 on their own 26, and the fire would appear to be far from being contained in the Hollywood Hills, with quite a few homes in jeopardy up there. Hayden to Wendell Tyler. He's got daylight. Tyler gets across the 35. Hilton and Buns, the 2 hard-working linebackers, finally bring him down.
Well, Vinny, what's taking place now is that the Rams are running strong side plays. The 49ers hadn't had to worry about the Rams running game early, or even in the first half. Now the Rams are hurting them on the ground. Now the passing game will be effective. The play-action passes.
The Rams, the last time the 49ers came down here last year, the Rams gained 404 yards against them. Here comes Cullen Bryant. Tim Gray hits him at the line of scrimmage. Hilton helps out, and they drop him at the 35-yard line. So Hilton, who's 230, helping out Gray, who's about 185.
When we were in this position, we always felt our defense had to make a big play to change the momentum. If our defense doesn't make a big play, then we're in trouble. And this is what the 49er defense has to do. They have to come up with a fumble, an interception, a big play.
2nd and 12 on the 35. Cullen Bryant and Wendell Tyler. Jesse is wide right. Denard is wide left. Terry Nelson, the tight end, is on the left side. Look for him. The pass is to Jesse, and Cornelius will bring him down across midfield for the 1st down. Ron Jesse, 9 years out of Kansas, making the catch.
All day to throw. Watch this protection Hayden has. Nobody's still not rushed him. You can't cover. You can't cover a good receiver that way, give him that much time to throw.
So from the Ram 26, they move to the San Francisco 47. 5:27 to go in the 3rd. 14-10 Los Angeles. Hayden going to put it up again and decides to go deep. He's got Jesse, who stumbled, and a flag on the play. And now let's see. Is it a case of the Super Bowl? Yeah. Is it against the receiver or the defender, Cornelius? Jesse and Cornelius, tanglefoot.
That's a bad call. See, it's not a deliberate foul on the defender, and they get their feet tangled up, and to call it on the defense. Let's see it. Here it is again. That's a bad call. That's calling them too close. Calling them way too close.
So the call made now by Red Cashin.
Pass interference by the defense, number 28, 1st down.
So it's an automatic first down. By the way, of more importance, just west of Laurel Canyon is the fire. It is out of control as of the moment, and we understand 7 or 8 homes have already been destroyed. And of course, Los Angeles is bone dry in the Santa Ana conditions, and the fire gives us a terrible fright. Hayden all alone is Terry Nelson. Touchdown.
That's a good call, good play action pass, all day to throw again.
2 touchdowns by Hayden to tight ends. First to Charlie Young, and now look at Terry Nelson all alone.
Nobody near Hayden, nobody near Charlie.
Dungy coming over, but he's still a long way off.
Yeah,
So the Rams, down 10-0, are asserting themselves now. You can take another look at Hayden, rolling right, throwing left, and his tight end free as a bird. He just carries Dungy in. So it is now 20-10. Corral partially blocked, but he's able to muscle it through anyway. 5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. 21-10 in favor of Los Angeles. And for San Francisco, they need a miracle or it's all downhill from here.
That's some imagination it took to come up with that sign, didn't it? Cowboys bury Chicago. Next week on CBS, the early games: Atlanta, Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, Washington, St. Louis. Chicago's at Miami, Los Angeles, Tampa Bay, New Orleans against San Francisco. All of those on CBS next week. Vince Evans remains the Bear quarterback. Peyton runs up the middle and picks up 6 or 7. Harvey Martin finally tackled him.
You know, Bud Grant's always been a careful guy about, extolling the virtues of an opposing player or even his own. But after the 182 or 3 or whatever it was last week, he had the darndest things to say about Walter Payton, that just what a great person he is, and that how he just ran over his team and ran through his best players. Incredible performance against the Vikes, huh?
He had some great performances in years past against the Vikings. Last year.
It's 2 big wins for the Bears coming out. Beat Green Bay and Minnesota.
In their own division. Evans drops, throws. High. Very high. Over the head of James Scott. Bob Parsons, the Bear punter, loosening up the hamstrings.
Stalls made a little bit of penetration that time on Vince Evans' pocket there. Actually, that big rush in the third period was pretty decent by Dallas, but it hadn't been there the whole game against this team.
It'll be 3rd and 4. Another passing situation unless he tries a draw to Peyton. I think that might be my play if I recall it.
Yes.
I don't believe he quite got the first down. The Bear punting unit comes on the field. Randy Hughes read it. Neil Armstrong is disappointed.
Yeah, Big Thornton, number 77, sort of reads it too. For a big kid, he didn't take too much of a inside move. He stayed outside so that he boxed it in. Good defensive play.
Bob Parsons, flag goes down as Wilson is back as the safety man for Dallas this time. Lets it bounce wisely. Short kick came off the side of the foot of Parsons. They may have to do it again.
Might decline it if it's against, wasn't a very good kick by, might be against Dallas holding up the outside receiver.
And it'll be enough for Bear first down. Evans talking to Armstrong with a bandage on his chin. And the pleas of Thomas Henderson are going to do no good.
Puts that Dallas defense out there for quite a while.
Offside, defense, first down.
I'd like to congratulate our Davis Cup team and captain Tony Trabert for the Davis Cup victory over Argentina. They're playing again today, but it's academic. Los Angeles down 21, San Francisco 10, third quarter.
Hayden to Nelson, the tight end, with a TD pass of 11 yards for Los Angeles.
Hayden is buried by Brunig and Hughes.
Tom Henderson made a great play at the strong side linebacker. Took the tight end and the fullback. Left part of your screen, just watch closely. Watch 56 make this play. Stops it all, turns it back inside, and that's a 2-yard gain for one of the greatest ball carriers in the game. Good defense.
You know, Brookie, a lot of runners who carry the ball as much as Peyton seem to take a tremendous beating. He doesn't seem to take that much of a beating.
He's really strong as an ox, but he's short. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe you have to be compact.
Evans drops the blitz looking at him. It's caught. James Scott. Aaron Kyle on the chase, but it's all over. The Bears are back in the lead. Vince Evans with a perfect strike with a blitz on him.
And the safety blitz came right up the middle. He hangs it high, but Scott's one of his favorite receivers. Watch Harris now. Right, Brunig to the left, Harris to the right. The ball is thrown and hung up. Scott, who went 56 against Minnesota, has done it again. Well, that's some throw under duress by Vince Evans.
Looked like Cliff Harris might have gotten a late start on that blitz and just couldn't quite get to Evans because nobody picked him up. Bears back in the lead. 19-17.
Always said, if you guess right against the blitz, and it comes, you got a good chance.
Twice it's happened in this contest. Once for the Cowboys, once for the Bears. Chicago leads 19-17. Big extra point again coming up from Bob Thomas with Brian Bashnagel holding. This time, it's good, but hold it. There's a flag down. A lot of penalties on extra points. Holding. Uh-oh. Against the Bears. And now it amounts to being a field goal instead of an extra point. Except it only counts one.
Golden Richards all by himself, and now Scott all by himself. The Dallas secondary is having some problems.
They
Charlie
do
Waters,
miss Charlie Waters. Randy Hughes has been playing hurt.
Holding, number 55.
Number 55 for the Chicago Bears, Doug Buffone. There's the Chicago bench, happy at the moment. Bashnagel holding. Thomas will try. And got it. A very vital extra point is good for the Bears, and they now lead 20-17 over the Cowboys with still 10 minutes and 44 seconds left to play in the game.
Frank Corral kicking off for the Rams, and there'll be a run back on this one. James Owens takes it on the 2. Formerly the UCLA star to the 25. Fumble. San Francisco recovers. It's Schumann, and Schumann, the linebacker, runs it back across the 25 and is finally down at about the 27. Ron Schumann, the 2-year man out of Wichita State, saving that fumble by James Owens, and there is a player hurt as we take another look at that play. Here's James Owens.
Here's a guy with great speed, but he's also got to learn to use his blockers and protect the ball.
Linville Elliott took a hit and he went down. McLean took him out, and Owens just lost it. It wasn't a case of being hit. Racing over is Preston Denard, but Ron Schumann able to beat him to the ball. And then there's Corral, the kicker, trying to stay out of trouble. He'll let Denard fall on the recoverer. So San Francisco will put it in play on its own 27, 1st and 10, trailing by 11.
To be an Olympic champion, it takes natural talent, hours and hours of practice, and a burning desire to be the best. But there's one other element that can't be overlooked: money. The cost of preparing a team for the Olympics is staggering, and we need your help, because America doesn't send athletes to the Olympics, Americans do. Send your contribution to U.S. Olympic Committee, Box 1980T, Cathedral Station, Boston. For $25 or more, you'll receive this Olympic tote bag. This message sponsored by the U.S. Olympic Committee and NBC.
Back at the Kingdome in Seattle, Washington. Capacity crowd on hand. In the area of 64,000. The Raiders with a first down at the 26. And here's Stabler on the move, and he slings it out, broken up. And a penalty marker down as Dave Casper was hit by 3 Seahawks. Autry Beeman, number 27, looked to be the man who hit him most severely, and we will have an interference call.
Oh, another Raider offensive lineman bites the dust. What Kenny Stabler was trying to do there was set up a screen pass. The screen did not develop. Seattle read it well, so he went to his out man, which is always the tight end on a screen. And Autry Beeman was caught for pass interference, and it was a good call.
On this Oakland drive, Raymond Chester has been a key, and he has now caught 7 for 53 yards.
Pass interference, number 27 defense, automatic first down.
As you would expect, not particularly well received here at the Kingdome.
Again, Kenny Stabler trying to set up the screen. Arthur Whittington never gets out to do the screen pass. He's tied up. And now watch. He is hit before the ball gets to him, Casper, and Beeman is called, and rightly so, for pass interference. And the fans can see it. Now there are no boos. They saw that it was pass interference.
Fans able to view it on the replay on the big screen that is off to our left. While they continue to tend to Gene Upshaw, we're going to pause with 14:54 left in the fourth quarter and Seattle in front.
Sports World next Saturday, a lot of final World Cup diving. Some Olympic medalists trying to make the 1980 swimming team. Box famous. You'll see it all on Sports World next Saturday on NBC. San Diego with an 8-point lead. 6:05 to play in the game. Thomas. Dragged down from behind. Shane Nelson with a saving tackle and a penalty marker goes down. Thomas might have broke that one, Mike.
It was the same formation from the vicinity. It's going to be a holding penalty against the Chargers, but they came with that tight slot. They've got Kellen Winslow about 2 yards outside of Bob Klein, and they just run that sweep. Now you can watch it here. You see the guard pulling, coming around. They hit the hole. Winslow doing a good job. Klein blocking down. Thomas picking the hole real well, turning it upfield. It was a good run, except they caught somebody holding.
All right. The holding call signified by Fred Silva. His microphone is not working. We can't find out who it was that was holding as we look at Don Coryell. His Chargers have beaten Oakland and Seattle, 2 of their 3 rivals in the AFC West. Don't forget Kansas City's in there also. Kansas City is now 1-2 after 3. Oakland and Seattle playing each other this afternoon. This is Thomas. Back up to about the 15-yard line. On the holding call, it was a 1st and 20, so it'll now be 2nd down and 15 for San Diego. But the clock continues to roll. 5:40 to go in the game as we look at Chuck Knox on the far side. Charles Robert from Sewickley, near where you come from.
Sewickley, Pennsylvania, right down the road. But Chuck Knox has done a fine job of bringing this Buffalo team together. We talked about it a little while ago, being conservative. He won in L.A. I think the difference in L.A. was his defense was a lot more outstanding. But offensively, he has a fine football team. Curtis Brown, Roland Hooks. I think Hooks is a better runner than Terry Miller.
Chuck Knox was an assistant coach at Detroit when you were playing with the Lions.
He was there for 6 years when I was there.
He came out a little hooney out of college in Pennsylvania.
Fact is, he was a high school coach in Pennsylvania whenever I was playing in high school.
Against him?
Played against him.
Played against him. There's a timeout on the field called. Well, we've got 5 minutes and 12 seconds to go in our football game, and certainly many things still to be decided as we look down. Dan Faust, the bearded quarterback of the San Diego Chargers, coming over to the sidelines to talk over here in the sidelines. Faust, whose father is a sportscaster up in the Bay Area, Bob Faust, for many, many years. And there's Chuck Knox. He's right in the midst of the sun. Here, Buffalo at the far side, facing the west, and he's getting all of it. This telecast, by the way, is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the San Diego Chargers and the National Football League is prohibited.
I doubt whether we'll see the ball in the air. They've got 5:12 to go here in the fourth period in the game. And if they can run out another minute or two, they'd like to pick up a first down. But with 2nd and 15, I doubt very much whether he'll throw it.
Bounce is 6 for 10 for 71 yards right now. Far below what he usually does. 2nd down, 15. 5:12 to go in the game. Bounce throws it. Upset both you and me.
Well.
And the pass is complete to Kellen Winslow. And it's short of a first down. He needed 15. He got about 13. Ben Williams made the hit. Kellen Winslow, #1 draft choice, 13th player picked in the NFL this year. Great story about him. He went to Missouri. Phone went out the morning of the NFL draft. His phone went out. So he went down to the United Press office and stayed around the machine looking to see his name come up. Just hung around there. That's how he found out who he was drafted by.
He was supposed to go to Cincinnati, and they picked 2 players in the first round before him. He asked whether his name had fallen off the list or
fallen off the board. 3rd down, a little less than 5. Winslow in motion. Winslow got a first down, San Diego. Hit by Gillick and Mario Clark. Well, you and I figured that Faust wouldn't be putting it in the air. That shows you why we're up here and they're down there, Michael.
Well, you have to look at it this way, Stu. What he did was throw the safe passes. He threw the little flanker screen. He just dropped back. Had he missed it, it would have went to the ground harmlessly. The other one was a little delay over the middle. He had the big target, 6'5", Kellen Winslow coming across. He hit him perfectly. You're right. I've never been able to call the plays.
Well, He's getting a lot of protection, a lot of time to throw there from Audick, Masick, and White. Audick, there's the story in itself right there, how he's playing guard in the absence of the injured Doug Wilkerson, left side, San Diego. Nothing there for Clarence Williams on a carry of a couple yards. Dan Audick, number 60.
Clarence Williams.
Guard. 4th round draft choice of Pittsburgh a couple years ago. He was cut by the Steelers, picked up and cut by Cleveland, picked up and cut by St. Louis. Never played a down in the NFL.
Number 77.
In the last preseason game, Doug Wilkerson, their longtime left guard, got hurt. Preseason game against the Rams. Audick has been in there and has played well.
Talking to Buffalo coaches, he's played very well.
2nd down, 8 to go. San Diego. We're down to 3 minutes to play. San Diego leading it by 8. Williams. Clarence has gained 153 yards this afternoon. 4 touchdowns, tying a San Diego Charger record set by Lance Alworth.
In a situation like this, you have the Buffalo plays a 3-4. They'll be slanting one way or another. You can see they'll take the outside. The linebackers are just kind of holding, and they're anticipating the play and trying to stop it. They would like them not to break it for a big gainer, but right now I don't agree with what they're doing. I think they need to come and try to pop that football loose, maybe blitz those linebackers a little.
We're down to 2.5 now remaining in the game. Bills want to get their hands on that football. Bills have 3 timeouts left. San Diego has 2. Winslow is in motion, bounces back, a rush, flips it up over the head of Winslow. A big rush. Sherman White was really coming after him. That stopped the clock with 2:08 remaining.
They had the blitz coming that time, and Fouts had to get rid of it. But again, he was thrown to the Kellen Winslow. It was going to be a little delay screen out to the flat.
4th down coming up. So Fouts is 6 for 14 for 86 yards. Last week he was 15 for 30, 216 yards. West with his 5th punting attempt, averaging 42. This is Keith Moody back to receive. They send a big rush. He gets it away. Moody at the 23, to the 40, to the 50. Finally bumped out in front of the Buffalo bench somewhere around the 45-yard line. Excellent return by Keith Moody. We mentioned earlier, once a year he returns a punt for a touchdown. He's done it each of his first 3 years in the National Football League. So we've got the 2-minute warning being given to both benches right now. 2 minutes to play here in San Diego. And the Chargers still hanging on. They lead at 27-19 over Buffalo.
1st and 10 for San Francisco on its own 27-yard line. The running backs are Wilbur Jackson and Lenville Elliott. Schumann in a slot left inside Solomon. DeBerg has a little time, and he's got Lenville Elliott. Brodzinski and Reynolds also have him at the 32-yard line. And a few words, John Ayers and Pat Thomas. The penalty flag has been thrown. John Ayers, number 68, the guard on the left side for San Francisco, along with Pat Thomas, had a little bumping session, and we'll see how that's interpreted. There's Ayers, 3 years out of West Texas.
Up until that pass, the 49ers had gained 58 yards passing. That shows you the effectiveness of the Rams defense. 58 yards passing.
O.J. Simpson had run for 52 yards in 14 carries. Here's the call from Red Cashin.
Face mask, number 27 on the defense, 1st down.
Pat Thomas grabbing the face mask of John Ayers right there.
It's a good call.
Very good call. So Thomas guilty of the infraction. It'll be a 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 38. DeBerg O.J. nowhere. He was trying a block from John Ayers on Jack Youngblood, but Mike Fanning was right there to upend him. So O.J. 15 carries for 52 yards. But the passing game has stopped. DeBerg is 9 for 21 for only 63 yards.
Rams in a nickel defense. Eddie Brown just came in. They're expecting a pass. Let's see what DeBerg does.
2nd and 10 on the 38. O.J. in there with Wilbur Jackson. Schumann right, Solomon left. In motion is O.J. No good. Intended for Freddie Solomon, and the nearest man was Nolan Cromwell because Solomon was wrapped up by Dwayne Osteen.
Well, DeVerg's feeling the pressure. He's worried about the rush. He's been hit pretty hard today.
Solomon has caught 4 for 29 yards. We still are looking. Of course, maybe it's so obvious that's why they're not calling it. We're still waiting for a screen to O.J.
Yeah, we talked about some counter to cut down this rush.
Whoops, the Bears are grumbling. Vince Evans on a 64-yard touchdown pass to James Scott. The Bears leading Dallas 20-17. 10 minutes 44 left in that game. Third down for DeBerg. A floater to Schumann. Wrapping him up is Eddie Brown at the 42-yard line. It's not close to a first down. They picked up 4.
Those passes are all right for 6-7 yards. They're not going to get the first down.
No, they needed 10.
You got to go for the first down pass.
Danny Melville will have to punt again. Pretty good average from Melville, 38 yards. He came in with a 41-yard average. His longest kick so far this year, 50 yards. Eddie Brown all alone on his 20-yard line for Los Angeles. Melville from the 32. And Brown backing up on his 11-yard line. Got away from Eddie Lewis, but down he goes on a great hit by Saraceno.
Saraceno does a good job covering kicks in all these special teams.
A rookie out of Stanford.
Yeah, he's going to be okay.
So Eddie Brown decked by Gordy Saraceno, and the Rams take over 1st and 10 on their own 15. Monday night on CBS. White Shadow, MASH, WKRP in Cincinnati, and Lou Grant. And that Lou Grant show, there's a bizarre murder on it, we understand. So pull up a chair Monday night on CBS.
Well, the 49ers defense have their work cut out for them.
1st and 10 Rams on their own 15, leading 21-10. 3 minutes left in the third quarter. There goes Elvis Peacock out to the 20-yard line. Hilton finally bringing him down. It is rare now, especially since the last 5 minutes of the second quarter, to see a Ram lineman stopped at the line of scrimmage. The linebackers now are making all the tackles.
Yes, the 49ers are not playing with that aggressiveness they did earlier. Somebody has to pick it up. Somebody on defense has to make a big play.
2nd and 5 on the 20. Waddy is right. Denard is left. Nelson, the tight end, on the right side. In motion, Eddie Hill. And here comes Elvis Peacock. Out across the 25-yard line.
When things are going right, the backs run a little harder. Blockers block. Holder blocks a little longer. They come out of the huddle a little faster. There's really a difference there, isn't there?
I should say, Cody Jones, sorely missed by the Rams, and Jones, who is on the injured reserve, out for the year. His place taken by Mike Fanning. So Cody on crutches taking in the ball game. 1:53 of the third left. 21-10 Rams. 1st and 10 on their own 26. Here's Eddie Hill in his first carry to the 35, over the 40, to the 42-yard line. Tim Gray went under him. Eddie Hill is a rookie out of Memphis State, and he can fly.
Look at the size of this hole. You could drive a Mack truck through there. Watch that hole. Look at that blocking.
And
look at that hole.
He's 197 pounds, and he runs the 40 and 4.6. In fact, at Memphis State, he was a flanker, a fullback, and a tailback.
Well, they're trading 1 for 1.
1st and 10 on the 42. Hayden to the left side. Preston Denard. Gerard Williams brings him down inside the 35. He put a great fake on Williams to pick up the extra yardage.
Well, this is what happens when you start the running game going. The short passing game is effective. Gerard turned him in. That's what he's supposed to do. Slipped and fell. Everything's going right for the Rams now. Just a matter of time.
1st and 10 on the San Francisco 35. Hayden with Peacock and Hill, the running backs. He pitches out to Peacock to the 35. And it is Willie Harper, who was not juked out of the play. He refused to go for it, and down he goes. Good save by linebacker Willie Harper.
Well, the 49ers defense this properly this time. They got out here and turned him in, and the pursuit came over and made the tackle. Willie Harper.
Big play by Willie. So that's the end of the third quarter with the score, Los Angeles 21, San Francisco 10. And we now pause for a word from your local station.
Right off the draw on 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. Arthur Whittington just picked up the yard, stopped by Sammy Green, so it is a 2nd and 9 at the 32. 5 defensive backs for Seattle in the nickel defense, and Stabler looks to throw it. He guns it down for Branch, and a great catch by Clifton. A spectacular leaping catch as he was double covered, and Branch off the long gainer brings to the 24.
And Cliff Branch all day has been the deep receiver. Kenny Stabler gets time on this pass play. And again, he lays it right on the button against double coverage. Kerry Justin, the 5th back in. Dave Brown thought he had the ball, but an outstanding job of concentration by the speedy Branch. The Raiders are right back in it. Another look, this time from the end zone, and you'll see the concentration by Branch. He watched it right into his hands, took it right away from Dave Brown.
44-yard pass play. Branch was caught 5 for 130 yards. Here's Stabler going for the end zone to the tight end. No! Casper not able to hold on. He had it, and as he made contact with the ground, he lost it.
Casper, again, another study in concentration by a receiver. Stabler had him wide open on the crossing pattern against the zone defense. And the hard ground. Played the best defensive back. Right there, the ball slips out of his hands. Couldn't hold on. Must have control of the football when you come down, no matter whether it's in the end zone or short of it. You have to have control of the ball before they'll give you 6 points.
It is a 2nd and 10 at the 24. We're early 4th quarter. The Raiders in possession, trailing 20-7 as Van Egan takes the left side and is run out of bounds at the 19. Kerry Justin, the left cornerback.
Again, the weak side fullback running play that the Raiders are so famous for. And now watch, Kerry Justin, the 5th back in again. Van Egan shifts the ball so he can use the straight arm. You don't see it very often in the NFL anymore. And he got 4 extra yards because of the stiff arm on Justin. Good camera work. I love it.
It is a 3rd and 5 at the 19-yard line. Defensively, it is Price, Hardy, Tuiao, Sissoko, and Gregory up front. Seattle goes with the extra defensive back. That is Kerry Justin. Stabler throws for the end zone for Martini, and it's batted away. Rich Martini, well covered by Cornell Webster.
And we have talked about Cornell Webster before. What an athlete. Martini had him beat deep on the corner route. Stabler saw it, but Webster was able to gather himself and make an outstanding play. That was a touchdown to Martini if it hadn't have been for Cornell Webster, 38.
It is now a 4th and 5 and a field goal attempt upcoming for Jim Breach, first-year pro out of the University of California. He is 2 for 4 on the year. From 50 yards out earlier, he hit the crossbar. This one is good. It is a 41-yard field goal for Breach, and the Raiders are now trailing by the score of 20-10.
Boy. Great American Truck Race next week on the CBS Sports Spectacular.
Bobtail trucks racing. That's got to be, that's like Dukes of Hazzard.
Great American football game here in Dallas. Bears lead at 20-17. Is picked up by Ron Springs. Pass at 20 with some room. Cuts back inside, and Springs gets outside the 40. Knocked down by number 80 for the Bears, Ricky Watts, rookie. But Springs looks extremely good.
And extremely coachable. How would you like to be a quarterback who has 3 completions like young Vince Evans And 2 of those are long touchdown passes. He has 3 of 13, but not bad for distance, to Scott and to Golden Richards. Rogers 12 for 21 for 150 and 2 TDs himself.
Going for Tony Hill. Well covered by Terry Schmidt. Don't forget the World Series of Golf on CBS the last weekend of this month, September the 29th and September the 30th. $100,000 is the first prize. Firestone Country Club in Akron, Ohio. Andy Bean, Hubie Green, Tom Watson, Hale Irwin, Lee Trevino, all competing in the World Series of Golf.
Great ball yard to play it on.
Oh, I'll say, what a track. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Roger threw that one 55 yards in the air. He was a little offline, but that elbow doesn't look like it's bothering him too much.
10:28 left to play in the game. Laidlaw still the fullback. Dorsett goes in motion. Straight drop. Now half of a split out. Gonna throw back across the field and do. And misses Laidlaw. He had some blockers in front of him, too. He just couldn't pick him out. Couldn't find him in the mass.
Burton Lawless had a little trouble trying to block Alan Page. Looked like that Page might have chased him. He and Osborne so quickly that Roger couldn't set up and throw it back very well. What's this one about?
Flag down on the other side of the field. I don't know what it's about. But if everything is functioning, referee Pat Haggerty will let us know in a minute.
I thought Lawless might have clipped Alan Page as he came off the line of scrimmage, but there's so much action. We'll see on a replay here in a minute. Osborne was on chasing Roger too, wasn't he?
Osborne has just come out of the game. Looks like something might be bothering his
illegal
shoulder.
Motion, offense, declined, 3rd down.
It'll be 3rd down. They declined the illegal motion penalty against Dallas.
Dallas had 14 flags in their close win over San Francisco a week ago. 7 on offense with just things such as that.
It'll be 3rd down now after the Bears declined that penalty. They've been successful 7 out of 10 times on 3rd down. Dallas trails by 3. Protection is good. It goes right through the hands of Tony Hill. And Dallas will have to punt.
Tony doesn't even want to go to the Dallas bench because the ball wasn't thrown too hard either. You know the hands and feet of this young person here. Just
right
went
there.
on through, yep. He'll go on over and say, boy, I owe you one, Raj.
Wentford Gaines was the closest Bear defender, but that pass should have been complete. Danny White averaging 44.5 yards per kick. Steve Schubert standing back at about the Bear 18-yard line. We'll check on how long Danny keeps it up in the air. That ought to be up a long time. Not a very long kick, but it stayed up 4.5 seconds, which is pretty good. You saw how close the coverage team was when the punt was handled by the Bears. Now 10 minutes, 9 seconds left to play. The Bears ahead by 3 points.
2nd and 9 for the Rams on the San Francisco 33. The Rams leading 21-10, the start of the 4th quarter. Denard is wide left, Waddy is right, Nelson on the right side, and you have Hill and Peacock behind Hayden. Hayden audibleizing, looked like they were coming. And here comes Peacock. Terry Nelson taken out of the play.
Well,
Terry Nelson trying to open up the hole, but it wasn't there.
Yeah, this is a pretty good play here by 59, Willie Harper. Watch him. Watch him get across, get rid of the blocker, keep outside leverage, come back in and make the tackle on Peacock.
Marvelous to fight off the tight end Terry Nelson and then bring down Peacock. Willie Harper, who's been playing outstanding linebacker for San Francisco. St. Louis, Pittsburgh. Rocky Blyer has just scored from 4 yards. So it is St. Louis 21, Pittsburgh 14. 14 minutes of the fourth quarter. Hayden has the pass deflected at the line of scrimmage, and it dies. The middleman, Dwayne Board, might very well have been in on it, number 76, and Hayden is steaming. He is really hot. Well, evidently somebody missed an assignment.
They did. Also, the 49ers, to their credit, had a good rush on. They put the pressure on Pat Hayden.
So it is 21-10 Rams. Hayden coming off. And Frank Corral out of a hole by Nolan Cromwell. Cromwell will hold on the 39. So it is a 49-yard field goal for Corral.
Let's watch the snap and the hole.
It's up. It is good. Boy, is he something. Frank Corral.
No doubt about it.
Marvelous kicker. Look at that leg. He seemed to hook the ball. It looked like it was outside, and he brought it back in.
And the holder spun the laces.
Perfect execution.
There's our clock. There is our clock here showing a little less than 2 minutes to play. The Chargers have a 27-19 lead. And we want to thank the Sexton, Bob Sexton for his statistical work, Dan Sexton for his spotting work. That's father and son. They're always so helpful to us here in San Diego. NFL report coming up after the completion of our contest here with rundown and complete coverage of all of the NFL action going around the countryside. Ryan Gumbel, Mike Adamle. Here Buffalo trying to pull a miracle. They send Cone in motion. Ferguson back. Under pressure. Back for the second time this afternoon. Leroy Jones is the man who gets the sack.
Loss of 8 yards.
An 8-yard loss on the play. Leroy Jones, originally a second-round draft pick of the Rams, traded to San Diego a couple of years ago.
Held by Brad Hubbard and Dick Most.
The rushing record for Clarence Williams this afternoon for San Diego, 157 yards, breaks the all-time rushing record for San Diego set by Don Woods in a single game, 152. I thought Keith Lincoln had 206 one time. Let me check that. In the old league before the merger. Okay. Ferguson back. A lot of time. Looking. Hooks. Breaks it at the 50. Inside the 45-yard line, just about back to the original line of scrimmage. They had lost 8 yards on that last play. It's going to be about 3rd down and 9 now. 1:17 to go in the game. Mike?
You can give the credit on that first play to the defensive backs because they held them up and it gave them time to get the penetration and make the sack.
The Bills spend a timeout to stop the clock with 1 minute and 17 seconds to go in the game. So the Bills, with 2 timeouts still remaining, trying to regroup. They're down by 8. They're trying to beat the Chargers, and they're down 27-19 with 1 minute and 17 seconds to go on a very warm afternoon in San Diego.
52,000.
Wednesday, you'll see a food catering service you just won't believe.
This is the head table, sir.
Plus the hottest pom-pom girls since the Dallas cheerleaders on Real People.
Ray Guy getting set to kick off following the field goal by Breach. Jeff Moore and Al Hunter are back. And this is Moore coming up to kick. And he stopped at the 22-yard line. Mike Davis making the tackle. The Seahawks will go to work as we check the scoreboard. The Broncos, who take on Seattle at home next Sunday, defeating Atlanta. The Jets, after the wipeout of New England last Sunday, able to come back against Detroit. And the Patriots having some difficulty, but getting by Cincinnati this afternoon. Philly over New Orleans, 26-14. Cleveland beating Baltimore 13-10. Miami doing it to Minnesota 27-12. Tampa Bay over Green Bay 21-10. First and 10 at the 23-yard line. For the Seahawks. Here is Zorn, who has had an outstanding day, swinging it on Sherman Smith, not able to hold on. A couple more scores to throw at you. San Diego over Buffalo in the fourth quarter, 27-19. And Tampa Bay, as we mentioned, over Green Bay, 21-10.
And I'll mention that Broncos score was in overtime, Marv.
Houston beating Kansas City 20-6. The Raiders will be at Kansas City next Sunday. 12:53 left, fourth quarter. This is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner from the Kingdome in Seattle.
Raiders have got to stop Seattle on this drive. They hope to turn the momentum and get back into this football game.
Smith and Gordon, the running backs. That's Largent coming across. And here's Smith. Stopped by Willie Jones. Getting back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. Lewis Bullard, who was injured earlier, is through for the day. Hurt his knee. We are not sure how serious the injury is. Arcune has come on as the right guard, and Ron Coder has moved over to left tackle. So it's Kuhn and Lynch at the guards, and August and Coder at the tackles.
Patched up offensive lines for both clubs. I see Upshaw sitting on the bench. I don't know whether he'll return.
Third down play for Zorn. Zorn throwing on the run, looking for McCullum, and it is off the mark. It was out of bounds. McCullum was covered by number 37, the left cornerback, Lester Hayes. And it will be a punting situation, so Herman Weaver comes on.
This was just a totally wasted pass by Jim Zorn. He was lucky it wasn't picked off. It was a hope pass. You throw it up, hope somebody with the right colored jersey catches it. Fortunately, it was out of bounds. McCullum, the intended receiver, but Hayes knocks it away and no chance.
Could be a costly series for Seattle. Oakland gets the ball back right here, and if they can bring it in, the ball game changes around completely. Ira Matthews back deep, awaiting this Herman Weaver punt. He has had an outstanding day. Another good one, driving Matthews back, takes it at the 23, and is in big trouble. 54-yard punt by Weaver, who is doing wonders for that average. Tony Benjamin making the tackle along with Cornell Webster on Ira Matthews, who had nowhere to run. A reminder tonight on NBC, Bob Hope on the road to China. 3-hour special featuring Crystal Gale, Shields and Yarnell, and Big Bird. It was recorded entirely in the People's Republic of China. That is tonight, 8 o'clock Pacific time, here on NBC.
And I saw some of the previews on the Johnny Carson show, and it ought to be funny, and Bob Hope's always good.
You stay up that late, Mike?
Certainly.
First down at the 24-yard line. Montreal Expos, St. Louis Cardinals tied at 1 in the second game. Expos lost the first. They're in the 7th inning, tied at 1-1. Oakland Raiders, first down at the 24. Stabler throwing again and is able to complete for a first down. Rich Martini stopped by Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker. And except for that one drop where Martini had daylight in front of him, he's had a good afternoon.
And the Raiders are happy because Gene Upshaw is back at the starting left guard spot, and that'll help in their drive to get back in this game.
Upshaw and Medlin at the guards, Lawrence and Sylvester at the tackles, Dalby the center. First down for Stabler and the Raiders at the 37. Stabler throws sideline and completes to Chester. Chester pushed out by Michael Jackson, right side linebacker. So Stabler is 20 for 32.
Stabler now putting a lot of pressure on the Seahawk defense, especially the two young tackles, Hardy and Tuiasosopo, because they know he's going to throw, and they've got to come after him and get him.
That was the 8th reception by Raymond Chester. Pickup of 4, 2nd and 6 at the 41. Running backs are split. Van Egan, the blocker now, as Stabler is in trouble, and let's see what they call it. Penalty marker down. Looked to be an incomplete pass because that arm did cock and he did follow through.
Again, tremendous pressure put on by the Seahawks. I mentioned the two young tackles, the #1 draft choice, Tuiasosopo and Hardy. We'll find out what that flag's for. Pressure causes holding every time. It's amazing. A man the size of Tuiasosopo with what great speed he has. The outside pass rush on the game's a twist with Gregory, and he'll come around. Stabler finds his receiver not open, tries to pull it down. There's the big guy. Stabler's arm was going forward, so it was incomplete, but the holding penalty will take the Raiders back.
Tuiasa Sopo goes 6'3", 252 pounds.
And can break 5 flat in the 40, which is awful quick.
Number 1 draft pick of Seattle, out of UCLA. You saw that replay. Carl Eller also all over Ken Stabler.
Seahawks are no dummies. They know they're going to throw.
10:24 left in the fourth quarter. Raiders trailing by the score of 20-10, and now they mark it off.
Holding, number 68, offense. Repeats.
Dan Medlin, the right guard for the Oakland Raiders, man who is replacing the injured Mickey Marvin, who is out with a swollen knee. It's called for the hold, so they play it over 2nd and 16 at the 31-yard line. 5 defensive backs for Seattle. And Branch able, no, let's see if they call it a completed pass, then he fumbled. Yes, that's the call, and it's recovered by Seattle. Kerry Justin, a second-year pro out of Oregon State, on the recovery. Branch had it, he was spun around, and this is one of those situations where you have to wait and see what the call is. It was called completed pass.
We'll see if he has control. Branch has the ball, makes a turn, a step. Oh, yes, he had plenty of time. And then it just slipped out of his hands, and Justin was there. Johnny on the spot to pick it up.
That is the 4th Oakland turnover. The Seahawks get it back now with 10:16 remaining, fourth quarter.
That 49-yard field goal for Frank Terrell is the longest in his career. He kicked one for 48 previously, although his record at UCLA, the longest field goal, 55. And he thumps that one down to Lenville Elliott at the 5. Hot potato to the 15. Bumps into James Owens. Flag on the play. But James Owens and Lenville Elliott play like they're in a phone booth back there.
You know, Frank has a very short run, about 5 steps, and kicks a powerful ball.
Face mask against the Rams. So Lenville Elliott and James Owens bumping together as Owens was trying to set up a block. And then the face mask infraction after that. So Lenville Elliott goes off for a breather. And meanwhile, Red Cashin marks it up to the 35-yard line. Here's the call.
Face mask, number 50, first down.
That's Kevin McLean, who's a big man on special teams, caught on the face mask.
I think the 49ers ought to try to go deep here. They have nothing to lose. Go deep on number 33, Osteen.
1st and 10 on the 35-yard line of San Francisco. O.J. Simpson, end around to James Owens. Owens on his feet to midfield, hurdling just shy of the 45-yard line. Stopped at the 46-yard line by Dave Elmendorf. Good play, good call.
We talked about that earlier. With speed on the reverse, on the end around, with a guy like Owens, now you got a chance. On this reverse, if he stays outside, it looks like he's got open sailing. He breaks it outside there rather than inside.
That's a 19-yard end-around play to James Owens. Brings the ball to the Ram 46-yard line. Owens, 4-time all-time UCLA rusher. 1st and 10 on the Ram 46. DeBerg over the middle, has his man, and it's Solomon. And Solomon gets inside the 25. Solomon went right under Dave Elmendorf to get an extra yard or 2. Little Freddie squirting his way for the first down. 23-yard line.
He's going to work on Osteen over there. He comes across. Now they're moving. They got good field position to get back in this ball game.
It is 24-10 in favor of the Rams. So the 49ers, in order to believe themselves, have to come back and now O.J. to the 20-yard line. Picked up maybe 3, so it'd be 2nd and 7.
They can't waste too many running plays, Vinny.
Here's Paul Seal, 6-year man out of Michigan.
Let's watch him now. When they put him in, it's usually a pass, and they like to go to him right down the middle, right down the seam. Number 85, Paul Seal. Let's see what he does.
He was traded by New Orleans for John Watson. 2nd and 7 from the 20. Paul Hofer is in the game for the first time, number 36. And the pass to Hofer led him too much. Eddie Brown was defending. And DeBerg, again, under some heavy pressure. This time, Bob Brzezinski was the one applying it.
Brzezinski's been dogging about 50% of the time here. DeBerg was lucky to get the ball off. Yeah, watch Seal now. We wanted to focus in on him. He's open here. He was open. Now he's covered. Now Seal is out.
Well, the pass was intended to Paul Hofer. We'll see if he stays in the game. Nope. O.J. Simpson is back in with Wilbur Jackson. 3rd and 7 from the 20-yard line. O.J. behind Ayers and Cross. 15, 10, 5. Out of bounds at the 5-yard line. O.J. Simpson running for a 1st and goal. And he finally had 2 men in front of him, with John Ayers leading the way with Randy Cross.
Now that's a pretty good time to run wide against the nickel defense, long yardage. The Rams are all playing pass. They're not expecting a run. No force, no containment. I thought he's going to score here. Youngblood comes over and makes the play. Jim Youngblood.
Actually, he ran up Randy Cross's back. That's Cross in front of him as he got it to the 5-yard line. So it's 1st and goal.
A good call here would be a play-action pass.
All right, let's see. We have Jackson and Simpson. And it's going to be a play-action and a pass. Touchdown to Mike Schumann. You called it, George.
Good execution.
Mike Schumann, a free agent from Miami, who averaged 50 passes per year, came up with a big one to get San Francisco on the boards and back in the game.
And he had to thread the needle here, Vinny. Watch this. He's pretty well covered. Now watch him put that ball. See, the play action held the rush. Now watch him put that ball right in there.
He threw it over Cromwell, and Cromwell was frozen because of O.J. Simpson. Good fake by O.J.
Nice drive.
So all of a sudden, if this kick is good, San Fran is close again. It's up, and it is good. We've got 11:34 left in the game. Los Angeles 24, San Francisco 17. Hey, look out, we're back and going.
We got 1 minute and 17 seconds to play. Buffalo has a 3rd down and 9. They're down by 8. They've got 3 wide receivers in the ball game. Butler and Pacone on the near side, Lewis on the far side. Brown is behind Ferguson. Joe's pass low for Jerry Butler. And a 4th down situation coming up. Back there, Pete Shaw, number 44. So Ferguson went to the well a total of 27 times, completed 17 of them. 294 yards. That's 12 yards more than he passed for last week.
He's had a big day, but you can credit that defensive backfield for the Chargers the last couple of times. They're playing a nickel defense. They're covering him very well. They're giving that time, the line time to get in there and put the pressure on Joe Ferguson.
Obviously, the Bills are going to go for it now on a 4th down and 9 situation. They're going to go for the 1st down. What do you got to lose when you're down by 8 with 1 minute and 13 to go? Down Ferguson, being chased, running for his life, throws over the head of the intended receiver way down here at the 15-yard line. That's the tight end, Ruben Gant. San Diego will take over the football. Shaw helps up Gant over here as he was covering him. The fans here at San Diego, they put only 43,000 season tickets on sale. They hold back 9,000 so that the average working guy can get a chance to come to a Charger ball game. They sell out the place almost every week. This game was sold out not by Thursday, but yesterday afternoon. They're already sold out for several other games this season. Enthusiastic crowd here at this new San Diego stadium. In fact, my partner Mike Lucci was here the first game they ever played in the stadium.
We dedicated the stadium. We beat the Chargers, I think, about 38-21.
Nice going. All right, San Diego takes over 1st and 10 now with 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in the game. Mike Thomas gets a couple. I might point out also, this being Mike Lucci's debut with NBC, you were playing for Detroit the day that Tom Dempsey, who's now at Buffalo, was then with New Orleans when he kicked that record 63-yard field goal, which still stands. Do you remember the incident?
Well, I do, and just as a few minutes ago I predicted that he wouldn't throw the football, I told everybody don't rush it because he couldn't kick it from 63 yards, and of course everybody knows how far he kicked it. It might have been good from 70 yards. But Tom Dempsey's having his problems back in Buffalo. I just talked to Chandler a few minutes ago, and he said that he is the best kicker that he's ever worked with. He said that psychologically with that foot, he said if you don't give him the flat side of the ball and then you give him the strings, he has a tendency to shank it or miss it. He said it's more apt to hurt him than another kicker.
Tom Dempsey, young man who went to junior college right near here in San Diego, Palomar Junior College, just up the road a piece. Great lesson for a lot of us. Said Buffalo has just spent their second timeout. They've got one more left. Chargers have two. We've got 58 seconds to go in the game, and the Chargers lead at 27-19. San Diego had a 1-point lead at halftime. They've scored twice in the second half. Buffalo has scored once. Fouts just falls on the ball, causing Buffalo now to spend their last timeout.
Yeah.
So the clock will stop with 56 seconds remaining, and Buffalo has just called their last timeout.
We talked before the game started, and it was 102 degrees. We got a little note a little while ago that it went down to 97. And again, I'd like to say that I'm amazed at the conditions these athletes are in because they're in great shape. They're still hustling. They've played all but 56 seconds ago in the game here, and they still look pretty fresh.
Dan Fouts talking to Don Coryell, his coach on the near sideline. At Harris, he's a former Buffalo Bill, James Harris. As Chuck Knox looks on from the far side, Harris played originally for Buffalo, then he got out of football. Everybody knows the story. Went to work for the Commerce Department in Washington. Carroll Rosenblum signed him with the Rams, played a couple of years there with the Rams, was their quarterback under Knox, and then he came to San Diego. James Harris out of Grambling. He was a teammate of Charlie Joyner and Buffalo's Lewis at Grambling. Frank Lewis. Third down, 6. Again, Fouts. There's nothing Buffalo can do to stop the clock. There are 50 seconds and counting. So it was 13-12 at halftime, San Diego. We had a couple of explosive plays. A Ferguson pass, good for 84 yards here in the third quarter. And then we had a 54-yard run by Clarence Williams. And that was followed by another touchdown by Williams, who has scored 4 touchdowns in this ball game. And Fouts comes off as the clock shows you 20 seconds to go.
They're going to take a penalty. They're going to let the 30-second clock run out. They'll take a penalty. There'll only be 13 seconds left.
There it comes, the delay of the game. Stops the clock as we look at Charles Robert Knox. He's done quite a job with this Buffalo ball club. Turned them around, 5-11 last year. Should have beaten Miami.
Delay.
Beat the heck out of Cincinnati last week. Was in this ball game all the way against San Diego. Next week, Bills are home to the Jets. They play 3 of their first 4 games back in Buffalo, and then they hit the road. Chargers go to New England next week.
I think we have to say one more time what an outstanding job Curtis Brown and Roland Hooks have done, because they just gave a tremendous amount of effort today in this losing cause.
This rush on West, but he gets it away. They have nobody back to catch this ball. They put an 11-man rush on West. A gamble there by the Bills. The Chargers let it roll around. 1 second go, and that's it. The ball game is over. That's all over as Don Coryell heads over to congratulate his opposing coach. So the Chargers, who are now 3-0 coming out of the chute, Mike Lucci, They have beaten Buffalo to go 3-0 in the West. Buffalo now with a record of 1-2. Any final comments? We've got about 10 seconds.
Well, they were a little conservative the first half, but they have plenty of firepower. I think this is an outstanding football team, and there's no reason they can't win their division.
For Mike Lucci, Stu Nahan, final score, San Diego with 27. Buffalo Bills wind up with 19.
They averaged well over 200 tops in the NFL. Hart. Down he goes at the 23-yard line. Second sack for the Steelers. Beasley 65, 67 Dunn, along with Banaszak 76. Cardinals, who allowed Hart to be sacked only 22 times all last year, 2 today.
Certainly not what they'd like, although we have to say that they've got to be suffering from coordination problems, having just lost Dan Deerdorf. Joe Bostic is in there. Bostic has really never started and has not played much, so they're trying to adjust to problems there for sure.
Bostic 71, the rookie from Clemson at right tackle. 8-yard loss, second down, 18. Draw play, Theodis Brown, and Lambert able to reach out and grab him by the back of the jersey and drag him down at the 31-yard line. Almost the yardage they lost on first down. It's 3rd and 11. Final score, San Diego Chargers remain unbeaten as they beat Buffalo 27-19.
Set the stage for that Buffalo-New England game, or that, excuse me, that New England-San Diego game next week.
Looks as if we might be up there. Beautiful New England. Have to check your scouts there at the embassy to see what reports they have for you. 3rd and 11 for Hart. Down the middle. Incomplete. And again, Donnie Shell hawking Dave Stieff at the 45-yard line. Joe Green putting pressure on Hart. So the Cardinals give up the ball, and plenty of time, 11:07 left.
Purely an experienced play that would not have been made by a young man.
That's really an interesting aspect of this game, so often lost by fans who are watching the ball. Steve Little hits a good one. Jim Smith at his own 23. 25. Outside again. 30, 35, 40, 50. Might go all the way. Oh, he ran into his own man and goes down at the 39-yard line when it appeared that he was going to get a touchdown because Little, the only man left, and Anderson had him well covered. He was going to block him. J.T. Thomas, the man who stopped Smith. There it is, a collision that may have cost the Steelers a tying touchdown. Nevertheless, they have it at the St. Louis 39, and we'll be right back. Now we're going to stay right here with the Steelers threatening to tie the game, and they've had a couple of excellent kick returns by Smith. One called back by penalty, but not that one.
And of course, one of the touchdowns that the Cardinals put on the board, or some of the points, were directly attributable to a great punt return on their part. So we have seen some tremendous special team play today.
Rocky Bleier again, almost 10 yards before he's dropped at the 30-yard line of St. Louis. And Bleier, who didn't play but more than a down or two the first half, has been the running star of this second half with the entry to Franco Harris.
What we're seeing now, Dick, is the pattern of a very experienced and very relaxed professional team. We said earlier that Pittsburgh was not going to panic. They were confident that they were going to win this game, and they're right now working on their 7-pointer.
Bleier again, first down Pittsburgh. Greg Hawthorne, ball carrier. 10 minutes remaining. Ball now at the 25 and a first down, Pittsburgh. 9 minutes and 52 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The world champion Steelers trailing the Cardinals 21-14, but Pittsburgh driving. Ball at the St. Louis 24. Bradshaw on a flea flicker going for Stallworth. Well covered by Roger Worley, and also in the play was Ken Stone, and the Cardinals felt that it was Stallworth who pushed off.
We saw that same play defeat the Cleveland Browns last year, only to the other side of the line and thrown eventually to Cunningham. It looked to me that Stallworth was looking for the interference call. Figured he was going to do a little bumping down there. The officials right on top of it did not give him the benefit of the call. Bradshaw's got a 2nd and 10.
Cardinals forcing many turnovers today, but for them, so often only got the 3 points out of those turnovers. Missed 2 extra points, which could be crucial, and lead 21-14. Bradshaw injured in the first half, played the entire second half. Blyer gets 3 down to about the 21-yard line, where it'll be 3rd and 7 for Pittsburgh. Mike Dawson with a tackle, number 73 for the Cardinals.
Gets curious down here. Are we in 3 down or 4 down territory? Chuck Noll earlier going on 4th down, not concerned about getting 3 points. You've got to wonder here if he gets part of this or gets down to a 4th down. Would he go for it or would he kick the field goal?
Bradshaw trying to make that decision an easy one. Steelers have made good only 3 times out of 14 third down conversions. Blyer to the 10, to the 5, and Rocky Blyer does it again. 1st and goal, Pittsburgh.
Well, you've got some people that you learn to lean on in the crunching situations and the clutch situations. Bradshaw knows where his people are, and there's one of them right there, Rocky Blyer. Blyer just gives a little move right there, gets away from Carney, and then he buys the extra yards just with sheer determination. Down inside the 5, the power squadron comes in, and Pittsburgh has got its sights set on the goal line.
Interesting replay, gentlemen. George Finkel, our producer, Ted Nathanson, our director. Blyer, number 20, caught that ball, and number 20, the yard line was right there at his feet. A perfect match. 1st and goal at the 5. Bradshaw for Cunningham. Touchdown! Benny Cunningham, his first touchdown of the season, and Bradshaw patiently waited for Cunningham to find the slot.
Here's your chance to be a part of that pass pattern as Bradshaw throws a rather unexpected call. Benny Cunningham, of course, back in the lineup and a favorite target for a long time. But Bradshaw got enough time and gave him a little wave and said, move left, I'll get it to you there. Flipped it to him for the point.
Try for a point is good, and the Steelers on Barr's point after have tied the game. 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns by Terry Bradshaw's Steelers have made it even at 21.
Football is really fun in Texas, you know it?
Yes, sir. It sure has changed a lot. First down, Dallas. 8.5 minutes left to play. Bears 20, Cowboys 17. They're going to put it up on first down. Pearson had it. You won't see that much. Livers was behind him. Pearson had a first down. The ball was right on the money. And Pearson dropped it.
Like Roger threw a sinker ball a little bit. The ball looked like it had funny action on it. The nose was sort of down. I believe he's wiping that hand off. He might have let it slip a little bit. There are a few guys out there perspiring, as they would like to say, instead of sweating.
Who would like to say?
Well, you know, we're into prime time now. You got to clean up this game.
I always heard that men sweat and women perspire.
I will have it your way.
8:25 left. 2nd and 10. Laidlaw has some running room. Near a first down is Scott Laidlaw.
Good block by Cooper, too. Jim Cooper, number 61, really makes a good block. Right part of the screen.
Scott sort of glides along, doesn't he?
Sure does. Never looks like he's running very fast, but he seems to go places.
Vince Evans in conference with his coach, Neil Armstrong. Laidlaw has 9 carries for 45 yards, so something's working. 3rd and very short, less than 1. You might. Out of bounds at the 40, enough for the first down.
Pretty good defensive play by Livers.
Sure
you missed that one, and it's going to look like the 440 relay. The quick spin, again, the short yardage. Everybody's got to pitch it off for Chicago. It's a pretty safe call when you think about it, though, against short yardage defense. It's a pretty good defensive play here.
By Livers, very good. They got the first down, however. Just shy of the 40-yard line, with now 7.5 minutes left to play. Chicago 20, Dallas 17. Oh, good play by Schmidt. And now comes the flag. Boy, the Bears are upset about this.
Well, Schmidt looked to me like he reached around and got the ball, but the official was really in pretty good shape to watch this one. Remember, the official dead ahead of Roger right here is the one that makes the call.
Defensive interference, number 44, first down.
Call is on Schmidt. Let's see it. I don't think a defensive cornerback can time it much better. But we're looking at it in slow-mo and not in the blink of an eyelash.
They move the sticks into Bear territory. First down, Dallas at the Chicago 44. Creeping into field goal range, and we creep into the possibility of overtime. Dorsett swings around, keeps Osborne, cuts back inside. Dorsett still on his feet. Down to the 20. Tony Dorsett now goes over 100 yards. Virgil Livers finally made the tackle.
Remember, late in games, late in football games, when you have great speed, the other people are beginning to tire just a little bit. When that edge is gone, a great talent like this can motor.
When you have that great cutback instinct as he does, a lot of people start to overrun it too.
Schmidt makes a heck of a play from behind, the young cornerback, to keep Dorsett from perhaps going on in.
First down just outside the 20. Dorsett 19 carries for 105 yards. What an exhibition by two splendid running backs. Dorsett almost broke it away. He's knocked back to the 20. Gary Campbell led the Bear defense. He got down to about the 17.
Boy, Roger that time went on a quick count and caught the Bears defensive line moving around a little bit, but the Bears reacted and recovered and played it very well. Uh-oh, Dorsett may be making a signal to...
He is winded, and he wants some relief, and here comes Ron Springs.
Boy, he can't wait to get it. Look at number 20 coming on.
He looks like he's running on Springs.
They said he had a bad knee, but Dallas wouldn't let him be cut on. Looks like it's recovered. A miraculous recovery for number 20.
He's alone deep back on second down. They need 7. Staubach starts to come out. Busted play, I think. Had to be.
Might have been the young rookie. Didn't pick up the play. Rogers looking for a second man to come for a dive somewhere.
Gary Campbell, Mike Hartenstein, and Alan Page caused the difficulty. And it's 3rd and about 12 now.
Springs looked at Roger like, I'll help you any way I can, but I can't take the handoff.
Springs and Pearson are now the running backs. Septian begins to feel some weight on his shoulders on the other side, and Dallas.
Roger that time even talked to Pearson, Preston Pearson, and was giving him advice. There's some confusion.
Dallas has to take this time out to go over and clarify the matter. Staubach over to Landry. Jim Myers with the headset on. Mike Ditka, who's done such a splendid job as a coach after being a great player. He is listening into the conference as well. Danny White next week. We remind you again, these games on CBS. The Atlanta Falcons at Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, Washington at St. Louis, Chicago, Miami, Los Angeles at surprising Tampa Bay, New Orleans, San Francisco, and Philadelphia at the New York Giants. That's where we'll be.
I tell you, the Eagles are playing pretty good football. This whole division is beginning to spruce up. I think about the St. Louis Cardinals.
You better think about them. They're still leading Pittsburgh. The last report we had, 21-14. Roger Staubach over with Landry and Myers. And
how many girls try out for this? Are these the finalists of how many hundreds or thousands?
Oh, I think at least 500.
Some draft.
60 minutes immediately following the game, and no matter how long it takes, you will be able to see it in its entirety. Roger Staubach is deep. A big third down coming up. And Staubach looks as Springs sprints across to the other side and takes the ball and is brought down on a fine defensive play by Walter-Scheid. And the tackle took Springs down with authority, and down stayed Walter-Scheid. What a clutch play by Lenny.
And he was running from his defensive safety spot. Finsick hasn't had a chance to play with a bad elbow. And a good play. Look at Spring goes right in front. Now he just lobs it over the rushing defensive lineman. Watch number 23. Runs past Fitzgerald, the blocker, who couldn't block him, of course, illegally, and had to wait for him to make a move. Perfectly read by the defense. Chicago has really improved their play overall, I think, in darn near every position since... Uh-oh, he's leaving.
That's Walter-Scheid, who was shaken up after making that fine tackle on Ron Springs and Raphael Septien. You're looking at Tex Schramm right in the middle, standing up. What a tremendous job he's done for professional football in many, many ways, not only with just this organization. Septien from 42 yards out. If it gets there, it is not good.
Warming up. Watch Septien kicking with Mike Ditka and watching him and Dan Reeves, and he hooked it left quite a few times. And this is the one thing the side saddle kickers really fear, isn't it, Patrick?
Particularly from that hash mark. Rarely do they miss to the right. They almost always pull it to the left. It's sort of like hooking off the tee in golf. And I know that feeling well.
Yes. Do these kickers ever leave it out right?
Soccer-style kickers don't very often.
Did you?
Yes. 4:51 now left to play. Pressure on both units. Walter Payton straight ahead is met in the hole by Bob Brunick. And that's the way a middle linebacker should fill the hole.
Stahls played that well, too, the young fellow from Northern Colorado. He's in there at 250. He's finally gotten his weight up, you know. Last year, and he got married and stayed in the kitchen the whole off season. He went to 250. Now he can handle some of that action in there.
Second down 8, 4:15 left to play. Vince Evans has been the Chicago quarterback all day. He gives to Williams. He runs into the grasp of Harvey Martin. So it'll be a bare third down. And now what do you do?
Big Harvey, number 79. Watch Dede Lewis, Harvey Martin, and Randy White. Tough place to run. Looks like the Dallas defense began to buckle down.
Question of have to. 3rd and 6. They want to get Septien another chance. Evans, the quarterback. Pressure on him now. The Bears need a first down, and he goes straight back. He might take off, and down he goes. Bruce Thornton, the rookie from Illinois, cuts him down, and the Bears have to punt.
Does this crowd love that play of the rookie? 260-pounder, and this is a great tackle. If Vince Evans can really scoot. Why he dropped back passes, I'm not sure. Why he doesn't sprint out is beyond me. But look at this defense. Put the ankles together.
Steve Wilson is deep for Dallas. Bob Parsons will punt for the Bears. Long count. Hoping to get somebody offside. Don't try to rush it. Try to return, and a good kick chases Wilson back inside his own 20 to the 17. Not much room for Wilson. The Bears covered it well. Lee Coons made the tackle.
Penn Stater really got a foot into that. That ball was really nailed. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. It's a lot of time in pro football.
20-17. The Bears lead the Cowboys. The Woodward Stakes in the next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on CBS. 1 hour live presentation from Belmont Park in New York, featuring some of today's best thoroughbreds, including Jack Whitaker, who will be hosting the program. Staubach has it slipped, but nevertheless, Drew Pearson hangs on his knees. Terry Schmidt under coverage. First down, Dallas.
I guess in a sure situation where you have to catch it, number 12 and number 88 be about as good a two as you could name.
That's the final score. San Diego 27, Buffalo 19, and San Diego remains atop the AFC's Western Division. Their record 3-0. Buffalo now drops to 1-2 in the AFC East. Staubach throwing just about every play. Has it again, this time Tony Hill in front of Virgil Livers. Another perfect shot from Roger.
Tried to give Livers some help with a linebacker, but a linebacker isn't going to give you much under help against people like Pearson or Tony Hill. You need backs so you can inside-outside these fellas. That's good coverage by Livers. He's got to be careful about going up that sideline. Roger hadn't used much time up yet either.
Staubach is 16 out of 29. They took one timeout when they had confusion in the last drive, so they only have 2 left. But they'll get the 2-minute timeout in 9 seconds. 20-17. Bears lead. Preston Pearson to the 25. Skates down to the 22. And again, Dallas is in field goal range.
And if you kick out with a linebacker to help the outside back, somewhere your inside area is vulnerable. Look at Pearson, just let everything go by, slipped inside a count late. And you're right, Rayfield is beginning to warm it up.
Rocky Blyers running. Terry Bradshaw, a couple of key passes. And it's even at 21 with 8 minutes left. Barr kicks it off. One of his better kicks today. Taken at the 5 by Roy Green, the rookie, to the 20 to 25. Spins out to the 29, where the hit is made by Jim Smith, the very punt return specialist who put the Steelers in excellent position for that last score. And now the crowd, quiet here in the second half in St. Louis, trying to spur on their beloved Cardinals. A sellout of 50,460 at Busch Stadium today.
The last 2 offensive series have just gone 3 plays and out for the Cardinals. Right now, they need to get something going, move down the field, get some points on the board.
2 missed extra points. The reason why the Cardinals are not in the lead. Harden gives it to Anderson. Anderson is stopped cold again. He got to the 31, a gain of 2. And Otis Anderson, who came into this game with 302 yards rushing in his first 2 pro games, has been held well in check, as you can see. Just over 2 yards per carry for Anderson.
Dick, you mentioned the 2 extra points. Kicking has really been a problem for the Cardinals in this young season. In the first game against Dallas, a field goal by Septien hit the upright and bounced in, and a late try of 60 yards by Wood came just short of giving them a victory in that opening game.
Next Saturday on the CBS Sports Spectacular, don't miss the Great American Truck Race, when over 20 big 10-wheel diesel rakes battle for the checkered flag. Then from 10 wheels to 4 wheels on the U.S. Roller Skating Championship. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Ray Wershing kicking off. Drew Hill is deep, standing on the 5-yard line. And the kick to the pride of Georgia Tech is in the end zone. He's going to take it out. To the 10, to the 15, dragged down at the 20-yard line. Eddie Lewis was the man who brought him down. So the 49ers go 65 yards. The big play, 6 plays, a fine pass to Freddie Solomon, and then a big gainer by O.J. Simpson, capped by the 5-yard pass to Mike Schumann for the touchdown. 24-17 Los Angeles, 11:24 left in the game. What's new at San Diego, George?
Here's a final in
and he gets to the 25-yard line.
They're making too many yards on the left side of that defense. The 49ers have to overshift, they have to compensate, they have to dog, they have to do something. It's back in their hands now.
They're going after Archie Reese and Jimmy Webb or Ted Vincent, the left side of the line. Reuben Vaughn is in there now. And there is a Ram hurt, and it is Elvis Peacock. So that would be a disaster for Los Angeles. Elvis Peacock, who has come in and has been the explosive runner, at one stage broke one for 46. He's down. 24-17 Rams.
This Saturday on Sports World, the FINA World Cup diving from the Woodlands Country Club near Houston, Texas, featuring many of the world's top international divers, and the USAC Dirt Car Racing 100-mile race from the 1-mile dirt track at the DuQuoin, Illinois Fairgrounds. Sports World now Saturdays here on NBC. This coming Saturday at 5 o'clock. First and 10 at the 43 off that last Raider turnover. Seahawks with the 20-10 lead, able to take over, and this is Dorning who is stacked up. Dave Browning, the right defensive end, along with the middle guard Dave Pear, combining to make the tackle. Jones, Pear, and Browning up front for Oakland. Hendricks, Johnson, Villapiano, and Martin, the linebackers. In the corners, Hayes and Williams. Williams replacing the injured Monty Jackson, and the safety men are Tatum and Phillips. Dorning picked up about 2. It's a 2nd and 8 at the 41-yard line. Just under 10 left in the fourth quarter.
Seahawks can make it difficult for Oakland if they can get some points on the board.
This is Smith on the sweep. Trying to cut back, could not. Gets to the 39. 2-yard advance, so it will be a 3rd and 6 with Monty Johnson, the inside linebacker on the left, making the stop on Sherman Smith.
This is the must down for the Raider defense. They've got to stop him here, Marv.
That is a final. The Chargers defeating the Buffalo Bills 27-19.
San Diego had their hands full today, but they're 3-0 and leading the AFC West. 2 teams right here are interested in that score.
Bills now 1 up, 2 down. Here's the 3rd and 6, and Zorn to throw. By Dorning out at the first down marker. He swept it in with the right hand. Monty Johnson making the stop. Beautiful catch.
Zorn again one-on-one with the linebacker with his fullback Dorning. Watch him stick out that hand and say thank you. Oh, what control. Great catch and an important first down for the Seahawks.
That's a combination of good hands and perhaps some stick-em.
A little bit of luck, too.
To make sure, yes. All right, 88 is Brian Peets, the tight end. Checking back in. First down, picked up by Dorning at the Oakland 32-yard line. We have 8 minutes remaining, fourth quarter. And Seattle leading it by the score of 20-10 off 2 touchdown pass plays. Number 80, the man in motion, Largent combining with Zorn. This is Smith, the delay. Gets to the 27-yard line. Stopped by the combination of linebacker Johnson and the middle guard Pear.
Again, a very conservative drive by the Seattle Seahawks. And they want to run the time down and keep the Raiders from having the ball because they can get back in the game quickly.
There you see 2nd and 5 at the 27. Smith, 42 yards, 15 carries. Last week picked up 59 yards against Miami on 11 carries. Caught 7 passes for 80 yards. Gives you a balanced ball game. Excellent receiver out of the backfield along with the running game. Again, Largent in motion. And the handoff to Dorning, stopped for a loss. Lost a yard on the play. Rod Martin, outside linebacker on the right. Able to put the clutches around Dan Dorning, but a penalty marker has been thrown.
The Raiders taking some chances now, and Martin was blitzing on that play, the reason for the loss. There's a look at Jack Patera. He's not happy about that flag. Or is he?
No, he should be. It's a personal foul. He's just not giving us the expression. He's
and it's on the Raiders. He is happy.
It is
Flores isn't.
Very difficult to read from expressions of coaches in the National Football League. You can take a look at a guy, you don't know if he's winning or losing. But this one is against Oakland.
Could be a crushing penalty.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 45 on the defense.
It is Henry Williams, the rookie quarterback out of San Diego State, who is called for the personal foul in Seattle. Now with a first down at the 14-yard line.
We got another 15-yard penalty for something that was said.
Well, they've tacked another on. So the Seahawks now with a 1st and goal at the 7.
And again, the Seahawks are doing it to the Raiders. Last year they beat them twice. They're after it again this year.
Unsportsmanlike conduct penalty tacked on. That is Sherman Smith on the carry, but a penalty flag thrown.
I didn't pick up the number of that second unsportsmanlike conduct.
We'll try to get it.
Henry Williams, the cornerback, is the one that was called.
So Williams upset about the initial call for the personal foul, then had something to say to one of the officials, and they tacked it on, which certainly did not make that man very happy. However, in this penalty-filled 4th quarter, this one being assessed on Seattle.
The Raiders have been penalized 9 times for 81 yards. Seattle 8 times.
Holding, number 76, offense, repeat first down.
It is Steve August, the Seattle right tackle, who is called for the hold. So it is a 1st and goal coming from the 17-yard line.
1st and goal, 17.
Seattle in possession. They lead the Raiders 20-10. 1st and goal from the 17-yard line for the Seahawks. And this is Dan Dorning, who is stopped. Stopped by Willie Jones, the left defensive end. Marv Albert with Mike Hafner from the Kingdom in Seattle. It has been a splendid afternoon for Seattle quarterback Jim Zorn, coming off the disappointing start over the first 2 games. He has hooked up twice with Steve Largent, and hit Largent particularly in this 3rd quarter with a spectacular catch made by Largent. Mike, we take another look.
Steve Largent, 71 catches last year, and you will see why. He is one of the premier receivers in the National Football League. Up over the top of Lester Hayes, he bounces in the end zone for a score. He's one of the best.
Back live, 2nd and goal from the 16. And this is Largent again inside the 5. Stopped by the right quarterback, Henry Williams.
Steve Largent has been a big part of this game today. 2 touchdown receptions, and look at that. I mean, you can't make a quarterback look any better. And here he is again in this important drive. The Seahawks trying to put it away against the Raiders. This play, just the last play that took the Seahawks down to the 4-yard line. Steve Largent again. What a day he's having.
It is 1st and goal now for the Seahawks down at the 4-yard line. We have 5:50 left in the 4th quarter.
5 receptions for Largent, 139 yards. That's the best afternoon in yardage in his career.
Dan Dorning, Sherman Smith are the running backs. Zorn with a 1st and goal. The give to Smith. Tries to cut back and does, and brings close to the goal line. Dave Pear, the middle guard, making the stop on the play. And now, with the crowd urging the Seahawks to go for it, it is a 4th and goal. And Jack Patera, the Seahawk coach, will do just that. He sent in the extra wide receiver. Steve Rabel has come on. Now Largent departs, so Rabel has come on for Largent for this 4th and goal down at the 1.
With 5 minutes to go in the game and a 10-point lead, this is a smart move by Jack Patera. He can put the Raiders away with a score.
Long count by Zorn once again. Here is Dorning, and he is stopped. Dan Dorning tried the middle. The strong safety, Charles Phillips, able to come up to make the stop. So the Seahawks fail on the 4th and goal from the 1.
They could have had a field goal in that situation, but I think they would much rather see the Raiders start from the 1-yard line and have to go 99 to get back in the game as the Raiders trail 20-10.
The Oakland Raiders take over now with 4:42 left in the fourth quarter. Kenny Stabler has done quite a bit of throwing here this afternoon, and we are going to see more of that now. 1st and 10 from the 1. By Whittington looking to bring it out. Michael Jackson, right side linebacker, making the stop on the play. Stabler thus far is 22 for 34 for 301 yards. So he has now thrown for 300 yards or more 6 times in his career.
He's one of the premier quarterbacks in the NFL, and that play by Whittington is exactly what you want in that situation on your own 1. You want a big gain to give yourself some room and try and get back in the football game.
It is a 2nd and 1 at the 10. Now the first down and more picked up by Van Egan. John Harris, the free safety, making the stop on Mark Van Egan. 3:55 left in the fourth quarter.
Stabler's got to put it up now. He's got the room with 3:49 left in the game. Trailing by 10, he's got to get on the board fast with anything.
A look at the statistics of Ken Stabler. 305 yards now, but 2 interceptions in there. Here's Stabler unleashing. He's got the first down, completing to Cliff Branch. Autry Newman there to make the stop, and it's a first down for the Raiders at their 34-yard line.
Again, the Seahawks are not going to let anyone get deep, especially with the speed of Cliff Branch. So the place that's open underneath the coverage, Branch wide open. Seahawks will give that pass up. They don't want any scoring passes.
Martini to the right and Branch slot right. Stabler goes left and completes to Chester for another Oakland first down. Dave Brown, the right cornerback, makes the stop. Clock continues to run. Oakland has its 3 timeouts. We now have 2:45 left. And again, the Raiders to the line of scrimmage in a hurry. Martini right. Branch also off to the right side. Van Egan and Whittington are the running backs. And Stabler looking right. Bullets one, and it is completed to Martini. We'll have to wait and see where they mark the football. It is another first down. It was covered by Webster, who pushed him back the other way. Raiders again quickly to the line.
Stabler, a smart quarterback. He's taken what they give him, and he's got to get down the field. Now he's going to call timeout. Nope, not yet. After this play, though, he's signaled his players.
He is sacked by Bill Gregory. So Gregory comes up with Seattle's 2nd sack of the day. And Stabler is hurt. Ken Stabler, who took a beating last week at the hands of the San Diego Chargers, has received good protection throughout the day. But that time, Bill Gregory all over the quarterback, 33-year-old, 10-year pro out of Alabama. Ken Stabler, Jim Plunkett now getting set to loosen up.
There's a prime example of the problems the Raiders have had at left tackle. They're playing a guard there, Steve Sylvester. He was beaten that time by Gregory, and it might have cost him a quarterback for a while.
Big hand for Ken Stabler, who is coming over to the sidelines. And look at those statistics. 25 for 37, 343 yards. But where it counts, only 10 points on the scoreboard.
There's Gregory. Nobody even touches him. And Stabler hasn't got a chance. And he drives him into the AstroTurf. And Kenny, I'm surprised he got up.
Jim Plunkett has come on as we get the 2-minute warning. And so a timeout with 2 minutes remaining here in the fourth quarter, and Seattle leading Oakland by the score of 20-10.
Dallas on the move with Tom Brookshire, Pat Summerall at Texas Stadium in Irving. A sellout crowd. Almost all of them are still here. Landry looking on and checking his own notes.
And he'll try to win it. He's not going to run down the clock and try for a tie field goal. He'll try to win it first, right, Pat?
I would think so.
He's got the fast horses still in there.
It is a first down, Cowboys, at the 22-yard line of Chicago. Back under center this time as Dorsett goes into motion. Staubach takes a direct snap. Throw again outside to Tony Hill. Tony Hill will score for Dallas. Roger Staubach's third touchdown pass of the day. 2 to Tony Hill, 1 to Billy Joe Dupree.
Watch the block by John Fitzgerald. Watch number 62 come over the center. Fake was pretty haphazard. Here's the screen. Watch the guy start falling. Watch the Bears. Look at that block. And that block by Fitzgerald. And a great bit of running by Tony Hill. There may not be many dangerous receivers, more dangerous than Tony in the open field. Look at that high step. Woo.
23-20. Dallas ahead and another extra point. That means a lot. Septien got it. 24-20. A minute 53 left to play, and the Bears, don't forget, have all 3 of their timeouts left.
That single digit, though, is important.
Yes, sir.
Bears got to go all the way for a touchdown.
And that single digit extra point that you're talking about is important that the Bears missed also. Bob Thomas had an extra point blocked by Thornton, and the rookie made a big tackle just a moment ago on Vince Evans. Funny, I was talking to general manager Jim Finks about Thornton, the rookie from Illinois, and he said they had him rated as a 3rd or a 4th round draft pick. And that's where Dallas took him. And he said, you watch and you wait. Tom Landry will make him a player.
Of course, the Bears through the years have taken more Illinois player and then Notre Dame second. Then that's been where they've really gone for some of their great players, the Butkusses.
How about
Carolines?
The man that was mentioned so prominently in the book, Alice by Hallis, a fellow named Red Grange.
Pretty fair Illinois player, huh? Here it is.
Septien drives it deep to the end zone, in the end zone, and Bashnagel will down it. There's Tony Hill. 2 touchdowns for him today. Roger Staubach has thrown for 3.
He's just a faster, younger, taller version, really, of Drew Pearson, isn't it?
Faster,
6'2".
younger, taller than Drew. That means for frightening days, doesn't it? There's another pretty good Cowboy receiver who's out with an injury now with a broken finger in the person of Butch Johnson. Raphael Septien, who missed that field goal a minute ago, now able to speak to his teammates.
Unpack the van, huh? Evans, by the way, is 3 for 13. Would you leave the running-type quarterback still in the game for the last drive like this?
Well, if you're going to go with him the rest of the year, you got to leave him in there in situations like this. With a long count. They don't blitz. Wide open, Golden Richards. Golden heading for the sideline, gets out and stops the clock at the 38-yard line. Aaron Kyle pushed him out, but Golden again gets free. That's his 3rd reception of the day.
Good call, too. Bashnagel went down and cleared out. Aaron Mitchell chased the other receiver and sort of opened it up for Golden. And, boy, it looked like Vince that time knew exactly what he wanted to do and wait for the delay man.
It's a great mistake when you operate in a panic situation, and the Bears certainly aren't doing that, to try to get it all at once. And you wind up with the other team with the football.
Going to see a pass rush from Dallas?
See if they blitz. 2 linebackers standing behind the regular 4. No, they don't get it. But they got the pass rush from Dave Stalls. Where did he come from?
Andy White. A lot of penetration by all 4 members of the Dallas front 4. There's Stalls. He's the fellow we told you went from 235 to 250. Let's see if they twisted. No, sir, he went straight through. Sorry, he just fell off.
So it'll be 2nd down for the Bears, about 20 to go. Evans straight back, and again the heat is on, and he is hit hard. And intercepted by Dennis Thurman, a one-handed catch, and now they say he didn't get it. on his back.
And then Scott almost took it back, and then it looked like Thurman ended up with it. Here it is. Watch the pass rush on Vince.
Randy White and Dave Stahls really put the heat on.
White had him wrapped up. The ball's pretty well thrown. Watch this exchange. Who's got it? I've got it. Nobody. Palms down by the officials.
That looked like he had it. He juggled it, but he had it, I think, on the way down. Randy White is the man who hit him just as he let it go. Third down. And now the Dallas defensive front four is just teeing off, as you would expect. Minute 26 left to play. Walter Payton is split wide to the left. The lone setback, I believe, is Bashniger. He comes out of there. Evans fires open. James Scott, but the hit is put on right away. Cliff Harris or Randy Hughes? I can't tell which one. Harris it is.
That was Harris, the Ouachita Baptist man, huh? That's one of those great tackles where you take the numbers. There's no way the receiver can beat you if you hit the numbers and lift that weight off the ground.
Bears have called a timeout. Evans comes over to the side. Minute 15 left to play. Bears have now 2 timeouts left. And they're beating at the summit at the moment about whether they'll punt or try for the first.
What a tackle.
Elvis Peacock with Dr. Toby Friedman coming to the Rams sideline. Dr. Bob Curlin over to take a look. Cullen Bryant is in there. 2nd and 5 on the Ram 25. Bryant and Hill. It'll be Eddie Hill. Dennis Harrah blocking. Hardman got him from behind at the 25, and there's a flag on the play, and the preliminary signal is against the Rams. And a holding call against Los Angeles. It might have been against John Williams.
He's been known to hold, you know.
Yes, and John, number 75. So if you hear that magic number, you know John Williams, 12 years out of Minnesota, was the guilty party, if he be the one. They'll spot it back on the 15.
Holding by the offense, number 78. It's 2nd down.
No, Jackie Slater. Elvis Peacock apparently hit in the small of the back. That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. Bob Curlin on the left, rubbing that area around the kidney. 2nd and 15 from the 15. Reuben Vaughn almost came over, but he got back. Hayden on a quick out, Cullen Bryant, and Bryant gets to the 25-yard line, but he had to get to the 30.
Reuben Vaughn doesn't rush the quarterback.
No.
I like Vincent in there better than Vaughn.
Reuben, 6'2", 264, and a rookie out of Colorado. He's very strong. He's been known to bench press 475 pounds. But he is not quick. He's strong, but more or less of the old standing guard.
He's going out now.
So in a 3rd and 5, Reuben comes out. Ted Vincent is in there, figuring he can provide a better pass rush. Dwayne Board is in there. Flag on the play, and I think Jimmy Webb was offside. Hayden to the 30, has his first down, going out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Jimmy Webb had moved, so the Rams had it one way or the other.
You know, we've said this before. Hayden does a good job of varying his cadence. 49ers are running a stunt, but they're offside. It doesn't make any difference.
Well, Hayden will carry from his own 25 to the 40-yard line, a pickup of 15 and a first down.
Penalty is defused. First down.
Penalty decline. 1st and 10 on the Ram 40. Remember, they started on their own 20 after the kickoff by Wersching went into the end zone. 9:57 left in the game, but it's still a game. Rams 24, 49ers 17. And Hayden's numbers getting close to the 200 mark.
Under 129 out.
Here comes Eddie Hill. He has Cullen Bryant and Dennis Harrah blocking, and he gets across midfield. So Dennis Harrah, number 60, and Cullen Bryant, number 32, blocking for him, and that's Cullen getting up slowly. And there's Harrah, the other member of the duo that sprung the play.
They must have close to 100 yards around that right side, the defense's left side.
Bryant has carried for 45 yards, Tyler for 27, Peacock for 38. Of course, remember, Peacock picked up 46 on one play. So the Ram offense grinding out the yardage, which is certainly no story. That's what they usually do. It's a question of how many points they put on the board. Cullen Bryant hit and fights his way for the first down. They'll get it to about the 46, 1st and 10.
Well, they're doing what they want to do. They're moving the ball, keeping the clock going. They have a lead, and they're making first downs, and they're getting in field position for a field goal.
Going into this game and the two previous games, the Ram offense had piled up over 200 yards more than the other two teams they played, but they were outscored by 3 points.
They had only scored 2 touchdowns.
Right, and of course, Jack Reynolds scored picking up a fumble to beat Denver. 1st and 10 on the 46 of San Francisco. Hayden to the left side to Waddy, and Billy Waddy is taken down immediately, but not before making the reception. Gerard Williams brings him down about the 38-yard line. The report on Elvis Peacock, remember they were rubbing the kidney area. He was hit by a helmet in the kidney, and apparently not serious, although it was painful, and he's expected back. Hayden now has passed for exactly 200 yards, and he has moved the club 2nd and 2 on the San Francisco 38. Cullen Bryant, Archie Reese, and Scott Hilton.
Another first down, I believe.
Official timeout. So Pat Hayden, who went 41 times in the air against Oakland, 32 passes against Denver last week, and he is 16 for 27 for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns, both to the tight ends, one to Charlie Young and the other to Terry Nelson. For the Rams to have a lot of receivers, and they do have that, they used 8 different players catching passes in the Oakland game. They used 9 different men catching passes in the Denver game. You can see it's 3rd down, and they have used 10 different men catching passes today. And here's Terry Nelson, who caught a touchdown pass coming in at tight end.
2 tight ends.
So 3rd down and about a foot.
Yeah.
The way they're moving on the ground, we'll see now if Hayden wants to just go for the first down or for a big gainer. Bryant and Hill. Cullen Bryant, and he's got the first down inside the 30-yard line. Loose ball, fumble. Now we'll wait and see. The Rams say they recovered. And it was Charlie Young, the tight end, who recovered it. 86. So there's Cullen Bryant. The ball hit by Willie Harper. He fumbled it. And in that pile, there's 86. Charlie Young getting in under Scott Hilton and able to recover for the Rams.
Pittsburgh 21, St. Louis 21. Terry Bradshaw, 5-yard touchdown pass to Benny Cunningham.
And that's the same Terry Bradshaw who went off on a stretcher, and he's back to tie it up. 1st and 10 on the 26. Hayden fakes once, now going deep. No good. Intended for Ron Jesse. Charles Cornelius was there to stay with him.
Still working on Cornelius. They ran an out and up on him. He was right with them.
Dallas leading Chicago 24-20 in the 4th quarter. So they've got a dandy down there. The workhorses for the Rams, Cullen Bryant has carried for 16 times for 61 yards. O.J. Simpson has carried 17 times for 69 yards. Here's a 2nd and 10 from the 26. Hayden is buried at the 35. Schumann, Hardman, and Vincent all in there on him, and they just ran over.
They dogged him.
Doug Smith, the center.
That's what they're going to have to do. He has too much time when they just rush with 3 and 4. They're going to have to dog and take some chances. Here it is. Right in here now. Schumann.
That was Schumann. By the way, on Dallas leading 24-20, Roger Staubach hit on a 22-yard touchdown pass to Tony Hill to get the Cowboys out in front. 1:53 of the fourth quarter.
Let's see where Hayden goes. Let's see if he goes to work on Cornelius.
3rd and 19 from the 35. Jesse right, Denard left. The back stay in, Cullen Bryant. And a good play by Scott Hilton, number 55. Hilton stayed with him, brought him down. So Cullen Bryant on a 3rd and 19. He picked up 9 yards, and the crowd doesn't like it. They wanted Hayden to pass, and they're angry.
They figure they got the game won and want more points.
Yes, because the score is 24-17. The Rams figured to be about a 2-touchdown favorite. They're leading by only 1. Frank Corral, from a 34-yard hold, will be kicking a 44-yard field goal. He kicked a 49-yarder a little earlier, and this one is good. The magnificent Frank Corral. Boy, what a kick.
Well over. And is he after it? Watch this. Good hold.
The Rams 27, 49ers 17.
Two minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. And Jim Plunkett, who was 3 for 7 last Sunday against the San Diego Chargers, has come on replacing Ken Stabler, who was hit hard and obviously hurting off that last sack by Bill Gregory. Now there is Stabler over at the Oakland bench. Plunkett, the 9-year pro out of Stanford, 31 years old, former New England Patriot, former San Francisco 49er. Here's Plunkett to throw, first down. Plunkett able to get it away, and it is nearly intercepted. 57 is Peter Cronin. Art Whittington, the intended receiver, and that ball was thrown off the mark.
Kenny Stabler up off the bench. Will he return? I think he wants to go back in. He's asking to head coach Tom Flores right now if he can get back in the game.
It is a 3rd and 20 upcoming from the 47-yard line of Oakland. Plunkett will remain in there. Minute 54. Left fourth quarter. Big rush. Plunkett being chased. He went down and the ball was deflected away by Cronin. Carl Eller all over the quarterback, Jim Plunkett.
Tuiasosopo patting the 37-year-old veteran on the head. Said, where'd you get that speed at your age?
Kenny Stabler not looking very happy. And apparently he's all right, though. He was shaken up by Gregory, but looks to be okay. So a minute and 46 remaining in this fourth quarter. Martini goes to the right. Branch slot right. It is a 4th down situation. Raiders obviously just going to hang on to the football and try to pick up the first down with the long gainer here. Penalty marker is down as Plunkett gets it away, and it is nearly intercepted. Peter Cronin's been all over the football in this series. Knocked it away from Rich Martini. Although Cronin would have liked to have picked it off, but there is a penalty marker down.
Tuiasosopo put on a great pass rush, and we're going to get a holding penalty against the Raiders, I think.
While we have an opportunity, I'd like to thank our spotters, John Taylor and Gary Moore, our statistician, Jack Prote. Excellent job all around.
Offside, middle guard on defense, holding, number 68 offense. The play is nullified. Repeat, 4th down.
I didn't see the offside, but I did see the holding. So they'll play it again, 4th and 20.
They will do it again. Dan Medlin was called for the hold, number 68, the right guard, and Manu Tuiasosopo called for Seattle.
No wonder he got such a good pass rush. He jumped the count.
Again, 4th and 20. And Plunkett this time to his right, looking for a receiver, being chased, and just flings it underhand. And it's caught by Dave Casper. Unbelievable.
I don't believe that. You look like a softball pitcher.
Crowd with a very strange reaction, not sure as to what they just saw. Let's get another look.
Jim Plunkett under tremendous pressure. Gregory, then he's chased out of the pocket. Eller turns around and chases. Tuiasa Sopo is going to grab him. There he is. Now he just throws it up in the air with no idea where it's going. Dave Casper right there, and I still don't believe it.
Mike, that is not a play they have worked on.
Let's watch the Jim Plunkett form. Here's how to be a softball pitcher. Underhand. There it goes.
Well, they were short of the first down, so Seattle takes over with 1:28 remaining in this 4th quarter. Here's Dornick. And Reggie Kinlaw in on the stop.
Let me explain what happened. We'll do it when we come back.
Frank Corral kicking off, 27-17 Rams. Out of the end zone comes James Owens to the 20, to the 25. Corral brings him down at the 35. Frank Corral, who kicked off, made the tackle, and I'm sure that is as pleasing to him as a field goal.
Yes, the kicker likes to make a tackle, and Frank's a physical football player. I thought Owens would just try to outrun him rather than stop and avoid him. He had a chance maybe to go all the way on that one.
1st and 10 on the San Francisco 35. It's tough to see anybody go all the way anymore.
Anyway, when the blocking rules change, everybody's standing up. They're afraid to take a chance and get a clipping call.
1st and 10 on the San Francisco 35. Simpson and Jackson out of the eye. Simpson, the deep man. In motion is Paul Seal. Play action fake to Simpson. The pass to Freddie Solomon. Pat Thomas drags him down at midfield. 1st down, San Francisco. Freddie Solomon, who has been a much more successful receiver today than in the first 2 games. He's caught 5 for 53 yards. That was his 6th reception. So he has now caught him for a total of 69 yards. Freddie Solomon.
They have to go deep. They have to get a big play, a deep pass.
O.J. Simpson outside Wilbert Jackson. Osteen will bring him out. A flag on the play.
He hit him out
and
of
it
bounds.
might be Osteen tackling O.J. high and out of bounds.
See, he was right out of bounds. There's no need to jump on him there.
Dwayne Osteen, who went to school at San Jose State, and he had O.J. up around the neck. And O.J., who's accustomed to critics, but not down on the field. And it'll be a penalty against the Rams. Here it comes, and Red Cashin will bring the ball down to the 32.
Unnecessary roughness, number 33 on the defense, 1st down.
Well, here it is. You see, he clubbed him with his forearm and then stayed with him way out of bounds.
Normally on that play, O.J. Simpson has a stunt man, George. 1st and 10 on the Ram 32. James Owens is in there with Simpson. In motion is Seal. He was late picking up the call. DeBerg to Owens all alone, and he's inside the 20 to the 15-yard line.
You know, one thing I've noticed about Owens, he has great racehorse speed, but he doesn't make anybody miss. He doesn't have natural moves. Twice, and you mentioned it, DeBerg had to flex his foot to get the motion man. He didn't see it.
I don't know, Paul Seal didn't see him.
Now here it is, wide open. They blew a coverage.
That's Pat Thomas angling on him. And crunch.
Owens is getting some good experience.
Dave Elmendorf gave him a pretty good lick to bring him down. 1st and 10 on the Ram 15 with 3:42 left in the game. 27-17. Wilbur Jackson bouncing off people and got to the 11 and could have gone more. He appeared to stumble.
Lost his balance.
Otherwise, he goes deep into Ram territory. He got to the 10 or 11.
Well, they have to score here to get back in the ballgame.
Well, they're very much in it, trailing by 10 points with 3:18 left in the game. But they have to do something.
We always figured the toughest place to score was from the 11-yard line because you got to get a goal line defense in there, and you got to pick up a first down against a goal line defense.
2nd and 5 from the 11. Schumann is in motion. Simpson and Jackson. The bird deep to Schumann. He caught it. Touchdown.
Nice.
Oh, what a catch by Mike Schumann.
Nice catch.
His 2nd touchdown. Beautiful play. 2-year man out of Florida State. They picked him up from Miami.
Good first down call. Another play action. Not too much rush. He's got the protection. Now watch this catch and throw up high. And he had possession before he went out.
And that's a high-priced district with Elmendorf, Cromwell, and Thomas all around him. So it is 27-23. Wersching trying to bring him very close within a field goal. The spot, the kick, it is good. And with 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go, we've got a whale of a ball game.
Anything
the
can
Rams
happen now.
27, San Francisco 24.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Pressure goes down, and it's Thornton. Bruce Thornton, number 77. The Cowboys should have wrapped it up with that sack.
I believe it was Reevy Sorry that tried to block number 77. What a big rookie who made this team just with enthusiasm. Watch number 77. He takes a twist and goes to the inside. Nobody can handle it. Goes right over Neal, the offensive center, and then has this takedown.
By the time he hit Neal, he was really rolling, and he just took him back into quarterback Vince Evans. Cowboys then, it would appear, will remain undefeated. 4th period score is 21-21. St. Louis, Pittsburgh. Los Angeles 27, San Francisco 10. 4th quarter. 1 minute, 10 seconds left to play here. Dallas leading by 4, 24-20. Handoff is to Laidlaw. Laidlaw struggles down to about the 21.
Another 200-yard passing day for Roger Staubach.
Our producer has been Robert Stenner. And thank you, Robert, for a wonderful job. Sandy Grossman, who's been with us for, what, 4 years now?
Boy, he keeps giving us the pictures of those good plays and the cheerleaders occasionally, too. It doesn't hurt America.
And doesn't displease us at all.
Tony Dorsett, by the way, is over 100 yards rushing now, 208 yards. And a few fumbles, had a little problem handling onto the ball. Bears play Miami next.
Bob Greasy was hurt today. We don't know how seriously. Well, we do know he was injured. Terry Bradshaw, in the event you might not know, bruised his knee early in the game against the Cardinals, but he had since returned. Kenny Anderson, the Cincinnati quarterback, was injured. Lower back problems for him. 60 minutes immediately following the game.
And Dallas, by the way, goes to Cleveland to play a game. And you never go to Cleveland thinking it's going to be some kind of a fun time.
Starting again. Hollywood Henderson looking on. Looking good.
Good player.
Yeah. He does talk a lot, but he is a good player. Bright sunshine still.
Neil Armstrong's done quite a job, though, in Chicago. Papa Bears back in Chicago thinking about it, huh? Pretty good-looking football team. Good legacy.
.52 seconds left to play. Dallas 24, Chicago 20. Struggle in the middle of the line as the Bears stack it up. Scott Laidlaw stopped by Jerry Myers, and again, Armstrong signals timeout. 45 seconds left to play. Landry is still showing some concern as much as he ever does.
I saw some tough action in the secondary. Jay Salty was tangled up with Schmidt or somebody over there. I believe it was maybe Doug Plank. Plank bites locker doors before games. You know, he's one of those tough little safety men that gets ready and keeps hitting sometimes when the game's over.
His partner back there, Gary Finsick, is of the same nature too. Most of those Bears secondary members are. Finsick is out with a bad hyperextended elbow, but he'll be back.
That's what we thought. Remember, everybody said, well, Rodgers' elbow is bothering him. Didn't look like it gave him too much trouble. 222 yards on 17 completions.
Those of you, again, expecting to see 60 minutes, you will see it, and you will see all of it.
In its entirety?
Absolutely. Third down and 4, Dallas. Staubach brings it back to Laidlaw, and he struggles inside the 20. Didn't get the first down in the grasp of Gary Campbell. And let's see, the Bears have any more timeouts? They do not. So the clock will continue. Less than 30 seconds. Well, you can watch it. And Dallas can just about stroll off with this one. He didn't have any easy time by any means in their home opener. And the Bears did themselves proud.
But in the past, they used to stumble a little bit coming out of the gate before they hit their stride.
Got 7 rookies on this team, which is an awful lot. The Dallas team, an awful lot for a team that last year was in the Super Bowl. They stroll off now with another victory. Roger Staubach, another big day, 3 touchdown passes. From Texas Stadium in Irving, Texas, then, the Cowboys win at 24-20. This is Pat Summerall for Tom Brookshire saying so long. The NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
All right, Mike, a moment ago we saw that bizarre underhand pass by Jim Plunkett, and apparently they have ruled it not a completion.
It's the new rule in the National Football League to protect the quarterback. The referee felt that Tuiasosopo had control of Jim Plunkett, blew the whistle. The ball was dead there. It's considered a sack and no forward pass. Good example of the new rule.
It was a 4th down play, so therefore the Seahawks took over. They now are 2nd and 10 at the 47-yard line. Here's Dornick looking to go wide, try to cut, in trouble, down he goes. A reminder, there will not be a post-game show because of the length of this game, so we will try and duck in scores as we wrap up here with 1:14 remaining in the 4th quarter. Denver over Atlanta, that in overtime, 20-17.
Jim Turner a field goal.
Jets beating Detroit, bouncing back from last week. We'll continue the scoreboard rundown in a moment. Another timeout has been called, so we'll be back after this. Apparently we are able to stay here to provide further rundown of the scoreboard. Right here we are wrapping up with Seattle in front 20-10. New England defeated Cincinnati earlier, 2014. Philly over New Orleans. Cleveland nipping Baltimore 13-10.
Browns 3-0.
Miami knocking off Minnesota. Tampa Bay over Green Bay.
Big NFC Central game.
And there's Houston over Kansas City. Chiefs play the Raiders at home next week. San Diego meeting Buffalo. Dallas over Chicago. And we're back to resume action here with 1:14 remaining in this 4th quarter. This time it is Sherman Smith trying the middle to the 45. Rod Martin, outside linebacker on the right, making the stop, and a timeout called by Oakland. And right here, we'll pause back after these messages.
Clock run. There it goes. It's under 1 minute now. 58-57. The Cardinals, even at best, may not get the ball back.
But we have to go back and look at those 2 kicks from about the same range that were missed by the Cardinals. and say that they have not yet kicked this field goal, if it's going to indeed be a field goal, that's going to take it out of overtime.
That's right. 40 seconds left. 2nd and goal. Hawthorne outside. Called down at the 5 as 45 Perry Smith came up from the corner, and then Eric Williams, 55, finished off the play. 28 seconds, 27 seconds left. And now it'll be the Steelers who will call time with 25 seconds remaining. 3rd and goal at the 5. The game in the balance. Here in St. Louis, Steelers 21, Cardinals 21. We'll be right back.
27-24 Rams, 2:55 left in the game. What about it, George? Would Ray Wersching try an onside kick?
There's a possibility, Benny. I would think with 2:55, you got to kick it down there. It's too much of a gamble. If you don't get it, the game's over.
Downhill is Drew Hill, 5'9", 170-pounder out of Georgia Tech, a rookie. So let's see what Wersching does. He got under it and kicked it short. Hill picking it on the 17, and they box him in. He got away from Sebring, and Johnson brings him down at the 24-yard line. Sebring had him about 5 yards deeper, but it was a poor kick. He seemed to kick under the ball. So Wersching kicking a pop fly.
Here's a final, Billy. Dallas 24, Chicago 20.
Tough one. Oh, we got a dandy here. 27-24 Rams. Terry Nelson, the tight end, down on that kickoff, taking a breather. This is Vin Scully along with George Allen, and it's been quite a game. 49ers scored 10 points in the first quarter. The Rams woke up to score 14 late in the second quarter to lead 14-10. The Rams scored the only points in the third quarter to lead 21-10. But here in the fourth quarter, the Rams have scored on 2 field goals. The 49ers twice have gone 65 yards for touchdowns. So it is 27-24 Rams, 2:45 left in the game.
And against the #1 defense in football.
But that's today. What about tonight on CBS? Well, we proudly present 60 Minutes, back with a brand new season of brand new stories. And then Carol Burnett faces a difficult, dramatic decision on the 10th month. And on All in the Family, the slave driver Archie Bunker pushes Edith too far. It's all on CBS tonight.
Now, right in here, Benny, I would think the Rams would grind it out, keep the clock going, try to pick up the first downs, don't take too many chances. You're ahead. You want to move the ball down the field. And if you have to punt, put them in the hole.
Terry Nelson, the tight end, has been hurt. Dr. Clarence Shields out there to check him, and Dr. Shields has now reported to the Ram bench. I don't know if that means they have to send some players out to help him off the field or get the stretcher.
You know, in this heat, you get a lot of leg cramps, muscle cramps in the calf of the leg.
You know who's going out to get him, and he's worth looking at? All of him is worth looking at. Jerry Wilkinson, number 70, is 6'9", 255. There he is. And Terry Nelson held by Bill Dunston on the right, and the huge Jerry Wilkinson, the tall tree out of Oregon State. And when Wilkinson picks you up, you're up.
I think that's what it is, a leg cramp in the calf of the leg.
We also mentioned Jerry Wilkinson not only because of his size. He was born in San Francisco, so we thought his former friends and relatives get a chance to look at him. All right, 1st and 10 on the Ram 24-yard line. Waddy is right. Denard goes left. Charlie Young, the tight end, on the left side. Cullen Bryant with Wendell Tyler out in front. And he's brought down shy of the 30-yard line. Dungy just missed getting him behind the line of scrimmage. Another blitz.
They're still running that right side, 49ers left side. This is where you have to compensate, even if you use an unsound defense. You got to overshift, do something to stop that.
George, if you made a study, most teams are basically right-handed anyway, so the right side offensively, left side defensively sees most of the work.
You
anyway,
try to put your best defensive players against the run on your left side.
So it is 2nd and 5 on the 29. Rams leading by 3, 2:08 left in the game. Cullen Bryant trying the other side. And he springs it out across the 35 and picked up a first down, I believe. Yep, big play for Cullen Bryant to keep it alive.
Well, that's a big play. Now we're into the 2-minute.
So we've got 2 minutes left to go in the game. The Los Angeles Rams holding on to the football and holding on to the lead over San Francisco, 27-24.
But life goes on.
Miami knocking off Minnesota. Green Bay.
Big NFC Central game.
And there's Houston over Kansas City. Field goal. There's
now Jets win it. First of the year. Minnesota. Tampa Bay, like Miami, 3-0. The Floridians are 6-0 this year. Houston rallies to beat Kansas City after the loss at Pittsburgh last week. Now fourth quarter, Seattle leads by 10 over Oakland. Final, Dallas beats the Bears 24-20. Chicago's first loss, and they gave Dallas all they wanted. Rams lead late on that one in Los Angeles. And here it is with 17 seconds, 16. The Cardinals now will call time. As the Steelers wisely were going to let that clock run right down to 2 seconds before they're going to kick it.
Well, and the Cardinals obviously want to put a little more pressure on Matt Barr. We saw that done to him in their first game. Called a timeout. He calmly got up and punched it through. So he has good nerves for this kind of thing.
Meanwhile, Bud Wilkinson in a tough spot. Should the kick be good, then he has so little time to generate anything. There may be a time for a play or two. I want to thank Tom Redmond, Murray Kleinfeld, our player identification today, Joe Costanza, statistics. 16 seconds left, a 21 tie. And the Steelers have come from behind 21-7 with 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns. And now it's up to the toe, or the instep, if you will, of Matt Barr.
Got to feel that there are seconds down there that have got to be a minute long. The waiting is sometimes the most painful part of the game. Now they're up to the line, and I'm sure great relief for Matt Barr. He said, now let's get it done.
20-yard field goal to possibly win it. It's good. The young rookie from Penn State slams it home, and Pittsburgh, with 13 seconds left in the game, leads for the very first time.
Kickers have to have a little ice water in their veins. Watch him here. Matt Barr simply says, good. That's my job. And he comes off of there, and everybody else goes crazy.
So Barr, who missed one from 35 yards, connects from 20. And the Steelers, with 17 points in the fourth quarter, have the lead. And now it's a kickoff and maybe time for one Hart desperation pass. Executive producer of NBC's football is Don Ohlmeyer. Our coordinating producer today, Ted Nathanson. Telecast of this game from St. Louis has been produced by George Finkel, directed by Ted Nathanson. Technical director was Horace Ruiz, and our associate director, Randy Wands.
Perhaps a shame, Dick, that we can't tell how many instead of just how, as the golfers would say, because certainly St. Louis has had 2 great games against tough opponents, and both go into the loss column. A shame, perhaps, that there can't be a notation there. Gave Dallas all they can handle. Gave Pittsburgh all they can handle.
That's right. 22-21 losers to Dallas, and they trail 24-21. Here comes Roy Green, the rookie. See, he doesn't need to step out of bounds because as soon as a tackle is made, the clock stops anyway. But 10 seconds, all that remained for St. Louis. It was a glorious day for the most part, not only weather-wise, but for the football Cardinals. Until the fourth quarter, they led 21-7. They had to settle for field goals a couple of times down deep. They missed a couple of extra points, and that allowed the Steelers to stay close enough for Pittsburgh to turn the game around in this fourth quarter.
Certainly have to feel a little bit sorry for Bud Wilkinson and his troops. Look across the sideline. There's got to be concern for the injuries today on the Pittsburgh sideline. Corson, Franco Harris, Bradshaw able to come back.
Time called by the Steelers, perhaps in a defensive alignment that they didn't like. Donnie Shell goes to the sidelines to talk with George Perlis, the assistant head coach. They had too many men on the field. They had 12. That's pretty good defense. Steelers are tough enough with 11.
They certainly are. Certainly are. Well, they showed us the class of a champion today. We'd have to certainly give them that. They didn't lose their cool. They stayed with it. Of course, I think they all got a big boost when Bradshaw was able to come back out after giving us that scare at the half and come back out and play, and not only play but play effectively. Did not have the zip, did not quite have the same footwork as he had in the earlier part of the game, but certainly showed us his courage, and of course delivered a couple of touchdowns and a drive that put them up on the board with that final field goal that will give them the margin of victory in this game, apparently.
And Chuck Noll on the sidelines, a man of almost a single expression. He shows so little emotion. He carries confidence in the way he leads this team, and that's the kind of victory that coaches go home and celebrate.
He did say one thing. He said playing against a team that has not played well is the toughest of coaching assignments.
10 seconds left for Hart. Anderson trying to give him running room, but Anderson just goes out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Cardinals have a couple of timeouts left, so that's perhaps a rookie mistake. There, you might as well take your chances, do the best you can. Although Anderson may have felt, well, at least he goes out of bounds, gives Hart a chance for one desperation pass, and that's about where the Cardinal hopes lie, in desperation.
Well, there's certainly a tremendous amount of territory, just under 80 yards from the 20 to the Pittsburgh end zone, and about 11 black-shirted Steelers who are going to give them all the yards they want this side of that goal line.
On the board. Now for the impossible. Hart down to Gray, incomplete, and that's the ball game as Gray unable to latch onto the football. The Pittsburgh Steelers come from behind, trailing 21-7, playing in the second half with an injured quarterback, Terry Bradshaw. They rally for 2 touchdowns and a winning field goal and beat the Cardinals 24-21. The Steelers remain unbeaten. That ties their all-time record.
1:57 left, as you see, in the ball game. The Rams leading 27-24, and they have a 1st and 10 on their own 39-yard line.
Let's see if we can see what they're doing to the left side of the 49ers defensive line. They can't give them another 1st down if they want to get back in the ball game and have their offense on the field. They've got to use all their timeouts now. They have 3 timeouts left.
By the way, after that clutch run by Colin Bryant, he has now run for 85 yards. Pat Hayden has passed for over 200 yards. The 1st and 10 on the Ram 39. San Francisco will be at home with New Orleans next week, and the Rams will be at Tampa Bay. Colin Bryant.
There it is. Well, it's very evident there's nobody getting across. Nobody's penetrating. The stop and runs, you got to get across and penetrate.
So he picked up 6 so easily that time to make it 2nd and 4, and they look like they're not about to surrender the football. Rams 27, San Francisco 24.
Herman Weaver now getting set to punt, and it is an 11-man rush. Weaver's going to throw. Herman Weaver able to complete to Cornell Webster. All right, let's check that one again.
And take that in your face, Oakland Raiders. Herman Weaver, one of the better punters in the National Football League, and he's got Webster wide open on this big punt. Webster almost all the way. The back judge will count it as down. It was not a fumble. The Seahawks have the ball inside the 5-yard line.
Lester Hayes able to catch Weaver. 1st and goal at the 5. This has been an outstanding season for punters completing passes. Dave Jennings of the New York Giants was able to get one off a couple of weeks ago. There's a happy Herman Weaver. Punters always are trying to prove that they can do more. That's one that Herman will be talking about.
Look at that smile on his face. And I'll tell you, the Raiders will remember that play when the Seahawks go back to Oakland.
The announcement on the public address, it is his 2nd pass in his National Football League career.
And his
The Steelers, with 49 seconds left in the fourth quarter, have taken a lead on St. Louis 24-21. Right here, 42 seconds remaining. First and goal at the 5. Sherman Smith loses yardage on the play. Filipiano making the stop on Smith. The executive producer of NBC's football is Don Olmeyer. The telecast of today's game produced by Mike Weissman, directed by Ken Fouts, and our associate director, Dave Williams.
Both clubs today over 300 yards in passing. We've had an exciting game. Seahawks leading 20-10.
Zorn hitting Largent twice as time runs down, and apparently the Seahawks, well, let's see, Zorn throws deep, and he's got Smith for the touchdown. Sherman Smith with time running down. I was about to say, Mike, apparently Zorn would not look for the TV. There's the stuff move by Smith, and you know the Raiders do not appreciate this at all.
I wouldn't like to be the Seahawks going to Oakland Coliseum, but they have their rematch. They'll remember this final drive.
There is head coach Tom Flores
noting in his diary exactly what happened.
So Jim Zorn with his third touchdown pass of the day. There is no time remaining as Herrera will try for the extra point. Puts it through, so the Seattle Seahawks have defeated the Oakland Raiders by the score of 27-10, and the Seahawks win their first of the year. They are 1 up and 2 down. The Oakland Raiders, same record, 1-2. Marv Albert with Mike Hafner saying so long from Seattle.
A minute and 49 left in the game. 2nd and 4 for the Rams on their own 45. The Rams leading the 49ers 27-24. And now just trying to hold on to the ball. Hayden to Cullen Bryant. And Bryant, who needs 9 for 100 yards, has just picked it up. So Cullen Bryant has rushed for over 100 yards on that last carry. And that just about seals San Francisco. What a day for the big man out of Colorado. He was with the Rams for 5 years and made only 1 start. He made 9 starts last year and scored 7 touchdowns. And he now has 102 yards in 21 carries. This football game produced by Perry Smith, directed by Tony Verna. And as we thank all of the others in our crew, a special thanks to Dr. Bob Woods for his statistical information and to Ozzie Lang for scores and details in other games. Vin Scully along with George Allen. And for the first time in 1979, George, next week, we're not going to see San Francisco. We've seen the Niners play Minnesota and just miss. Saw them play Dallas and just miss. From the looks of things, they're going to come up a buck short today.
Actually, they're playing pretty good football. They have to realize that they can win. They're playing good enough to win, but they're really beating themselves. They haven't won enough to learn how to win, but that'll come.
It'll come, and congratulations to Bill Walsh. He has revitalized the city by the bay, and to the DeBartolos, senior and junior. It looks like the ball club is finally in the right direction. And talking about the right direction, Matt Barr just kicked a 20-yard field goal. Pittsburgh leading St. Louis 24-21 as you see scores of other games. Pittsburgh game in the fourth quarter. Hayden to Cullen Bryant. Bryant to the 41-yard line. Cullen Bryant in 2 games against the 49ers last year averaged better than 5.5 yards a carry, and today he has averaged a little less than that. So the clock running down, 1:31, and the Rams aren't about to give up the ball or the lead.
Next Sunday, start your day with NFL 79. Then it's regional coverage of exciting NFL action, including the Patriots-Chargers clash and the Seahawks-Broncos battle. Check local listings for the game in your area. NBC Sports. We're proud.
2nd and 7 on the San Francisco 41. Hayden keeping inside the 40 and gets to about the 37, diving over his center, Rick Saul, who was leading the play.
Hayden made a good adjustment. It was a broken play, and he kept the ball and spun around and made a few yards out of it.
Time running out. The Rams holding on to the football. Also like to thank Dennis Mnuchin for his help today here at the Coliseum as we all look anxiously beyond the big saucer to the fire out west of Laurel Canyon. And although we are very far away from it, it would appear to be contained now. And a big amen for that thought. 53 seconds and counting as Hayden brings them up. Jesse wide right, Denard left. Wendell Tyler and Cullen Bryant. Cullen Bryant, a block by Tyler, and he gets inside the 35. And again, the clock running down as you see.
This is good work on the Rams offense. They had to keep the ball, make first downs, not throw it, and they've done that. Here's the final. Pittsburgh 24, St. Louis 21.
And another final, Seattle beating Oakland 27-10. So Bill Walsh has come close. He said he might be able to win 4 games this year. And the clock going down. San Francisco having used timeouts. And there's not a thing they can do about it. And so the 49ers are going to go back home with another close one. But no cigar. It only counts in horseshoes. The clock is run down. A delay of game against Los Angeles. It's 4th and 1 on the 34. It's really academic. However, the rule is the rule. So the delay of game penalty. Here's Red Cashin again.
Delay by the offense. One more play.
One more time.
Here's where you should fall on the ball, take the snap, and fall on it.
27-24. So the 49ers have come close, but no cigar. They lost 28-22 to Minnesota. They lost 21-13 to Dallas, and they lose 27-24 to Los Angeles. So the Rams, down 10-0, had to come from behind to lead 14-10 at halftime, then opened it up 21-10. San Francisco fought back to make it close, but the Rams still sitting on it, holding on to the football, and they beat San Francisco 27-24. Now this has been Scully speaking for George Allen. Hope you enjoyed the ball game, and reminding you the NFL on CBS, a presentation of CBS Sports.
Again, that final score, Seattle defeating Oakland 27-10. Big weekend of football coming up here on NBC next week. Hope you're with us.